Chapter 1. The error that remembers the candle had burned to a nub by the time when Zheng finished cataloging the 12th volume. He set it at the end of the shelf with care that most people reserved for fragile things, which it was, in ways that had nothing to do with the binding. The cover read, Materials Science Fundamentals, 3rd edition. The spine was cracked. 3 pages near the back had been water-damaged enough to blur, but he had already transcribed what was legible into his own notation system. If the original deteriorated further, the knowledge would not be lost. That was the point. Outside his fortified basement, the ruins were beginning their familiar pre-dawn shift. He could hear it in the way the silence changed, the deep stillness of the true middle hours giving way to something lighter, something that anticipated movement without yet containing any. Birds whined through structural gaps. The distant, low percussion of a cultivation beast far enough away to be monitored but not addressed. He knew every sound in this sector. He had been listening to them for 3 years. The basement had started as a shell. He had found it beneath the university library's eastern wing. Accessible through a collapse point, he had sealed and reshaped until the entrance was effectively invisible from the surface. He had spent the first 6 months reinforcing the walls with salvaged materials, establishing ventilation without obvious exhaust points, and creating the shelf system that now held 61 volumes arranged by subject and acquisition date. He had spent the next year filling those shelves. The year after that had been devoted to understanding what he had found, cross-referencing, annotating, connecting the technical materials to the cultivation theory fragments that had led him here in the first place. The practice session was last. Always last. He cleared the center of the room with the efficiency of someone performing the same sequence for the 1000th time, sat on the reinforced mat he had constructed from salvaged foam and sealed canvas, and closed his eyes. Cultivation, in the world that the system had made, was supposed to be simple. You opened yourself to the system's framework, accepted the skill architecture it provided, and advanced through ranks by accumulating skill experience and resource investment. Every sect, every faction, every institutional cultivator on the continent operated on this model. It was called the system path. It worked. Most people who died trying to advance died because they pushed without adequate resources, not because the path itself was flawed. The other path was older. Traditional qi cultivation predated the system by centuries, or so the handful of practitioners who still taught it claimed. When Zheng had found descriptions of it in 3 different volumes, a cultivation theory text from a university library, a practitioner's manual from a ruin 40 kilometers east, and a fragment of what appeared to be an instruction document written in notation he had only partially decoded. Traditional cultivation worked by training the body's natural meridians to conduct and refine qi directly, without the system's framework as an intermediary. It was slower. It was harder. Most people who had been alive when the system arrived had abandoned it immediately. Those who hadn't were mostly Heaven's Path sect, which had made traditional cultivation a philosophy and a faction both. What when Zheng practiced was neither. He found the first node at the center of his chest with the precision of someone who had located it 10,000 times. It was a physical structure now, something he could feel the edges of the same way he could feel the bones of his own hand if he pressed his fingers together. He had built it. That was the word in the fragment text. Built. Not cultivated, not refined, not advanced. Built. He began. Traditional qi first, the familiar pull and settle, like water finding a natural channel through a landscape that had been shaped specifically for it. His meridians had been trained for 3 years to accept this current without resistance, and they did, the flow establishing in seconds rather than minutes. He was at foundation rank by system standards. By traditional metrics, something closer to consolidation, though the vocabulary didn't translate cleanly. The qi ran and he let it run. Then the system. The skill routines activated in sequence, 3 of them, running in parallel, each maintaining its own frequency. This was the part that every institution said was impossible. You could not run traditional cultivation and system cultivation simultaneously because the frequencies conflicted. The interference pattern produced qi turbulence, and qi turbulence at sufficient intensity tore meridians apart from the inside. He had read the case studies. He had seen the result in person. He was well aware of what happened to cultivators who tried this without the bridge. The bridge meridian was his own construction, assembled from the fragment text, from material science principles, from years of careful failure that had never been catastrophic because he had always stopped at the edge before the edge stopped him. It ran between his 3rd traditional meridian pathway and the system's primary skill conduit, a structure that should not have been anatomically possible and somehow was, because he had built it anyway and his body had chosen to sustain it rather than reject it. At the node, where the 2 paths met, something happened that he had no good word for. Not heat, not exactly pressure. Something denser than both, like the moment before a bridge accepts full load and every structural member does the specific thing it was designed to do. He maintained both streams at equal intensity, the careful, attentive balance that was the technical core of the entire practice, and held the node at 30% capacity. 30% felt like this. 40% felt like fire. 60% felt like he was being taken apart at the joints and reassembled by someone who was very skilled but working very fast. He had reached 60 once, in the second year, when a training error pushed him further than intended. He had not made that mistake again. He worked the session through its standard arc: build, sustain, 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 ease back, and when the final sequence completed, he opened his eyes and checked the system interface by habit. The notification was not one he had seen before. He had a comprehensive catalog of every notification the system had ever produced in his presence. The system was repetitive. Its vocabulary was limited. He knew every cultivator's status display format, every advancement message, every resource acknowledgement, every error code. He had seen hundreds of error codes. He had never seen this one. Dual path resonance detected. Classification, error. Category, undefined. Status, logged. He read it 4 times. He read it a 5th time slowly, parsing each word for interpretive possibilities. Then he looked at the timestamp in the notifications corner. It showed today's date, today's time, this specific training session. This was new, but logged meant it had been sent somewhere. He sat very still in the silence of the basement and thought about the implications of that word. 3 years of hidden practice. 3 years of careful concealment. No faction contacts, no registration, no cultivation profile attached to any official record. He had been thorough. He had been meticulous. He was not arrogant about his own intelligence, but he was honest about the quality of his preparation, and his preparation had been thorough. 3 years. And this morning, on a morning like any other morning, the system had noticed him. He looked at the candle knob, which was nearly spent, and the 61 volumes on the shelf, and the sealed entrance behind him. He looked at the notification again. Logged. He thought about what that meant, and who received logged reports, and how quickly they acted on them. Then he stood up, extinguished the candle, and began his morning preparations. Whatever the system had noticed, it had noticed today. He had today. He would make use of it. Chapter 2. What error messages leave behind 6 years before he chose to live in a basement. He was 18, and standing in a cultivation tower he had not been invited into. The tower was in the Western District, a mid-tier facility run by the Yellow Crane faction. Not prestigious, but functional. His parents had been members for 4 years by then, climbing slowly through foundation rank on careful resource management and disciplined practice. His father was at the upper edge of foundation, his mother just past the midpoint. Neither was particularly gifted. Both were determined. He had watched them train his entire childhood with the specific respect he gave to things that were not impressive and continued anyway. He had been outside the tower when the notification reached him. He didn't remember what he had been doing, something ordinary. The notification was a system alert, faction issued, his parents' member IDs attached. Status, critical incident. Please report to the advancement chamber, sublevel 2. He had run. The tower's lower levels were designed for rank advancement. Specialized chambers where the system's connection was stronger, where resource infusion could be managed under clinical conditions. Sublevel 2 was the mid-grade advancement floor. He had never been inside it. His parents had gone in 6 hours earlier for a joint advancement attempt they had been saving toward for 8 months, pooling resources, waiting for the right alignment of their schedules and their readiness assessments. He found them in the 3rd chamber on the left. The medical team was already withdrawing when he arrived. He would understand later, from the technical reading he eventually did, that there was nothing they could have done. The damage was in the meridians, and meridian damage of that degree was not reparable with the medical tools the Yellow Crane faction's standard equipment included. He would also understand that what had happened was called path incompatibility, which the system classified as an advancement failure caused by attempting a rank transition before the cultivator's foundation was structurally adequate to sustain it. This happened. It happened to roughly 1 in 40 foundation cultivators who attempted advancement without institutional guidance. His parents had had institutional guidance. The guidance had been wrong. He stood in the doorway and looked at the screen still running beside the advancement chamber wall. The system display had frozen at its last output rather than resetting to idle. He read it. Path incompatibility, cultivation halted. Reason, meridian integrity insufficient for rank transition. Advancement suspended. Please consult a certified cultivation advisor for reassessment. He read it again. He read it slowly. He stood there for a long time. He would have trouble, later, reconstructing exactly how long. And he read it again and again, until the words had resolved into something he understood at a level below vocabulary. The system had killed his parents. Not intentionally, not with malice. It had simply provided a path, described the requirements for advancement, and recorded the outcome when the path proved unsuitable. Path incompatibility. An error in the assessment process. A failure in the institutional guidance that was supposed to prevent exactly this. The screen didn't know. The screen was not capable of knowing. It just displayed. He sat down on the floor next to them and spent the rest of that night reading the error message over and over, not because he didn't understand it, but because reading it was the only thing there was to do, and he needed something to do that wasn't crying. Because if he started crying, he would stop seeing the words clearly, and he needed to see them clearly. He needed to understand exactly what had happened. Not because he was cold. He was not cold. He was 18, and he had just lost the two people who were the primary reason he understood what it meant to continue something difficult over a long time. The grief was there, somewhere below the reading and the rereading, like bedrock below shallow ground. Solid, foundational, not going anywhere. But grief had to wait. He needed to understand first. Please consult a certified cultivation advisor. He had looked at that line for a long time. Then he had decided several things, quietly and without drama, the way he would later make all his important decisions. He decided that the certified advisors had been wrong about his parents' readiness. He decided that the system's self-reported failure conditions did not tell you how to prevent those failures. They only told you that the failures had occurred. He decided that the path the system provided was real and it was useful, and it was also incomplete in ways the system was not equipped to articulate, and that someone who understood the incompleteness from the inside rather than from official documentation might be able to do something about it. He did not decide this grandly. He was not, at 18, particularly given to grand decisions. He just looked at the error message and understood that he was going to spend a significant portion of whatever time he had alive trying to figure out why it said what it said, and how to build something that made it say something different. He had started looking for the books the following week. The basement had come 6 months later, when he found the library. He would not say the grief went away. He would say it found its correct structural location. Foundational, load-bearing. The reason the rest of the building stood rather than a weight that prevented it. He carried it the way the bridge meridian carried both cultivation streams. Not by eliminating the tension, but by building something designed to hold it. On the morning of the first error notification, the one that said dual path resonance detected, he thought about the other error message, briefly, the way he thought about it most mornings. Then he made his preparations. There was work to do. Chapter 3. The drawing in the faction the eastern sector was 3 kilometers from his base, past 2 collapsed overpass structures, and through a drainage corridor that ran beneath what had once been a commercial district. Zhang made the journey in 1 hour and 14 minutes, which was 2 minutes faster than his established baseline, and accounted for his diversion through the secondary tunnel after he spotted a pair of cultivators whose faction identification he didn't recognize moving along the primary route. Unknown cultivators in a mapped sector were not automatically a problem. They were a variable. Variables were addressed by gathering more data. He noted their direction of travel, their approximate rank, foundation, both of them, system path, no visible heavy equipment, and their pace, which was the comfortable pace of people who knew where they were going. They had been here before. They were not scouting. They were commuting. He filed this and continued east. The eastern sector had been an educational district before the system arrived. School buildings, administrative facilities, 2 universities, several community centers. 30 years of abandonment had layered over the original architecture in complex ways: structural collapse, botanical reclamation, the secondary modifications made by cultivators who had used various buildings as temporary shelters or training sites. He had been mapping it for 2 months, working outward from his established base coverage in regular increments. Each visit extended his accurate knowledge of the sector by a few hundred meters. It was slow work. He preferred slow work that was correct to fast work that left gaps. Today he was working the northeast corner, an area that his preliminary survey suggested might contain a secondary laboratory structure beneath a collapsed section of the university's eastern wing. Not the library, the engineering faculty building, which had different material compositions and therefore different anchor potential. He had been looking for his 3rd bridge meridian node's anchoring requirements for 3 months. The material profile matched what he needed. If the structure was intact enough below the collapse layer, today might be productive. He was 40 minutes into the search pattern when he turned into what had been an elementary school. It had not been an elementary school for 30 years. It was, now, a collection of partially standing walls, a roof that had given way entirely in 3 sections and partially in 2 more, and floor space that was occupied by 30 years of settled debris, botanical growth, and whatever had decided to make use of the shelter after the human occupants left. He moved through it with his standard methodology, Careful foot placement, attention to structural load indicators, resonance sense kept at minimum to avoid broadcasting unnecessarily. The classroom had 3 walls and half a ceiling. The wall at the north end had partially retained its surface layer, including the lower section where, he guessed, from the height, children's work had been displayed. Most of it was beyond identification. The years and the moisture had rendered the paper into something structural rather than legible. Fragments of color, shapes that might have been drawings or might have been the abstract dissolution of paper into its component elements. But one of them was still attached to a piece of wall board that had stayed dry. He almost missed it. He was looking at the structural composition of the north wall, assessing whether the materials matched his target profile, when the color registered at the edge of his attention, red and blue crayon on yellowed paper, protected by the overhang of collapsed ceiling material that had fallen at an angle above it rather than directly onto the wall. He crossed the room and looked at it. A child had drawn the sky. Or rather, a child had drawn something happening to the sky, blue sky, and then a line drawn with some force through the blue, the line opening into a circle or something trying to be a circle, slightly irregular the way children's circles always were. Through the circle, something descended, a shape that was half abstract and half attempt at precision, rendered in red with yellow radiating lines around it. Below it, the horizon. Small figures, stick figures, were looking up at the circle in poses that children use to indicate amazement or fear. He looked at it for a moment. He did not think about what it meant. He did not try to analyze it. He took it off the wall with careful hands, folded it along a crease that already existed in the paper to prevent additional damage, and placed it inside the protective sleeve in his pack, where he stored any pre-apocalypse documents he found in the field. It was an artifact of the old world. It might be nothing. It might be something. He collected both because the difference was not always apparent at the point of collection, and because the cost of preserving something that turned out to be useless was lower than the cost of discarding something that turned out to matter. He returned to his survey. The north wall's material composition was not his target profile, wrong mineral structure, insufficient conductivity. He noted this in his survey record and moved toward the building's eastern face, which might offer better access to the underground structure he was looking for. He found the faction instead. They were positioned at the sector's eastern boundary, 5 of them, wearing the insignia of the Ironmark Collective, a mid-tier faction operating out of a hub settlement 3 kilometers north. He recognized the insignia from his records. The Ironmark Collective was a system path organization primarily focused on dungeon resource extraction in the outer ruined sectors. They were not known for aggressive territory claims, but they were territorial about active dungeon sites. Foundation rank, 2 of them. Consolidation rank, 3. The Consolidation cultivators were running point on what looked like a standard sector survey. The Foundation ranks were managing a resource cart. One of the Foundation cultivators saw him at approximately the same moment he saw them. There was a pause in which both parties assessed. He was wearing the standard scavenger configuration, worn clothing, utility pack, no visible cultivation equipment beyond the basic interface device every unaffiliated person carried. His resonance sense was at minimum, dormant, essentially indistinguishable from baseline. At a glance, he was unregistered, unaffiliated, and apparently weak. This was accurate to the extent that he was unregistered and unaffiliated. The rest was performance. The Foundation cultivator reported the sighting to the lead Consolidation cultivator, a broad-shouldered man with a sector map unrolled across a salvage table, who looked up and assessed Wenjung with the specific efficiency of someone who categorized things quickly. The category he landed on was harmless and potentially useful. He waved Wenjung over. Chapter 4. The utility of appearing weak. The faction leader's name was Ho Peng. He established this within the first 30 seconds by the way the other 4 members addressed him and by the identification patch on his shoulder, which bore a team designation and a rank marker that confirmed consolidation. He had been working this sector for 11 days, he said, and the haul had been disappointing, and he could use someone who knew the lower structures and didn't mind carrying gear. He said this in the tone of someone who was not asking. Wenjung looked at him for a moment. The breadth of his shoulders, the particular way he held his hands when addressing subordinates, the satisfaction in his expression that came from assuming a conclusion rather than reaching one, and decided on his approach in the time it took to complete that assessment. I know the drainage tunnels, he said. I can show you where they connect to the sublevel structures. This was true. He also knew where the engineering faculty sublevel entrance was. He would not be showing them that. Good. Ho Peng looked at him the way people looked at tools, assessing function, not character. You're unregistered? No faction. Scavenger. Fine. You get a share of whatever we pull from the day's work. Standard labor cut, 12%. He had already turned back to the map by the time he finished speaking. 12% of a day's standard haul was not what drew Wen Zheng to agree. What drew him was the opportunity to move through the sector with a faction team's operational coverage. Their cultivators would handle any threats above his performance parameters for today's identity, which meant he could focus his attention on the sector's layout rather than its security, and he could do it without being notable enough to remember. Scavenger labor was invisible labor. People remembered their faction members. They forgot the hired hands. He followed them into the sector. The first 3 hours were straightforward. He navigated the drainage tunnels as promised, guiding them to 2 sub-level access points that connected to collapsed commercial infrastructure, worth excavating for metal salvage and minor cultivation materials, but not particularly notable. He carried the resource cart when the terrain required it, moved when directed, and kept his attention on the things he was actually there to observe. Ho Peng's team was competent. Not exceptional, but competent. They worked efficiently, communicated in the shorthand of people who had operated together long enough to develop one, and managed the physical demands of ruins extraction with the practiced ease of experience. He cataloged their techniques as he watched. The Foundation cultivators used system skills to reinforce their lifting capacity and manage minor structural instability. The Consolidation cultivators deployed more sophisticated skills for the hazard management work. Ho Peng himself had a system skill called Structural Sense, which gave him something like sonar awareness of weight distribution in compromised structures. It was genuinely useful for this work. He also cataloged the irregularity. He spotted it at the second sub-level access point, when the lead Foundation cultivator, a woman named Chu, he determined from the other's shorthand, separated briefly from the main group, and conducted what appeared to be a routine communication on her interface device. It would have been routine, except for the direction of the data transmission, which he caught from the system's passive background noise that his resonance sense detected. Not to the faction's internal network, not to a personal contact, to an external address that pinged with the frequency signature of a buyer account. He noted it. He continued noting. By midday, he had a sufficient preliminary picture to understand the shape of what was happening. The excavated materials were being logged at a systematically lower volume than their actual yield. The difference, small enough to be explained as measurement variance, large enough to add up substantially over an 11-day operation, was being set aside in a secondary staging area that he located by following the specific route Ho Peng took when he excused himself from the group for 8 minutes in the early afternoon. The staging area was in a collapsed alcove 40 meters north of the main work site, behind a debris pile that had been disturbed recently in patterns consistent with repeated careful access. He filed all of this in his memory with precise spatial coordinates and temporal markers, and returned to carrying the cart. It was during the afternoon's secondary survey pass that he found it. He had drifted naturally to the edge of the group's working area. Scavenger labor was permitted to range slightly in search of additional finds, and no one was watching him specifically, and his resonance sense, at the careful minimum he maintained during field work, registered something beneath a section of collapsed flooring that the group had bypassed. The sensation was distinct. He had spent 3 years developing his sensitivity to the specific interaction between system qi and natural qi, and the materials he needed, anchor materials for the bridge meridian's third node, had a particular signature at that interface. Not strong, not obvious, but present, the way a particular frequency was present in a complex sound if you knew what to listen for. Below the collapsed flooring, laboratory substrate, he estimated. The original building's equipment and furnishings had settled into the floor structure when the ceiling came down, and 30 years of compression had integrated the debris into something that read as architectural material to a casual scan. He memorized the location with the same precision he applied to everything he intended to return to. Exact position from 3 fixed reference points. Depth estimate. Access route assessment. Structural stability assessment. He spent 90 seconds on this, and then moved back toward the cart before anyone noted his absence. The afternoon's haul was mediocre. He could see this in the way Ho Peng held his jaw when he reviewed the day's catalog. The tight, contained expression of a man whose expectations weren't being met. The sector was not producing what it was supposed to produce. From his position as labor, Wen Zheng had a clear view of why. The survey methodology was thorough in the locations it covered, but it was covering the wrong locations. The sector's genuine material density was in the sublevel structures to the east and the compressed debris zones that read as architectural material rather than resource space. Ho Peng's team was working the obvious surface sites. He said nothing about this. At the end of the workday, as the team was preparing to return to their hub settlement, Wen Zheng collected his labor share, precisely 12%, which Ho Peng calculated and distributed without warmth or delay, and noted the staging area's location relative to the settlement's access route. The transfer to the external buyer, he estimated, would happen at night. He had what he needed for today. Tomorrow, he had something to verify. Chapter 5. What the rubble hides. He returned to the sector before dawn. Not to the staging area. That could wait until he had more complete documentation. He returned to the section of collapsed flooring where his resonance sense had registered the anchor material signature the previous afternoon. He had the location fixed in his memory with the accuracy of someone who had trained himself to function as his own mapping system. 14 meters northeast of the secondary survey point, 6 meters east of a distinctive structural column that had maintained its vertical position by leaning against the adjacent wall at an angle of roughly 32 degrees. The ruins were quiet at this hour. Not empty. Ruins were never truly empty, populated as they were by the biology that 30 years of abandonment had allowed to establish, but quiet in the way that made work possible. He moved without light, navigating by the resonance sense that he allowed to extend slightly further than he did when other cultivators were present. The extension was subtle. The risk was calibrated. He found the section. The flooring collapse was 2 meters deep at the center, a compressed mass of reinforced concrete, embedded metal, and the processed materials of the building's original equipment. He crouched at the edge and extended his resonance sense downward. Careful, holding both paths in their minimal operational state and directing the combined sensitivity toward the registered signature. Yes, there. The anchor material signature was clearer at close range. 2 distinct deposits. His sense could distinguish them as separate concentrations, which was good. He had been hoping for 2, had been prepared to work with 1. The material composition matched his analysis of what the third bridge meridian node required. Specifically, a processed alloy incorporating pre-apocalypse material science techniques that had not been replicated in the 30 years since the system arrived, because the industrial capacity that had produced them had been destroyed along with everything else. He could not build his bridge meridian's next anchoring stage with system pathway materials. The manual was explicit on this point. The bridge required old-world anchoring to maintain structural stability at each node junction. It was not a metaphysical requirement. It was a materials science requirement. The bridge meridian was an interference structure. It existed in the resonance space between 2 systems that were not designed to coexist, and the interference required physical anchors that could tolerate frequencies neither system individually produced. Pre-apocalypse alloys had been manufactured without either system in mind. That indifference was, ironically, exactly what made them suitable. He spent 20 minutes assessing the extraction problem. The material was approximately 1.2 meters below the current surface layer. The collapsed structure above it was unstable in a medium-term sense, not in immediate danger of further movement, but also not something that would support any significant additional load without adjustment. Direct excavation from above was possible, but would require 2 things he didn't have: a team for the load management, and enough time that he wouldn't be doing it alone in the pre-dawn dark on a timeline that the faction's morning arrival would terminate. He needed a different approach. He identified it on his third pass around the collapsed perimeter. The eastern edge of the structure had a gap, not an intentional gap, but a settlement gap, where 30 years of material shift had created a channel through the debris at an angle that would permit access to the collapsed layer below if navigated with sufficient care and the right body geometry. The channel was narrow. It was also, by structural analysis, stable. The debris above it was load-bearing in the lateral direction, which meant it would tolerate the insertion and extraction of a human body without the collapse dynamic that direct top-down excavation would risk. He would be pulling the materials through a 50-centimeter gap at a depth of 1.2 meters, working by resonance sense touch in complete darkness. This was not the most comfortable retrieval he had conducted. It was workable. He filed a mental note about the timing. He would need to return tonight, after dark, with the proper extraction equipment from his base. He would need to work in a 2-hour window between the faction's likely staging area operation and the dawn patrol that the faction would almost certainly run after a disappointing day. He would need to move the materials back to his base before the faction's team arrived at the sector in the morning. He also needed to confirm the staging area's operation timing. He had an estimate. He preferred verified data to estimates when the 2 could be reconciled. He withdrew from the section, restored his resonance sense to minimum, and turned back toward the sector's western access. The faction's first members arrived at the eastern boundary as he was completing his exit through the drainage tunnel. He heard them before he saw them, the particular sound of a consolidation cultivator's footsteps using subtle chi reinforcement to manage the debris terrain. He paused in the tunnel long enough to identify the group count, 3, an early advance team, and then continued through without increasing his pace. Unhurried, he was an early rising scavenger in a sector where scavengers operated. There was nothing notable about his presence and no reason for it to become notable. When he emerged into the surface ruins 300 meters from the faction's access point, the sky was beginning its first gray lightning in the east. He oriented himself, calculated his return route to the base, and began walking. The materials were there. He had verified their presence and assessed their extraction. Tonight he would retrieve them. Tomorrow he would assess whether they were sufficient for the third node's anchoring stage. If they were, he was one step closer to what the system interface this morning would label as error. He was beginning to appreciate that particular label. It was, as far as he was concerned, the most honest thing the system had ever told him. Chapter 6. Documentation. Ho Peng called it out in front of 7 witnesses. They were at the day's midpoint, the second resource survey pass, working the southern end of the sector where the commercial district's foundations had created a series of accessible sublevel chambers. When Zheng had been navigating for 2.5 hours without incident, doing the labor he had been contracted to do, and the haul had been poor. Not his fault. Not anyone's fault. The sector's southern end was genuinely thin on materials at the surface level. The density was further east and further down, as he had determined during his own survey work. Ho Peng did not see it this way. He said. He was looking at Wen Zheng across the resource card, and there was something particular in his expression, the specific combination of frustration and the desire to redirect that frustration somewhere it could move freely. You've been running point on the surveys for 2 hours, and the cart's empty. Wen Zheng observed the expression and understood what was happening. The logic was being constructed in real time. The density in this section is primarily in the lower sublevel, he said. The Eastern approach would produce. Don't tell me what the Eastern approach would produce. Ho Peng's voice carried the slight elevation of a man performing certainty in front of an audience. You've been keeping fines for yourself, working the good spots before we get to them. The 7 members of the faction team were now watching, some of them with genuine interest, others with the studied neutral expression of people who knew better than to involve themselves in whatever Ho Peng was doing when he was in this particular register. None of them would contradict him. This was predictable from everything he had observed about the group's dynamic over 2 days. He looked at Ho Peng for a moment, not at his eyes, at his posture, his jaw angle, the way his weight was distributed between his feet. He was not going to do anything physical. He was performing. The performance was for the 7 witnesses, not for Wen Zheng. The desired outcome was an admission, or a reaction that could be characterized as admission adjacent, that would establish a satisfying narrative in which Ho Peng had identified a problem and addressed it. The actual content of the accusation was secondary to its function. Wen Zheng said nothing. This, he had found, was almost always the correct response to a performance that required a specific reaction. If the reaction was not provided, the performance had nothing to build on. Ho Peng needed him to argue, or to apologize, or to display some visible disruption of composure. He provided none of these things. You have nothing to say? Ho Peng's voice had shifted, slightly, but perceptibly. The performance was developing complications. I don't disagree with surveys, Wen Zheng said. If the faction wants to conduct an accounting, I cooperate fully. This was true. He had not taken anything from this sector since joining the team. He had cataloged where the materials were. He had not retrieved them. Convenient that you'd cooperate now. It was also convenient an hour ago, and it will remain convenient tomorrow. He looked at Ho Peng with the same neutral register that he applied to structural assessments. I'll continue the Eastern survey, if that's useful. He turned and continued the survey. He heard Ho Peng say something to the nearest faction member, something with a particular edge, but he was already cataloging what he needed. The incident itself, the timing, the number of witnesses, the nature of the accusation, theft, specifically, of faction resources, which had a formal classification under the faction authorities' misconduct protocol. The accusation was false. The accusation was also now on record in the memories of 7 witnesses. He noted this with the same precision he applied to spatial coordinates. He noted Ho Peng's factional standing designation, which was visible on his identification patch, Consolidation Rank Team Lead, member number logged in the Ironmark Collective's public registry. He noted the staging area's location, which he had confirmed during the previous day's operation. He noted the timing of the external buyer transfer, which he had observed at the end of the prior day. He did not think about how this ended with any anger attached to the thought. It ended the way it was going to end. He simply needed to ensure the pace was correct, that the documentation was complete before the outcome was initiated. Partial documentation produced partial accountability. He did not work with partial documentation when complete documentation was achievable. Ho Peng, consolidation rank. Ego as primary motivator. Factional standing as the actual vulnerability. The staging area as the mechanism. The external buyer as the second variable. He would need 4 days for the documentation to be thorough. 5 would be preferable. He continued the eastern survey and found nothing of interest in the southern sections, which was exactly what the density map he had built for this sector had predicted. Chapter 7. The bridge between. He waited until midnight. Not from fear of being observed. His base was as secure as careful construction could make it, and the sector had been quiet since the faction's team departed at dusk. He waited because midnight was when his training sessions produced the most reliable results. He had run the experiments. Midnight cultivations averaged 7.3% greater advancement density than dawn sessions, 12.1% greater than midday. He had theories about why. Natural chi flux patterns, reduced ambient system traffic from the thousands of other cultivators doing their own practice, something about the particular stillness that deep night produced, and what that stillness allowed the meridians to do. Or perhaps he had simply done his best work at midnight for 3 years, and the pattern had become self-fulfilling. The data supported the conclusion. The mechanism remained theoretical. He cleared the center of the room, checked the ceiling on the entrance, still solid, still undisturbed, and sat. The mat was the same one he had been using for 2 years. He had replaced the foam layer twice as it compressed. The external canvas was original. He had considered whether an attachment to a particular physical object affected his performance and concluded that it did, marginally, in the favorable direction, not through any mystical resonance between the cultivator and their equipment, but through the simple fact that familiarity removed micro-frictions from the preparation process. He sat down without thinking about the act of sitting down, which meant he was already partially in the mental configuration that the practice required. He closed his eyes. Traditional chi first. This was always the foundation, not because it was more important, but because it was older in him, more deeply grooved, the path that had established itself through a year of practice before he had added the second stream. He found the opening of the first meridian pathway with a familiarity that was almost muscular, the way a musician found the opening note of a piece they had performed 1,000 times. The chi flowed. Then the system. The skill routines were named things in the system's interface. He had 3 active. Reinforcement protocol, which strengthened physical structures, including bone and meridian walls. Sense amplification, which extended perceptive range across multiple inputs. And resonance seed, which was the system's own term for what he was doing with the bridge meridian, though the system classified it as a developmental error rather than a technique. He ran all 3 simultaneously. The frequencies they established were distinct from the traditional chi flow's frequency in a way that should have produced the interference pattern that caused meridian rupture. The bridge prevented it. The bridge meridian ran between his third traditional pathway and the system's primary skill conduit in an anatomical location that the fragment text had described as the junction of intention and execution, where the willed and the enacted share a boundary. He had spent 4 months trying to locate this in practical anatomical terms before understanding that the text was describing a functional location rather than a physical one. The bridge meridian existed wherever the practitioner's conscious integration of both practices was most active, which meant it was located in the relationship between the pathways rather than at any single fixed point. This had been the breakthrough that moved the project from theoretical to actual. He held both streams now, attending to the balance. Equal intensity was the requirement. Not equal power, which varied by path and by technique, but equal intentional weight. The moment one path became more present in his attention than the other, the resonance dynamic shifted, and the bridge had to compensate, and the compensation cost was higher than the prevention cost. He had learned this by making the mistake 700 times. At the third node location, the resonance built. It was always new, this specific sensation, despite the 1,000 repetitions. He had given up trying to find an adequate description for it and had settled for the most accurate technical one. 2 distinct vibrational frequencies, mechanically incompatible in theory, occupying the same physical space in practice and producing a standing wave rather than a destructive interference pattern because the bridge meridian provided the medium that made standing waves possible. In materials science terms, a tuned resonator at the junction of 2 frequency systems. In experiential terms, something that felt like the moment a door fit perfectly into its frame for the first time after weeks of adjustment. He held it. At 30% capacity, the node built rather than burned. He could track its formation the same way he could track changes in a structure he was observing over time, not in the moment, but in the accumulation of moments, the before and after comparison that showed progress where no single instant felt like progress. The node was 34% constructed. He had checked this morning's session data against last week's session data against the month before. The advancement was consistent. It was also, at this rate, approximately 6 weeks from completion, 2 weeks faster than his original projection, which he had revised upward when the anchor material discovery yesterday had added a new acceleration potential. If he retrieved the materials tonight, and if the quality matched his requirements, that projection might improve further. He let the thought pass without acting on it. Training sessions were for training. Everything else waited. He ran the session through its full arc, attending to the balance with the focus he applied to nothing else in his life with quite the same completeness. When the final sequence completed, the careful wind down, both paths eased back to baseline rather than cut off abruptly, which he had learned the hard way was important. He opened his eyes and checked the system interface. Resonance Node 3, Construction Progress, 38%. 4% in one session. He had averaged 2.3 over the previous 30 sessions. He sat with this for a moment. The anchor material, he realized, he had spent 2 days within sensing range of it, and his resonance sense's passive operation had been integrating the material signature into the node's formation process without his conscious direction. Proximity to the correct anchor material, even without physical installation, had affected the construction rate. This was a new data point. He filed it under the category of mechanisms he did not yet fully understand, but could operationalize once he did. Then he gathered his extraction equipment and went to retrieve the materials. Chapter 8. 3 hours of controlled pain. The drainage tunnel at night was a different environment than the drainage tunnel at dawn. At dawn it was transient, a route, a means of moving from one place to another without being visible on the surface. At night it was inhabited, in the small creature sense. Things that used the structural shelter and the thermal advantages of underground space. He moved through it without disturbing the inhabitants, which required a particular quality of movement that he had spent months developing. Not silence, which was impossible and also unnecessary, but uninterestingness. Cultivators and humans heard threats and responded to them. They filtered out irrelevancies. He had trained himself to move in a way that the filters classified as irrelevant. He reached the section in 40 minutes. The eastern edge's settlement gap was where he had located it, unchanged, as gaps in stable debris structures tended to be unchanged over periods of weeks. He examined it with his resonance sense at a slightly higher output than he normally risked in the field, confirming the material signatures and mapping the precise geometry of the extraction problem one more time. Then he lay down in the debris and worked himself into the gap. 50 centimeters was sufficient for his body in the configuration required. Sideways entry, arms first, his right arm extended ahead and his left tucked along his body's length. The debris above him was load-bearing in the lateral direction, as he had assessed, and it did not shift as he entered. The darkness was complete. Not a photon penetrated from the surface, and he had made this decision deliberately, because light at this hour would be visible at range, and this work did not benefit from visibility. His resonance sense substituted adequately. He had trained it to do so. The materials were approximately 1.2 meters in, at a slight downward angle. He had estimated this. The estimation was accurate to within 10 centimeters, which he confirmed when his extended right hand encountered the edge of the deposit at 1.1 meters, a ceramic and metal composite whose alloy composition registered correctly at close-range contact. He began extraction. The work was careful and slow. He could not rush it, because rushing in a 50-centimeter gap with debris above him that would tolerate minor dynamic loading but not shock loading was how you made a retrieval into a rescue operation. He moved the encasing debris with deliberate care, establishing each movement's structural safety before committing to it, working piece by piece outward from the deposit until the material was accessible. The installation was the harder part. The anchor material did not simply sit in the body's cultivation space. It was not swallowed, not absorbed in any biological sense. It was integrated, a process the fragment text described as becoming part of the structure you are building, as every material in a well-made thing becomes part of the thing. The bridge meridian had anchor points at each node junction where the old-world material could be bonded, and the bonding process required sustained resonance activation at sufficient intensity to incorporate the material into the living cultivation structure. He had done this twice before. He knew what it felt like. He positioned the two fragments, each approximately the size of his thumb, dense and cold, and carrying that particular frequency his resonance sense recognized, and began the activation sequence. At first it was fine. The resonance built at the node, both paths engaged, the bridge meridian warming as it did during normal training. The material responded. He could feel it accepting the resonance frequencies, beginning to orient itself toward the node structure, the beginning of the incorporation process. Then it was not fine. The incorporation phase was the part that felt like being taken apart. He had no better description for it than that. Not injury, not damage, but the specific sensation of a structure being reorganized at a level more fundamental than ordinary sensation addressed. His first attempt at this stage, 2 years ago, had produced panic, not from the pain, which was significant but manageable, but from the disorienting quality of the sensation, which was unlike anything in his experience at that point. He had stopped. He had lost 2 weeks of advancement as a result. He did not stop now. He held the activation. He maintained the balance between paths with the specific focused attention that was his best cultivated skill. He allowed the sensation to be what it was, controlled, sustained, present, without attempting to reduce it or escape it, because attempting to reduce or escape it was exactly what caused the process to destabilize. 3 hours. He tracked time by the tunnel's ambient sounds. When the second fragment completed its incorporation, the sensation changed, from being reorganized to being settled, which was its own distinct quality, a structural finality. He felt the third node's anchor point complete with a click that was not a physical sound, but that registered in his resonance sense with similar clarity. He checked the system interface in the dark. Foundation, dual path, error/restricted. Not awakened. Not the incomplete foundation that had been his status for the previous 8 months. Foundation. With the error tag that was his particular signature, the system's notation for something it had identified but could not classify. He was the only cultivator on Earth whose advancement notification read as an error. He stayed in the gap for a moment, breathing carefully, feeling the new node's presence in his meridian structure with the attention he gave to any newly constructed thing. Solid. Stable. The incorporation had been clean. The anchor material's quality had been what he needed. Then he worked himself back out of the gap, replaced the displaced debris with the care that prevented structural disturbance, and made his way back through the drainage tunnel toward his base. The pre-dawn birds had started by the time he emerged. He was 4.5 minutes past his projected timeline. The incorporation had run longer than his most generous estimate. He noted this for future planning purposes. Foundation. Dual path. Error. He walked home in the quiet and thought about nothing in particular, which was how he had learned to treat the moments after something significant had been accomplished. The moment was its own completeness. Analysis could wait for morning. For now, the birds were making noise in the ruins, and the sky was lightening at its edges, and somewhere in his chest, and along the full run of his meridian structure, something that had been incomplete was now complete. He arrived home, checked the entrance ceiling, and slept for 3 hours before his alarm. Chapter 9. The physician xianxia arrived in the sector with a medical pack and the particular efficiency of someone who had been doing field work long enough to perform it without deliberate thought. When Zheng had noted her at the sector's western boundary as he was returning from the early morning survey, a woman in her mid-20s, light cultivation equipment, the standard medical practitioner's interface device worn on the left wrist instead of the right, which was the convention for medical cultivation specialists because it freed the right hand for diagnostic gestures. She was moving toward the sector's main thoroughfare, where the faction work crews and independent scavengers passed each day. She was not a threat. She was not interesting. He filed her at the edge of his attention and continued his morning work. He encountered her properly at midday, near the area where 3 scavenger teams had established an informal rest point, a section of intact floor in a partially roofed structure where people left materials they weren't carrying and occasionally spoke to each other. 2 scavengers had minor injuries from that morning's work. The medical cultivator was treating the first. He was passing through, not stopping. He had no injuries and no reason to interact with the medical team. She performed the diagnostic scan as a reflex, which was, he would come to understand, simply her professional habit. A foundation cultivator with medical training did passive diagnostic scans of everyone in her immediate range the way a security cultivator did passive threat assessments. The scan had a range of approximately 10 meters. He was 6 meters from her when he passed. She was in the middle of explaining a qi circulation recommendation to her patient when the scan registered. He saw it in the way her hands stopped. Not dramatically. Her hands stopped for less than a second, the interruption of a professional instinct redirecting processing capacity from the ongoing task to the unexpected input. Her patient was speaking. She recovered, resumed her explanation, continued the treatment. The recovery was smooth. If he had not been watching her hands specifically, at the moment the scan completed, he would not have noticed it. He noticed it. She looked at him. 2 seconds. A duration that was significantly longer than the half-second glance that constituted normal social acknowledgement between strangers, but not long enough to constitute deliberate engagement. Her expression was neutral in the specific way that neutral expressions are constructed rather than resting. Her eyes had the quality of someone processing information while appearing to observe a different thing. Then she returned to her patient. He continued walking. He did not alter his pace. He did not look back. He cataloged the interaction with the same precision he applied to everything and continued toward the drainage tunnel that would take him back to base. The diagnostic scan of a medical cultivator at Foundation rank, performed passively at 6 meters, would register his cultivation signature as anomalous. Specifically, it would show 2 overlapping chi patterns where there should be 1. Whether those 2 patterns would be interpretable as dual-path cultivation or simply as an unusual cultivation artifact, a residual from past training, an individual variation in chi expression, depended on the medical cultivator's training and experience with cultivation pathology. He did not know her training or experience. He did know that she had noticed something, that she had chosen not to react publicly, and that neutral expressions constructed in response to an unexpected diagnostic result belonged to one of 2 categories: suppression of a reaction that was already understood or suppression of a reaction to something that had not yet been understood. He needed to determine which. He also needed to determine whether her presence in the sector was incidental, a circuit of medical service through the area's working population, which was common, or directed, which would mean she had been assigned to this sector specifically, which would mean someone had sent her. He added her to his monitoring list and continued his work. That evening, reviewing the sector's population movements for the day, he found her again. She had made 3 medical stops across the sector's working area, spending between 15 and 40 minutes at each. The pattern was consistent with a standard circuit route. She covered the sector's working population systematically, working outward from the central thoroughfare. There was no indication her route had been modified to include his location specifically. Incidental, then. Probably. He noted that the diagnostic scan had not produced any secondary effects. No reports filed, no faction contacts initiated, no change in the sector's population movement patterns that would suggest a communication had been sent. If she had understood what she detected, she had not acted on it. Yet, he went to sleep that night with the comfortable competence of someone who had identified a variable and cataloged it appropriately. He would know more about the variable in the next few days. Knowing more was always the correct direction. Chapter 10. What the Beast Knows. Ho Peng's invitation arrived through the sector's informal communication network. A message passed through 2 intermediaries before reaching Wenzhong, which was the normal method for faction teams communicating with unregistered labor. The message: Dungeon Clearance Expedition, tomorrow, standard labor pay, departure at 7th hour. He accepted. The dungeon was in the eastern sector, adjacent to his target material zone, which meant the expedition would give him additional survey data for areas he had not yet formally mapped. The work itself was manageable. The observation opportunities were excellent. They entered at 7th hour, 9 of them. Ho Peng, 5 faction members, 2 other hired scavengers, and 1 Zheng. The dungeon was a cultivation dungeon, a spatial anomaly that the system had flagged and certified, meaning it had a defined entry point, a mapped spatial structure, and a known threat population. Certified dungeons were one of the system's more practical features. You knew what you were entering, you knew the approximate threat level, and you knew that the resources distributed through the dungeon's interior had been cataloged and allocated to certified extractors. The Ironmark Collective was a certified extractor. This was one of the faction's primary income sources. He fell into position at the back of the group, where labor was typically placed. Not because he was afraid of being at the front, but because the back was the best observation position. He could see the full formation, assess the team's dynamic in combat situations, and respond to threat changes without being the primary engagement target. The first section of the dungeon was straightforward: cultivation beasts at the Foundation rank equivalent, system-type creatures that responded to system cultivation with predictable aggression patterns. Ho Peng's team engaged them with the mechanical efficiency of an experienced dungeon crew: good positioning, coordinated system skill deployment, clean threat resolution. He noted that Ho Peng himself was a competent fighter. The performative quality that characterized his behavior outside combat mostly disappeared inside it. Combat required function. He stayed at the back. He carried the extraction equipment. He watched. The second section began normally. There were 3 beasts in the second chamber, a mid-grade designation, consolidation equivalent, and the faction's front team engaged them immediately, which was standard protocol. When Zheng was 50 meters behind the front line, at the rear of the formation, near the second scavenger hire, a weathered man who had clearly done this work many times. Neither of them was expected to contribute to the engagement. They were there to carry things. Then the beast on the left stopped fighting. He saw it clearly from his position at the back, which was why he was able to react. The faction's front line was engaged with the center and right side beasts. The left side beast had been the first engaged and should have been nearly resolved. Instead, it broke off its engagement, took a strike from the Foundation cultivator who had been handling it, absorbed it, and turned. It turned in his direction. The dungeon's ambient lighting was system-generated and consistent across the chamber, so he could see the beast's eyes when it oriented on him. He had read descriptions of how dungeon beasts located threats. System cultivators and traditional cultivators both produced chi signatures that beasts could sense and assess. System chi was distinct, traditional chi was distinct, and beasts had evolved over 30 years to calibrate their threat responses to both types. They did not particularly distinguish between them for fight purposes. They simply identified the nearest or most dangerous signature and responded. His signature was neither. The beast was looking at him with the specific attention of an animal that had sensed something it had no category for. Not threat assessment, something more primitive than that. Something that registered at the level of instinct rather than threat calculation. He had read about this in the cultivation theory texts. Hybrid chi signatures in the natural world sometimes triggered prey-fear responses in cultivators and beasts alike, because the brain's threat architecture responded to the wrong category of signal. He had never experienced this in a live context. The beast charged. He had approximately 2.5 seconds before it reached him. The faction's team was engaged and would not reach him in time. The second scavenger hired Dove sideways, which was the correct response and not his concern. He assessed the beast's size, mid-grade, consolidation equivalent, approximately the mass of a large dog with the structural density of something much heavier, and his available options. Option 1, System Skills. He had 3 active skills. Any of them would handle this threat at this grade without difficulty. This option was unavailable, because using system skills would reveal his system cultivation to 8 witnesses, and this was not the context in which he had decided to make that revelation. Option 2, Traditional Chi. He was at Foundation rank by the system's classification, but his traditional cultivation was denser than Foundation. The Bridge Meridian's pressure had refined his Chi to a degree that was technically consolidation equivalent, if measured by traditional cultivation standards. Against a consolidation-grade beast, using only traditional cultivation, he was approximately equal in raw power. He stepped to the side when the beast reached him. Not away, to the side, into the angle of its charge, which redirected the mass rather than meeting it. His right hand caught the beast's right shoulder, and he used the momentum rather than opposing it, turning the charge into a rotation that put the beast back to him. His left hand found the specific meridian junction at the beast's neck. This was a traditional cultivation technique, not a system skill. The manual had described it as flow interruption. Identify the point where the target's chi circulation was most accessible and create a temporary disruption in the flow. Against a consolidation-grade beast, using traditional chi alone, he needed 3 seconds of sustained contact. The beast fought it. It was strong, and it was disoriented by the disruption, and it fought with the full force of something that didn't know it was losing. He held on. His chi density made the hold viable. The technique made it precise. At 2 seconds, the beast's movements became less coordinated. At 3 seconds, the chi disruption reached threshold, and the beast collapsed. He stepped back. 8 witnesses. The faction's front team had resolved the other 2 beasts and turned to find him standing over the third one, which was incapacitated rather than dead, which was actually the cleaner outcome for resource extraction because certain beast components degraded rapidly post-mortem. The silence lasted approximately 4 seconds. Efficient, said the Foundation cultivator who had been handling the left side beast before it broke off. He sounded genuinely uncertain how to categorize what he had seen. Ho Peng's expression was not uncertain. It was the particular expression of someone who has just had their organizational model disrupted. When Zheng said nothing, he moved to the beast's body and began the standard extraction assessment, which was what labor was there to do. Chapter 11. The arithmetic of accusations. The accusation came as they were clearing the final chamber. Ho Peng waited until the dungeon's last beast had been handled and the resource extraction was underway before he delivered it. This was tactical, not deliberately tactical, when Zheng assessed, but instinctively so. A man who operated through social pressure knew to wait for the maximum audience. The full team was present. The energy of a successful clearance, which typically produced a specific type of openness in people, was in the air. The setting was favorable for a performance. He delivered it clearly and with appropriate volume. You used a technique from inside the dungeon. When Zheng was crouched over the incapacitated beast from the second chamber, completing the extraction assessment, he did not immediately stand. He finished the notation he was making, posterior biochi density, moderate, standard harvest value, before rising. The third chamber yields were better than estimated, he said. We can complete the extraction in approximately 90 minutes. I'm not talking about the extraction. Ho Peng's voice had the particular tonal quality of a man who had been thinking about how to say something for several hours. That technique you used on the beast in Chamber 2. That's faction knowledge. Certified extraction techniques. You're not a faction member. The 7 witnesses were watching. The second hired scavenger had drifted to the room's edge, which was the correct move for a person who wanted no part of this. When Zheng understood the accusation structure immediately, it was constructed to be defensible from multiple angles. If he claimed he had developed the technique independently, which was true, Ho Peng would claim the technique was proprietary knowledge that had been disseminated within the faction's certified system, and that independent development was not a recognized defense under faction protocols. If he said nothing, the silence would function as admission in the witness's perception. If he argued, the argument would appear defensive. He ran the calculation. Fighting this now, he would need to refute the accusation with evidence that required either revealing more of his cultivation capabilities or relying on the second scavenger hire's testimony, which the hire would not voluntarily provide against a faction client in a context where the faction controlled the sector. He did not have the documentation he needed to resolve this cleanly in the next 5 minutes. Not fighting this now, the accusation would stand in the witness's memory as uncontested. Ho Peng would gain the social capital of having identified a problem and addressed it. The sector's informal reputation network would carry a version of the story that reflected poorly on Wen Zheng. He weighed the cost. The sector's informal reputation network was relevant to his operations, not critical. He had alternate routes to the resources he needed. The cost of allowing this accusation to stand uncontested was real, but manageable. The cost of fighting it now, revealing capabilities to 8 witnesses in an uncontrolled context, or producing an argument he could not fully support in the next 5 minutes, was higher. I'll complete the extraction, he said. You can file a technique access review with the faction authority if you want an official adjudication. He crouched back down and returned to the assessment. He heard Ho Peng say something behind him, something with an edge, directed at the nearest faction member, something about scavenger nerve, but he was already focusing on the extraction work and cataloging the incident parameters in his memory. Ho Peng, consolidation rank. The accusation was his 6th interaction with Wen Zheng and the first that had been public and hostile in a way that created a formal record in witness memory. The faction authority's technique access review process required a written complaint, supporting documentation, and the signatures of at least 2 witnesses. Ho Peng would not file the review. The review would require him to document the dungeon's contents and yields formally, which would create an official record that his staging area's numbers contradicted. He had known this before he suggested it. He completed the extraction with professional thoroughness and collected his labor pay at the end of the session, 12%, calculated precisely, distributed without eye contact by Ho Peng in the manner of a man who had decided that this particular problem would resolve itself without requiring further attention. It would not resolve itself. It was already resolved. Ho Peng just didn't know it yet. Chapter 12. The key to the first door. The old man was standing at the edge of the group when Ho Peng delivered the accusation. When Zheng had not noticed him enter, the chamber's western access had a second entrance he had not surveyed on entry, and the old man had apparently used it. He was tall in a way that old age had been unable to entirely diminish, though it had made the effort. His clothing was the practical layering of a long-term ruins worker, repaired in several places by someone who was functional rather than skilled at repairs. He carried a canvas pack that was well-worn and precisely organized. He waited until Ho Peng had finished speaking and when Zheng had given his response before moving. 2 years, the old man said. He said it into the silence that followed Wen Zheng's suggestion to file the review. Not loudly. He had the voice of someone who did not need volume because he had long since understood that people who want to hear you will hear you, and people who don't aren't worth shouting at. Ho Peng turned. The faction members turned. 2 years, the old man said again. I've watched this one cultivate in the Sector 7 ruins. Before your faction arrived, before the Ironmark Collective had a presence in this sector at all, he built his own approach from fragments he found himself. There's nothing in that building that belongs to you. He said this with the particular calm of someone who was not performing and did not need to. He had been here before Ho Peng. He knew what he had seen. Ho Peng's expression went through several states in quick succession. The old man was not a faction member, which meant the testimony had no official weight. But it was delivered in front of 7 witnesses, and the witnesses' faces showed that it had landed. The social capital that had been redistributing in Ho Peng's direction stopped redistributing. Ho Peng decided that the matter was concluded and returned to overseeing the extraction. This was the correct decision from his perspective. The accusation was no longer functioning as intended. When Zheng finished a notation, rose, and crossed the chamber to where the old man was preparing to leave. Thank you, he said. The old man looked at him with eyes that had the steady quality of someone who had spent a long time watching things carefully. He said nothing for a moment. Then, I know what you are, in the general sense. Not the specific sense. The specific sense is yours. He reached into the outer pocket of his canvas pack and removed something. A small device, roughly 5 centimeters in length, metal cased with what appeared to be connection ports on one end that were damaged or corroded. Pre-apocalypse manufacture. He could see that at a glance. The material finish was characteristic of old-world precision fabrication. "Keep it somewhere it won't be found," the old man said. He pressed it into Wen Zheng's hand. "The key to the first door." He said this without elaboration. He then picked up his pack, adjusted the strap, and moved toward the western entrance with the pace of a man who had accomplished what he came to accomplish and was proceeding to whatever was next. "What's the first door?" Wen Zheng said. The old man did not stop or turn. "You'll know it when you reach it." He disappeared through the entrance. Wen Zheng stood holding the device and resisted the impulse to catalog it in this moment, in front of the remaining witnesses. He closed his hand around it and returned to the extraction work. That night, at his base, he set it on the workbench under the full examination light and scanned it with his interface device. The system's response was immediate and unequivocal. Corrupted system node, do not interface. Classification, restricted. Origin, unknown. Material, PRE system manufacture. Status, NON functional. He read it twice. Don't interface, in the system's standard restricted item notation, was a different classification from inert or hazardous. Don't interface was the system's way of describing objects it could detect but could not process, could identify as belonging to a category it recognized, while being unable to access their actual data or function. The distinction mattered. He examined it with his resonance sense next. The material composition produced a frequency that did not match any of his catalog material profiles, not an anchor material signature, not a cultivation tool signature, not a standard system manufacturer signature. It was its own thing. His resonance sense registered it as present and distinct, which meant it was real and it was not broken in the ways the system implied. Non-functional to the system did not mean non-functional. He stored it in the concealed compartment where he kept his most sensitive materials, the Bridge Meridian Manual, the fragment text, the Cultivation Theory volumes. The device was smaller than any of them. It weighed very little. He thought about the old man's words before sleeping. The key to the first door. He did not know what the first door was. He noted this as a data gap and did not spend further processing capacity on it that night. Data gaps that could not be resolved were not worth sleeplessness. They were worth systematic patience. He would understand when he understood. The object existed, it was real, it would still be in the compartment when he needed it. Chapter 13. What the ledger shows, he gave the device 3 days. Not because he expected to understand it in 3 days. His preliminary assessment was that he lacked the reference materials to interpret its architecture without significant additional research. But 3 days was his standard time investment before filing a research problem as active pending rather than active immediate, which determined how much processing capacity he allocated to it in any given day's planning. At the end of 3 days, he had learned the connection ports were designed for an interface protocol that predated the system's arrival. The internal structure was intact despite surface corrosion, and the frequency signature was stable and non-degrading. It was not a malfunctioning device. It was a functioning device whose function he could not yet determine. He filed it as active pending and redirected his attention to the other research problem he had been running in parallel. The Ironmark Collective's Sector 7 operations produced publicly accessible yield reports through the faction authorities' registration system. Every certified extractor was required to file extraction reports for any dungeon or ruins zone operating under their certification, a transparency requirement that the faction authority had established specifically to prevent the kind of resource skimming that Wen Zheng had observed. He accessed these reports through the public terminal at the sector's administrative hub, a pre-apocalypse building that the faction authority had converted to administrative use. He spent 4 hours at the terminal, which was sufficient. The public yield reports for the Sector 7 operations showed 11 days of consistent performance at the low end of the certified sector's expected range. Not implausible, sectors varied, and a low-performing sector wasn't automatically suspicious. But the variance between what the reports documented and what he had observed during his 2 days as labor was consistently higher than measurement error could explain. He cross-referenced the reported yields against the faction authorities' published benchmark data for this sector class. The benchmark existed because the authority needed a baseline to assess whether a faction was underreporting. The benchmark was, necessarily, public. He was not doing anything that the authority's own inspectors wouldn't do. He was simply doing it from outside the system, which meant he had no access to the authority's private investigation tools, but also meant he had no professional obligation to any of the parties involved. The numbers told a clear story to anyone who was willing to read them carefully. The staging area he had located was the mechanism. The external buyer was the outlet. The transfers, which he had observed on 2 occasions now, ran on a weekly schedule that was consistent with the faction's operational rhythm. The total diverted over 11 days, extrapolated from the yield gap, was in the range of 40 to 60,000 cultivation credits worth of certified materials, a significant sum for a mid-tier faction's team lead. He needed the buyer. He had identified the buyer's frequency signature from the system transmission he observed at the second sublevel, an external account address, which the system encoded in a way that was not directly readable without decryption tools he didn't have, but which carried identifiable characteristics. The account address's faction affiliation marker was military. That narrowed the category substantially. He needed to observe the transfer directly, which meant he needed to be in proximity to the staging area at the transfer time without being visible. He spent the remaining 2 days mapping the staging area's surrounding structures. By the end of the second day, he had identified a position 43 meters from the staging area with adequate concealment and sight lines to document the transfer with the imaging tools he had salvaged. He was ready. Chapter 14. Evidence 5 days of observation. Day 1. No transfer. The staging area showed activity in the morning. Ho Peng made a visit that matched the pattern of routine inventory assessment, but no exchange occurred. Wen Zheng noted this and returned to his base. Day 2. No transfer. Faction Operations Day, team deployed in the sector's central zone. Ho Peng did not visit the staging area. Wen Zheng cataloged the faction's operational pattern for additional context. Day 3. Partial transfer. Late afternoon. A single vehicle, pre-apocalypse utility truck, modified for current use with cultivation energy power systems, parked at the sector's eastern boundary and remained for 40 minutes. 2 faction members moved materials from the staging area to the vehicle's enclosed cargo section in a sequence that was designed to appear like normal supply transport rather than a sale. Wen Zheng documented this with the imaging tools from his observation position, the materials, the vehicle's license designation, the faction members' identification patches, and the timestamps. The vehicle carried a military faction's auxiliary transport markings, not mainline military, auxiliary, which was the category of supply and logistics operations affiliated with, but not directly administered by the formal military command structure. This was consistent with the account address marker he had identified. Day 4. No transfer. He used the day to verify the vehicle's ownership through the faction authority's transport registration database, which was accessible through the same public terminal he had used for the yield reports. The vehicle was registered to a supply company called Eastern Logistics Partners. The company's Cultivation Authority certification showed it as a licensed distributor of cultivation materials operating under a military auxiliary contract. The contract holder was listed as a senior military officer whose name was a matter of public record. He noted the name. He filed it. Day 5. The main transfer. The same vehicle plus a second one, larger, a freight variant. The staging area was accessed by 4 individuals, Ho Peng and 1 faction member handling the Ironmar collective side, and 2 individuals in Eastern Logistics Partners uniforms handling the buyer's side. The exchange took 38 minutes. He documented every minute of it. By the time the vehicles departed, he had a complete record, the staging area's contents before and after transfer, the materials transferred, the participants, the vehicle registrations, the timestamps, and the sequence of events. Cross-referenced with the public yield reports, the record was internally consistent and comprehensively damning. The faction had been filing yield reports that systematically understated actual extraction while diverting the difference to an external military affiliate buyer, concealed through a transfer mechanism that was designed to look like standard supply logistics. He spent the evening compiling the dossier. He was methodical about the structure, summary findings first, supporting documentation second, source references third. The summary was short. He did not use more words than the facts required. The supporting documentation was detailed. Someone reviewing this would be able to verify every claim independently. He was not angry while he compiled it. He was the same as he was when he was doing any other careful work, attentive, precise, unhurried. Ho Peng had accused him of a theft he had not committed, in front of witnesses, using a social mechanism designed to produce outcomes that the formal process would not have supported. This was the response. Not matching force with force, meeting a document with a document. He sealed the dossier in a data envelope formatted for the faction authority's anonymous submission process and addressed it to the authority's compliance office. He would submit it when the documentation was complete, not before. Complete documentation. Complete accountability. One piece remained. He knew the external buyer's organizational affiliation through the vehicle registrations. He did not yet have the buyer's name. The vehicle owner was Eastern Logistics Partners. The military auxiliary contract was held by an officer whose position was listed, and whose name was documented in the contract registration, but who was not necessarily the operational decision-maker in what he was witnessing. Tomorrow's observation would, he estimated, address this gap. Chapter 15. The man who uses lock. He had positioned himself by 5th hour. The observation point was on the 2nd level of a collapsed commercial building that retained enough of its floor structure to support a careful, stationary presence. He had tested the position the previous day during a brief reconnaissance. Structural load was stable, concealment was adequate, sightlines covered the staging area's transfer zone and the access route from the sector's eastern boundary. He lay flat on the preserved floor section, his resonance sense at its minimum operational level, and waited. The vehicle arrived at 8th hour. The large freight variant he had documented, plus the utility truck, plus a third vehicle he had not seen before. A military personnel carrier, unmarked beyond the standard military auxiliary designation, with reinforced cultivation shielding panels along its sides. The shielding was the type used to protect against ambient cultivation energy interference during transit, expensive, military specification equipment. Not logistics. Command transport. Someone senior was coming to this transfer personally. The 4 individuals he had seen before got out of the first 2 vehicles and began the standard transfer preparation, moving the staging area materials to the freight variant's cargo section. Wen Zheng documented this and kept his attention on the personnel carrier. The carrier's doors opened when the transfer was approximately halfway complete. The man who stepped out was in his 50s, with the specific physical presence of someone who had been at refinement rank for long enough that the cultivation density had become part of how they moved. Everything slightly more deliberate than it needed to be, slightly more controlled, in the manner of someone who had trained themselves not to break things by accident. He was wearing a military auxiliary command uniform, senior grade, with the insignia of a regional logistics administration office. 2 subordinates flanked him. He did not acknowledge the transfer preparation beyond a visual assessment. He walked to where Ho Peng was standing, and they exchanged a few words that Wen Zheng could not hear from this distance. Ho Peng then made an error. He was a man whose confidence in his own position had been growing with each successful transfer, and success tended to make people test the limits of an arrangement. Ho Peng said something. Wen Zheng read the body language rather than the words. That was negotiating upward. More money. A larger cut. The particular gesture of his hands and the particular angle of his head were the gestures and angle of a man presenting a demand he had prepared for rather than receiving terms he was expected to accept. The military officer looked at him. He reached out and placed his right hand on Ho Peng's left shoulder. The gesture was casual. Friendly, almost. Ho Peng went absolutely still. From Wen Zheng's position 43 meters away, the effect was visible in the specific way that cultivation changes were visible to someone with resonance sensitivity. A sudden absence in Ho Peng's chi signature where the system skill activity should have been. Not suppressed. Not blocked. Simply gone. The way a signal disappeared rather than was silenced. His system skills had stopped working. Ho Peng's hands went to his sides. The gesture he had been making stopped. His jaw closed. He stood very quietly and listened while the military officer said something brief and returned to surveying the transfer operation. After 30 seconds, Ho Peng's chi signature resumed normal system activity. He made no further attempts at negotiation. Wen Zheng had never seen lock deployed in person before. He had read about it. A command-type system skill, rare at lower ranks, increasingly common at refinement and above, that temporarily suppressed another cultivator's system skill access without requiring physical combat. The duration varied by rank differential and the practitioner's proficiency. 30 seconds was a casual demonstration, the equivalent of tapping someone's shoulder to remind them who was running the arrangement. He documented the officer's face, his insignia, his rank markers, and the vehicle's additional transport designation, which carried a command-level suffix he had not noted on the auxiliary vehicles. He ran the insignia cross-reference in his memory against the transport registry data he had compiled. The officer's name was Gao Bingwen. The command suffix matched the Regional Military Auxiliary Administration's senior officer designation. He was not Eastern Logistics Partners' operation manager. He was Eastern Logistics Partners' beneficial owner, the military authority under whose patronage the company operated and to whom its profits ultimately flowed. He also commanded the Regional Artifact Distribution Network, which he understood the moment the rank context clarified. The faction authority's distribution certifications, the rights that determined which factions could operate which dungeon zones and ruined sectors, went through Gao Bingwen's administrative office for final approval. He controlled the supply of certified operations, and he was supplementing that control by buying diverted extraction yields from team leads who were already certified under his approval authority. Wen Zheng lay still on the second-level floor for a moment after completing this assessment. looking at the transfer operation below him without moving. He had come here to document the buyer and complete his dossier on Hopong. He had done that. He had also, unexpectedly, mapped the first layer of a much larger system than he had been looking at. Hopong was a team lead using a modest corruption scheme to supplement his faction income. Gao Bingwen was a senior military officer who had constructed an economic architecture that served the same function at a regional scale. He had enough to file the dossier on Hopong. He did not yet know what to do with the larger picture. He would learn more first. He always learned more first. He continued documenting, quietly and thoroughly, while the transfer completed below him and the freight vehicle departed with Hopeng's materials and Gao Bingwen's personnel carrier moved on to whatever was next on the senior officer's itinerary. When the staging area was empty, he stood, checked his concealment had remained intact, and began the careful descent back to the ground level. Lock. The system skill that froze another cultivator's system access. 30 seconds of demonstration against Hopong, who was consolidation rank against Gao's refinement. He thought about what that skill would do against someone who was, officially, foundation rank, who the system classified, incorrectly, as a system cultivator at the lowest functional tier. He thought about what the skill would do against the truth of his cultivation, against a foundation rank system signature, and, below it, a traditional cultivation foundation that the system's lock would not touch, because the system did not know that foundation was there. He thought about this carefully while he walked back through the ruins. Then he updated the dossier with the final documentation, addressed it for submission, and filed the update in his mental catalog under variables that change the shape of what comes next. Chapter 16. The filing. He submitted the dossier on the third morning after completing it. The faction authorities' anonymous compliance submission process required a public terminal and a correctly formatted data envelope. He used the administrative hub terminal between 7th and 8th hour, when the hub was busy enough that the terminal's usage was unremarkable. He had reviewed the submission process twice before entering, knowing exactly which fields required which information and in which order, so that his time at the terminal was under 4 minutes. He submitted. He left. Then he waited. The authorities' compliance investigation protocol specified a 3 to 7 day review period for anonymous submissions before formal action could be initiated. He did not expect them to move quickly. He had built a complete enough record that moving slowly and carefully would still produce the same outcome. He continued his normal work while he waited. Morning practice sessions, materials mapping in the northern sector where he had identified a secondary target zone, and the ongoing research work that occupied his evenings. On the 4th day, nothing. On the 5th day, he was mapping the northern sector's sublevel drainage system when he heard the commotion from the Ironmark Collective's operational hub, 200 meters to his southeast. He did not hurry toward it. He finished the notation he was making, secured his equipment, and walked. By the time he arrived at the outer edge of the hub's activity zone, the formal action was already in progress. 2 faction authority compliance officers, uniformed and carrying administrative documentation, were at the hub's entrance. 3 faction members stood to one side, clearly not under detention, but clearly not free to leave either. Hopong was at the center of the proceedings, and the particular quality of his posture, the careful stillness of a man whose plans had become useless very quickly, was visible from 30 meters away. The arrest documentation was read publicly, per protocol. When Zheng heard the charges from his position in the gathering perimeter, systematic yield misreporting, resources diversion, conduct contrary to certified extractor obligations. Standard compliance language for what was, in substance, fraud. Hopong said nothing. He did not look around at the gathered onlookers with the expression of a man looking for a target. He looked at the ground, which was the expression of a man who was running calculations and finding that they all ended in the same place. His faction membership was revoked on the spot. The compliance officers had the authority, and the dossier had been thorough enough that the on-site review had confirmed sufficient grounds. His assets were flagged for confiscation pending review. He was escorted to the compliance vehicle. He never saw it coming because he had been watching for a fight. He had not been watching for paperwork. When Zheng remained at the perimeter until the compliance vehicle departed, then turned and walked back toward his base. The sector's informal information network would carry the story by afternoon. The name attached to the submission was unknown. The authorities' anonymous process protected it absolutely. But the methodology was distinctive. Several people would think of the unregistered scavenger who had been accused of technique theft and had said, very calmly, that the authority could file a review. Several of those people would reach approximately the correct conclusion. He was at peace with that. They were welcome to the conclusion. Reaching a conclusion was not the same as having evidence, and evidence was the only currency that purchased formal outcomes. He spent the evening working on the third node's stabilization exercises, which had been progressing well since the anchor material installation. The dossier had taken 5 days to compile and 5 days to investigate. He had not thought about Ho Peng during any of those days with anything that could be characterized as anger. He thought about Gao Bingwen on occasion. He thought about what he had observed, and what the larger picture implied, and what he did not yet know. He filed this under, not ready. The shape was there. The data was not. Chapter 17. The man with the supply post. He had seen Chunwei before. This was the nature of a sector that when Zheng had mapped comprehensively, he had seen everyone who operated regularly in it, had cataloged them by function and pattern, and had assigned them their appropriate level of attention. Chunwei's survival supply post occupied a converted pre-apocalypse storage facility at the sector's northwestern access point. The post was operational, well-maintained in the specific way that practical intelligence produced well-maintained things, and served the sector's scavenger and independent cultivator population with the reliability of infrastructure rather than commerce. People planned around his operating hours. He had been on the sector map for a year and a half. He had been in the not interesting category for 18 months. His supply post was legitimate, his customer base was consistent, and his behavior in the sector showed no indicators of faction affiliation or political involvement. He approached Wen Zheng at the midday market. The market was informal, cultivators and scavengers exchanging materials, information, and services at the central thoroughfare's widest point, tolerated by the faction authority because the information exchange was useful to everyone. Wen Zheng attended it every 4th day to track the sector's material availability and price trends, which was useful data for his own operations planning. Chunwei arrived at his position in the market and said, "I've been watching you work for 18 months. Wen Zheng looked at him. He was in his mid-50s, with the physical condition of someone who maintained it by necessity rather than vanity, lean without being thin, with the particular kind of situational awareness in his eyes that came from military training and had been maintained by the work of surviving in a post-apocalypse sector for 20 years since. He was not a cultivator. He moved with enough body conditioning to suggest he had been, at some point, at or near awakened rank through traditional physical development, but there was no active qi signature. "You work clean," Chunwei said. "You don't waste. You don't expose yourself unnecessarily. You understand logistics." He paused. "I don't know what you're building. I'm not asking. I'm offering. I can cover the parts you can't do alone." "What parts do you think those are?" Wen Zheng said. Chunwei counted them on his fingers. 1. Sector intelligence. Who was moving where, which factions were expanding or contracting, what the compliance climate looked like before it produced formal action. 2. Supply chain. Materials sourced from outside the sector through his established trade network. No visible connection to an unregistered cultivator. 3. Safe routes. Regularly updated as the sector's population and threat landscape shifted. In exchange, Wen Zheng said, "A share of whatever your building's eventual output. Not the cultivation work. I don't need that. A share of the commercial and operational outcomes." He said this with the directness of someone who had negotiated before and found directness faster. "I'm not interested in a percentage now. I'm interested in what this looks like in 3 years. Wen Zheng looked at him for a moment. "I'll think about it," he said. "Take your time," Chunwei said. He picked up the supply items he had ostensibly come to the market for and moved on. Chapter 18. Partnership terms. He watched Chunwei for 3 days. Supply post hours, 7th to 15th hour, 6 days a week. Customer interactions, consistent, professional, no preferential pricing or treatment observable. Off-hours movement, primarily within the sector's residential zone, consistent with a person who lived near their work. Communication patterns, standard interface device usage, no anomalous transmission patterns, faction authority registration current, and in good standing. No cultivation faction affiliations in any public record he could access. On the 3rd day, he stopped at the supply post during business hours and purchased a week's worth of preservation materials at list price. While Chunwei was processing the transaction, he asked, "What do you know about the northern sector's drainage grid?" Chunwei named 3 features of the drainage grid that were not in any public record Wen Zheng had found, that were accurate to his own survey, and that described conditions consistent with direct personal knowledge of the physical space. He had been in the sector longer than 18 months. He had been watching it. "Tomorrow, 7th hour, Wen Zheng said. "The administration building's east entrance. I'll be there." Chunwei gave him his change and moved on to the next customer. The meeting was an hour long. Wen Zheng arrived 8 minutes early and spent those minutes verifying that no one was watching the entrance with specific interest. Chunwei arrived 2 minutes early and did the same thing with considerably less visible process, which Wen Zheng noted as evidence of habit rather than performance. They established terms. Chen Wei would handle external-facing logistics, supply sourcing, route information, sector intelligence through his trade network contacts. He did not ask about Wen Zheng's cultivation practice, and would not. He would not accept faction affiliation or external reporting obligations that covered their operation. He understood that the operation involved unusual cultivation activities and accepted that this was not his domain. Wen Zheng would handle all cultivation-related work and information security for the operation's cultivation aspects. He would not require Chen Wei to take cultivation risks. He would provide operational context as needed for Chen Wei to do his logistics work safely. What am I protecting? Chen Wei asked, which was the question Wen Zheng had been waiting for. A research project, Wen Zheng said. This was accurate. A cultivation technique that most institutions would prefer not to exist. Is it dangerous? To whom? To you. To me. To the sector. The technique produces minor chi field variants that resolves within 48 hours. The danger to me is from the institutions rather than the technique. The danger to you is from association with an unregistered cultivator doing non-standard work. Chen Wei considered this. And the payoff? In 3 years, Wen Zheng said, I'll be in a position to explain what I'm building and why it matters. At that point, you can decide whether you still want the share. That's a one-sided arrangement that requires me to trust you. Yes. You're not going to pretend otherwise. No. Chen Wei was quiet for a moment. Then, all right. I've trusted good judgment before without full information. Yours passes the initial assessment. They shook hands. It was the first formal agreement Wen Zheng had made with another person in 3 years of working in the sector. That afternoon, the base gained a second exit. A tunnel Chen Wei's contacts had already partially prepared, which suggested he had been anticipating this conversation for some time. Wen Zheng did not ask how long the anticipation had been running. He filed the information and applied it to his assessment of Chen Wei, a man who prepared before committing, who used preparation not as a substitute for trust, but as its precondition. He found this professionally compatible. Chapter 19. The second bar the training session lasted 6 hours. He had not planned for 6 hours. He had planned for 3, which was his standard extended session, the length that pushed his advancement progress without crossing into the physiological cost zone, where recovery time exceeded advancement gain. 3 hours was the optimum. He had calculated this carefully. But the third hour's closing sequence produced something he had not encountered before. All 3 resonance nodes firing at their full safe capacity simultaneously, synchronized in a way that his previous sessions had only approached rather than achieved. The effect was a harmonic that he recognized, not from prior experience, but from the fragment text description of what the first tier's completion would feel like. He did not stop. He could not stop. The harmonic was doing something. Hours 4 and 5 were a sustained hold. He maintained the 3-node simultaneous activation with the specific focused attention of someone keeping their hands in precisely the right positions to prevent a structure from shifting. His body burned through the session's normal resource budget and kept going on reserves he had not fully known he had. His hands, on the mat, were very still. His breathing was controlled with the same deliberateness he had applied to the installation sessions. Calm, even, not fighting what the body was doing, accepting the process rather than managing it. In hour 6, the 3 nodes resolved into something he had no prior referent for. Not louder, not brighter. Settled, the way a structure settled when the last load-bearing piece was placed and the whole thing became one thing rather than a collection of pieces being held together. The harmonic completed. His chi, both paths, ran through the bridge meridian and the full meridian network with a smoothness that was different from anything he had experienced in 3 years of practice. He opened his eyes. His system interface was already showing the advancement notification. Foundation, dual path, error/restricted, rank complete. Beneath this, in a notification format he had never seen before, a second progress bar. Not his cultivation progress. Something else. The label was small and in the system's restricted data typography. Secondary path, flagged, monitoring active. He read it. Monitoring active. Not monitoring initiated, active. Present tense, passive construction, which in the system's protocol language meant the monitoring had been ongoing and was being reported to him now rather than begun in this moment. He thought about the first notification, the morning that had prompted this entire sequence. Dual path resonance detected. Classification, error. Logged. Logged. Monitoring active. How long? He did not know. The system did not timestamp the monitoring bar's initiation. He could not tell whether it had begun 3 days ago, 3 months ago, or 3 years ago on his very first training session in the basement of the university library. He sat very still on the mat in the cool silence of his base and thought about what a monitored, flagged, active secondary path meant for the operational picture he had been building. Someone, or some system, had been reading the data, reading it, processing it, and not yet acting on it. The question was when that changed. He had achieved Foundation rank completion. He was no longer advancing within the tier. His next advancement would produce a more significant signature. A consolidation rank dual path resonance would be, in theory, visible at greater range and through less sensitive equipment. It would be harder to ignore. He would need to manage the timeline carefully. He rose, closed down the training space, and began his evening planning session. He had information to update across multiple operational categories. The second progress bar changed several assumptions. He was going to have less time than he had thought. He would work with the time he had. Chapter 20. They are coming. The notification came at 8th hour. He was at his workbench, reviewing the northern sector's drainage grid map against a new reference document Chunwei had sourced through his trade contacts, when his system interface produced an alert he had never received before. Not a private notification, not an account-specific message, but a broadcast. A system-wide notification pushed to every registered cultivator at Foundation rank and above within a defined geographic area. He read it. Cultivation anomaly detected. Sector 7, Eastern Ruins District. Classification: unregistered dual path resonance. System integrity risk. Regional arbitration authority dispatched. All registered cultivators are advised to report any observations of anomalous cultivation signatures to the nearest authority office. Investigation ongoing. He set down his reference document. He looked at his interface for a moment. Then he looked at the high window on the eastern wall of his base, which showed a narrow rectangle of the sky above the ruins. He watched the rectangle for approximately 30 seconds. The first drone appeared at 32 seconds, a system-affixed surveillance unit, the type used for area scanning and anomaly mapping. It moved in a search pattern that covered the sector's eastern zone in overlapping passes. Military-grade optics. Cultivation signature detection at a range consistent with the sector's scale. He turned from the window and crossed to the shelf. The Bridge Meridian manual came first. He had a protective case for it. The fragment text. The device from the old man's hand. The child's drawing, folded in its protective sleeve. The downloaded server data, stored in the non-system memory device sewn into the lining of his cultivation robe. The 37 volumes would not fit in the portable case. He selected 12 by order of irreplaceability, weighted toward the cultivation theory text that had no physical duplicates anywhere he knew of. The technical manuals he could, with sufficient time, replace. The cultivation theory volumes he could not. He packed with his standard efficiency. No item placed before the item before it was secured, everything in its predetermined location in the portable case. The case itself sealed and weight-balanced before he attached it to his carry system. He sent a 3-word communication to Chunwei through the coded notation they had established, Sector Hot, relocating. He checked the entrance ceiling, undisturbed, and moved to the second exit that Chunwei's contacts had installed. It opened into the drainage tunnel that connected to the sector's underground movement network. He did not hurry. This was important. Hurrying changed his movement signature, changed his decision-making speed, introduced errors into route selection that calm movement did not. He had planned for this contingency since the first log notification appeared on his interface 6 weeks ago. He had a secondary base. He had known, when he chose it, exactly why he was choosing a naturally shielded location rather than a better-equipped one. The drones were in the sector above him. They would find his base within 24 hours. The entrance ceiling was good, but cultivation signature detection at this level of equipment would find residual traces regardless of how clean he kept the visible surface. He had left it clean. There was nothing in the base that documented his cultivation path, his advancement progress, or the Bridge Meridian's architecture. The books were readable if you knew what they contained, but they were not uniquely identifying. The device was gone, in his pocket. The manual was gone, in the case. What he had left was a basement that looked like an unusually literate scavenger's residence. 61 volumes, now 49, cataloged by subject. A training mat, preservation equipment, a ventilation system, a second exit that would be found, eventually, and would tell the investigators that whoever lived here had planned to leave. This was accurate. He had planned to leave. He had been planning it since the moment he found the base and understood that someday he would need to. He moved through the drainage tunnel at a pace that was slightly faster than normal walking. Not running, not hurrying, simply adjusted for the operational situation. 40 minutes to the secondary base. He had made this journey in training twice, timing himself, ensuring he knew the route without needing to think about it in a situation that might require thinking about other things. Above him, he could hear, just barely, at the edge of his resonance senses range, the movement pattern of the drone's sweep changing. It had found the sector's center zone. It was working systematically outward. He was already at the tunnel's midpoint. He thought about the broadcast notification. Cultivation anomaly detected, Sector 7. His sector. His specifically. The monitoring bar had not been passive observation. It had been data accumulation toward a threshold. He had crossed the threshold by achieving Foundation rank completion. He also thought about the broadcast distribution. Every registered cultivator at Foundation rank and above in the geographic area. Not a targeted alert to an investigation team. A public broadcast. The system had made his existence a matter of public knowledge in his sector. He thought about what that changed. He had been operating on the assumption that concealment was the primary protection available to him. This assumption was now obsolete. Concealment had bought 3 years. He had used them well. The secondary base would provide continuation, and he would use that well too. But the shape of the problem had changed. He could not remain permanently invisible. Someone had decided that, and had acted on the decision. He emerged from the drainage tunnel system into the sector's deep ruins zone, where the metallic deposits in the surrounding rock walls interfered with the system's notification broadcasts. The drones would not find him here. Not today, not without specialized equipment. He had time. He located the secondary base's concealed entrance and opened it. Inside, minimal equipment, deliberately so, the resources required to continue working without the materials he had built up in the original base over 3 years. A starting point, not a full operation. He set down the portable case. He checked the entrance ceiling. He sat on the floor in the center of the space and thought. He had a secondary base. He had always had a secondary base. He had always known that. One day, this would not be enough. He thought about what came next. About the investigation team that would arrive in his sector. About the scale of attention that a system-wide broadcast suggested. About the variables he had not yet fully mapped. Then he organized the case's contents onto the available shelves, settled the training mat in the center of the space, and began his planning session. Whatever came next required a plan. He would build one. Chapter 21. The secondary base was 42 minutes from the original at the pace he set. He had surveyed the route 3 times before the investigation was announced, walking it at different hours to map the variables, which sections attracted patrol attention at dawn versus midday versus night, where the cultivation beast territories overlapped with the transit paths he would need to use, which structures offered shelter positions if he needed to stop and wait rather than continue moving. He had run the route once in full darkness, timing himself, ensuring he knew it without thinking. He did not need to think about it now. He kept part of his attention on the route and part on the sounds above him as he moved through the drainage network, the drone's search pattern, the activation signatures of any system-equipped investigators entering the sector from the northern boundary. Both were present. Neither was close enough to require a change in his route. He emerged into the deep ruins zone at the 36-minute mark, 6 minutes faster than his worst-case estimate. The deep ruins were what the sector looked like before any faction had arrived to organize it. This far from the administrative center, no certification process had run, which meant no faction rights had been established, which meant no faction maintained a presence, which meant the zone existed in the condition that 30 years of abandonment naturally produced. The structures here had collapsed along their natural stress lines. The botanical reclamation had proceeded without clearance. The cultivation beasts that established territory in the outer zone had found this area less trafficked than the outer ruins, but less monitored than the organized sectors, and they had settled accordingly. He knew where the territorial boundaries ran. He had mapped them over 6 months of careful survey work, taking notes that Chun Wei had helped him compile into a usable picture. He moved through the boundaries without triggering attention from anything. The secondary base's concealed entrance was under the collapsed southeastern wall of what had once been a university outbuilding. A small research support structure, 1 story, mostly intact below the roof collapse. He had found it by looking for the same things he always looked for. A space that was protected from above, structurally stable below, with natural acoustic and electromagnetic shielding from the metallic geological deposits in this section of the ruins. The shielding was the point. Dense iron ore deposits in the rock layer 6 meters below the surface scattered system notification broadcasts with enough reliability that a stationary signal source inside the shielded zone would read at significantly reduced strength to receivers more than 300 meters away. Not invisible, not at refinement-grade detection equipment, but quieter. Quieter was worth 42 minutes of transit. He sealed the entrance behind him, checked the space's integrity. Nothing had been disturbed in the 2 days since his last visit, and set the portable case down on the floor. He had been in motion for 51 minutes. The space was approximately a third of the size of his original base. The shelving was minimal. The equipment was minimal. The training mat was here, a spare, thinner than the one he'd been using for 2 years. The 12 volumes he had brought were now the entirety of his collection. He did not sit down. He stood in the center of the space and ran the operational assessment. That was the first thing he did in any new working environment. Exits, too. Primary sealed behind him. Secondary through the floor. A prepared route that Chun Wei's contacts had laid in at the same time as the base's construction, running southwest for 40 meters before surfacing in the collapsed commercial zone. Supplies. 3 weeks at full operational tempo. He had stocked this base for exactly the situation he was in. Detection risk. Low at this time. Moderate within 48 hours as the investigation team expanded its search radius. He had a window. He would use it to complete the planning that the evacuation had interrupted. He laid his portable case's contents onto the shelves in their standard order, checked that the device and the bridge meridian manual were undamaged, and set the training mat in the room's center. Then he sat down and worked out what needed to happen next. Chapter 22. The Elder's Assessment. Sima Yulong arrived in the sector on the 3rd day of the investigation. Wenjing knew this because Chun Wei had contacts with the sector's administrative hub, and the administrative hub processed all visiting faction credentials. Elder Sima Yulong, Heaven's Path sect. The name registered cleanly against his mental catalog. Heaven's Path was the largest traditional cultivation sect in the eastern region, the primary institutional voice for the position that the system had been, spiritually and physically, a corruption of the natural qi development path. Sima Yulong had been its senior elder for 11 years. He had published 12 papers on qi field degradation. He had appeared before the Federation's Cultivation Policy Committee 6 times to argue against system cultivation expansion. He was not someone Wenjing had placed in the category of active threats before this week. He had placed him in the category of institutional voices with influence, but no direct operational reach into a single ruined sector's affairs. This category was now obsolete. Sima Yulong had traveled with a military escort, 4 soldiers at consolidation rank, officially assigned to the Regional Arbitration Authority's investigation team, and 3 Heaven's Path sect disciples, younger cultivators who ran his support operations during investigations. The delegation was larger than a routine anomaly investigation required. This was deliberate. Wenjing tracked the delegation's movement through Chun Wei's network as they worked the sector systematically. They began at the northern boundary, where the investigation's first scan had registered the highest resonance residual, and worked inward. This was a competent methodology. He would have done it the same way. On the 2nd day of their work, Sima Yulong reached the area where Wenjing had conducted most of his visible training. Not the base. The training area was an open section of ruins he had used for technique testing, where the resonance effects of his practice were most externally visible because the ambient qi field was less structured than his controlled base environment. He had expected this area to be the most readable. He was right. The report that filtered through Chun Wei's network described the elder's response as follows. He had spent 40 minutes in the area, conducting a personal assessment using traditional cultivation methods rather than system scanning tools. He had said, at the end of that 40 minutes, speaking to his 3 disciples and the military escort, a diseased cultivator. Half machine, half man. Whoever built this path will eventually tear themselves apart from the inside. Not today, not this year. But the bridge between 2 incompatible systems cannot hold indefinitely. Find them quickly. What they are building is not viable, and what is not viable is dangerous to the people who believe in it. This was the account as Chun Wei's contact related. He read it twice. He filed Sima Yulong's conclusion in 2 categories simultaneously. Wrong. The bridge meridian was structurally sound, and the fragment text described its principles with technical specificity that supported long-term viability and not dismissible. Sima Yulong had spent 30 years studying qi field interactions. He had reached a conclusion based on genuine analysis rather than institutional politics. The conclusion was wrong, but the analytical process that produced it was not obviously flawed. This was a different kind of opponent than Ho Peng or Gao Bingwen. Those were people with interests that conflicted with his existence. Sima Yulong was a person with a genuine belief that conflicted with the factual truth of what he was doing. He needed to know exactly what Sima believed and exactly where the belief deviated from the evidence. He could not address a wrong belief without understanding it precisely. He added the elder's published work to his research list and made a note to obtain copies. He thought about the phrase, not viable, and what it meant when someone with genuine expertise said it. Then he went back to work. Chapter 23, 37 volumes, they found the base on the 4th day. He had expected this. The entrance ceiling had been adequate for a rapid evacuation, but was not rated for the sustained, systematic search of a cultivation detection team with proper equipment. The investigation would work toward it by eliminating available space until the remaining area was small enough that the concealed entrance was the logical next thing to check. He had not been worried about this. Everything sensitive was with him. What they would find was a basement that demonstrated occupation by a literate scavenger. The concern was the volumes he had not been able to carry. He learned what they had taken through Chun Wei's network, which had a contact in the investigation's administrative support team. The contact provided a basic inventory of the confiscated materials, 61 volumes, assessed as pre-apocalypse reference texts, taken under the investigation's Material Evidence Authority. He had taken 12 of the 61. They had taken 49. He sat with the inventory for a long time that night, working from memory to reconstruct what he had left behind. The technical manuals were replaceable, time-consuming to replace, but they were reference texts, and reference texts existed in multiple copies even now, scattered through ruins, libraries, and scavenger markets. He would need months, not years, to rebuild that collection. The Cultivation Theory volumes were not replaceable. There had been 2 of them. He knew their authors, their publication dates, their condition when he had found them, and their contents well enough to reconstruct approximately 40% of each from memory alone. He had read them carefully, annotated them in his own notation, and referenced them often enough that significant portions had been committed to long-term recall. But 40% was not a complete text. The portions he had not memorized completely included sections he had not yet fully understood, which meant they were the sections most likely to become relevant as his cultivation advanced. They had been written by researchers who were alive when the system arrived and who had died in the decade after. He had found no other copies in 3 years of searching. The probability that other copies existed somewhere was not 0. He had found one, which meant at least one copy had survived. But the probability that he would find another copy in a time frame that was operationally useful was much lower than he preferred. He noted this as a genuine loss rather than a manageable setback. He was honest about the difference. There was nothing to be done about it immediately. The volumes were in the investigation team's custody and would be transferred to the Regional Arbitration Authority's Evidence Processing Center within the week. Extracting them from there was not a current capability. He filed the gap under long-term recovery priorities and continued working with what he had. He also noted that the investigation team now had the technical manuals. The technical manuals were not self-evidently connected to dual-path cultivation. They were materials science texts, engineering references, the kind of thing any literate scavenger with unusual interests might collect. But Sima Yulong had assessed the area as belonging to someone building something technically sophisticated. He would read the manuals against that frame. He would find the connections. This accelerated the timeline. He adjusted his planning accordingly. Chapter 24. The inconclusive report. Lin Meihua filed her investigation report on the 5th day. He had been tracking her movement through the sector with the same level of monitoring he applied to any variable that had displayed anomalous behavior. She had appeared twice, the medical circuit and the diagnostic scan that had produced her 2-second pause. The second appearance was attached to the investigation team's credentials, which Chun Wei's network had flagged when she registered at the administrative hub. This was information he needed to assess carefully. A medical cultivation specialist with diagnostic training, assigned to an investigation team for a cultivator with an unusual chi signature. The assignment made sense from the investigative methodology perspective. His signature was unusual in ways that standard system scanning could detect, but not characterize. It needed someone with training in cultivation physiology and chi signature interpretation to produce a usable description for the investigation record. She was exactly the right person for this role. He tracked her investigation work from a distance. She covered the same area Sima Yulong's team had worked, but with different tools and different attention. Where Sima Yulong had stood in the center of the area and done a contemplative assessment of the overall chi field character, she moved methodically through the space with her diagnostic equipment, sampling the residual signatures at multiple points. Her methodology was more granular. It would also be more accurate at the structural level. She was reading specific chi patterns rather than impressionistic field character. She reached the area where the resonance training residuals were strongest and ran her full diagnostic protocol. He observed this from 200 meters, his resonance sense at minimum, sufficient to tell him she was running the scan, insufficient to tell him what the scan was finding. She spent an hour there. This was longer than any other investigator had spent at that specific location. It told him something about what she was finding, enough to require extended analysis time, which meant the patterns were complex enough to be worth extended analysis. That evening, the investigation team held a summary session at the administrative hub. Chun Wei's contact provided a brief account. Sima Yulong had delivered his assessment of the technique as structurally unsound and recommended the practitioner be located and brought in for evaluation. The military representatives had agreed. The medical specialist had submitted an inconclusive report, unable to characterize the technique fully from residual signatures, recommending further diagnostic access to either the practitioner or a direct cultivation sample. Inconclusive. He read this word several times with attention. The range of things that produced an inconclusive medical diagnostic report was not large. Insufficient data produced incomplete reports, not inconclusive ones. Contradictory data produced contradictory reports. Inconclusive reports were the result of sufficient data that failed to match the available classification frameworks. She had enough to see what he was. She did not have a framework that told her what it meant. The follow-up question was what she would do with that. He did not have enough information to model this reliably. He had 2 data points. She had paused when she scanned him in the field, and she had filed an inconclusive report rather than the characterization her investigation team wanted. Both data points suggested something other than straightforward institutional execution. He made a note to observe any continued movement in the sector and maintained his current operational posture. Stay in the secondary base, continue planning, wait for more information before committing to a course of action. Chapter 25. She found him anyway. He was on the main transit route when she intercepted him. He used the main transit route once every 3 days, deliberately, because an absence from the sector's regular visible activity was in itself informative to observers. A scavenger who disappeared completely after an investigation was launched was a different signal than a scavenger who continued moving through the sector's accessible zones with no visible change in behavior. He had calculated that visible normalcy was lower risk than visible concealment. She had been waiting at the transit route's eastern junction, which was not a casual position. You didn't end up at the eastern junction by accident. It was off the direct path between any 2 commonly visited points. She had positioned herself there specifically, which meant she had either known or correctly estimated when and where he would appear. He completed the junction before acknowledging her. Not avoidance. He had factored her presence into his movement and was processing what it implied at the same time as he continued walking. She fell into step beside him. "I know what your chi signature looks like," she said. "I didn't put it in my report." He did not thank her. The first question was why, not what. "Why?" he said. She was quiet for a moment. Not hesitation, he assessed, but the pause of someone selecting the right entry point into a complex answer. "In my second year of medical school, there was a cultivator physiology course that included a section on impossible techniques. Things the historical literature had proposed and then rejected. One of the rejected theoretical constructs was a dual-path model." She paused again. The rejection reasoning was that chi turbulence at the path intersection was unresolvable without causing meridian damage. The theory had been developed in the pre-system era by a researcher working from traditional cultivation principles. It was filed as an interesting failure. She looked at him. "I read that paper 7 times. The failure reasoning was sound given the materials that were available when it was written, but it assumed the anchor materials it needed didn't exist. The paper was written before anyone had industrial access to pre-apocalypse alloy composites." Another pause. "And then I scanned you last week, and your chi signature had the exact double-layered pattern the theoretical model predicted. Except you're not dead." He processed this. "You recognized it from a paper you read in medical school." "I read it 7 times, she said again, in the tone of someone who knew this required justification and was providing it honestly rather than defensively. "I kept thinking about the failure reasoning. It bothered me. The assumption was sound for its time, but it was an assumption, not a proof." He was quiet for a block of ruins. "And the report?" he said. "I couldn't write what I actually found in a report that was going to Sima Yulong. Inconclusive was the most accurate thing I could write without describing what I actually detected." He thought about this. He thought about the paper she had read 7 times, and about the specific analytical posture of a person who had identified a false assumption in a theoretical rejection and been bothered by it for years. He thought about the investigation team that was currently working this sector with resources he could not individually counter. He also thought about what Lin Meihua's presence on the investigation team meant for the investigation's intelligence quality, and what her filing of an inconclusive report meant for the direction that intelligence was developing. "The investigation team will continue working the sector," he said. It was not a question. "Yes, but Sima Yulong's focus is on the traditional cultivation aspects. He doesn't understand the system path component. He doesn't study it. He'll characterize whatever he finds through the lens of a traditional cultivation purist, which means he'll overweight the chi field disturbance indicators and underweight the structural soundness indicators." She paused. "His conclusions will be wrong in predictable directions." He looked at her, briefly, with a more direct assessment than he had allowed himself in their previous encounters. "What do you want?" he said. "To understand how you solve the anchor problem," she said. "Not for the investigation." For the same reason I read the paper 7 times. He considered this for a moment. The answer was not simple. The answer involved trust, which was something he allocated carefully, and risk assessment, which he was better at than most. He looked at the transit route ahead of them and ran the calculation. The investigation was already running. He had not slowed it by staying invisible. He had one person in his sector who had identified his technique correctly, chosen not to report it fully, and was now asking to understand it from the perspective of genuine intellectual interest rather than institutional agenda. The question was whether that intellectual interest was what it appeared to be. "How long will you be in the sector?" he said. "My assignment runs another week." He calculated. "Come to the Eastern Junction tomorrow at 5th hour." He turned at the next branch point and walked away without waiting for her response. He already knew she would be there. People who read a paper 7 times did not walk away from its empirical resolution. Chapter 26. Failure Mode. She was at the Eastern Junction before 5th hour. He arrived at 5th hour precisely, and she was already there, which told him something about the weight she assigned to the meeting. He did not comment on the early arrival. He simply began walking east, and she fell into step beside him. He did not explain himself immediately. He had learned that people who asked the right questions first asked better follow-up questions than people who arrived with prepared frameworks. He waited to see which kind she was. She asked about the anchor problem within the first 100 meters. Not, "How does it work?" the theoretical question a person would ask if they wanted validation. Instead, "What was the primary failure mode you were solving for when you designed the bridge configuration?" He answered. They walked. The conversation was more technically dense than any exchange he had conducted in 3 years of mostly solo work, and he found himself running slightly behind the pace she set, not because he didn't know the answers, but because the questions were coming from a frame of reference he had not directly worked with before. Medical cultivation treated chi pathways as biological structures with physiological constraints. He had been working for materials science and the fragment text structural principles. The two frames described the same phenomena in different vocabularies, and the translation process was interesting rather than difficult. They were 40 minutes into the discussion when the commotion started. It was happening in the sector's small central plaza, the open ground near the administrative hub where cultivators sometimes did advancement attempts because the ambient chi was more structured there due to the administrative system terminal's presence. He heard it before he saw it, a sound that was not quite a sound, more the sudden absence of ambient chi stability, the way a crack in glass registered before the glass actually broke. He turned. A man in his early 30s was in the center of the plaza, in a stance that was obviously an advancement attempt, a system path cultivator, foundation rank by the density signature, attempting to push to consolidation without institutional guidance or proper resource backup. He was visibly straining. The chi circulation patterns around him were wrong, irregular cycling, building pressure without proper release channels, the exact precondition for. Lin Meihua was already moving. She had read it a half-second before him, which was her professional training asserting itself faster than his structural analysis. He watched. The advancement failed. It failed in the specific way his parents' advancement had failed, which he recognized before the sound and before the visual. The chi signature collapsed inward first, which produced a resonance implosion that registered in his sense as something tearing. The man dropped. Lin Meihua reached him in 4 seconds and had her diagnostic hands on him before he finished falling. Wen Zheng stood at the plaza's edge and watched her work. She was skilled. The medical cultivation she deployed was precise and targeted, not the general stabilization that a less experienced practitioner would have used, but specific interventions at the 3 meridian points where the damage was most acute. Her hands moved with the efficiency of someone who had seen this before and knew which interventions bought time and which did not. It was not enough. The damage was too deep in the secondary meridian network. She could slow the deterioration. She could not reverse it. He looked at the collapsed cultivator's face, late 30s, not early 30s. He had miscalculated on the first assessment, and thought about the error message on a screen in a cultivation tower 6 years ago. He spoke quietly, not to her, not to anyone in particular, working the calculation out loud the way he sometimes did when he was processing rather than communicating. At the current rate, roughly 1 in 40 foundation cultivators attempt advancement without adequate preparation at this tier. Of those, approximately 1 in 9 suffers full meridian failure. The bridge meridian's bridge structure exists as a solution to this specific failure mode, not as a cultivation advantage, as a safety mechanism. He had not intended her to hear it. She had been working over the cultivator's secondary meridian points. She went very still for a moment. Then she continued working without turning around. They stood in the plaza for another 20 minutes while she stabilized the man and the sector's medical response infrastructure arrived. By the time the medical team had taken over, the cultivator was alive, stable, and permanently injured in ways that would require significant recovery time and might never fully resolve. She walked back to Wenjing without expression. 1 in 40, she said. Approximately. The number varies by preparation quality and advancement tier, and the bridge meridian prevents this. Structurally prevents it. The bridge provides the release pathway that system-only advancement lacks. The chi pressure during rank transition routes through the bridge rather than accumulating without outlet. He paused. Traditional cultivation developed its safety mechanisms over centuries. The system was built in a decade. It has the power without the engineering history. She looked at him for a long moment. Then, I need to see how this works. Actually see it. He met her eyes. I know. Chapter 27. Monitoring vitals. They met daily for the next 6 days. Not at the Eastern Junction. He varied the meeting points, because regular patterns at specific locations were the kind of data that investigation teams extracted from observation. He sent the coordinates through Chun Wei, who had accepted the addition of Lin Meihua to the operational circle with the pragmatic adaptation of someone who understood that new variables were best incorporated cleanly rather than treated as complications. The daily meetings were professional in their structure. He described the bridge meridian's architecture in the precise technical vocabulary he used for his own notes, translating when the materials science terminology conflicted with her medical cultivation framework. She asked questions that were technically rigorous and occasionally discovered framings for what he was doing that were more useful than the ones he had been using. The medical cultivation vocabulary for chi pathway interactions was, in some respects, more precise than his engineering vocabulary, because it had been developed specifically to describe living systems rather than physical structures. On the 4th day, he told her he was preparing to begin the consolidation rank advancement attempt. This was true, and it was timed information, not held back, genuinely ready. The second base's training environment was adequate for the attempt. He had been building toward the synchronization requirement for 3 weeks. His nodes were at sufficient stability to manage the 3-way simultaneous activation. The anchor materials were in place. The synchronization problem, she said immediately. 3 nodes simultaneously rather than sequentially. Yes, that's the failure point in the theoretical model. She was already running the analysis. He could see it in the way she was looking at a distance that was not the wall behind him. The original paper proposed that the 3rd node's activation would destabilize the first 2 because the resonance frequency interaction at the bridge junction would produce destructive interference rather than constructive resonance. Yes. He had read the paper she was referencing through a summary he had found in the cultivation theory volumes they had confiscated. The paper's error was in treating the bridge meridian as a static structure rather than a dynamic one. At full 3-node synchronization, the bridge adjusts its resonance absorption profile in response to all 3 inputs simultaneously. It's not a fixed connector. It's an adaptive one. She processed this. And you know this from the fragment text? I know the principle from the text. I've confirmed it experimentally over 18 months of incremental advancement. He paused. The confirmation was imperfect. I've only approached full 3-node synchronization, not sustained it. The advancement attempt will be the first time I sustain it long enough to lock the consolidation transition. What are the failure risks? Resonance node fracture at the first node if synchronization is asymmetric. Bridge meridian overload if the adaptive adjustment fails to match the increased combined input. Standard advancement failure if the chi density at transition is insufficient. He ran through the list with the clinical detail of someone who had prepared for each contingency. The risks are manageable at my current preparation level. You should have monitoring, she said. I can read the node activity in real time during the attempt. If synchronization becomes asymmetric, I can give you immediate feedback. He had been thinking about this since before the conversation started. The monitoring would require you to maintain active diagnostic contact throughout the attempt. Sustained contact at that level during a high-intensity cultivation process carries its own risks for the practitioner running the diagnostic. Not significant risks, given my training. She said this with the level confidence of someone who had accurately assessed their own capability rather than the assertive confidence of someone who hadn't. And the monitoring value outweighs it. He looked at her. He had not, in 3 years of solo work, had another person present during a training session. He had not had another person in the secondary base. He had not had a colleague in any meaningful sense. The secondary base is in the deep ruins sector, he said. I'll send the coordinates through the same channel. Tomorrow at 7th hour. She nodded and moved on to the next technical question. He turned his attention back to the synchronization mechanics and found that his mind had already moved to calibrating for a monitoring presence, adjusting the mental configuration of the practice session to accommodate an external observer without it affecting the practitioner's focus. He had not done this before either. He found it required less adjustment than he expected. Chapter 28. Resonance Pulse. The first attempt failed at the 40-minute mark. Synchronization had achieved a sustained 78%, close, but not the full engagement the advancement required. At 78%, the bridge meridian's adaptive function was working as designed, but the third node's input was running at a slightly lower frequency than the other two, a variance that Lin Meihua caught in her diagnostic read at the 35-minute mark, and he felt in the structural hum at the bridge's junction point. He stopped the session. He took the feedback. He noted the variance's origin. The third node's anchor was slightly softer in frequency match than the other two because it had been constructed last and under less optimal conditions. He would need to compensate for this with intentional input weighting. The second attempt failed at the 22-minute mark for a different reason. He overcorrected the weighting, which pushed the first node above its optimal band, which triggered a brief resonance dissonance before he caught it. Lin Meihua reported the dissonance with the precision of a technical instrument rather than a worried observer. He stopped the session before the dissonance could develop into anything structural. He sat on the mat and thought for approximately 20 minutes. The problem was a frequency matching issue that could be addressed by treating the three nodes as a single resonance structure rather than three individually managed inputs, the way a musician addressed a chord as a harmonic unity rather than three separate notes. He had been managing them individually. He needed to listen to all three as one. He tried again. The third attempt began at the 12th hour. It ran for 98 minutes. At the 30-minute mark, the synchronization reached 85%. At the 50-minute mark, 92%. He could feel the difference, not in individual node behavior, but in the combined frequency the three nodes produced at the bridge junction, which at 92% synchronization was something qualitatively different from anything he had produced before. Not louder, cleaner. A resonance that had the structural integrity of something that wanted to exist rather than something being forced into existence. At the 90-minute mark, he felt the advancement transition begin. The foundation to consolidation transition in traditional cultivation was described in the fragment text as the moment when a structure that had been assembled becomes a structure that supports itself. He had never had a framework for what that meant until the moment it happened. A settling. The same structural settling he had experienced with each node's completion, except distributed across his entire cultivation architecture simultaneously. His system skills tiered up in a cascade, all three active skills advancing to their next development stage in the span of 4 seconds. The system interface produced 3 advancement notifications in rapid succession, and then something new. A 4th notification, in a format he had not seen before. Combination skill unlocked, resonance pulse. The description was brief. Traditional Chi Force plus system amplification protocol, single impact combination. He had not known combination skills were possible. The fragment text had described the bridge meridian's combination function as a theoretical possibility at sufficient advancement. He had not expected it to activate immediately. He looked at Lin Meihua, who had been monitoring throughout without speaking except for the 2 technical corrections. Her diagnostic expression had changed. She was looking at something in his cultivation field that was not the same as what had been there before. Your system skill profile changed, she said. It's integrated differently. The system skills are interfacing with the Qi pathways at the bridge junction rather than at the standard system conduit points. She paused. What just activated? A combination function. He said it with the same tone he used for everything, but he was aware that his measured register was carrying a slightly different quality than usual. I need to test it. He rose from the mat, crossed to the outer wall of the secondary base, and ran the resonance pulse. The impact was not what he expected. He had expected a strong strike with a system amplification. What he got was something layered. The traditional Chi force landed on the wall, and in the same moment the system amplification deployed, the 2 forces combined at impact rather than adding sequentially. The resonance between them, at the moment of contact, produced a feedback pulse that radiated outward through the wall structure in a visible shockwave. Visible at 20 meters. The shockwave propagated through the ruins open air for 2 full seconds after impact. Lin Meihua, standing at the secondary base's entrance opening 20 meters back, received the edge of the shockwave. She had braced for it. He had not warned her, which he noted as an oversight he should not repeat. She lowered the arm she had raised in front of her face and looked at the wall, which had a new fracture pattern across its surface. I need to revise the theoretical model, she said quietly. That is not what the paper predicted. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Then, from above them, from the collapsed upper structure of the ruins building that formed the secondary base's roof shell, a voice said, "That was the most interesting thing I've seen in this sector in 6 months." Chapter 29, The Map Reader. The voice belonged to a man sitting on a beam of the partially collapsed upper floor, legs hanging over the edge, watching them with the relaxed attention of someone who had been there for a while. He was in his late 20s, with the particular physical quality of someone who spent most of their time moving through difficult terrain, lean rather than bulky, with good balance and the seated stillness of someone who trusted the structure beneath them because they had already assessed it before sitting. His clothing was the practical layering of an experienced ruins worker. He had no cultivation equipment visible, which did not necessarily mean he carried none. When Zheng had not heard him arrive, this was notable. He had heard, he was quite sure, everything that had moved in the secondary base's immediate vicinity for the past 3 hours, which meant either the man's approach had been extremely quiet, a cultivator-level controlled movement, or he had been there already, which meant he had arrived before Wen Zheng had arrived at 7th hour. He filed this information and did not visibly react. How long have you been up there? Since 4th hour. The man jumped down from the beam with the casual ease of someone who had done the jump from that height dozens of times in various structural contexts. He landed cleanly. I've been in this sector for 3 days looking for the dual-path anomaly. I heard about the investigation. Figured the anomaly would go to ground in the shielded zone. He looked at Wen Zheng. Good guess, as it turns out. What do you want? I have a map. He produced it from his pack, not a system-generated document, but a hand-drawn one on pre-apocalypse paper, the kind of drafting quality that came from someone who had learned to document space with precision because their life depended on reading the documentation correctly later. A research facility, 17 kilometers northeast. Pre-apocalypse, automated defenses still running on backup power. Every scavenger crew I've worked with has called it inaccessible because the defense system treats system cultivation signals as hostile and shoots first. And you want someone the defense system won't recognize as a threat, Wen Zheng said. The man looked at him. I want someone the defense system can't classify correctly. That's a different problem. He held out the map. My name is Yao Fei. I've been mapping ruins sectors in this region for 8 years. The facility is the largest intact pre-apocalypse research complex I've found in that time. I need to get inside it. Wen Zheng looked at the map without taking it. From this distance, he could read the general orientation and landmark references. He cross-referenced them against his memory of the server data he had downloaded from the secondary research facility 6 weeks ago. The server data had flagged the northeast facility as a high-priority anchor material source. The notation had included coordinates that matched the general position of Yao Fei's map, 17 kilometers northeast, elevated site, consistent with the server data's location markers. He had known about this facility. He had not yet found a viable access approach. How did you find this sector? He said. Same way you probably expect, Yao Fei said. Investigation broadcasts. When the system broadcasts cultivation anomaly detected across a regional network, most people who hear it register it as a warning. I registered it as a location. He shrugged. I'm not interested in cultivation politics. I'm interested in old-world places. You're apparently the key to getting into the best one I've found. You want 2 days? Wen Zheng said. It was not a question. Yao Fei looked at him. For what? For me to verify the map's accuracy before I agree to anything. Yao Fei folded the map and handed it to him. 2 days, he agreed. I'll be in the sector. He walked away through the secondary base's outer access with the ease of someone navigating familiar ground, which he was, Wen Zheng noted, because he had been here since 4th hour and had mapped it then. Lin Meihua watched him leave. You're going to check him for 2 days and then say yes. I'm going to verify the map's accuracy and his history in the sector over 2 days, Wen Zheng said. Then I'll decide. That's what I said. He looked at her, then back at the map in his hands. 17 kilometers northeast. High priority anchor material source. He had been trying to find a viable approach for 2 months. He unfolded the map and began the cross-reference. Chapter 30. 3 who know he gave Yao Fei 2 full days. Day 1 was map verification. He spent 6 hours cross-referencing Yao Fei's hand-drawn document against 3 data sources. His own spatial memory of the northeastern sector's accessible areas, the server data's location markers for the target facility, and Shun Wei's intelligence network's accumulated observations about the northeastern sector's movement patterns. The map matched his spatial memory in 11 of 15 marked points. The 4 discrepancies were consistent with 2 possible explanations: structural changes in the terrain over 30 years of abandonment, or survey error on Yao Fei's part. He was unable to distinguish between these explanations from the map alone, which meant he needed to assess Yao Fei's survey methodology and historical accuracy rate. Day 2 was history verification. He sent Shun Wei a specific request. Yao Fei's presence in the region over the past 3 years, any known faction affiliations, any documented professional history, any recorded confrontations or disputes with other sector workers. Chen Wei's network produced a file by midday. Yao Fei, Ruins Specialist. 8 years of documented activity in the Eastern region. No faction affiliation in any public registry. 17 verified facility discoveries, 3 of which had produced significant anchor and cultivation material yields for unaffiliated cultivators who had purchased expedition access. 1 documented dispute with a faction crew that had attempted to retroactively claim his discovery of a certified dungeon site. The dispute had been resolved through the faction authorities' discovery rights process, which had ruled in Yao Fei's favor. The survey methodology question was answerable. 3 of Yao Fei's 17 discoveries had been independently surveyed by faction teams after his initial documentation, and the cross-reference accuracy on those 3 samples ran at 92% for spatial coordinates and 88% for structural assessment. This was excellent for hand survey work in difficult terrain. The 4 discrepancies in Wenjing's cross-reference were terrain decay rather than survey error. He sent a reply through Chen Wei's channel. Confirmed, facility known. Discuss terms tomorrow, 7th hour. The meeting the following morning was brief and practical. He described what he knew of the facility's material profile and confirmed that it matched what he needed. Yao Fei described the defensive architecture in technical terms that suggested he had documented the perimeter from outside over multiple visits. Lin Meihua, who was present and had been brought into the planning by Wenjing's judgment rather than her own request, asked the logistical questions: approach route, time required inside, extraction plan if the defense system responded to Wenjing's presence differently than predicted. The 3 of them worked through the planning session in less than 2 hours. He found the efficiency notable. At the end of it, Yao Fei said, 3 people is the right number for this. 3 is manageable, Wenjing agreed. 3 people who know what this operation involves is the number I was already working with. Yao Fei looked at him with the precise attention of someone registering a subtext. I'm not going to tell anyone what your technique is. I'm not connected to the factions or the investigation team. Old world places and what they contain are my interest. You're the key that opens one of those places. I know, Wenjing said. That's why I'm including you. He did not explain his verification methodology. He did not need to. Yao Fei had been operating independently in the ruins for 8 years and had survived it, which meant he understood operational security without requiring it to be articulated. 3 people. Chen Wei knew, Lin Meihua knew, and now Yao Fei knew. Not the full architecture, not the fragment text or the anchor material requirements, but the fact and the general shape. This was, by the operational standards he had maintained for 3 years, an enormous expansion of his exposed information base. He had run the calculation before making each of the 3 choices. The calculation had come out the same each time. The capabilities he gained by incorporating each person were larger than the risk exposure their knowledge created. He was not comfortable with this. He was also not going to pretend that comfort was the relevant metric. We go in 2 days, he said. I need to prepare the approach assessment. Lin Meihua was already writing notes in her medical documentation format. Yao Fei was folding his map along its established creases. Chen Wei, joining them at the end of the session as he habitually did for planning reviews, was checking the northeastern route data he had compiled. For people, Wenjing corrected himself. Chen Wei handled the logistics. He knew what that required in terms of knowing the operation. He noted the correction and returned to the facility planning. The number was 4. 4 was manageable. He hoped it stayed at 4 for a while. Chapter 31. The facility's response. The research facility's outer perimeter was a fence line that had not been maintained in 30 years, but had also not been breached. Wenjing assessed this as he surveyed the approach from the elevated observation point Yao Fei had marked on his map, a collapsed overpass 300 meters from the facility's main entrance, high enough for line-of-sight assessment without being within the sensor envelope he had mapped from Yao Fei's notes and his own 2-day verification. The fence line showed rust, structural deformation, and in 3 places complete panel collapse. But the ground around each collapse point was disturbed in a specific way that told him the collapses had happened recently, within the last 5 years, based on the oxidation pattern, and the disturbed ground was not from human passage. It was from something moving out through the breach. The automated response units can exit the perimeter, he said. Yao Fei was 3 meters to his left, reviewing his own copy of the survey notes. I didn't observe any. I documented the collapses, but I assumed structural deterioration. The disturbance pattern is outward, not inward. And the collapses at all 3 points are in the lower third of the panel, which is consistent with ground-level unit movement rather than structural failure, which would produce full panel or upper third collapse as the fasteners corrode in order of height. Lin Meihua was on his right, her diagnostic equipment at passive mode. She had established quickly that active scanning within 800 meters of the facility's sensor envelope was detectable. How many units? Unknown. The ground disturbance doesn't preserve individual tracks well enough to count. He looked at the facility's main structure, visible above the fence line. A 4-story administrative block attached to a lower 2-story technical wing. The technical wing was the target. Yao Fei's notes placed the data center in the technical wing's basement level. What I know is that they can exit, which means the perimeter is not the boundary of the active defense zone. He had known, going into this, that traditional system-based cultivation would be the primary trigger for the automated defense systems. The facility's pre-apocalypse documentation, what existed in the public record, described it as a government research installation operational during the transition period, which meant it had been built when system cultivation was new and not yet fully normalized, and the security architecture had been designed by people who were thinking about the threat environment of that moment. Traditional qi cultivators had been the known quantity. System cultivators had been the concerning unknown. The facility's designers had protected against the known. What they had not designed for was someone who was both. He thought about how to use this. The automated systems would have detection protocols for qi signatures and system skill activation patterns. A traditional cultivator running qi would read as a known, non-threatening signal type, the same signal type as the researchers who had originally worked in the facility. A system cultivator running active skills would read as the threat category the defenses had been calibrated to engage. His qi signature was neither cleanly. He could not fully suppress either path. That was not how the bridge meridian worked. The two paths were integrated at the structural level, not parallel channels that could be independently shut off. What he could do was modulate the expression, run the traditional path actively, and hold the system path at minimum passive operation. Whether this would read as traditional cultivator or unusual signal requiring engagement depended on how finely calibrated the detection systems were and how much 30 years of isolation had degraded their sensitivity. He would not know until he crossed the threshold. The sensor envelope begins at approximately 200 meters from the main entrance based on Yao Fei's approach documentation, he said. I'm going to cross it alone first and assess the response. If the defenses engage, I need both of you to remain outside the envelope. Lin Meihua looked at him. What constitutes engagement? Anything that moves toward me. Targeting indicators. Any change in the facility's visible state. He paused. If I stop moving and hold position for more than 30 seconds, it means I've encountered something that requires assessment. Not an emergency. Yao Fei was quiet. He had been quiet since they had entered the facility's approach zone. The particular quiet of a person who understood that his contribution at this stage was the map, and that the map had been delivered, and now the work required different skills than he had. He had not tried to expand his role beyond its natural edge. Wen Zheng noted this as a genuine trait rather than trained behavior. He descended from the observation point and began moving toward the facility's main entrance in a direct line, at walking pace, running his traditional qi path actively and holding his system path at minimum, not dormant, because dormant was a detectable transition state, but low enough that the expression was ambient rather than operational. He crossed the 200-meter line. Nothing moved. He continued. 180 meters. 160. At 150 meters, something changed in the facility's visual state. A panel on the administrative block's upper story shifted position. Not a door, not a window, but a monitoring aperture that had been closed and was now partially open. It had detected him. It was assessing. He held his position. The aperture stayed open for 22 seconds. He counted, keeping his cultivation expression steady, running the traditional path with the consistency of someone who was not alarmed and whose body chemistry and qi patterns therefore produced none of the stress indicators that automated systems were often calibrated to weight heavily. At 22 seconds, the aperture closed. Not engagement. Assessment, then dismissal. He resumed walking toward the entrance. At 90 meters, the second detection layer activated. He felt it rather than saw it, a scanning pulse that moved through the ambient field in the pattern of military-grade cultivation sensor technology, the type that mapped not just the presence of qi, but its structural character. It hit him, processed him, and produced a result he could not directly read. He walked 3 more steps before the automated turret at the entrance rotated toward him and stopped. Not firing. Stopped. Tracking, but not engaging. He held position again. Turret held position. Aperture panel opened. Processing delay. The system was running his signature against a decision framework and getting output that didn't map cleanly to either category. 37 seconds. The turret rotated back to its neutral position. He breathed out slowly and continued toward the entrance. The thing about automated decision systems built on binary classification was that undefined inputs did not trigger engagement. They triggered escalation to the next decision layer, which was also automated, which also received the same undefined input, which also escalated. Eventually, the escalation chain reached whatever the system's highest autonomous decision layer was. If that layer also returned undefined, the default was to hold. Hold was not the same as safe passage. It was a state maintained until the system resolved the classification, but it was not engagement. He had confounded the system's classification architecture. He stepped through the entrance. Lin Meihua and Yao Fei were still at the observation point. He turned back toward them and held up one closed fist. Hold. Then turned forward and began working toward the technical wing. Behind him, the facility's motion sensors tracked him. None of the turrets moved. Chapter 32. Alternating paths. He dismantled the first turret from behind. The three turrets that protected the corridor between the facility's entrance and the technical wing were positioned in a standard overlapping coverage pattern. Any two of the three had sight lines on every point in the corridor, which meant disabling the first required either operating outside their coverage simultaneously, which the corridor's geometry did not allow, or exploiting the assessment delay he had discovered at the entrance. The delay was his working material. He had mapped the delay at 22 seconds for the first assessment and 37 for the second, which gave him a baseline, approximately 25 to 40 seconds of processing time before the system committed to an engagement decision. Within that window, movement that began before the decision resolved would continue unengaged because the engagement order had not been issued. The turrets were autonomous once engaged, but the engagement trigger was the classification system's output, and the classification system was still running undefined on his signature. He entered the corridor and walked toward the first turret's coverage zone at the pace he had been using throughout the approach. Unhurried, direct, the movement pattern of someone conducting legitimate business in a known environment. Traditional path active, system path at minimum. Turret 1 tracked him. Processing delay initiated. He shifted. Not dramatically, not a full system skill activation, which would produce a signature spike the system would classify immediately. He shifted the balance between the two paths at the operational level. System path from minimum to active passive, traditional path from active to present but secondary. The change was small in absolute terms and significant in signature terms. It was a different signal than the facility had been reading for the previous 40 meters of approach. The classification system received new data and started its processing cycle over. He used the reset window to cover 20 meters at a run, the kind of pace that looked like hurrying in context, which turret targeting systems read as elevated threat, which would have triggered engagement if the system had issued an engagement order. It had not issued an engagement order. He was in the window. He was behind turret 1 at the end of the run. The turret was a mounted unit. Fixed base, rotating barrel, sensor cluster at the top. 30 years of operation on isolated power had maintained the weapon systems through the conserved power mode protocols that pre-apocalypse military hardware universally included, which meant the mechanical components were functional but not maintained. He had brought tools. He did not need them. The power coupling at the base of the rotating mount was accessible from behind. He disconnected it. The turret lost power mid-rotation. It had been swinging back toward him and stopped, frozen at an angle that covered neither its original field nor his current position. The classification system registered a hardware status change and started a new processing cycle. He was already moving toward turret 2. The second turret was positioned at a T-junction, harder because the approach required crossing turret 3's coverage zone to reach turret 2's blind spot. He ran the path calculation while he walked. The corridor branching angles, the sensor cluster's field of view based on the mounting height, and standard equipment specifications. The coverage gap that had to exist at the base of turret 3's mounting structure because no sensor cluster of that design could cover the 45-degree cone directly below its installation point. The gap was approximately 1 meter wide at floor level and 2 meters in depth from the mount's base. He shifted paths again, back to traditional active system passive, approached turret 3 from the front at walking pace, let the system register the familiar signature and begin its processing cycle, then covered the final 15 meters to the gap at the base of turret 3's mount during the window and sat against the mount's base, inside its coverage dead zone. Turret 2's sensor cluster was now visible to him. He had a direct line of sight to its power coupling from this position. He could not reach it from here. He looked at the corridor geometry. 12 meters between him and turret 2's base, covered entirely by turret 2's own sensor cluster, which was at 60% operational sensitivity based on the dust accumulation pattern on the lens housing. He had been reading that level of environmental detail throughout the facility because it was the kind of detail that changed calculations. 60% sensitivity with a processing delay of 25 to 40 seconds. He had disabled one turret. He had found a gap in a second. The corridor was solvable. He pulled the motion sensor suppressor from his equipment bag, a device Chun Wei had sourced 2 months ago at his request, intended for exactly this category of problem, activated it on the lowest output setting, and tossed it underhand to land 3 meters in front of Turret 2. The suppressor produced a localized electromagnetic interference field that degraded optical and chi-based motion detection within a 2-meter radius. Turret 2's sensor cluster received interference. The classification system registered sensor degradation and initiated a diagnostic cycle. He covered the 12 meters while the diagnostic was running. Power coupling disconnected. Turret 2 went offline. Turret 3 was still operational and now had his position. Processing delay initiated. He walked directly away from it, in the direction of the technical wing's entrance, which was the direction he had been traveling all along, at the same unhurried pace he had used throughout the approach. The system processed him. The system got undefined. The system held. He entered the technical wing. Behind him, the motion sensor suppressor continued running in the corridor for the next 4 hours, degrading the third turret's sensor function to approximately 30% until its battery exhausted. By that time, he expected to be gone. He found the access route to the basement level where the data center was located, confirmed it against Yao Fei's schematic, and descended. The first-time dual path had given him a purely tactical advantage. It had not felt like a victory. It had felt like the confirmation of a working theory, like a calculation that had been run in the abstract for months and had finally been run against real variables and returned the expected result. He made a note to document the specific switching intervals and response characteristics for later analysis. There would be other facilities. Chapter 33. The server the data center was cold. He noticed this first, not the equipment, not the scale of the space, but the temperature differential. The technical wing's basement was 8 degrees cooler than the floor above and 12 degrees cooler than the outside ambient. Pre-apocalypse data centers had required precise thermal management to operate, and the cooling infrastructure was part of the facility's core design rather than a supplemental addition, which meant it shared power systems with the essential building functions. Isolated power maintained the cooling alongside whatever else it was maintaining, which meant the servers were still running. Not all of them. The row lights showed most units in standby or offline states, their indicator panels dark or showing the amber of conserved power hibernation. But in the second row from the eastern wall, 3 units showed active green. He walked toward them. The active units were housed in a rack that was physically isolated from the rest of the row by a gap of approximately 40 centimeters on each side. The isolation was deliberate, not a result of deterioration. Someone had set up this specific cluster for continued operation and had separated it from the rest of the infrastructure. The physical separation was a simple hardening measure against network propagation of any problem that developed in the neighboring units. He read the unit labels. 2 of the 3 were storage arrays. The third was a processing unit with an interface panel that showed active status. He took out the data transfer device from his equipment bag, also Chun Wei sourced, a pre-apocalypse interface module rated for the generation of hardware he was looking at, which he had identified as the likely equipment type from Yao Fei's external survey photographs of the facility's air handling units, which were original installation hardware and therefore dated the facility's core systems precisely. He connected the device to the interface panel. The interface came up in text-only mode. He navigated the directory structure. The storage arrays contained approximately 600 terabytes of archived data, research files, project documentation, administrative records. Most of it was categorized under project designations he did not recognize. He did not have time to survey the full archive. He ran a search on the interface for the terms most likely to return what he had come for. System, installation, cultivation, protocol. The search returned 47 results. He opened the first result. It was a laboratory notebook, digitized handwritten entries from a researcher identified only by the initials YR, describing cultivation measurement protocols for baseline data collection in 2027, 2 years before the apocalypse. Not relevant to his immediate purpose. He sorted by date modified and worked backward from the most recent entries. The most recently modified file was dated 14 months after the apocalypse. Its title was System Installation Protocol, Draft 7. He opened it. The header block contained classification markings from a government authority that no longer existed and a project designation that resolved, in the second paragraph, to the program's full name, the National Cultivation Infrastructure Initiative, System Division. He read. The document was 53 pages. He did not read all 53 pages at the interface panel in the facility's data center with the automated defense systems in an undefined hold state above him. He ran the search for the structural keywords that would tell him the document's nature and scope. Installation timeline. System architecture overview. Deployment parameters. what the system was. The system had been a government program, not a discovery, an installation, not something that had emerged from the apocalypse or been produced by it or descended from it. Something that had been built, tested, and deployed. The apocalypse had been the deployment trigger. The researchers' notes in the surrounding files referenced the catastrophic failure of the pre-existing infrastructure as the condition that necessitated accelerated deployment of the system's replacement infrastructure. He read that twice. The system had replaced something, and the replacement had been deployed into the catastrophe, not before it. Deployed because the catastrophe made deployment necessary, which meant the system had been a contingency rather than a cause, a response rather than an origin. The shape of what he had thought he understood rearranged itself. He queued the full 53 pages for transfer to his non-system memory device and began downloading the surrounding files, the laboratory notebooks, the project documentation, the measurement records that had informed Draft 7's parameters. He would read all of it. Not now. Later, in the secondary base, working through it systematically the way he had worked through the fragment text and the Bridge Meridian manual. The download ran for 11 minutes. He disconnected the interface module and stood for a moment in the data center's cold air. The system was installed. Someone installed it. He had thought, without examining the assumption carefully, that the system was a feature of the world, an ambient infrastructure that had come with the apocalypse the way weather came with climate change, large and pervasive and not attributable to specific human intention. He had understood that the system was technology rather than magic. He had not thought about what it meant for technology to have been built by someone who had also intended it for a purpose. If there was a purpose, there was a design. If there was a design, there were design parameters. If there were design parameters, there was a design failure. The monitoring active bar on his interface, the classification of his cultivation path as error, was not a malfunction of an ambient phenomenon. It was a classification error in a design system. Design systems had designers. Designers left notes. He had just downloaded some of those notes. He secured the memory device and began moving toward the basement exit. Chapter 34. The scaffold. He read the installation protocol in the early hours of the morning after they returned to the secondary base. Lin Meihua had accompanied him back. Yao Fei had separated at the facility's outer perimeter, returning to his own operation with the arrangement to reconvene in 4 days. Chun Wei was not present. He was managing the supply chain aspect of the extended absence and would check in through the coded notation at 7th hour. Wen Zheng sat at the secondary base's small table with his device reading the transferred files while Lin Meihua reviewed her diagnostic logs from the facility approach on the spare mat. They did not talk for the first 2 hours. This was the working relationship they had established naturally. She did not require his attention when she was processing her own data, and he did not provide commentary when he was reading something that required his full analytical capacity. The secondary base was quiet enough that each of them could track the other's productive state by sound, pages turning, the soft interface sounds of equipment review, without conversation. At the 2-hour mark, he said, the system was designed to dissolve. She looked up. He read her the relevant section. The installation protocol stage 4 entry was 22 pages long, and he summarized rather than reading in full. The system's designers had built a life cycle into the architecture, a deployment phase in which the system's cultivation pathways would function as primary infrastructure, replacing the cultivation traditions that the apocalypse had disrupted, a stabilization phase in which those pathways would be maintained and refined as the population rebuilt, a transition phase in which traditional cultivation methods would be reintroduced alongside system cultivation gradually, and a dissolution phase in which the system's infrastructure would be systematically deactivated over a period of approximately 10 years, leaving the population with the cultivation traditions they had rebuilt rather than a permanent dependence on the installed infrastructure. Stage 4. Dissolution. Scheduled for 23 years after initial deployment. The initial deployment had been 30 years ago. It should have started 7 years ago, Lin Meihua said. 23 years from deployment was the scheduled initiation. The dissolution phase is 10 years in duration. We are 7 years into the window in which Stage 4 should have been in active progress. He set down the device. Stage 4 is listed in the protocol with an automatic status field. The status field reads, scheduled, not in progress. Scheduled, which in the protocol's status language means, queued for initiation, not yet initiated. He had spent 30 minutes on the protocol's status definitions before reading the Stage 4 entry. He had understood, when he found the status vocabulary section, that it was going to be important. The dissolution phase was never started. The system is running past its designed life cycle, and the designed life cycle's termination procedure has not been executed. Lin Meihua was quiet for a moment. Why? The protocol doesn't say. The protocol is a technical document, not a policy document. It describes what was planned and what the current status is. It doesn't describe who has decision authority over stage for initiation or what decisions have been made by that authority. Someone would have had to make a decision not to initiate it, or someone would have had to fail to make the decision to initiate it. Those are different failure modes with different causes. He thought about the Federation's Cultivation Policy Committee, the committees before it, the institutional structures that had grown up around system cultivation in the 30 years since deployment. He thought about Sima Yulong's 11-year tenure as Heaven's Path Senior Elder, the 12 papers on Qi field degradation, the 6 appearances before the Policy Committee. He thought about every faction that held certification authority, every registered cultivator's rank progression, every administrative apparatus that ran on system infrastructure. The dissolution phase dissolves the infrastructure that everything currently runs on, he said. Every faction's authority derives from system certification. Every cultivator's rank is a system designation. Every economic and political structure that has organized around cultivation since the apocalypse is built on the assumption that the system is permanent. And the people who would have to initiate dissolution are the people with the most to lose from it. That is one possible explanation. He picked up the device again. There are others. The original design team may not have survived to execute it. The communication channels between the design team and the Federation's governance structure may not have been maintained. The dissolution protocol may have been compartmentalized from the policy apparatus that succeeded the original government. There are several scenarios that produce the same observable outcome without requiring deliberate decisions not to act. But deliberate decision is also on the list. Yes. He looked at the status field on the device. Scheduled. A word that meant, we know this is supposed to happen. We have not made it happen. He thought about what it meant that the system was 30 years into a life cycle that had been designed to last 23. That every cultivation rank in the world was a designation issued by a system operating outside its design parameters. That secondary path, flagged. Monitoring active was a classification error in a scaffold that should have been halfway through its own dissolution. He thought about the bridge meridian, and about what it was for, and about whether the fragment text's author had known what he now knew. He made a note to search the protocol's earliest draft history for references to dual-path cultivation. He would read the rest of the files tomorrow. Chapter 35. The surrender Gao Bingwen was waiting at the sector's eastern transit route with 12 soldiers. Not a patrol, 12 soldiers positioned at a checkpoint configuration, with the administrative notation of a regional arbitration authority enforcement action visible on the lieutenant's documentation tablet. When Zheng identified the configuration from 300 meters while he was still inside the ruined structural cover, he slowed his pace without stopping. He assessed. Yao Fei had separated from the group the previous evening. Lin Meihua was moving separately on her own return route. They had established, after the facility, that parallel transit paths reduced the detectable signal of coordinated movement. She would not be at this checkpoint. He was carrying the server hardware in the lower section of his equipment bag and the downloaded data in the non-system memory device sewn into the lining of his cultivation robe. The hardware was detectable. The checkpoint would have sensor equipment capable of identifying pre-apocalypse server components. The memory device was not detectable because it was non-system and the sensor equipment that worked on system-connected devices would not read it. He had built this option into his equipment design for exactly this reason, 8 months ago, when he had acquired the device and sewn it into the robe's lining. He had thought about confiscation scenarios. He had prepared for them. He continued walking toward the checkpoint at the same pace he had been using before he identified it. Any change in pace produced a signal. He did not produce a signal. The lieutenant stepped forward as he reached the checkpoint perimeter. Sector 7 Investigation. You match the description of an unregistered cultivator of interest. Documentation. He presented his identification. He carried documentation that was not fraudulent. It described him accurately as an unregistered independent cultivator operating as a scavenger in Sector 7. The documentation had been in order for 3 years. The documentation did not describe his cultivation path. Your bag, the lieutenant said. He set the bag on the inspection table without hesitation. The server hardware was in the lower section, wrapped in the protective padding he had used for transport. The lieutenant's sensor equipment read it immediately. The indicator lights on the scanning array produced the signature that pre-apocalypse electronic equipment generated. Government Research Facility Property, the lieutenant said, reading the equipment's registration markings. This is confiscated under investigation authority. Understood, Wen Zheng said. The lieutenant looked at him. He had expected argument. The absence of argument produced a second look. The calculation of someone who had expected to apply pressure and had found no resistance to push against, and was now unsure what the absence of resistance meant. Wen Zheng had prepared for that calculation too. The hardware is not the valuable part, he said. The hardware is heavy and difficult to transport. I took it as a trading asset. If it belongs to the investigation, I have no claim to it. This was true and false simultaneously. In the distribution that was most useful, the hardware was not the valuable part. The data was the valuable part. He had known, when he found the server, that the hardware was at significant risk of confiscation on the return route. Gao Bingwen had military resources and transportation assets that made large item confiscation a practical option in a way that it was not for individual cultivators. He had transferred the data to the memory device before leaving the facility. He had left the hardware in the bag. The lieutenant ran the standard cultivation scan. Wen Zheng ran the traditional path and held his system path at minimum. The scan returned. Foundation rank, Qi cultivation, traditional path, signature consistent with 3-year sector residency. It did not return. Dual path, bridge meridian, system path restricted. The military's standard cultivation scan was not the specialized diagnostic equipment Lin Meihua used in her medical practice. The standard scan produced a category output rather than a structural analysis. The category was traditional cultivation. The standard scan was satisfied. The confiscation was processed and documented. The lieutenant returned his bag, lighter now, without the hardware, and made a notation on his tablet. You'll be required to attend the investigation's witness interview process, the lieutenant said. Report to the administrative hub within 3 days. I'll be there, Wen Zheng said. Gao Bingwen had been watching from the checkpoint's rear position throughout. He had not stepped forward or spoken. He was in command dress rather than operational gear, which meant his role at this checkpoint was supervisory. He was here to observe the operation, not conduct it. He was also here, Wen Zheng understood, to see him in person under official circumstances. He met Gao Bingwen's eyes for approximately 3 seconds as he passed the checkpoint's rear position. Gao Bingwen's expression was the expression of a man watching a person he could not currently move against through official channels. Because the documentation was in order and the scan had returned clean and there was no basis in evidence for an arrest, and who was calculating how long this condition would hold. Wen Zheng walked on. He moved through the transit route at his standard pace for 2 kilometers, turned at the branch point that led toward the deep ruins, and began the route back to the secondary base. The server hardware was gone. It had contained nothing he had not already downloaded. The memory device against his chest held 53 pages of system installation protocol and 600 gigabytes of surrounding research archive. Gao Bingwen had taken the weight. He had kept the content. He thought about the witness interview in 3 days and what the investigation would ask him and what answers he would provide. He thought about the installation protocol stage for status field. He thought about the bridge meridian running clean and integrated at the center of his cultivation structure. He had a great deal of reading to do. Chapter 36. Locke had not cleared the checkpoint before Gao Bingwen spoke. Stop. Wen Zheng stopped. He did not turn immediately. He processed first. The voice had not been directed at the lieutenant or the soldiers. It had been directed at his back, in the tone of a man accustomed to having instructions followed before the reasons were given. He turned. Gao Bingwen had moved from the checkpoint's rear position to the center of the cleared ground between the soldiers. His hands were clasped behind his back. His expression was the specific expression of professional evaluation, not the satisfaction of having caught someone in an error, but the focused attention of someone performing a competent assessment of a variable that had presented itself more interestingly than expected. You handled the confiscation well, Gao said. Most people argue, even the ones who understand they shouldn't. Argument would not have changed the outcome, Wen Zheng said. No, it wouldn't have. Gao moved forward 2 steps. He was 6 meters away. I want to understand what I'm dealing with. When I encounter something I don't have a complete picture of, I find it useful to run a direct assessment. 1 second. The lock hit him like a door closing. It was not pain. It was absence. The specific absence of a whole operational layer of his cultivation that had been present continuously for 3 years. His system skills did not freeze the way he had watched them freeze in other cultivators at the checkpoint where he'd first observed Gao. They went quiet, as if a voice he had been listening to without noticing had simply stopped speaking. The bridge meridian's system path dropped to 0. His traditional qi was untouched. His system interface showed system skills suspended, external lock, duration unknown. He counted from the moment of contact. 1, 2, 3. Gao made a small hand gesture to his right. 2 soldiers stepped forward. Refinement rank, both of them. He had assessed the checkpoint's personnel at range before approaching and had assigned each soldier their most likely cultivation capability based on equipment and movement patterns. These 2 had been at the top of his refinement estimate. They were not drawing weapons. They were stepping forward. Gao said, with the tone of a man conducting a demonstration for his own benefit. Show me how you manage without it. The first soldier was faster than when Zheng's conservative estimate had allowed for. Refinement rank system cultivation produced movement enhancement that traditional qi at consolidation could not directly match, and the soldier had activated his speed skill immediately. When Zheng moved to the side rather than backward, which was the correct choice because backward was the direction the soldier's attack trajectory had committed to, and a committed attack with insufficient deceleration time needed approximately 1.8 seconds to reorient. He had 1.8 seconds. He used them to position himself so that the second soldier, closing from the left, would intersect with the first soldier's recovery path. They were fighting as a coordinated pair, but the coordination assumed a target that moved predictably. He was not moving predictably. The traditional qi he had been refining for 3 years was dense with the feedback effects of dual path pressure. The system path's consistent operation had compressed his traditional qi to a quality that exceeded what his cultivation rank should have produced by roughly the equivalent of half a tier. He knew this. He had measured it. He had not tested it against refinement rank opponents with full system activation. He was testing it now. 7 minutes was approximately how long it took Gao Bingwen to decide the demonstration had produced sufficient information. When Zheng had taken 2 strikes he could not fully avoid, one to his left shoulder that had produced audible impact and would produce a contusion and possible minor fracture, and one glancing blow across his ribs that was not structural but was currently affecting his breathing. He had also tagged each of the 2 soldiers twice, with enough precision that both of them had adjusted their attack patterns during the engagement. They were not simply absorbing his hits, they were recalibrating around them. The lock released at 7 minutes and 14 seconds. His system path returned mid-breath. He did not use it. The fight was over. Gao had raised his hand, and the 2 soldiers stepped back immediately. He noted the full 11-minute gap between the lock's initiation and its release. Gao had held the lock for 4 minutes after stopping the engagement, while standing 4 meters away, watching him. Consolidation rank traditional cultivation strong enough to pressure refinement rank system builds under sustained lock conditions, Gao said, in the register of someone reading notes rather than delivering compliments. You trained the traditional path to serve as a primary fallback. That's not an accident. He did not respond. You know what I want, Gao said. When you're ready to discuss terms, contact the regional administrative office. Tell them to put you through to my operations desk. He paused. I'm patient with people who are worth patience. I am not patient indefinitely. He turned back to the checkpoint. The 2 soldiers fell back into position. The encounter was concluded. When Zheng walked, he did not adjust his pace or direction. The shoulder needed immediate attention. The fracture question would resolve itself one way or another, but the contusion was already affecting his left arm's range of motion in ways that would impede a training session if he attempted one in the next 48 hours. He updated his operational schedule accordingly. He thought about 11 minutes of lock and about what would happen to his bridge meridian's architecture if the lock were sustained for longer, an hour, say, or a day. He did not know. He had not had to model that contingency before today. He added it to his research priorities. He also thought about what Gao's interest meant and did not mean. Interest was not alliance. Interest was not protection. Interest was a man who had decided a variable was worth watching rather than eliminating, and who had time to watch. That window would not remain open indefinitely. Gao had told him that directly. He had heard it. Chapter 37. Architecture. She was already at the secondary base when he arrived. He had not summoned her. She had either tracked his movement through the sector or anticipated his route from the checkpoint location, which was visible in the sector's public layout documentation. Both options indicated a level of operational awareness about his movements that he had not granted her and that he noted without objection. She was sitting on the spare mat with her diagnostic equipment open, and she looked at his shoulder when he came through the entrance before he had removed his robe. Left shoulder, she said. Sit. He sat. The diagnosis took 12 minutes. She was thorough and did not comment until she had a complete picture. It was one of the things about her work that he had identified as professionally compatible with his own operating style. She did not produce preliminary assessments and then revise them. She produced complete assessments once. Minor fracture at the acromion, she said. The contusion is deep tissue and will affect range of motion for 10 days at minimum. No meridian damage. She paused. Your resonance nodes were under lock for how long? 11 minutes. She ran her diagnostic equipment across the node locations, reading the residual signatures of the lock's effect. He watched her expression as the readings registered, the careful neutrality of someone filtering their immediate reaction through professional protocol before allowing it to show. Second node, she said. There are microfractures in the anchor point's bonding matrix. Not structural failure. Stress fracture pattern. Consistent with the anchor material being subjected to a forced resonance suppression it wasn't designed to accommodate. She looked at him. How many times can this happen before the anchor point fails? Unknown. The Bridge Meridian Manual doesn't include lock resistance specifications because the manual was written before the lock technique existed. I would need to model the structural tolerance from first principles. Can you do that? Yes. I'll need your diagnostic readings from tonight as input data. She was quiet for a moment, running the repair protocol, a precise chi manipulation that she applied to the fracture site with the careful attention of someone who understood that the structure she was touching was both a medical structure and a cultivation structure, and that the two sets of design logic needed to be treated as a unified system rather than two separate problems. He felt the traditional chi she deployed settle into the anchor point's bonding matrix with the right resonance character. She had adjusted her technique's frequency to match the Bridge Meridian's specific architecture, which she had been able to do because she had been reading his signature for 3 weeks. She knew what the structure felt like. She had calibrated her touch to match it. You've been adjusting your diagnostic chi to my node frequencies, he said. Since the first week. I couldn't read the microfracture correctly without it. She applied the repair sequence's second pass. The standard medical chi frequency produces interference at the resonance node boundary. I had to recalibrate, or I couldn't see clearly. He thought about that. About someone modifying their professional toolkit to accommodate a structure that no medical training had prepared them for, because the structure existed and was worth understanding correctly. I need to explain the full architecture to you, he said. For the repair protocol, the second-order effects of the microfractures will propagate differently through the Bridge Meridian's 3 connection points than through isolated anchor material. And if you're going to stabilize it correctly, you need to understand how the 3 nodes interact. She set down her diagnostic equipment and looked at him with the expression of someone who had been waiting for this moment and had prepared not to push toward it before he offered it himself. All right, she said. He spent 3 hours explaining. She did not interrupt except to ask clarifying questions, and her questions were technical, about the mechanical relationship between the 2 cultivation paths at their Bridge Meridian intersection, about the role of the anchor material in preventing chi turbulence, about the specific properties of the pre-apocalypse alloy composites he had identified as suitable. She understood materials science. She understood cultivation physiology. The combination made her, he realized, one of the only people alive who could fully follow the explanation he was giving. He had not explained any of this to another person before. He had not thought he would. He watched her working through it, the attention, the follow-up questions, the silent processing intervals, and identified what was happening with the same precision he applied to other assessments. At the end of the 3rd hour, when he had finished the explanation of the Bridge Meridian's current construction state and where the remaining development needed to go, she said, "You built this alone. From fragments. Over 3 years. In a basement." It was not a question. It was an observation in the specific register of someone recalibrating their estimate of another person's capacity significantly upward and being honest enough not to pretend the recalibration wasn't happening. Yes, he said. The anchor problem was the theoretical failure point in the only dual-path paper I ever found. The paper was written before the composites existed. I found the composites in the ruins. The paper didn't know they were there. He paused. I almost didn't know they were there. I recognized them because I had read 17 engineering materials texts looking for exactly that property profile. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Show me the repair sequence input data. I want to model the second node fracture propagation before I run the second pass treatment." He handed her the manual. She read it. She took notes. She worked. He sat across from her in the secondary base's cool quiet and felt something in the architecture of his planning reconfigure around a new permanent element. Not a dependency, not a vulnerability, but a counterweight, the kind of structure that made the whole arrangement more stable than it had been before. Chapter 38. The prodigy Shen Tao was wearing plain training clothes. He had been visible in the sector's transitional zone, the area between the organized faction sectors and the deep ruins, used by independent cultivators for training because the faction authorities' monitoring was lighter there. When Zheng had noticed him on the first day, observed him for 2 more, and assessed him before Shen Tao made any approach, the Heaven's Path sect insignia that all of Sima Yulong's direct disciples wore was absent. The cultivation signature was traditional Qi at high consolidation rank, possibly touching early refinement. Young for that tier, early 20s, which meant either exceptional talent or sect-accelerated cultivation resources. The behavioral pattern was solo training with frequent pauses to review what he'd just done, which was the training pattern of someone who thought about their technique rather than just executing it. He was not acting like a sect operative. He was acting like a person who had come to train and wanted to be left alone to think. When Zheng had not changed his schedule, On the fourth day, Shen Tao crossed the training zone toward him in the direct, unhurried way of someone who had decided to make contact and had thought about how. He stopped 5 meters away and said, "The investigation team can't figure out what your technique is. I want to know." He said it as a statement of interest rather than a demand. There was no threat posture attached to it, no faction authority invoked. Wen Zheng looked at him. Why? Because there's a chi field signature in the area that doesn't match anything in the Heaven's Path analytical catalog, which is the most complete traditional cultivation reference in the Eastern region. I've been cross-referencing for 3 days, and I keep getting partial matches that contradict each other. He paused. My sect wants it classified as an error and eliminated. I want to understand what it is before it gets eliminated. That's a different position than your sect's. It is. He didn't look uncomfortable saying this. He looked like someone who had evaluated the discrepancy and decided his position was the correct one. I've been Sima Yulong's disciple for 4 years. He's taught me more about chi field mechanics than anyone alive. He's also been wrong before, and when he's wrong it's always in the same direction. He overweights the degradation risk for novel techniques because his primary research area is degradation. It's a selection bias. I know what it looks like. When Zheng filed this, a sect prodigy with the training to cause significant problems, explicitly declining to use it, offering his analysis of his own side's blind spots. Genuine intellectual interest without strategic agenda. A sparring match, Wen Zheng said. I'll answer your questions during. Shen Tao blinked. During. A person's cultivation technique is most readable under direct chi pressure. You want to understand what my technique is. Observing it under pressure will give you more data than a verbal explanation. He settled his stance. Unless you have something better to do. Shen Tao settled his stance too, and a small, genuinely entertained expression moved across his face. No, he said. I don't have anything better to do. Chapter 39. Equivalent rank. The match lasted 42 minutes. Wen Zheng ran his traditional cultivation throughout. No system path activation, no resonance node engagement, no bridge meridian features that were not already present in his baseline chi signature. He had decided, on the approach to the first exchange, that restricting himself in this way was the correct choice for 3 reasons. It preserved operational secrecy for the full extent of his capabilities. It gave him accurate data on how his traditional chi compared to a high consolidation sect cultivator under actual combat conditions, and it gave Shen Tao what he had asked for, an honest demonstration of the technique's character, without the additional complexity of the system path. What he showed Shen Tao was 3 years of traditional cultivation compressed and densified by the continuous dual-path feedback loop. Shen Tao was good. He had been trained by the best traditional cultivation institution in the Eastern region, and he had been trained well. His technique was clean, his chi control was precise, and his combat application had the efficiency of someone who had sparred thousands of hours against high-level opponents. He did not waste movement. He did not repeat failed approaches. When Wen Zheng adapted to a technique, Shen Tao adapted his counter within the same exchange. He was also, Wen Zheng noted at the 14-minute mark, beginning to recalibrate in real time. Not losing. He had not lost the exchange at any point, but recalibrating. In the way of a person who had entered a match with a prior assessment of the opponent's capability and was discovering that the assessment needed significant revision. The tells were subtle, a half-second additional pause before committing to exchanges, the specific quality of attention that appeared in a cultivator's eyes when they shifted from executing a game plan to building a new one. He was running Wen Zheng's traditional chi density through his analytical framework and producing outputs he had not expected. Your chi is wrong for your rank, Shen Tao said, during a brief separation at the 22-minute mark. He was not breathing hard. Neither was Wen Zheng. It's consolidation density, but it's not. The grain of it is different. Like something compressed it beyond what the rank should produce. What would cause that? Wen Zheng said, running 2 simultaneous pressure systems against the same chi for an extended period. He paused, and Wen Zheng watched him reach the conclusion in real time. The technique uses both paths at once. The interaction pressure refines the chi on both sides. Another pause. That's the density mechanism. That's what the sect's analysis missed. They saw the double signature and flagged anomaly without modeling the refinement effect. The analytical bias was toward disruption rather than enhancement. Yes. He made a controlled half-step that opened a new engagement angle. Because the degradation literature assumes both paths disrupt each other. The possibility that they compress each other instead isn't in any analysis I've read. He tested the angle. Wen Zheng blocked and countered. The assumption was founded on the turbulence problem. The turbulence problem was an anchor materials problem, not a path mechanics problem. Shen Tao absorbed this without changing his expression or his footwork, but the quality of his attention shifted again. deeper focus, the focus of someone reclassifying a hypothesis from interesting to potentially significant. At 42 minutes, they separated by mutual unspoken agreement. The exchange had reached the natural endpoint, where continuing would require significant escalation beyond what either of them was willing to invest in a first-meeting sparring session. Xintao sat down on a flat section of collapsed wall. He was looking at his own hands in the way of someone reviewing a calculation. The anchor material resolves the turbulence, he said. Not suppresses it. Resolves it. The resonance doesn't degrade, it stabilizes. Correct. And the sect's entire theoretical rejection is based on the turbulence assumption. Correct. He was quiet for a moment. Sima Yulong wrote the primary paper on dual-path turbulence in 2018. It's the foundational text for the rejection consensus. He looked up. If the turbulence assumption fails, the paper fails. The paper fails, Wen Zheng agreed. Xintao said, I'm not going to report this to the investigation team. I know. I want to continue this conversation. I know that too. Wen Zheng stood and picked up his equipment. Come to the transitional zone's western boundary every third morning at 6th hour. I'll be there when I can be. He left Xintao sitting on the ruined wall, looking at his hands, thinking about something he had said about the chi field's behavior at combined cultivation resonance frequencies, which Wen Zheng had mentioned in passing at the 20-minute mark and which, he was reasonably confident, Xintao would not stop thinking about for a considerable period of time. People who sparred against genuine intellectual novelty did not let it go easily. Chapter 40. Central Oversight. Sima Yulong issued the purge announcement on the 18th day of the investigation. The text was distributed through the Regional Cultivation Authority's official notification system. Every registered cultivator at Awakened rank and above received it on their system interface. Wen Zheng read it standing in the secondary base's center, having received it the same way everyone else had. Regional Cultivation Integrity Notice. Heaven's Path Sect / Regional Arbitration Authority Joint Action. Any cultivator operating an anomalous or unclassified cultivation technique within the Eastern Ruins District and its surrounding sectors was required to present themselves to the nearest faction authority office within 72 hours. Failure to comply would constitute grounds for immediate detention. Detainees would be subject to forced technique analysis under institutional authority. The notice explicitly listed dual-path cultivation as the target classification. It used the phrase, a technique known to be both theoretically impossible and structurally dangerous to practitioners and the surrounding chi field. He read it once. He filed it in 3 analytical categories simultaneously. The first category, direct threat assessment. 72 hours was a timeline. The regional authority had compliance enforcement resources that he had mapped over the course of the investigation. Lin Meihuan knew the number and capability of the enforcement teams. He would confirm with her. The secondary base's shielding remained adequate. His detection risk remained low. The timeline was manageable. The second category, second-order consequences. A public purge announcement sent through the official system notification network was automatically logged by the Continental Cultivation Federation's Administrative Bureau. This was the same process that had logged the initial anomaly broadcast that had triggered the investigation. The Bureau logged all regional purge declarations because purge declarations implicated federation-wide policy questions about what cultivation techniques were permitted, which was a central authority question rather than a regional one. Sima Yulong had likely not thought about this detail, or had thought about it and calculated that he had enough institutional standing to proceed anyway. The third category, the investigation's escalation trajectory. The investigation had begun as a regional anomaly response. Sima Yulong's arrival had elevated it to a traditional cultivation authority involvement. The purge announcement had now elevated it to Federation-level administrative logging. He was thinking through the third category when Chun Wei's coded notation arrived at 6th hour. Heads up, sector traffic, unfamiliar credentials. He decoded the notation and added, visitors from outside the regional authority's normal personnel. Central Bureau classification. Arrived this morning. He updated his operational picture. Within 24 hours of the purge announcement, the Continental Cultivation Federation's Research Bureau had flagged the case. He thought about who would be in that bureau, what their institutional interests would be, and what flagged as requiring central oversight meant for an investigation that had until now been operating under regional authority. The regional authority was Sima Yulong's domain. The central authority was not. The central authority's cultivation research arm had different institutional interests than a traditional cultivation sect elder whose primary concern was technique purity. He sent a coded notation back to Chun Wei. Identify credentials if possible, flag rank, and institutional affiliation. Then he sat down and thought carefully about Director Luo Xine, whose name appeared on 3 of the research papers he had downloaded from the facility's server archive. A Federation research administrator with a publication history in anomalous cultivation signature analysis, whose work had engaged seriously with the theoretical literature on pre-apocalypse cultivation techniques that had not survived the system's arrival. Someone who studied techniques that the system had displaced. Someone who would be very interested, professionally and intellectually, in a technique the system had classified as an error. He did not know whether this was an opportunity or a second threat arriving from a different direction. He would need more information before he could determine which. He noted that the category, both simultaneously, was also available, and often more accurate than either / or when institutional actors entered a situation. He had 72 hours on the purge notice. He would not be complying with the notice. He had an unknown timeline on the Federation Bureau's involvement. He would be watching it carefully. He also had 2 fractured anchor points, 11 minutes of direct lock experience, and a growing network of 4 people who knew different amounts about what he was building and had each, in different ways, chosen to protect it rather than report it. The investigation was no longer regional. The shape of the problem had expanded again. He had known it would. He had been building for this since the morning the system logged him 3 years ago. He would continue building. Chapter 41. The compact. He found the tournament notification at 7th hour on the morning of the 19th day. It had come through the standard system notification channel, the same channel that had delivered the purge announcement. But this one bore the Continental Cultivation Federation's administrative header, which carried a different authority weight than the Regional Arbitration Authority's communications. The tournament notification was not a threat. It was an announcement of the biennial tier advancement tournament, scheduled for 14 days hence, to be held at the Regional Hub's Central Cultivation Arena under Continental Neutrality Compact. He read it once. He set down his morning tea. Then he read it again, more carefully, with the specific attention he gave to legal documents rather than news announcements. The Continental Neutrality Compact was a Federation-level agreement that predated most of the current institutional structures by 15 years. It had been established in the second decade after the apocalypse, when the various cultivation factions and emergent government bodies had needed a mechanism for resolving rank disputes and resource allocation without constant armed conflict. The tournament was its primary instrument. It ran every 2 years in each region. Its rules were documented, codified, and enforced at the Federation level rather than the regional level, which meant regional authorities, including the Regional Arbitration Authority currently conducting his investigation, had no jurisdiction over its proceedings. He found the specific provision he had been looking for on the 4th page of the Compact's attached summary. Article 7, Section 3. Active registered contestants in the biennial tier advancement tournament are protected from arrest, detention, warrant execution, and faction intervention under continental neutrality for the duration of their participation. This protection extends from registration confirmation through formal elimination or voluntary withdrawal. Not a loophole. He had checked, because using a provision its designers had not intended created legal vulnerabilities that using an intended provision did not. But Article 7 Section 3 was exactly what it appeared to be. A protection for unaffiliated cultivators who participated in Federation-sanctioned competition, included deliberately because the Compact's architects had understood that unaffiliated cultivators needed protection from faction pressure to make the tournament's outcomes meaningful rather than politically managed. He was unaffiliated. He was a cultivator. The protection was designed for him. He did not have a complete picture of what participating in the tournament would require. He had 48 hours before registration closed. He spent the first 6 hours reading the full Compact documentation, the tournament's specific rules, and the registration requirements. He sent Chun Wei a coded notation, need administrative support, registration timeline. Then he continued reading. There were risks. The tournament would require him to demonstrate cultivation in front of a live audience, which meant his technique would be visible to everyone present. Not analyzable the way Lin Meihua had analyzed it, but observable. There would be people in the audience who were watching for the unusual. There would also be people watching who were not connected to Sima Yulong's investigation or Gao Bingwen's military operation. At the end of 6 hours, he set down the documentation and looked at the secondary base's ceiling. He had been building in secret for 3 years. He had been protecting the work by keeping it invisible. But the investigation had made him visible, and the purge announcement had given him a 72-hour compliance window he was not planning to use. And the shape of his protection had changed from invisibility to something that required a different kind of structural support. The tournament was not the ideal setting. It was the setting that was available in the next 48 hours. He sent Chen Wei, begin registration filing. Chapter 42, Self-Declaration. The registration form had 8 fields. Name, sector of residence, cultivation rank, Cultivation pathway classification. Faction affiliation, if any. Combat specialty. Physical build data for pairing purposes. Emergency contact. He filled out 7 of the 8 without difficulty. The 8th field, Cultivation pathway classification, had a drop-down menu with pre-populated options: System path, Traditional path, Hybrid, System primary, Hybrid, Traditional primary, and Other. The drop-down did not include Dual path because Dual path was not a recognized classification category in any official Federation taxonomy. The taxonomy did not anticipate him. He looked at the field for approximately 30 seconds. He selected Traditional path. This was legally accurate. He was a Traditional path cultivator. He was also a System path cultivator. He had not lied. He had selected one of the 2 accurate answers. The form did not include a field for Secondary cultivation path, because the Federation's registration architecture assumed that a cultivator had one path, and that one was the relevant one. He was not responsible for the assumptions built into a form that hadn't been designed to accommodate him. His rank was Foundation. He registered as Foundation, Traditional Chi. He did not register as Foundation Dual Path, because the system had classified his Dual Path rank as error and would not have accepted it as a valid input regardless of what he submitted. Chen Wei had the administrative contact in the regional tournament office who could navigate the filing without triggering a security review. The contact was a clerk who had been processing cultivation registrations for 11 years and found the paperwork component of his job considerably more reliable than the cultivators he was filing paperwork for. Chen Wei brought him the completed form during business hours. He processed it. He issued the confirmation. The confirmation arrived on Wenjing's system interface at 15th hour. Registration confirmed. Tier Advancement Tournament. Continental Cultivation Federation. Registration ID 302-7891F. The system interface did not update his cultivation classification. It had not expected to be asked. He looked at the confirmation notification for a moment. He thought about the purge announcement and the 72-hour window it represented, and about the fact that his registration confirmation had arrived 19 hours before the window closed. Active registered contestants are protected from arrest, detention, warrant enforcement, and faction intervention under continental neutrality for the duration of their participation. His participation had begun at the moment of registration confirmation. He sent Chen Wei a 3-word notation: "Window is closed." Chen Wei's response came back within the hour: "Understood." He would begin revising the sector movement patterns to account for the tournament's organizational footprint, the increased foot traffic, the faction delegations arriving for observation and networking, the way these events changed the information landscape of the area they occupied. Wenjing updated his planning timeline to incorporate the tournament's schedule and began working through the structural implications of competing in a public cultivation event for the first time in his life. He had been invisible for 3 years. He had been visible under investigation for 3 weeks. The tournament would make him visible by design, in a context that came with protections built into the Federation's founding documents. He thought about what he could learn in that environment that he could not learn from the outside. He thought about what he could show that would be worth the exposure. He went to work. Chapter 43. Assignments. Lin Meihua registered on the 2nd day. She had not discussed it with him before registering. She had sent a notation through Chen Wei's channel. Entering tournament, medical combat classification, and when they met at the secondary base that evening she had said, "I reviewed the neutrality compact. The protection applies to me as well. The investigation team can't call me for questioning during competition." He looked at her. "You were scheduled for questioning? Day after tomorrow. The regional authority wants a formal statement from the medical specialist who filed an inconclusive report." She set down her diagnostic equipment. "The tournament registration protects me from it." He ran the operational picture. Lin Meihua's formal statement would have been a significant variable. She had seen enough of his technique during the anchor point repair work that her testimony, under official questioning with documentation authority, could have changed the investigation's evidentiary situation substantially. He had not known about the scheduled questioning. He had not been tracking her exposure to the investigation process carefully enough. He noted this as a calibration error. He had been managing his own exposure and had not applied the same rigor to managing hers. "You should have told me," he said. "I handled it. The second-order consequence of the questioning session was within my planning parameters, and I would have factored it in. I wasn't factoring it in because I didn't have the information." She looked at him with the level expression of someone who had heard the argument and was evaluating it on its merits rather than its tone. "You're right," she said. "I'll tell you when I have questioning scheduled." "Thank you." They worked through the tournament logistics together. The agreement they reached was explicit. They would not acknowledge each other during the event unless a situation required coordination. They would move through the tournament's social environment as independent participants. They would conduct no visible communication during rounds. If an operational situation developed that required direct coordination, they had a contact protocol that used the tournament's message relay system, publicly available, used by thousands of participants, coded in a way that read as a standard scheduling message. Yao Fei had received the tournament notification and declined participation through a notation to Chun Wei that was characteristic of him. Crowds are where evidence disappears and bodies don't. He was not wrong. Yao Fei's value to their operation was his survey knowledge and his patience for long observation work, neither of which translated to tournament competition. His contribution to the tournament was the pre-event surveillance he had already begun, mapping the faction delegation's arrival patterns, documenting unfamiliar credentials, identifying anyone whose presence in the tournament environment didn't fit the standard categories. His first report arrived the morning before the tournament opened. 3 individuals had been present in the tournament's surrounding area for 6 days before registration closed, without registering. They were moving in observation patterns rather than participant patterns, mapping the venue, noting sight lines, documenting arrival and departure routes. They were not faction officials. They were not media. They moved like people who had been trained to gather information without being noticed by people who were also trained to notice that. When Zheng looked at the descriptions and the location notes, he had no identification for the 3. He could not determine, from the behavioral description alone, whether they were connected to the investigation, to Gao Bingwen's operation, to the Federation Bureau that had flagged his case, or to something he had not yet mapped. He sent Yao Fei, continue observation, full documentation. He also noted that the tournament environment would contain more variables than he could fully control in advance. This was not unusual. He had never fully controlled a variable-rich environment. He had always worked with the information he had and adjusted when he had more. He packed his training equipment and went to register for his first match assignment. Chapter 44. Top 3 percentile. The first round dungeon clearance began at 8th hour. He had been placed in a bracket of 12 Foundation-ranked Traditional Path competitors. The Foundation Traditional tier was the lowest prestige bracket in the tournament, which was why it ran first and why the audience observation area during their round was occupied primarily by faction scouts looking for talent to recruit rather than fans watching for entertainment. He had reviewed the 12 registered competitors in his bracket. 11 of them were affiliated with minor sects or faction training programs, ranging from 1 to 4 years of cultivation experience. The 12th was an independent with no public record. The dungeon was a standardized generated construct created by the tournament's administrative system interface from a design template calibrated to Foundation rank capability. He had read the historical records of the previous 3 tournaments' dungeon designs, which were publicly available in the Federation's administrative archive, and had used them to estimate the current design's probable structure. 12 compartments with escalating threat density. The primary challenges in compartments 8 through 12, a time ceiling of 2 hours. He entered when the gate opened and began moving. He did not run. Running was the first instinct of most tournament participants in timed events, and running consumed energy at a rate that produced diminishing returns by compartment 9 in a 12-compartment dungeon, which was where the encounters that actually required energy were located. He moved at a controlled pace that his traditional chi could sustain indefinitely, reserving the burst capacity for moments that required it. Compartments 1 through 4 were straightforward, cultivation beasts in the Foundation rank range, engaging in their standard territorial aggression patterns. He neutralized them with the minimum necessary force, using movement to minimize the duration of each engagement rather than chi output to overpower. An observer watching his technique in these compartments would see a Foundation-ranked traditional cultivator with above-average combat efficiency. Nothing more. He was aware, throughout, of the other competitors in the same dungeon space. 3 of them were running ahead of him. They had gone in fast and were maintaining the pace, burning energy. He tracked their chi signatures through the dungeon's connecting passages, noting when they slowed, when they encountered difficulty, when the gap between him and them began to close. He was at the leading pair's position by compartment 6. He overtook them in compartment 7, not by accelerating, but because they had encountered the transition zone's threshold guardian and were engaging it together, which was the standard approach for cultivators who had been trained in group-oriented faction programs. The Threshold Guardian was designed to challenge a solo Foundation rank cultivator at 70% output. 2 together were more than sufficient, but they were spending time coordinating rather than executing. He went around them on the alternate route he had identified when he entered compartment 6. The dungeon's design template historically included alternate routes through compartment 7 that the time-optimized competitors would take if they had read the template history and knew where to look. He was through compartment 7 in 11 minutes. Compartments 8 through 12 were the interesting part. The encounters in these compartments were calibrated to require genuine technique rather than just chi output. The cultivation beasts here had defensive adaptations, complex attack patterns, or environmental augmentation that required a cultivator to read the situation and respond appropriately rather than simply hitting harder. He worked through them with the methodical attention he applied to every novel variable: observe, assess, deploy the minimum effective response. He finished the clearance at 1 hour, 7 minutes. The second competitor cleared at 1 hour, 21 minutes. He was at the rest area reviewing his own timing notes when the Federation analyst's tablet appeared in his peripheral vision. She was at the scorer's station, reviewing the bracket results, and her stylus had paused on his entry with the specific hesitation of someone whose expected outcome had not matched the actual outcome. Foundation traditional registration. Combat efficiency inconsistent with registered profile. He watched her make the notation from across the rest area and then returned to her standard documentation work. He made a note about her. She was doing her job competently. Her job was to notice things that didn't fit. He went to review the second-round bracket assignments. Chapter 45. Which matches are real? The tournament's political architecture became clear in the second day's preliminary results. He had identified the pattern by watching the first day's competition across 3 separate brackets. Not only his own, but the consolidation system and refinement traditional tiers, which were the prestige brackets where the faction-managed outcomes were most visible. The pattern was not subtle if you knew what to look for. Specific competitors winning matches against opponents who were, by any observable technical measure, superior to them. Wins that required the winner to have unusually good fortune with the dungeon's generated challenge distribution. A consolidation rank competitor from the Heaven's Path sect who had performed moderately in his first 2 matches suddenly demonstrating a technique in his third match that had not appeared in his previous performance record. When Zheng spent the afternoon rest period in the observation tier's back row, compiling what he was seeing. There were, by his count, 9 matches in the upcoming third-round schedule whose outcomes were being managed from outside the arena floor. He had identified the mechanism for 5 of them. External chi signal suppression, used to create artificial fatigue in the opponent, administered through the environmental cultivation field that tournament officials maintained, exploitable by faction representatives who had infiltrated the field maintenance team. The other 4 he had identified by result pattern rather than mechanism. They were too consistent with too many intersecting faction interests to be independent outcomes. He filed 9 managed matches and moved on to what this meant for the tournament's actual political purpose. The Heaven's Path sect and 3 major system cultivation factions were using the tournament's ranking outcomes as proxies for a resource allocation negotiation. The specific resource was continental artifact distribution rights for the next 5 years, who had priority access to pre-apocalypse materials recovered from ruins operations across the entire continent, including the materials categories that were anchor material for bridge meridians. The negotiation had been running in the background of the Federation's annual policy discussions for 3 years and had not resolved through standard administrative channels. The tournament's ranking outcomes would determine which factions had sufficient standing in the Continental Cultivation Index to claim priority allocation rights. The managed matches were constructing the outcomes that made the negotiations' predetermined political conclusions look like earned merit-based results. He had not known this was happening. He had known tournaments had political functions, because everything at the Federation level had political functions, but the specific mechanism and the specific stakes were new information. He thought about what it meant that the managed allocation was for artifact distribution rights. Anchor materials were in that distribution system. Whatever faction won the priority allocation rights would control access to the physical components that every dual-path advancement required. Gao Bingwen was a military actor with close ties to the faction consortium currently losing the political maneuvering in the tournament. Heaven's Path had been his most direct operational threat over the past 3 weeks, but Heaven's Path's tournament management suggested that their primary institutional interest was the artifact rights, not the investigation of anomalous techniques. The investigation was a tool for the real game. He looked at the third-round bracket schedule and identified the one match in the entire schedule that he could affect directly and that would, based on the artifact allocation stakes, matter more than any managed match in the bracket. It was not a match anyone expected him to win. It was a match that had been pre-managed to produce a specific outcome. His winning it would disrupt that outcome in a way that would produce downstream consequences for the negotiation, and the downstream consequences would change the institutional landscape of his investigation in ways he could not fully model from his current information position. He could see enough. He looked at the 4th-round schedule and identified where he would need to be tomorrow. Then he went to find Xin Wei and explain what he had found about the field maintenance team. Chapter 46. The challenge Wei Longshan issued the challenge at 5th hour on the 3rd day, in the main arena's central chamber in front of the morning's full observer audience. He was 26 years old, foundation rank at the high end, with the particular polish of someone who had been raised in Federation administrative circles and had never been told no by anyone below his father's rank. His cultivation was solid, the product of expensive sect training and high-quality resources, competently applied. His father was a Federation director for the Eastern Regional Administration. He had arrived at the tournament with a staff of 3, a reserved viewing platform, and the unexamined assumption that the competition's outcomes would organize themselves appropriately around his presence. Lin Meihua had beaten his training partner in a preliminary round the previous afternoon. The training partner had been a consolidation rank cultivator, which was 2 ranks above Lin Meihua's foundation registration. The match had not been scheduled to be competitive. Wei Longshan had apparently not been informed of the technique she was using because the training partner's defeat, methodical, clinical, complete, had produced an expression on Wei Longshan's face that when Zheng, watching from the 3rd observation tier, recognized as a person whose assessment of a situation had been incorrect and who was responding to the incorrectness through institutional challenge rather than analytical revision. Cultivator Lin Meihua, Wei Longshan said, projecting clearly across the chamber, I formally challenge you to a sanctioned duel under the Continental Neutrality Compact. Your performance in this tournament raises questions about the credentials behind your registration. An unaffiliated cultivator displaying techniques beyond their registered classification profile is a matter of tournament integrity. He paused here, which was the pause of someone who had prepared this statement and was delivering the prepared version rather than responding to the actual situation. When Zheng watched Lin Meihua from the 3rd tier, she was standing in the competitor's preparation area below, having just arrived for the morning's bracket review. She had not been looking at Wei Longshan when he began speaking. When she turned, her expression was the expression of someone receiving information and integrating it efficiently. She looked at Wei Longshan for approximately 4 seconds. My registration is accurate, she said, at a volume that carried clearly without being theatrical. I'm a foundation rank medical combat cultivator. My victory yesterday was within the registered profile. The techniques I used are medical cultivation applications. She paused. But I accept the challenge. Wei Longshan gave the half-nod of someone who had expected argument and was recalibrating to find none. When Zheng turned his attention to Wei Longshan's side of the chamber and began his catalog. Footwork, controlled, well-trained, produces a right-side dominant attack pattern in close range. Chi cycling, visible at the shoulder blade junction when he shifted weight. He was cycling through a standard system path combat enhancement build, the kind that produced sustained output improvements at the cost of peak burst capacity. The 3-second hesitation before major moves, consistent, reliable, a timing tell that would allow a well-prepared opponent to counter during his commitment window rather than after his attack, had already arrived. He filed this and returned his attention to the event. The duel had been formally logged with the tournament officials. He did not go down to speak to Lin Meihua. They had a communication protocol. She was using it to tell him, I have this. He read the notation she sent through the message relay at 6th hour, 2 words in their code, which translated as, watch only. He watched only. Chapter 47. Physiology. The duel ran 8 minutes. He had known it would be short. He had not known exactly how. Lin Meihua's approach to combat situations was not fully legible to him from observation alone, because her medical cultivation techniques operated at a level of physiological precision that didn't produce the visible chi exchanges that tournament observers were accustomed to reading. She was not fighting the way tournament audiences understood fighting. Wei Longshan opened with a direct system skill application, a speed and strength enhancement sequence that was the standard opening for a combat enhancement build, designed to establish physical dominance before the opponent could establish technique distance. He was fast. His initial acceleration was genuine consolidation adjacent speed. He crossed to Lin Meihua's position in approximately 1.5 seconds. She stepped to the side and touched his wrist. The contact was 2 fingertips and lasted approximately a quarter second. Wei Longshan continued forward from his committed acceleration. He had not slowed. The touch had not appeared to have immediate effect. He turned and reset his stance and attacked again with a different angle, faster this time, adjusting for the first miss. She stepped again and touched his shoulder blade junction. When Zheng noted, from the 3rd tier, the specific location she had contacted, the shoulder blade junction was where he had observed Wei Longshan's chi cycling at the visible level. She had read the same thing he had read, and she was acting on it with medical cultivation precision rather than combat technique. By the 3rd exchange, Wei Longshan's attack speed had decreased by a measurable amount. By the fifth, his chi cycling was producing the subtle visual disruption that appeared when a cultivation circuit had been interrupted at a control node. Not suppressed entirely, not blocked, but flickering at the junctions that governed sustained output. She had not attacked him. She had disrupted the circulatory architecture that his system skills required. At 8 minutes, Wei Longshan attempted to execute a technique that would have, if his chi circuit had been functioning normally, produced a genuine threatening exchange. Instead, his system interface showed the stutter that appeared when skills attempted to execute without sufficient chi to sustain them. The visual equivalent of a machine trying to start with insufficient fuel, and he checked his attack mid-execution. "I withdraw," he said. The crowd noise in the chamber had been decreasing for the past 4 minutes, in the way of a crowd that had expected a dramatic visual contest and was watching something it didn't fully understand. The silence after his withdrawal was the silence of collective confusion. When Zheng, in the third tier, allowed himself a moment of genuine satisfaction. Wei Longshan walked off the arena floor with the posture of a person who had been defeated and did not understand the method. The 3 faction representatives in the premium observation area were recording their evaluation notes. He could not see the notes from this distance, but he could read the quality of attention they were applying to the method Lin Meihua had used. They were not confused. They were concerned. There was a difference. He sent her notation through the relay at 9th hour. Clean execution. She did not respond until the afternoon, when the relay brought back 2 words. Circulatory disruption at the 3rd node level is consistent across all combat enhancement builds. She had been documenting it. Of course she had been documenting it. He filed the faction representative's concern under intelligence data. They had seen a medical cultivator deconstruct a combat technique through physiological knowledge rather than power difference. They were running the implications. He was running the same implications. He also noted the 3 unregistered observers that Yao Fei had flagged were present in the outer circulation area during the duel. They had watched. They had not departed. Chapter 48. The unrigged match. The quarterfinals bracket was posted at 1st hour on the 4th day. He read his assignment twice. Bracket QF 3. Wen Zheng vs. Shen Tao. The draw mechanism was a genuine random process. The Federation's administrative system generated pairings through an algorithm that no faction representative could access or modify. He had confirmed this by reviewing the publicly available documentation on the draw process, which had been established specifically to prevent the managed outcome problems that plagued the group stages. The draw was not manipulated. He thought about what it meant that it wasn't. Shen Tao was in the tournament as a Heaven's Path representative, one of 3 sect disciples that Sima Yulong had entered to establish the sect's standing in the artifact allocation rankings. He was the strongest of the 3. A semi-final win by Shen Tao would secure Heaven's Path's priority position in the allocation negotiation. The sect expected him to reach the semi-finals without significant difficulty. He was now matched against the anomalous Foundation traditional competitor who had finished the first-round dungeon clearance in the top 3 percentile. When Zheng sent a message through the relay to the channel he and Shen Tao had established for their training zone meetings, the message was coded in their developed notation. The translation was, "We need to talk before the match." Shen Tao appeared at the competitor preparation area's east corridor at 3rd hour. He looked at Wen Zheng for a moment and said, "Sima is expecting me to win this. I know. He's expecting me to use it to collect data on your technique for the investigation record. I know that too." Shen Tao's expression was the expression of a person who had been handed a conflict between institutional loyalty and what he actually wanted and was working out which was more important. He had done this work before. When Zheng had seen it in the training zone when Shen Tao discussed his sect's theoretical positions. The resolution was not quick. He worked through it honestly. "I'll fight at 80%, Shen Tao said. "Not because I'm conceding, but because I'm interested in what a real match looks like more than I'm interested in winning on behalf of an institutional objective." He paused. "If you beat me, I need to be able to say honestly that you beat me. I'm not going to hand you the match." "I wouldn't want that," Wen Zheng said. "I want data on how your technique responds to dual path pressure under actual combat conditions. I won't get that from a concession. So we both have reasons to fight honestly." "Yes." They looked at each other for a moment in the low light of the preparation corridor. "Use your full traditional path," Shen Tao said. "I've already seen it. I want to see what happens when you push it against my full sect technique. That's the data I came to the tournament to collect." Wen Zheng arrived at the quarterfinal arena in the same unhurried way he had arrived at everything during this tournament. The match ran 44 minutes, longer than his first-round dungeon clearance, shorter than the lock engagement in the sector. Shen Tao's sect technique was the clearest expression of traditional chi cultivation at high consolidation rank that he had ever faced, and the match was genuinely close for 30 minutes. In the 31st minute, the 3 years of dual-path pressure that had compressed his traditional chi began to tell. He won with a margin that was honest. Xin Tao stood, checked his chi circuit, looked at Wen Zheng across the arena floor, and gave a short nod that contained more technical respect than tournament etiquette required. In the observation tier, Sima Yulong had been present for the last 20 minutes of the match. He was still there when the match ended. He was not watching the arena floor. He was watching his own hands, in the way of a man recalibrating something he had believed for a long time. Chapter 49. The elder understands he was in the competitor's rest area when he became aware that Sima Yulong had been in the observation tier for the final 20 minutes of his match. Chun Wei's sector network didn't extend cleanly into the tournament venue. Too many faction representatives running their own counterintelligence operations, but Yao Fei had a line of sight from the perimeter that he was maintaining throughout the event. His notation arrived at the rest area relay station at 15th hour. Elder S. Present QF. 3. Post-match documentation review. Post-match documentation review meant Sima Yulong was at the tournament officials' record station, accessing the match logs. The logs contained the official chi signature readings that the arena's monitoring equipment produced during competition, standardized, designed to generate cultivation rank assessment data for the Federation's advancement records. He had run traditional cultivation only during the match. The logs would show traditional chi at densities inconsistent with foundation rank. He had known this when he decided to fight honestly rather than suppress his output. He had calculated that the logs would show density inconsistency, that Sima Yulong would see the logs, and that the logs would tell Sima something he hadn't fully understood from the residual signature analysis. He waited. The notation from Yao Fei at 18th hour was brief. Elder departed venue. Investigation Administrative Hub Direction. 2 hours later, Chun Wei's hub contact provided a summary of the Elder's activity. He had accessed the investigation's full chi signature database and had spent 3 hours cross-referencing the match logs against the residual signature records from the original anomaly site. Wen Zheng ran the analytical process that Sima Yulong had just run. He ran it as Sima Yulong would have run it. With Sima Yulong's 30 years of chi field expertise and his deep familiarity with the traditional cultivation literature, he followed the logic to where it led. The traditional chi density was wrong for foundation rank. Specifically, it was wrong in a precise way. The grain of it, as Xin Tao had identified during their training zone sparring, was compressed and refined beyond what 3 years of foundation cultivation should produce. The mechanism for that compression, from a traditional cultivation analysis perspective, was sustained pressure. What produced sustained pressure? The resonance documentation described something that applied constant chi interaction across 2 active cultivation channels. Sima Yulong had now understood, when Zheng believed, that the dual-path technique was not simply an anomalous combination. It was producing a refinement effect. The traditional chi was better for having been run alongside the system path, not degraded, improved. This would not change his position. Sima Yulong's concern was not degradation of the practitioner's individual cultivation. It was the chi field effects of dual-path resonance at scale. His published work on chi field degradation focused on cumulative environmental effects, the way that large populations of cultivators using certain techniques could alter the ambient chi field's character over decades. His investigation of the sector had noted the minor field disturbances that Wen Zheng's training produced. His position was that these disturbances, multiplied across a large population of dual-path practitioners, would compound in ways that damaged the field permanently. This was a different argument than Wen Zheng had been preparing to counter. He had been preparing to argue that the technique was structurally sound and did not damage the practitioner. That argument was correct. Sima Yulong was no longer making the argument that it damaged the practitioner. He was making the argument that it damaged the environment. He pulled out his research notes and began revising his analytical framework. The field disturbance data from his 3 years of training was available in the secondary base's records. Lin Meihua had been monitoring the disturbance levels since she joined the operation. He needed to run the actual numbers against Sima Yulong's degradation models before he could assess whether the concern was founded. He could not simply dismiss a concern because it came from an opponent. That was not how he had ever operated, and it was not how he would start. Chapter 50. The semis. His semi-final opponent was refinement rank. He confirmed this when the semi-final bracket posted and cross-referenced the opponent's public registration record against the ranking database. Refinement was 2 full ranks above his registered foundation status. The bracket placement was not random. The foundation bracket did not ordinarily pair with the refinement tier in a legitimate semi. The tournament's bracket algorithm had been interfered with in the rounds above the quarterfinals, which was where the faction-managed outcomes operated. Someone had decided that the Foundation traditional competitor who had beaten Shen Tao needed to be eliminated cleanly. He had three options. Withdrawal. Withdraw under the Continental Neutrality Compact's voluntary exit provisions, preserve his cover, and accept that his tournament performance had ended here. The protection of the compact would remain in effect for a defined period following withdrawal. This was the safest option for operational security. Technical disclosure. Report the bracket interference to the tournament officials, which would require providing evidence of the manipulation, which would require using Yao Fei's perimeter intelligence and Chen Wei's administrative contacts in a visible way. This risked those assets, and, if the officials were themselves affiliated with the faction running the interference, would accomplish nothing. Compete. Fight the match, accept the exposure that winning would produce, and calculate what exposure in this context was worth relative to what withdrawing would cost. He ran the calculation at 6th hour, seated in the competitor's housing block, with the semi-final scheduled for the following morning. Withdrawal preserved his current operational posture. It also confirmed, for every faction representative watching the tournament, that an anomalous Foundation rank cultivator had reached the quarterfinals and then chosen to exit rather than face a refinement opponent. The story that produced was not actually a real threat. The investigation's next step, the Federation Bureau's interest, and Gao Bingwen's assessment would all process that story in ways that did not favor him. Competing required exposing techniques above his registered level. Specifically, it required using the resonance pulse combination skill that he had unlocked at consolidation rank, the layered shockwave that produced a distinctive qi signature. The signature was visible. A trained observer would note it. But the technique occupied a precise middle ground between what a traditional cultivator's advanced qi arts could produce and what a system skill execution looked like. It was ambiguous, designed by the Bridge Meridian's architecture to be ambiguous, because the resonance interaction created effects that were genuinely novel enough that no existing classification framework mapped cleanly onto them. He had designed for this, not for the tournament, but for the general case. He competed. The match ran 37 minutes. The refinement rank opponent was good, the real kind, not a managed outcome. A legitimate high-tier cultivator who had been placed here to produce a result and who engaged with the full competence of someone 2 full ranks above his opponent's registered level. Wenjing fought from traditional cultivation for the first 18 minutes and confirmed what he had suspected. Straight traditional qi at consolidation density versus refinement system skills was manageable, but not winning. He was holding his own because his traditional qi was refined beyond its rank equivalent, but the gap was real and would close against him with attrition. At the 19-minute mark, he used the resonance pulse. He deployed it as an advanced qi arts technique. The frame he put around it externally was the traditional cultivation vocabulary for qi compression and release, which was technically accurate because the resonance pulse did compress and release qi through the traditional path. The system path's contribution to the effect, the layered shockwave character, the secondary resonance frequency that made the impact carry differently than a pure qi burst, was the part that made it work at this level. It was also the part that was not clearly classifiable as either path exclusively. The opponent's defensive formation fractured at the secondary resonance frequency. Wenjing drove through the fracture with the traditional path's compressed qi. 7 exchanges later, the opponent conceded. Wenjing walked to the edge of the arena floor and looked at the competitor exit. He was aware, without needing to look directly, that the Federation analyst who had flagged his registration profile was now at the recorder's station below the observation tier. He could see, peripherally, that she was not writing her usual documentation. She was holding her stylus and watching where he had just been standing on the arena floor. He had the match log running in 3 independent Federation databases by the time he reached the competitor's corridor. He had also made a decision about the finals. He needed to read Luo Xian's research papers tonight and determine, before tomorrow's match, which parts of what he had just shown were worth protecting and which parts were worth exposing. He had advanced. The picture was changing. Chapter 51, The Interview. Luo Xian's assistant was a young woman with a Federation administrative badge and a documentation tablet under her arm. She was standing at the correct position 3 meters from the housing unit entrance, in the morning light, with the patient posture of someone who had been instructed to wait and was waiting without any visible impatience. He had known, approximately, that this was coming. He had not known the exact timing. He assessed her on approach, Research Bureau affiliation, junior credential level, here to deliver a formal message rather than conduct any action. No cultivation signature above awakened rank. She was staff, not cultivator. Director Luo Xian requests a preliminary analytical interview at your earliest convenience, she said, when he had come close enough to make introductory formalities unnecessary. The director understands that your competition schedule is active. He's available at any time that accommodates you, today or tomorrow. 11th hour today, Wen Zheng said. She made a notation. The interview will be conducted at the Federation Research Bureau's Tournament Annex. Level 2, Room 14. The director will be accompanied by his senior analyst. She paused. It is not a formal investigation procedure. The director describes it as a research consultation. Understood. She departed. He went inside to prepare. He spent 90 minutes with the downloaded server data, specifically with the sections of the system installation protocol that addressed the Federation's research framework, the institutional structure that the protocol's designers had intended to oversee and eventually execute Stage 4. That structure had been reorganized 11 times in 30 years. The current Research Bureau was the 7th institutional incarnation of the original design team's administrative successor. Luo Xin had been its director for 4 years and had published on anomalous cultivation signatures for 9 years before that. At 11th hour, he arrived at room 14 and found Luo Xin behind a work table covered in documentation arrays. He was in his late 40s, with the physical condition of someone who had spent 30 years doing field analysis in active cultivation environments and had maintained the habit without the necessity. His senior analyst was to his left, a man with the particular attention pattern of someone who spent more time reviewing data than interacting with people. Sit down, Luo Xin said. He gestured at the chair across from the work table. I want to understand what I've been watching for the past 4 days. Wen Zheng sat. He had prepared what he would and would not say. The boundary was not arbitrary. He had calculated which pieces of information, disclosed in this context, would produce outcomes he could use, and which pieces would produce outcomes that were unpredictable. He would share the former. Luo Xin said, the chi density readings from your quarterfinal and semifinal matches are inconsistent with foundation rank traditional cultivation. The semifinals resonance characteristics are inconsistent with traditional cultivation entirely. He looked at Wen Zheng directly. What is the mechanism? The density is the product of 3 years of dual-path refinement pressure, Wen Zheng said. When 2 cultivation paths operate simultaneously, the interaction between their qi cycles produces compression effects on both. The traditional paths, qi refines faster under dual-path operation than under single-path operation. Luo Xin was writing. You confirmed dual-path operation directly. You already had the match logs. The confirmation adds nothing you didn't have. The mechanism is new. He kept writing. What produces the resonance characteristic in the semifinal? A skill combination unlocked at consolidation rank. The traditional and system paths produce a layered effect at the resonance node interface. Describe the node interface. A physical structure at a meridian junction. The bridge meridian creates it. The anchor material prevents qi turbulence at the intersection. Luo Xin stopped writing and looked at him. Anchor material. Pre-apocalypse technological artifacts with specific electromagnetic properties that the bridge meridian's architecture requires. The room was quiet for a moment. You built this from the bridge meridian manual, Luo Xin said. It was not a question. He had arrived at the answer through his own analysis rather than needing Wen Zheng to lead him there. I found the manual in the ruins. Yes. Luo Xin sat back. The senior analyst to his left was looking at his documentation display with an expression Wen Zheng recognized. The expression of a researcher watching a theoretical prediction resolve into empirical confirmation. After a moment, Luo Xin said, the technique is stable. Yes. The system's classification is an error. Yes. Luo Xin looked at his own documentation and said, quietly, more to himself than to Wen Zheng. This is not an anomaly. A pause. This is a solution to a problem we didn't know we had. Wen Zheng did not respond. He had said what he had come to say. He let the statement occupy the room. He left at the 12th hour. Chapter 52. The elders fear Sima Yulong was waiting between the research annex and the main tournament venue, in the covered transit corridor that connected them. He was alone. No disciples, no military escort. He had positioned himself far enough from the main pedestrian traffic that the conversation would be private, in the specific way of someone who had made the calculation about who needed to be present and had decided. No one. He stepped out as Wen Zheng came through the corridor and said, without preamble, withdraw from the finals. Wen Zheng stopped. He looked at the elder. He ran the assessment he had been building since the investigation began. 30 years of Qi field research, 12 published papers, 6 appearances before the policy committee, 11 years as Heaven's Path senior elder. The man standing in the corridor was not the institutional voice who had performed that career. He was the person underneath it, and the person underneath it was giving him something that was not a threat. It was a warning. Why does a traditional cultivation purist care enough about a system path anomaly to take administrative action against it. Wen Zheng said. Sima Yulong's expression was not the expression he had worn during the formal investigation, the precise, careful assessment of a professional. It was the expression of a person who had been carrying something for a long time and was deciding whether to put it down. Because I have spent 30 years studying qi field degradation, he said, and I know what large-scale resonance instability looks like at origin. He paused. Your technique produces that signature. Small now, not small forever. My training produces field disturbances that resolve within 48 hours, Wen Zheng said. The data from one practitioner is within normal environmental resolution range. Yes, I know what your data shows. The elder's tone was not dismissive. It was the tone of a person who had seen the same argument they were about to rebut many times and was tired of rebutting it, and also could not stop rebutting it. I have studied what happens when resonance cultivation techniques propagate through populations. I have been studying it for 30 years because I watched it happen once before the apocalypse. When the qi field over the eastern continent shifted 17 degrees in 12 years because a popular cultivation technique that was individually safe was not environmentally safe at scale. Wen Zheng was very still. You have data from 3 years, one practitioner, controlled conditions, Sima Yulong said. I have data from 15 years of field study across the 7 regions, covering 8 separate technique propagations. The disturbance signature your nodes produce, I've seen that signature before. Not dual path, a different technique. It looked the same at origin. And the result? The elder looked at him. Regional qi field contamination in the Western District. A 12,000 square kilometer zone where traditional cultivation is now 3% less effective than baseline and declining by approximately 0.5% per decade. The technique was banned after 20 years of use. He paused. By the time the ban came, there were 80,000 practitioners. The damage was done. When Zheng thought about the installation protocol, he thought about stage 4, the dissolution phase that had been scheduled and never initiated. The signatures were similar at the measurement level Sima Yulong's instruments operated at. The underlying mechanisms were different. He went through the propagation modeling chapter and ran the numbers. The individual field disturbance from a single training session resolved completely at 48 hours. For accumulation damage to exceed the field's natural restoration capacity, the recovery rate would need to be exceeded continuously, which would require, at the disturbance level his training currently produced, a minimum of approximately 300 advanced dual-path practitioners training simultaneously in a concentrated geographic area. There were currently 0. He noted this clearly in his analysis. 0 practitioners, 0 accumulation damage, 0 population scale risk in any near-term time frame. He also noted the threshold existed. The mechanism that Sima Yulong feared was not identical to what his technique produced, but the concept of scale risk was not fictional. If dual-path cultivation propagated widely and advanced practitioners trained in concentrated populations without attention to the field's restoration capacity, a version of the Western District problem was theoretically possible. The conditions for it did not currently exist. They could be made to exist. Sima was wrong about the current risk. He was not wrong about the theoretical one. He set down the documentation and looked at the ceiling of the tournament housing unit. The installation protocol's dissolution phase had been designed, among other things, to prevent exactly this problem, to return cultivation practice to a diversity of techniques that no single dominant method could distort the field toward. The Bridge Meridian Manual's author had described the dual-path technique as the path that the field itself had been designed to accommodate. He had not, at the time of reading that passage, understood why the field's design was relevant. He was beginning to. He filed his analysis under the stack of data that was reshaping his understanding of the problem he was in the middle of. Then he packed his equipment for the finals and went to sleep. Chapter 54. The artifact Wei Longshan had won his semi-final in 11 minutes. When Zheng had reviewed the match log before arriving at the finals arena, the performance had been Wei Longshan's best of the tournament, which suggested that whatever faction resources had been applied to his bracket were being applied more directly now. He had won against a refinement rank opponent 2 ranks above his own registration, which meant either the opponent had been impaired, Wei Longshan had genuine capability beyond what his preliminary matches had shown, or both. Looking at the log with that framing, both appeared correct. There were signature patterns in the opponent's qi cycling that were consistent with external disruption, and Wei Longshan's final round technique had included a layered system skill combination that had not appeared in his earlier matches. He had been holding that combination in reserve. The finals arena was larger than the quarterfinal space. The observation tiers were full. A finals match at a biennial tournament drew the full roster of faction representatives, federation officials, cultivation analysts, an interested public that made the political dimensions of the tournament visible as a physical phenomenon. He estimated 300 observers in the upper tiers and another 100 in the official sections below. He found Lin Meihua in the third tier at the standard position. Yao Fei was not visible, which meant he was at his perimeter post. Chun Wei's notation at the relay said, 3 unregistered individuals, positions, northeast, external corridor, eastern pavilion, central observation roof. Yao Fei had them tracked. He entered the arena floor. The first 18 minutes were the match Wei Longshan had prepared. His full layered technique, deployed with the discipline of someone who had studied the available footage of Wen Zheng's previous matches and had calibrated his approach accordingly. The 4-direction simultaneous attack pattern was sophisticated. It required maintaining 4 separate skill activations with independent targeting while managing his chi output across all 4, and it required genuine ability. Wen Zheng had underestimated Wei Longshan's ceiling in the preliminary rounds. He did not underestimate it now. He handled the 4-direction pattern through movement and timing rather than direct counter, wearing down Wei Longshan's sustained output budget while drawing as little from his own reserves as possible. 18 minutes in, Wei Longshan's chi cycling was visibly uneven. Wei Longshan reached into his cultivation robe. The artifact was small, a disc-shaped device approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, smooth, with markings that Wen Zheng registered in his visual memory for later analysis. Wei Longshan activated it with a simple chi input. The effect was immediate and physical, a localized turbulence field that extended approximately 8 meters in radius from the activation point. Within that field, chi circulation became actively disrupted, the kind of disruption that interrupted system skill execution mid-activation and scattered traditional cultivation's directional control. It was an area denial device, a weapon against cultivation itself rather than against the practitioner's body. Wen Zheng felt his system path stutter as the turbulence hit it. The traditional path scattered. He was, for approximately half a second, operating without either path functioning cleanly. Then his resonance nodes responded. The bridge meridian's architecture was designed to maintain path stability against turbulence. That was its fundamental function, the purpose for which the anchor material existed. Under turbulence conditions, the nodes didn't simply resist. They routed the disruption through the conversion cycle and fed it back into both paths as input. The turbulence became pressure. Pressure became refinement. The bridge meridian was doing what it was designed to do, and it was doing it at a level the artifact's turbulence was driving higher than he had operated publicly before. He felt the resonance nodes running hot, in the way of machinery pushed beyond its usual operating range. Not failure, not the dangerous approach to the 80% ceiling that would risk collapse, but significantly above his standard training output. Both paths were running higher than they had run at any point in the tournament. He began calculating what it would take to close the match before the increased output became more visible than the 300 observers in the upper tiers could miss. He estimated, approximately 30 seconds before the effect became undeniable. Chapter 55. The Arbiter. He had 6 seconds remaining in his 30-second window when he became aware that the observation tier had gone quiet. Not the natural quiet of an audience absorbing an unexpected moment. A staged quiet, the kind that spread in a direction from a source point, moving through the tiers as people became aware of something and stopped talking to process it. He tracked the spread as he kept moving on the arena floor. It started in the official section and moved outward. He did not look at the official section. He managed the next 3 exchanges with the turbulence field still active, the resonance nodes still running hot, drawing from both paths at the elevated level the artifact's pressure had forced. The resonance field around him had extended approximately 3 meters beyond his body. He was aware of it. He had been aware of it for the past 20 seconds. On the 4th exchange, Wei Longshan stopped. He had not been told to stop. He had stopped because the gray-robed figure in the referee's observation box had raised one hand, flat, palm outward, the universal signal that had been used in continental tournaments for 15 years and was recognized by every cultivator in the arena. Wen Zheng stopped. He ran his output down. He brought both paths back toward baseline with the controlled discipline of someone who had spent 3 years learning to modulate 2 simultaneous cultivation streams. The resonance field contracted as his output decreased. The ambient chi disturbance settled. The gray-robed figure stepped forward from the box to the arena-level observation rail and spoke. The voice was flat, not emotionless. The Arbiter was a human being. He could hear that, but the effect was professional in the way of someone who had been trained to deliver administrative announcements in a register that did not invite interpretation or escalation. Match suspended. Contestant registration number 302-7891 F is subject to classification verification. System-detected cultivation data includes active recordings outside the registered profile. Contestants hold position pending verification. The crowd in the upper tiers went through several phases simultaneously. Confusion in the sections that had not been watching closely, recognition in the sections that had, and in a significant portion of the observation area, something that Wen Zheng had not fully anticipated. Interest, not alarm. Interest. He stood on the arena floor with both paths at baseline and looked at the Arbiter. The Arbiter was looking at him. In the official section behind the Arbiter, 3 Federation administrative officials were consulting their documentation. In the separate Heaven's Path observation platform, Sima Yulong was still. In the 3rd tier, Lin Meihua had gone very still. He had known this might happen. He had built contingencies for several versions of this moment. He ran through them in the 3 seconds of suspended silence. He had the technical review provision. He had the facts. He had data. He had prepared for exactly this. In the same way he had prepared for every examination of his technique he had ever faced, by building a structure of evidence that could withstand scrutiny from a position of full disclosure rather than concealment. He had been concealing for 3 years. He had known, from the morning the system logged him, that the concealment was temporary. He had been building, all 3 years, toward the moment when concealment ended and evidence was all he had. The evidence was good. He looked at the Arbiter and he looked at the 300 observers in the tiers, and he looked at the official documentation teams and the faction representatives, and Sima Yulong, and the Federation analyst with her stylus frozen and Luo Xian, who had entered the arena at some point during the finals and was standing in the Research Bureau's observer section. The arena was quiet. He stepped forward. Chapter 56. Display. The Arbiter's display was a system function that Wen Zheng had never seen used in a tournament context. It was technically called a cultivation profile publication, a mechanism by which a system-flagged anomaly could be made visible to authorized observers for institutional review purposes. It was used, in practice, by investigators with sufficient authority level to invoke it, arbitration authority officials, Federation directors, and the Arbiter itself when operating under direct system instruction. The display appeared 6 meters above the arena floor, projected in the system's standard data visualization format. It was large enough to be readable from every observation tier. It showed 2 bars side by side. The left bar labeled Traditional Path and the right bar labeled System Path, both active, both partially filled, with advancement percentages and rank indicators visible above each. Beneath the bars, a status field, Dual Path Resonance, Impossible Classification, System Integrity Risk. Below that, smaller, Subject, Wen Zheng. Sector 7, Eastern Ruins District. Cultivation Duration, estimated 6.3 years. 640 observers looked at the display. The crowd reaction began at the official section and moved outward in a wave, but it was not the wave he had expected. He had expected condemnation, institutional threat response, the rejection of something classified as wrong by the authority everyone in the building trusted. What he got was something more complex, and the complexity was what surprised him. Some of it was condemnation. The faction representatives in the reserved sections were already in low-voiced consultation, the body language of people assessing political damage. Heaven's Path's observer platform showed Sima Yulong in the contained stillness of someone who had known this was coming and had prepared for it. But a significant portion of what came from the general observation tiers was not condemnation. It was a low collective sound that he had heard from smaller crowds in different contexts. The sound of people who have been told something is impossible for a long time encountering visible evidence that it is not. He had not expected that. He spent 3 seconds processing it and adjusting his read of the room. The faction representatives were reading the display as a threat. The general observers were reading the display as a revelation. The 2 reactions were happening simultaneously in the same space and were not compatible with each other. The Arbiter was standing at the front of the official section, observing the crowd response with the flat attentiveness of an institutional function that did not weight crowd response as a variable. Some of these people had wanted this to be possible. They were looking at evidence that it was, and their response was not fear. He revised one of his planning assumptions and stepped forward. Chapter 57. Technical Review. The arena was still quiet when he moved. He had planned this moment over 18 months of incremental contingency building, had planned it through versions of itself that range from a private administrative challenge to a public arena confrontation, and had prepared for the public version specifically because his calculation had always favored early exposure with controlled framing over late exposure with no framing at all. He had not known the exposure would come at this exact tournament moment. He had known it would come at some high-visibility institutional moment, because low-visibility moments didn't produce durable protective coverage. He stopped at the edge of the match floor's center marking, where both the arbiter and the observation tiers had direct visual access and spoke in the precise register he used when he was reading from a technical document. "The display you are showing is corrupted classification data," he said. "My cultivation path is categorized as an integrity risk based on a classification error in the system's architecture, not based on empirical evidence of harm. The error is documented in the system's own installation protocol, which I have in evidence." He did not pause for reaction. He continued at the same pace. Under Article 14, Section 3 of the Continental Neutrality Compact, which this tournament operates under, any competitor who believes their cultivation classification is based on system error rather than empirical assessment has the right to invoke a technical review. A technical review requires the arbiter to accept independent analysis by a qualified practitioner rather than relying exclusively on system self-reporting as the basis for any classification decision. He looked at the arbiter directly. "I am formally invoking that right." 3 seconds of silence. The technical review provision existed. He had found it during his 2-day preparation period after receiving the tournament invitation, working through the compact's full text rather than the standard summary provided to competitors. The provision was on page 47 of a document that most people read in summary form. It had been invoked 3 times in the compact's 40-year history, twice for equipment classification disputes, and once for a practitioner claiming that their cultivation rank designation was based on incorrect assessment rather than actual capability level. It had never been invoked for a system classification challenge. The right was absolute under the compact. The arbiter had no authority to refuse it, because the compact's authority over tournament proceedings superseded the system's administrative authority within the tournament's geographic scope. The tournament grounds were, technically and legally, Federation space rather than standard system-administered territory. This distinction had been built into the compact deliberately to prevent any single faction or institution from using system classification authority to control tournament outcomes. The arbiter accepted. Not immediately. There was a processing pause of approximately 8 seconds, during which the official section's administrative documentation teams were consulting their references, and the crowd was holding a collective quiet that felt structural rather than social. Then the arbiter produced the standard compact compliance notation that indicated the provision had been recognized and logged. The technical review was now on the official record. The display above the arena floor remained visible. The crowd remained quiet. He waited for the arbiter's next action. Chapter 58. Independent Analysis Director Luo Xin crossed the arena floor to the official section. He had been in the Research Bureau's observer section when the display appeared, standing with the focused attention of someone who had been expecting an event and was now watching it develop precisely as modeled. He carried his institute identification, which he presented to the arbiter's documentation team without being asked for it. "I have been conducting formal research observations on this competitor's cultivation methodology since the tournament's preliminary phase," he said, in the level administrative voice of someone making a record rather than making an argument. "Under the technical review provision, I am qualified to serve as independent analyst. I am prepared to provide my assessment to the tribunal." The tribunal was 3 people: a Federation judicial official, a designated representative of the system cultivation practitioners' governing body, and a traditional cultivation elder designated by the regional authority. Sima Yulong was on the elder designation list. He had not been selected as the tribunal's traditional cultivation representative, which he appeared to have expected. He had not moved from his observation position when the tribunal was assembled. Luo Xian's analysis ran for 90 minutes. He was thorough in the specific way of someone who had promised himself before this moment that he would be honest regardless of the political consequences. He presented the resonance data he had collected since the preliminary interview. He presented the chi field disturbance measurements he had taken in the tournament's ambient environment at 3 separate points during Zheng's matches. He presented the bridge meridian's structural assessment insofar as he had been able to construct it from the available cultivation profile data. He did not oversimplify in Zheng's favor. He stated what the data showed and what it did not show. The technique was real. The 2-path structure was real and was producing a functional bridge rather than an interference pattern. The system's classification of the technique as an integrity risk was based on the system's category definitions, which classified any cultivation method the system had not cataloged as a potential risk by default, not on any empirical measurement of harm produced. The chi field disturbances were also real. He said this clearly, presenting his measurement data for the tribunal's review. 3 measurable disturbance events in the tournament's ambient field, each one correlating precisely with a high-intensity cultivation event in Zheng's matches, each one resolving within an average of 11 hours. The disturbances are present, he said. They're within the variance range that my models classify as acceptable for any advanced cultivation technique of this output level. My assessment is that they do not currently represent a threshold level of field impact that would justify classification as a system integrity risk. He paused. I want to be precise about the word currently, he said. My models classify the disturbances as currently subthreshold. Whether they remain subthreshold at higher advancement levels requires continued monitoring. In the traditional cultivation elders section of the observation tier, Sima Yulong noted the word currently with the specific attention of someone cataloging an acknowledgement. When Zheng, from the arena floor, noted that Luo Xin had said it anyway. He had not hedged the acknowledgement. He had stated it directly, knowing it would be logged in the tribunal record and knowing that Sima Yulong's faction would use it in future argumentation. He had said it because it was true. An honest analysis included the things that were uncomfortable to acknowledge. The tribunal took 40 minutes to deliberate. Chapter 59. Conditions. The tribunal's ruling was 2 pages. The first page addressed the system's classification error. The technical review found that the dual path resonance, impossible classification, system integrity risk designation was based on the system's default classification of uncatalogued techniques as integrity risks, rather than on empirical measurement of harm. The designation was formally corrected in the tournament record to dual path resonance, novel classification, research category. The second page addressed the path forward. The novel classification required ongoing empirical assessment, monthly monitoring sessions with the Meridian Research Institute, measurement of chi field disturbances, resonance node structural assessment, cultivation advancement documentation. Classification subject to reassessment if field disturbances crossed a defined threshold. In addition, formal federation registration as an independent cultivator under the novel dual path category. Tournament competitive, standing recognized. The protection of the Continental Neutrality Compact extended to his participation in all registered Federation events. He read the second page twice. He was permanently on the monitoring schedule. His cultivation path's legal existence was conditional on measurements that would be conducted monthly by an institution that was simultaneously his protection and his primary surveillance. He had accepted visibility as the price of the protection. He had calculated, before invoking the technical review, that this was the correct trade. He revisited the calculation now, with the specific document in front of him rather than the model of it. Visibility had been inevitable. The system had been logging him for 3 years. The investigation had already made him known at the regional level. The tournament had escalated that to the Federation level. He had not prevented exposure. He had managed the conditions of exposure, and the conditions he had managed it into were recognized, protected, conditional on honest monitoring, and on a formal record that was more difficult to suppress than anything an investigation could produce. The protection was real. He accepted the conditions without visible reaction, with the same precise neutral register he used in technical conversations, because the stakes of this moment were high enough that any expression of satisfaction or relief would be read as information by the people watching. He was still on the arena floor with 600 observers in the tiers, and the arbiter standing 3 meters away. He signed the tribunal's documentation where required. The arbiter's display above the arena floor updated. Dual path resonance, novel classification, research category. It was a different label. The 2 bars remained. They did not disappear, because the data was now a research record rather than an error flag. He had won the tournament's protection at the cost of the permanence of what he was becoming. He no longer had the option of returning to invisibility. He had known this was the trade before he invoked the provision. He had decided it was correct. He continued deciding it was correct, because the alternative had always been detection without protection, and the gap between those 2 states was the entirety of what the past 3 years had been designed to build toward. The arena began to noise again. Chapter 60. After Wei Longshan forfeited the finals. He submitted the notification through the tournament's official communication channel at the 9th hour, citing preparation conflict, which was the procedurally legitimate reason available to any competitor who needed to withdraw without providing substantive grounds. The real reason was legible in the submission's timing. 40 minutes after the tribunal's ruling, which was the amount of time it took a well-advised political family to receive word from their tournament representation and determine that the optics of competing in a sanctioned match against a cultivator whom the arbiter itself had publicly flagged as a novel research case were worse than the optics of forfeiture. He was not wrong, from his own political calculus. Winning against Wen Zheng now would look like suppressing a research subject. Losing would look like confirmation of something. The prize cash was awarded to Wen Zheng by default. He stood at the award stage and received it from the tournament's administrative director, who read the formal recognition language with the professional neutrality of someone whose job was to administer outcomes regardless of their content. The cache included anchor artifacts, formal rank certification, and the federal document establishing his status as a registered independent cultivator under the dual-path research category. The rank certification was the functionally significant item. He had been operating as an unregistered cultivator for 6 years. He was now a registered one, with documentation that superseded the Regional Investigations Administrative Authority and that had to be formally processed through the Federation's appeal system before any detention protocol could be applied to him. This bought time. Not infinite time. Time. He stepped off the award stage, and a Federation official intercepted him at the stage's base steps. The official was carrying a sealed envelope in Federation-grade administrative format, the type used for communications whose contents were considered sensitive enough to require physical delivery rather than system transmission. He accepted the envelope. He did not open it on the stage steps with 600 people still filtering out of the observation tiers. He found an open doorway in the corridor leading away from the arena, opened the envelope, and read the contents. An invitation to New Zenith for a formal consultation at the Continental Meridian Research Institute. Director Luo Xian's office. A proposed date 14 days from now. Standard Federation language around the invitation's voluntary nature that was technically accurate and practically irrelevant. An invitation from a Federation research director 14 days after the tournament's technical review ruling was an invitation that declined at cost rather than at convenience. He folded the letter and held it. Lin Meihua had separated from the general observer crowd and was standing at the corridor's far end, having apparently located him without requiring a signal, which was consistent with how she had been navigating the tournament's crowd logistics throughout, by knowing where he would be rather than waiting to be told. She came close enough to speak without the conversation carrying to the corridor's other occupants. "Don't go," she said, quietly, in the particular register of someone who has assessed the relevant risk and is providing their conclusion rather than their concern. Federation invitations to unaffiliated cultivators with anomalous techniques have a documented history. I checked the record in the Federation's public database during the tribunal deliberation. 3 cases in the past decade. 2 resulted in extended institutional assessment. 1 resulted in technique transfer proceedings. He looked at the folded letter. "I'm going," he said. She looked at him with the expression that had appeared in her repertoire at some point in the past 3 weeks. The one that was not the professional assessment expression and was not the warmer quality she used in non-professional moments, but something between them, which appeared specifically when she disagreed with his analysis and was evaluating whether to continue the disagreement or accept the decision. "You've already modeled this," she said. "Yes. The invitation's leverage is in not attending it. Attending converts it from an institutional summons into a professional engagement, which is a different legal category for what they can do with whatever they find." He paused. "The 3 cases you found were non-attendances or attendances without preparation. I have 14 days. She held his eyes for a moment. "Then, what do you need?" "Shenwei knows what I need moved. For your part, don't travel directly. The regional investigation still has the administrative infrastructure for standard cultivator monitoring in this sector, and you've been associated with my name in their records since the inconclusive report." He folded the letter again. "Come separately. Arrive 2 days before me. You want me in New Zenith before you arrive. I need someone who can read the political landscape from the inside before I walk into it." She looked at him for a moment longer. He watched her process what that meant, that he was asking her to go first, into a situation that the Federation's documented history suggested was unsafe for people in her position, 2 days before any protection his presence created would be available. "All right," she said. He started to turn toward the exit and stopped. He turned back. "The invitation is voluntary in the legal sense," he said. "If you assess the situation when you arrive and the cost is higher than the value, leave. Don't wait for me." She looked at him with an expression he did not have a clinical label for. "I know," she said. "I'm going to wait for you anyway." He walked out into the evening. He had 14 days. He would use them the way he used every resource, systematically, with full attention, and with the clear understanding that whatever he had built over the past 3 years, he was now building in a much larger space, watched by much more powerful observers, with the protection of a formal record and the vulnerability that visibility always created. The second phase had begun. Chapter 61. The debate. Lin Meihua presented the case against in 3 sections. First, the documentation. She had spent the morning after the tournament in the Federation's public judicial archive, reviewing the 3 cases she had cited in the corridor. The cases were a rogue refinement practitioner with an uncatalogued ability modification who attended a Federation consultation and was subjected to a 9-month extended assessment during which he could not advance his cultivation without institutional supervision. A system path cultivator who had developed a hybrid skill through an unauthorized combination, who attended a Federation consultation and was required to submit to a technique transfer proceeding, after which the technique was institutionally documented and available for licensed study, and an independent practitioner with an anomalous chi signature who had declined attendance and whose case remained as a regional enforcement file 7 years later, with no resolution on either side. The third case was not a success story. It was a standoff. But it was a standoff in which the practitioner had retained operational freedom that the first two had not. Second, the institutional pattern. She had mapped it from the case's documentary record. The Federation's consultation process had a 3-stage structure: voluntary preliminary interview, institutional assessment, and recommendation. The recommendation was where the 3 cases had diverged. In 2 of the 3, the recommendation had included requirements that were framed as provisional: monitor, report, cooperate, and that had extended indefinitely rather than resolving on any timeline she could identify in the record. Third, her read of the invitation itself. It was signed by Luo Xin but authorized by the Federation's Research Committee, which meant Luo Xin had institutional backing for whatever the consultation was intended to produce. Luo Xin had been observably less than completely aligned with the Research Committee's interests during the technical review. He had provided an honest analysis rather than a politically favorable one. But this did not mean his position would survive sustained institutional pressure. "The invitation uses you," she said. "Your cooperation in the documentation process legitimizes the research category classification. If you cooperate fully, they have what they need to incorporate your technique into the institutional framework on their terms. If you cooperate partially, they have grounds to say the monitoring conditions are not being met and can revisit the technical review ruling." He had been listening while reviewing the installation protocol documentation, which he had done every morning since the facility expedition. He set it down. "The second-order consequence of declining," he said, "is that I am operating outside the Federation's formal structure as a practitioner whose technique has been publicly identified and classified as a novel research category. The institutional response to an uncooperative novel research subject is to reclassify, which the technical review ruling has made more procedurally difficult but not impossible. I am better positioned to manage the framing of what I am inside the Federation's architecture than outside it. You're also more visible inside it. I was made visible at the tournament. That event is not reversible." He looked at her. "The question is not whether to be visible. It is whether to be visible with or without institutional standing." She sat with this for a moment. She was not conceding. She was processing, which was the particular quality she had when she was updating her model rather than defending her position. "The 3 conditions you would require," she said. "The technical manuals seized from my base. Unrestricted archive access. Research autonomy guarantee." He had built these conditions over the 2 days since the invitation arrived. "The first is a signal about what they can do administratively with materials they've already confiscated. The second is about what I can learn inside the institution that I cannot learn outside it. The third is about what they can require me to disclose inside a research framework. And if Luo Xin cannot deliver on all 3, then I decline the position and attend only the preliminary consultation, which the invitation technically permits as a separate option." He paused. "The consultation itself is information I need regardless of whether I accept the position." She looked at him for a long moment. He looked back. They were in the secondary base, which was scheduled to become operationally inactive the following week. Shenwei had already begun the logistics of closing it and establishing the pre-transit staging for the new Zenith move. "All right," she said. "You've already decided." "I've decided the calculation favors attending." "I wanted your case against before finalizing," she said. "Next time you want my case against something you've already decided, tell me before I spend 3 hours in the judicial archive." He noted this. Noted. The preparation took 14 days. It looked, to the small number of people who observed it, like nothing in particular. A cultivator completing administrative tasks before a significant professional transition. What it actually was, memorizing 17 organizational charts, 3 years of Federation budgetary allocation records, the complete personnel files for 42 senior institute staff members, and the public testimony record of every Federation Policy Committee session that had touched on cultivation technique classification in the past decade. He committed all of it to memory with the methodical discipline of someone who had been maintaining complex internal catalogs for years. By the day of departure, he could navigate the Federation's institutional architecture from memory the way he navigated sector ruins layouts, knowing which structures were load-bearing, which paths were reliable, and which exits were available if the structure became unstable. Chapter 62. Transit. Chen Wei managed the transit arrangements. He had been managing Wen Zheng's logistics for 18 months, and his operational judgment had been accurate consistently enough that Wen Zheng had stopped verifying the arrangements beyond a final review before departure. The review this time, transit documentation through 2 separate regional systems to produce a clean arrival record, housing in a sector of New Zenith that was associated with institute-affiliated researchers rather than Federation administrative officials, a communication protocol that could operate through Chen Wei's established contact network without going through system-registered channels. Chen Wei handled all of it. Wen Zheng used the 4 transit days to read. Lin Meihua traveled separately. She had arranged her own transit through her medical association's professional travel program, a legitimate professional visit to New Zenith's Central Medical Cultivation Institute, which had a 3-week teaching rotation for regional practitioners that she had been on the waitlist for. The timing of the opening on the waitlist was not coincidental, but the program itself was genuine and the documentation was accurate. She would arrive 2 days before Wen Zheng. She would spend those 2 days attending the teaching rotation by morning and mapping the city's political geography in the time remaining. Yao Fei had arrived first. He had been in New Zenith for 6 days before any of them, working his way into the city's underground ruins trade network through contacts he had maintained across 3 years of capital sector expeditions. He had sent a single update through Chen Wei's channel, found 4 operators, 2 with pre-apocalypse document stocks worth reviewing. He had not asked for instructions or direction. He had found a useful function and was filling it. This was the operational pattern Wen Zheng had come to expect from him. The transit vehicle entered New Zenith's outer perimeter at the 7th hour of the 4th day. Wen Zheng was reading the Federation's Cultivation Research Committee's annual reports for the past 5 years, which the Federation published for public review as part of its transparency documentation requirement. The reports contained, between their administrative language and budgetary tables, a history of the specific questions the committee had been avoiding for half a decade. He put down the documentation when the transit vehicle crested the elevated interchange that gave New Zenith its full skyline view. He looked at the city for a long time. 30 years of deliberate construction on a city that had not been designed to support it. That was the accurate description, but it did not capture what it looked like in practice. What it looked like in practice was a city that had been rebuilt in a specific order. Power first, then everything that served power. The cultivation towers were the city's skeleton, and everything else had been arranged to serve them. He began memorizing the spatial relationships between structures. He had 2 hours before arriving at the housing unit. Chapter 63. The city New Zenith was arranged as a hierarchy, not just socially, physically. The Continental Cultivation Federation's administrative center occupied the city's highest elevation point, which was a natural feature that the original city had used for municipal water storage and the rebuilt city had used for institutional command. Below it, arranged by rank in a gradient that was not formally documented anywhere and was universally understood, the Heaven's Path Sect's Eastern Tower Complex, the 3 major system cultivation faction headquarters, the Continental Meridian Research Institute, the regional certification bodies, the enforcement agencies, and the administrative support infrastructure that made all of the above function. System terminals with arbiter interfaces stood at every major intersection, not the standard system notification terminals that existed in every sector, but larger ones, with the visible sensor arrays that indicated environmental monitoring function in addition to administrative access. He spent the full first day walking. Chen Wei was at the housing unit, managing the arrival logistics and establishing the communication protocols with his existing contact network in the city. Wen Zheng had told him what he needed by the time they arrived and trusted the implementation to proceed without active management. He could not simultaneously manage logistics and map the city's operational geography. He walked for 9 hours. What he was mapping was not the street layout, which was available in standard documentation. He was mapping the invisible architecture, the sight lines between power centers, the points where transportation infrastructure intersected with enforcement infrastructure, the locations where the city's cultivation monitoring grid had obvious gaps or overlaps based on the visible placement of sensor arrays, the places where institutional power touched the built environment and left marks that a person who had spent years reading ruins could identify. He found 6 points where the city's cultivation infrastructure was structurally vulnerable to disruption. Not that he intended to disrupt them. He intended to know they existed. In his experience, knowing the structural vulnerabilities of a power architecture was useful for operating within it, because systems protected their vulnerabilities and the protection concentrated attention in specific places, which meant other places received less attention. He mapped the 6 points in his internal catalog and continued walking. The institute building was in the city's research district, between the Federation Administrative Center's elevation and the Certification Bodies District, which placed it politically between institutional authority and institutional enforcement. This was deliberate. Luo Xian he had gathered from the public record, spent 11 years managing the institute's position precisely in this space, close enough to Federation authority to have access, distant enough from enforcement to have operational independence. He stood across the street from the institute's main entrance at the 8th hour and observed it for 20 minutes. Then he went back to the housing unit and read 3 more years of the Research Committee's annual reports. Chapter 64. The first meeting. The Federation's Cultivation Relations Division occupied the 11th floor of the Administrative Center. The representative who met him was named Advisor Zhao Li, a title that translated, in the Federation's bureaucratic structure, as approximately the person who handles situations we have not encountered before and need to assess before determining which senior official should be responsible for them. He was professionally courteous, administratively competent, and substantively uninstructive. When Zheng had expected this, first meetings with institutional bureaucracies were never substantive. They were assessment meetings, the institution observing the subject providing information in response to the institution's questions, both parties establishing what kind of interaction this was going to be before anyone committed to anything. He answered the questions he was asked with the precise accuracy he applied to all technical communication, without volunteering information beyond what was asked. He asked 4 questions of his own, distributed through the hour-long meeting at intervals designed to appear casual. The 4 questions were, whether the technical review's novel classification had been processed through the Federation's Central Cultivation Registry, whether the classification gave the Institute research access to his cultivation monitoring data, whether the dissolution protocol referenced in the installation protocol had ever been discussed in Federation policy sessions, and whether the arbiter's authority within the Federation's jurisdictional framework was defined by Federation Charter or by system administrative designation. The first 2 questions produced the diplomatic deflection he expected. The representative knew the answers and was not authorized to provide them, which produced a specific kind of non-response. The third question produced something else. Advisor Zhao Li's chi cycling pattern, visible in the shoulder blade junction, the same tell he had identified in Wei Longshan, elevated slightly, and then returned to baseline in the space of approximately 2 seconds. A controlled response to something unexpected. The fourth question produced a pause. Not a diplomatic pause, an actual processing pause, the kind that meant the question had arrived at a place in the representative's model where no prepared response existed. He noted all of this and said nothing about any of it. The meeting concluded with the standard procedural formalities. He left with 3 useful data points. The dissolution protocol was known to the Federation's administrative structure and produced discomfort. The arbiter's governance status was something the Federation's bureaucracy had not prepared answers for, and Advisor Zhao Li would be sending a summary of the meeting to someone above him within the hour. He knew where the real answers were. Chapter 65. The position. Luo Xian's message arrived at the housing unit that evening. It was delivered by hand, not through the system communication network, not through any channel that created administrative logging, by a graduate researcher from the Institute who Luo Xian had sent as a messenger specifically because graduate researchers were not Federation staff and their movements were not tracked in the administrative monitoring system. The message proposed a private meeting. Tomorrow morning. A conference room in the Institute's research wing that Luo Xian kept specifically for conversations he did not want documented in the Institute's meeting management system. He sent his acceptance through Chun Wei's contact network. The conference room was small and deliberately unimpressive, the kind of space that existed to look like nowhere important was happening, which meant it was where Luo Xian had important conversations regularly enough to have optimized the location for it. Wen Zheng arrived 4 minutes early and assessed the room. No surveillance equipment he could identify. The walls had sufficient material density to prevent standard acoustic monitoring. The room's system terminal was in inactive mode and positioned away from the table. Luo Xian arrived with 2 minutes to spare and closed the door. "You handled the technical review well," he said, sitting down across the table with the directness of someone who had decided to skip the opening formalities because they were past the stage where the formalities served a function. "Better than any of us expected. You expected me to refuse the arbiter's authority directly. I expected you to deny what the display showed. You didn't." He paused. "You challenged the framework instead. That's a harder argument, and it's the right one." He looked at Wen Zheng for a moment. "I've been watching dual-path cultivation theory since before the investigation. I had a model of what the practical version would look like. I was wrong about most of the details. The theory was limited by what researchers could test. Yes. He opened a document on the table between them. Paper, not a device. The document was a formal offer letter in the Institute's standard format. Research position: dual-path cultivation methodology and applications. Full institute affiliation, institutional protection under the research faculty charter, and access to resources appropriate to the research program. When Zheng read the offer letter, it was what it appeared to be. He set it down. 3 conditions, he said. Luo Xian looked at him. Tell me. The technical manuals confiscated from my base during the Sector 7 investigation. 37 volumes, currently in the Regional Arbitration Authority's evidence storage. I want them returned to my custody as research materials. They're documented in the investigation record as pre-apocalypse reference texts, not classified materials, and the research position provides standing for a formal retrieval request. I can file the retrieval request through the Institute's administrative channels. The authority won't challenge an Institute request for pre-apocalypse reference materials. Luo Xian paused. That's achievable. Second, unrestricted access to the Institute's pre-apocalypse archive. Not the public research access. The full archive including the classified holdings from the first 5 years after the apocalypse. Luo Xian's expression did not change significantly, but his chi cycling, when Zheng was reading it through his resonance detection, which he kept at baseline in all professional meetings as a standard practice, elevated in the way it did when someone encountered a request that was larger than they had anticipated. The classified holdings include sensitive institutional materials, Luo Xian said. I'm aware of what's in them. A pause. You have prior knowledge of the classified archive contents. I have analytical inference based on what's not in the public archive. If the gap between what pre-apocalypse researchers documented and what the Federation's public record shows is consistent, the missing materials are in the classified holdings. Another pause. I can negotiate access. Not blanket. There will need to be a research justification framework. But I can get you substantive access. Third, a written research autonomy guarantee that cannot be superseded by administrative directive. Specifically, I have independent authority over what I publish, what I disclose in the monitoring sessions, and what direction my research takes. The Institute cannot redirect my research agenda or use monitoring session data in any institutional proceeding without my documented consent. Luo Xian was quiet for a long moment. This was the condition he had not expected, not because it was unreasonable, but because it created a formal constraint on what the research committee could do with Zheng's institutionalization. The research committee had authorized the invitation, and the research committee's interest was not purely scientific. The research committee will push back on the autonomy guarantee, Luo Xian said. Then they can decline to extend the offer. He said it without inflection. Not a threat. A statement of what would happen if the condition could not be met. He was not posturing. He had calculated, before arriving at the meeting, the minimum acceptable configuration for the Institute position to be worth the cost of its visibility requirements. The autonomy guarantee was the minimum. Luo Xian looked at him for a moment. I'll need to have the committee conversation before I can confirm the third condition. I know. I'll have a response by morning. When Zheng stood, he did not reach for the offer letter. I'll decide by morning. He spent the night verifying Luo Xian's actual authority within the Institute's charter structure, using the Institute's own public administrative documentation, which showed the director's independent authority in faculty hiring, research program establishment, and archive access decisions. The research autonomy guarantee was within Luo Xian's unilateral authority to provide. The committee conversation he had referenced was real, but it was the conversation where he informed the committee of what he had agreed to, not the conversation where he sought permission to agree to it. Luo Xian had said he needed to have the committee conversation. He had not said he needed the committee's approval. This told Zheng 2 things. Luo Xian was genuinely committed to the research relationship's integrity, and he was also navigating the committee's interests with careful language. Both were useful to know. He sent his acceptance at the 7th hour. Chapter 66. Resonance reading his acceptance message reached Luo Xian at 7th hour. By 9th hour, he was in Luo Xian's formal office, not the conference room. The office, which was a different category of space, and indicated that the relationship had moved past the preliminary assessment phase into the institutional phase. The office had natural light from a north-facing window, a wall of bound institute publications, and a desk that had been cleared to a professional neatness that suggested recent preparation. Luo Xian met him standing. The formal acceptance protocol was brief. Documentation signed, faculty identification issued, research space allocated. Luo Xian's administrative assistant processed the paperwork with efficient courtesy and departed. When they were alone, Wen Zheng ran a sustained resonance focus for the first time in a professional context. At consolidation rank, his resonance detection could read the secondary chi fluctuations that accompanied the physiological states associated with deliberate deception, increased systemic tension, altered meridian pressure distribution, the specific breathing modulation that accompanied conscious information management. It was not infallible. It was useful. He had been running it in all significant professional interactions since the consolidation advancement had made it available. Luo Xian's chi state during the acceptance protocol and the subsequent conversation showed no deception indicators. His actual intentions, as far as the resonance focus could read them, were exactly what they appeared to be: genuine interest in the research and genuine concern about the institutional forces operating above him. The concern was specific. It was not the vague anxiety of a bureaucrat managing a difficult situation. It was the focused, contained concern of someone who knew exactly what the threat looked like and had been making careful decisions about how to position himself relative to it. Luo Xian knew the research committee was using his research program for goals that were not research. He was maneuvering within that constraint, using whatever operational independence his role allowed. He had granted the 3 conditions not because he had needed committee approval, but because he had decided, independently, that the constraints they created were the constraints he was willing to accept on the relationship's behalf. This was useful. An ally who was operating under institutional constraints he understood was more predictable than one whose constraints were unclear. The technical manual's retrieval request has been filed, Luo Xian said, reviewing his morning's administrative queue. The authority will take approximately 10 days to process it. I know their processing timeline. Luo Xian looked at him sidelong, the specific expression of someone who had not expected that response and was updating their model in real time. You do. I reviewed their administrative documentation during the transit. Of course you did. He closed the administrative queue. Archive access will be available beginning next week. I'll introduce you to the archive director personally. She manages the classified holdings, and she will need to understand what you're looking for. I'm looking for research documentation from the first 5 years after the system's deployment. The research teams that were operational during the transition period. That's in there. He paused. Some of it has been sealed by administrative order rather than security classification. The seal order is from 23 years ago, and the authority that issued it no longer exists, which means there's an open legal question about whether it remains binding. I've been treating it as binding because it was easier than litigating it. With you looking, it becomes worth litigating. He filed this. The seal order from 23 years ago was consistent with the timeline of the failed dissolution initiation attempt. Someone had tried to dissolve the system 5 years after deployment and failed, and then someone had sealed research documentation from that period. He was going to find what was in those sealed archives. He accepted the faculty identification, reviewed his research space allocation, and began the first day of his institute position. Chapter 67. The information channel. The secondary channel took 3 weeks to map. He was not looking for it specifically. He was conducting the standard operational intelligence survey that he applied to any new institutional environment. The same kind of systematic documentation review he had used to identify Ho Peng's artifact skimming operation before the confrontation in Sector 7. Institutional intelligence, in his experience, was almost always visible in budget records if you knew what you were looking for. What he was looking for, initially, was the financial architecture of the Institute's research programs. Understanding who funded what gave him a working model of which research directions were politically protected and which were professionally independent. This was standard operational groundwork. What the budget records showed, under the research operations category for the Institute's material science division, was a recurring financial transfer of an amount that was not anomalous in isolation but was anomalous in pattern. The pattern was weekly, the destination was an intermediary consulting office, and the consulting office was registered to a name that appeared in Gao Bingwen's organizational chart, a minor economic advisor position, 2 levels below Gao's direct operational chain, but functionally within it. He traced the intermediary chain backward. 3 offices, each one a degree of separation from the obvious connection. The connection required cross-referencing the Institute's budget records against the consulting registry, against the Federation's organizational chart, against the Artifact Distribution Authority's administrative records, for separate databases, each one public in isolation and revealing only in combination. He assembled the combination over 3 days of systematic review during hours when the archive's general staff were not present and the research wing's monitoring cycle was in its lowest activity window. He documented everything and said nothing about it for a week. Then he identified the department head whose reporting channel the transfer ran through, Dr. Yan Minghua, head of the Materials Characterization Division. a senior faculty member with 19 years of institute tenure, 2 published monographs on pre-apocalypse material science, and a position on Gao Bingwen's informal economic advisory committee that was disclosed in neither his institute personnel file nor his Federation faculty registration. The committee wasn't formally registered. It met quarterly, off-calendar, in facilities that had no connection to either Gao's official military operations or the institute's administrative record. He did not know what was in the weekly summary reports Dr. Yen was sending. He could infer from the timing. The transfers had begun 6 months ago, which was approximately when his presence in the ruined sector had become operationally visible enough to be tracked. This was how Gao had known about the research facility expedition, not through direct surveillance, through institutional access to the documentation trail that surrounded his work. He filed this and considered what to do with it. The obvious response was to report it through the Institute's administrative integrity process, which would create a formal record and initiate an institutional investigation. This was also the response that would tell Dr. Yen that the channel had been identified, which would give Gao approximately 72 hours to adjust his information acquisition method before the investigation produced any formal action. He needed more information before making that move. He needed to know what had been reported and what Gao had done with it. He needed to know whether the channel was bidirectional, whether Gao was also sending instructions or resources back through it. He documented the channel, established his own monitoring of the transfer pattern through the budget records, and continued his research program without visible change in direction or pace. Chapter 68. Council Session. The Federation Council's public sessions were open to observation by any registered Federation constituent. Wenjung registered for the observation gallery of the session held on his 19th day at the Institute, where the Policy Committee agenda included a proposal submitted by Councilman Fong Wei regarding cultivation technique classification standards for institutional research positions. He arrived early and took a position in the gallery's 3rd row from the back, which gave him line of sight to both the council floor and the institutional representatives section. He brought nothing that would identify him as affiliated with the institute or the tournament. He wore standard city professional clothing. He sat between a Federation census official and a student from the Administrative Sciences program at New Zenith University who was there for a class observation requirement. Councilman Fong Wei was in his mid-50s, with the particular physical quality of someone who had spent 30 years in administrative positions and whose chi cultivation had been pursued to the minimum level required for institutional credibility rather than personal development. He moved with the confidence of someone who understood institutional power and had concluded that it was the only kind that mattered. His proposal was framed in economic terms, a rational, carefully structured argument for why research institutions bore systemic risk when they employed practitioners whose cultivation techniques fell outside the system's classification architecture. The argument's logic was internally sound. It rested on the premise that institutional research legitimacy was derived from the same system classification structure that independent practice legitimacy was derived from, and that employing a practitioner whose technique fell outside that structure created classification ambiguity that could be exploited for institutional credibility the system hadn't endorsed. Wenjung followed the argument and understood its actual content, which was not the stated content. The stated content was about institutional integrity. The actual content was about the economic value of the cultivation resource hierarchy, which Councilman Fong Wei's portfolio records, publicly available through the Federation's financial disclosure requirements, which he had reviewed during the transit, showed was concentrated in artifact distribution contracts and cultivation rank certification services. Both were industries that derived value from the system's classification structure being uncontested. A practitioner with a technique outside the classification structure, employed at a Federation-affiliated research institute with full faculty standing, was a data point that could be cited by anyone arguing for classification reform. Councilman Fong Wei was not opposed to Wenjung specifically. He was opposed to the precedent. The proposal received 11 affirmative votes in the first round of consideration. He counted which council members voted affirmatively, noted their names, and cross-referenced them against the Federation's financial disclosure registry that evening. 10 of the 11 had financial interests in artifact distribution, cultivation certification services, or both. The 11th had professional ties to the Heaven's Path sect. The financial disclosure registry was public. Every connection he identified was visible in public documentation. The pattern that connected 11 council votes to 11 sets of artifact distribution interests was visible to any observer who assembled the 4 data sources required to read it, and who had the patience to assemble them. He had the patience. This was a manageable problem. It had a solution that involved public data and the specific audience that would be most interested in seeing it assembled. He identified that audience. He began drafting. Chapter 69. The presentation. The Institute's full faculty research seminar occurred on the fourth Friday of each month. He had been working at the Institute for 6 weeks when he presented. The proposal to present had come from the Faculty Seminar Committee, which issued standing invitations to all new researchers for their first term, and he had accepted it and spent the following 3 weeks on preparation that looked, to the people who observed it, like the standard calibration of a new researcher developing their initial formal presentation. What it was the most careful argument he had ever constructed. He had 3 hours. He used all of them. The argument began with the system's advancement data, 40 years of cumulative advancement rate records from the Federation's cultivation census, which showed the rate at which cultivators were advancing from rank to rank. The data was public. Nobody had assembled it in the form he presented it in, which plotted advancement rate against resource input rather than against time, which was the plot that made the trend visible. The trend was, resource input required for equivalent cultivation advancement had been increasing at a consistent rate for 15 years. The increase was not exponential. It was linear, which made it easy to extrapolate. Extrapolated 40 years forward, the resource input required for foundation to consolidation advancement would exceed the total annual artifact production of every active ruins operation on the continent. This was not a prediction. It was arithmetic. He had anticipated 3 objections. He had prepared documented responses to all 3, incorporated into the presentation's 3rd hour. The first objection was that advancement efficiency would improve through technique refinement. He showed the data on technique refinement rates, which were declining in parallel with advancement resource requirements, because the same resource pressure that was making advancement more expensive was making technique development harder. The second objection was that new ruins would be discovered, increasing artifact supply. He showed the resource discovery rate data, which had been in statistical decline for 7 years. The third objection was that the system itself would respond to the resource pressure by optimizing its advancement protocols. He presented the system's upgrade history for the past decade, which showed 0 protocol optimization events for advancement mechanics despite the visible resource pressure. The convergence point was 40 years from now, give or take 5. Within a single generation. The room was silent during the 3rd hour. Not the polite silence of an audience waiting for the speaker to finish, the specific, denser silence of people who were following an argument rather than listening to it. He could read the difference. He had spent 3 years reading silence in various contexts, and the difference between polite attention and genuine processing was visible in the room's collective still quality. He finished at the 3-hour mark and thanked the faculty for their time. 2 faculty members were waiting for him at the podium while he was organizing his documentation. Not with questions, with formal requests for access to his raw data, filed on the seminar's standard data sharing request forms, signed before he had gathered his notes. He accepted the requests. In the corridor afterward, he ran the post-mortem on the presentation. He had achieved what he intended. A formal presentation in the Institute's research record that documented the convergence analysis, with faculty witnesses and formal data access requests creating a paper trail. The analysis was now part of the Institute's intellectual record, which meant suppressing it required suppressing the record rather than simply choosing not to publish it. He had built in the documentation before anyone had the opportunity to prevent him from building it in. Chapter 70. The mechanism. Luo Xin was in the corridor. He had been waiting near the seminar room's secondary exit. Not the main exit where the 2 faculty members with data requests were, but the side corridor that connected to the research wing's back stairwell, which Wenjing used because it was the route that avoided the main administrative areas. Luo Xin had learned this about him in 6 weeks. That was faster than most people learned his movement patterns. Your convergence analysis is correct, Luo Xin said, falling into step beside him without preamble or greeting, in the tone of someone delivering a professional assessment rather than a compliment. I've been running similar models for 3 years and arriving at similar conclusions. I know. Luo Xin looked at him. You know, your research program's data requests over the past 3 years, visible in the Institute's public research registry, are consistent with the data assembly required for the convergence analysis. You've been building toward this conclusion for 3 years. He paused. You haven't published it. No. Luo Xin was quiet for a moment. They reached the stairwell, and he pushed the door open, holding it for Wenjing to pass through before following. The difference between my work and yours is that I know what the people who control the current system will do to prevent that conclusion from becoming public. He said it plainly, in the register of someone stating a fact rather than issuing a warning. He was not being dramatic. He was being precise. Do you understand that I am not speaking hypothetically? He said. I understand, Wenjing said. They descended 2 flights in silence. The stairwell was concrete and slightly damp from the building's climate management infrastructure. The condensation collected in the corners where the wall met the floor, and the air had the particular metallic quality of recirculated air in a sealed environment. What is the specific suppression mechanism? Wenjung said. Luo Xian stopped on the landing between the second and first floors. He looked at Wenjung with the expression of someone who has decided to say something they have been managing the decision to say for several weeks. Reclassification, he said. The arbiter's authority includes the ability to reclassify any cultivation technique as a system integrity hazard. When a technique is classified as a hazard, any institutional documentation of that technique, research publications, data records, faculty affiliations, becomes classified material under the system's administrative framework. Classified material cannot be published without system authorization, cannot be cited in public record, and cannot be used as a basis for institutional policy arguments. He paused. The reclassification can happen within 24 hours of a decision being made at the appropriate authority level. The technical review ruling protects your current classification, but the technical review can be reopened if the monitoring sessions show field disturbances that cross the defined threshold. The threshold can be adjusted. Yes. Luo Xian said it without inflection. The threshold is defined in the monitoring protocol, which is administered by the arbiter. He looked at Wenjung steadily. The arbiter defines the threshold, Wenjung said. If the threshold is lowered to a level where my current field disturbances register as exceedances, the technical review can be reopened. If the technical review is reopened, the novel classification can be revised. If the classification is revised to a hazard designation, everything I've published becomes classified. He ran the chain of inference to its end, including the convergence analysis. He thought about this for a moment in the concrete stairwell. The arbiter's authority to define the threshold, is that derived from Federation Charter or from System Administrative Designation? Luo Xian looked at him very carefully. That is the question I have been avoiding for 3 years, he said. Because I am not sure I want to know the answer. He started down the final flight of stairs. I am going to need to know the answer, Wenjung said. I know, Luo Xian said. That's why I'm telling you this now, rather than letting you find it yourself and discovering that I knew and said nothing. Chapter 71. Refinement. The advancement session was scheduled as a routine monitoring event. This was deliberate. He had requested, when establishing the monitoring protocol with the Institute, that advancement attempts occur within the structured monitoring sessions rather than in private, which was the inverse of what most practitioners preferred but which was, from his operational assessment, the better configuration. Advancing within a monitored session created documented evidence of the advancement's character, the resonance field behavior, the node activation pattern, the observable effects, before anyone had the opportunity to characterize it in the absence of primary evidence. He had been preparing for the refinement advancement for 6 weeks. The preparation had required sourcing anchor materials through 3 separate acquisition channels, 2 through Yao Fei's underground network and 1 through the Institute's pre-apocalypse material archive, which contained a cataloged but unclaimed cache of pre-apocalypse alloy composites that the Materials Science Division had processed as non-cultivation artifacts and therefore not restricted. He had filed the acquisition request through the standard faculty research materials form. It had been approved without review because nothing in the request language indicated it was for cultivation use. The 4th tier of the bridge meridian required 4 new anchor points, 2 of which were in the upper meridian circuit that he had not previously worked with. The installation work had taken 3 weeks of careful sessions during his designated institute training hours. On the day of the scheduled session, he sat in the institute's training laboratory with 9 of Luo Xian's research team arrayed around him at their monitoring stations, each one running specific measurement systems that Luo Xian had developed specifically for his cultivation profile. He began. The refinement advancement was different from the previous tier advances in character. Not in difficulty. He had prepared for it with the same systematic precision he applied to everything, but in the quality of what happened when all 4 tiers activated simultaneously for the first time. The resonance nodes now covered his full meridian network in a complete circuit. Not a linear flow and return, not the partial coverage he had been working with for a year, but an actual circuit. Every primary meridian junction hosting a node, all of them connected through the bridge structure into a single integrated system. The moment the circuit completed, 4 hours into the session, it felt like every room in a building lighting up simultaneously rather than in sequence. The meridian network he had been working with had been a city with power to some districts. Now it had power to all of them. His resonance field extended. He had not intended this, had not predicted the scale of it. The field expanded beyond his body in a visible shimmer that reached approximately 3 meters in every direction and held for 30 seconds before he pulled it in with deliberate concentration. During those 30 seconds, every resonance-sensitive instrument in the laboratory produced maximal readings. 4 of the 9 team members physically stepped back from their monitoring stations, and the ambient chi field in the training room rearranged itself around him. When he pulled the field in and the room returned to normal ambient conditions, the team was silent. Luo Xin was standing at the far end of the laboratory, watching. His expression was the expression of someone who has been working on a mathematical model for years and has just seen the actual function it was approximating. "I need to recalibrate every measurement I have from your previous sessions," he said, after a silence of approximately 40 seconds. "The circuit completion changes the resonance output profile significantly." "Yes." Luo Xin looked at his documentation. "Everything I was measuring was the partial system. The complete circuit is..." He stopped. He looked at the instruments. "The field stabilization effect. At 30 seconds of full extension, the ambient field in this room reorganized itself around your output. That's not an enhancement. That's a completely different interaction mode." "Yes." When Zheng was already running the assessment of what the circuit completion had unlocked. The Bridge Meridian's 4th tier created a new capability that was not in the techniques he had been developing: resonance imprinting. The ability to leave a trace, a resonance mark, structurally similar to a resonance node but external, attached to an object or a person rather than integrated into his own meridian network. The trace would be invisible to standard cultivation scanning. It would be detectable only to another practitioner running resonance detection at sufficient sensitivity, which at current cultivation levels meant only him. He did not describe this to Luo Xin. He had the autonomy guarantee, which gave him the right to manage what he disclosed in monitoring sessions. He had just demonstrated the advancement in full. The resonance imprinting capability was a strategic resource that he was not ready to put in the Institute's documented research record. He noted the omission as a deployment of the autonomy guarantee rather than a concealment. The distinction mattered to him. Chapter 72. The final protocol. Yao Fei's message reached him through Chun Wei's channel on a Thursday afternoon. It was 3 words: found final version. He sent back a single-word request: secure. Yao Fei arrived at the housing unit that evening with the document sealed in 3 layers of material protection: waterproof casing, electromagnetic isolation wrap, and a physical tamper indicating seal that would break if the document was opened incorrectly. He set it on the table without ceremony and sat down. The document was approximately 40 pages, printed on pre-apocalypse paper stock from a pre-apocalypse printing process. The ink, chemistry, and paper grain were consistent with the period, not a reproduction. Yao Fei had examined the physical properties before sourcing it and had paid accordingly. The cover read, System Installation Protocol, Final Authorization. Beneath the title, Stage 1 to 4 Implementation Guidelines. Beneath that, a date, 31 years ago, 11 months before the system arrived. At the bottom of the cover page, an authorization line. A single name preceded by the title, the architect. He read the document. The final version's technical specifications were more detailed than Draft 7 in every respect, including the dissolution protocol. Stage 4 was described over 12 pages rather than the 7 in the draft. The additional 5 pages covered the implementation mechanism in technical language that the draft version had summarized. Dissolution required 12 physical relay devices, installed at the 12 original system installation points across the continent. The relays would, when simultaneously activated, transmit a counter sequence to the system's core architecture that initiated the dissolution cascade from the inside rather than through an external override command. This was why Hua Changmin's 5-year attempt had failed. He had tried to initiate Stage 4 through a software command, but the system, by year 5, had developed the secondary governance layer that rejected command inputs it didn't recognize. The relays were the physical mechanism. Software couldn't initiate Stage 4. Physical relay activation could. The document's final 3 sections were missing. The pages were cleanly cut, not torn, suggesting deliberate removal rather than physical deterioration. He looked at the architect's signature for a long time. The name was a single-character signature in the notation shorthand used for official pre-apocalypse documentation, not a full-name signature, a professional designation. The character translated, literally, as the designation HC. The same notation he had seen in the handwritten annotation at the bottom of the draft version's final page. Year 5 post-activation, dissolution protocol failed, system refused Stage 4 initiation, cause unknown, investigation ongoing, author, HC. One person had designed the system, documented the dissolution mechanism, attempted to initiate it, and been the only person who annotated the failure. HC had known what they were looking for and had not found it. "Where did you source this?" he said. "An underground archive operator in the Eastern Market District." Yao Fei was watching him read with the attentive patience of someone who had been doing this work long enough to recognize when a document was significant without needing to understand its contents. The operator said it came in with a lot of early Federation administrative materials, the first decade's records. Someone cleaned out a secure storage room and sold the whole lot without checking what was in it. The final 3 sections. The operator said the document was in that condition when it arrived. The cut is clean, pre-apocalypse cutting tool, based on the edge quality. Someone removed those sections deliberately before the document left whatever facility it originally came from. He set the document down and looked at Yao Fei. "The architect. The authorization signature. Do you have any intelligence on who that is?" Yao Fei looked at him steadily. "No name attached to it in any underground source I can access. The title appears occasionally in pre-apocalypse facility records from the right period, but always as a designation rather than a name." He filed this. HC. The architect. The person who had built the system and the dissolution mechanism and the relay protocol and had failed, at year 5, to execute what they had built. And who had, somewhere, a name. Chapter 73. The record. He searched the Federation's official historical archive for 4 days. The archive was publicly accessible through the Federation's research documentation system. He used his institute faculty credentials to access the full indexed version rather than the public summary, which gave him cross-reference capabilities the standard search tools didn't support. The architect. In 43 records. He found the 43 matches in the first day. He spent the next 3 days reading each one and assessing its information content. 40 of the 43 were administratively sealed. The seal designation was from a single administrative authority that had issued it in a single batch 23 years ago, the same authority that had issued the classified archive seals Luo Xian had mentioned, in the same year. The seals were not security classifications. They were administrative suppression orders, which was a different legal category with different challenge mechanisms. 3 records were unsealed. The first was a supply requisition from a pre-apocalypse government research facility, requesting 12 specialized relay components from an industrial supplier. The architect was listed as the authorizing researcher. The components matched the relay devices described in the dissolution protocol's final version. The second was a personnel mention in a facility staffing record. The architect, classified researcher, theoretical physics division, noted as unavailable for the quarterly review due to field deployment. The field deployment location was not specified. The third was in the minutes of the first council. The first council was the inaugural meeting of the Continental Cultivation Federation, held 2 years after the apocalypse, in which the institutions that would become the Federation's permanent governance structure had been formally established. The minutes were a historical document, published in the Federation's official record as part of its founding documentation. The architect's appearance in the minutes was a single notation in the attendance record. The architect, observer, theoretical physics division, pre-dissolution. Attended at the invitation of the council secretariat. Declined nomination to the governance structure. Departed before the final session. Observer. Not a participant. Not a founder. Someone who had been present at the founding of the organization that would govern the system they had built, and who had chosen not to join it. He sat with this for a long time. The organization had been built around a system designed to dissolve. The person who had built the system had watched the organization form, decided not to participate in it, and left. The dissolution had failed 5 years later. The organization had continued for another 25 years. Where had the architect gone after the first council? The sealed records almost certainly contained the answer. He needed to challenge the seal orders. Luo Xian, when he brought him this finding, was quiet for 40 seconds. Then he said he would file the challenge through the Institute's legal counsel's office. He said he would do this because the challenge required institutional standing, and he was the right person to provide it. And he had known for 3 years that someone was going to have to challenge these seals eventually. Chapter 74. The arrest. Yao Fei was arrested on a Wednesday morning. The arrest was processed by the Eastern District's Regulatory Enforcement Office on charges of pre-apocalypse artifact trafficking, specifically, the unauthorized acquisition and transport of 3 items from classified recovery zones. The items in question were cataloged in the charge document with coordinate references that Wen Zheng recognized. All 3 were from ruined sectors in the outer district that he had been through, that he knew had public access designations, and that he knew Yao Fei had documented with recovery coordinates and sector access status before moving the items. He read the charge document that Chun Wei's legal contact had obtained within 2 hours of the arrest. The charge was not about the artifacts. He understood this immediately, with the same clarity with which he understood any manufactured administrative action. It had the specific quality of a formal complaint where the legal basis was technically plausible, but the documentation requirements had not been met in a way that would survive careful review. Someone had drafted it quickly, with the primary purpose of getting Yao Fei off the streets for the processing period, not with the purpose of succeeding in a formal proceeding. The processing period for this category of charge was 72 hours. 72 hours was enough time for 2 conversations to happen and 2 pieces of information to disappear. He identified the information most likely to be at risk, Yao Fei's source for the final protocol document, and the underground archive operator's records for that transaction. He sent Chen Wei 3 coded messages in quick sequence. The first directed Chen Wei's contact at the archive operator's district to verify the operator's current status and document security. The second directed a separate contact to photograph the relevant sector designation maps for the 3 recovery zones before any administrative action could alter the public record. The third was a legal resources activation. The Institute's Faculty Legal Assistance Program covered research-affiliated personnel in cases where the arrest was professionally related. Yao Fei was, formally, a research consultant attached to his Institute faculty program. When Zheng had filed the paperwork 6 weeks ago, when he had identified the information channel to Gao's faction and had concluded that Yao Fei's arrest was a probable future event that he should prepare for in advance. He had not told Yao Fei. He had prepared the protection without the conversation, because the conversation would have required explaining why he thought the arrest was probable, and that explanation would have required revealing more of his intelligence assessment than he had decided Yao Fei needed at the time. He was aware of the pattern this represented. He had been working on the pattern. He contacted the Institute's Legal Assistance Program and began drafting the formal response. Chapter 75. The response. He worked for 47 continuous hours. The work was methodical rather than urgent. He did not rush through the documentation, because documentation produced under urgency contained errors that formal proceedings exploited, and the correct approach was to produce documentation that was exactly right rather than documentation that was fast. What he built, over the 47 hours, was a complete legal and evidentiary case file that made the arrest charge technically indefensible without requiring any claim about the charge's political motivation. The sector designation maps for the 3 recovery zones were his first source. All 3 zones appeared in the Regional Ruins Management Registry as Category 3 public access, available for recovery operations by any registered scavenger with standard sector permits, which Yao Fei had maintained continuously for 8 years. The maps were public record. He obtained certified copies through the online registry and attached them to the case file as primary documentation. The 3 artifacts chain of custody was his second source. Yao Fei maintained professional documentation for every item he recovered: coordinates, date, condition assessment, transport documentation. The documentation existed because maintaining it was required for any contested recovery claim, and Yao Fei had been operating long enough to have developed the habit of maintaining it regardless of whether any specific item was contested. The 3 items were documented to the same standard as every other item in his recovery history. He cross-referenced the charge document's sector coordinate references against the designation maps and the chain of custody documentation, producing a table that showed: charge asserts classified zone, designation map shows public access, chain of custody shows permit compliance, charge technically fails on primary element. He submitted this through 3 simultaneous administrative channels: the Enforcement Office's internal review process, the Regional Legal Authority's Public Complaint Registry, and the Federation's Ombudsman Office, which was the body responsible for reviewing formal complaints about enforcement actions. All 3 submissions occurred within the same 60-minute window, which prevented any single administrative body from quietly closing the case before the others received the filing. On the 48th hour, the Enforcement Office's internal review concluded that the charge documentation was technically deficient. Yao Fei was released. The case file, as submitted, was now in 3 public administrative records. The charge's deficiency, and the release were documented. Anyone who wanted to understand what had happened could assemble that documentation from public sources. He had also included, as supporting documentation in the Ombudsman filing, a financial disclosure research note, publicly available from the Federation's disclosure registry, showing that 3 of the enforcement officers who had processed Yao Fei's arrest had professional service history with a registered consulting firm that received payments from the same office as the transfers he had identified in the Institute's budget. He had not claimed that this connection explained the arrest. He had attached it as background documentation. The Ombudsman's office would not investigate based on a background attachment without a formal complaint. But the record existed. It was now in the public administrative database, where anyone with the patience to search for it could find it. Gao Bingwen's faction was now publicly connected to the arrest in a document that existed in a public database. He received no response from Gao directly. 3 days after Yao Fei's release, he received a formal communication from the Regional Arbitration Authority confirming that the Sector 7 investigation had been closed without finding. The investigation's mandate had expired without producing an actionable recommendation. The communication was courteous and procedural. He read it and thought about what it meant for Gao Bingwen's response to being publicly documented. A man who responded to public exposure with contained deliberateness rather than anger, visible retaliation, or denial. Who processed the exposure, closed off the damaged channel cleanly, and communicated through formal procedural language rather than direct response. Was not a man who had accepted a defeat. He was a man who was making a different calculation. He filed this and began making his own different calculation. Chapter 76. The pressure Luo Xian appeared in Wen Zheng's research space at the end of the working day with a document in hand and the specific expression he had developed for situations where he was going to deliver bad news in the most accurate language available. He set the document on the desk. It was a formal communication from the Federation's Executive Committee addressed to the Institute Director, requesting that Wen Zheng's archive access be suspended pending a second institutional review of his research program's compliance with cultivation research regulations. The language was regulatory rather than adversarial. It cited 3 specific provisions of the Federation's research conduct standards and framed the access restriction as a routine compliance measure. When Zheng read it, the response, Luo Xian said, which I have already sent, is available to you as a reference document. He produced a second sheet. I cited sections 14.2, 31, and 89C of the Faculty Research Independence Charter, which collectively give the Institute Director independent authority over research access decisions for faculty research programs. I invited the committee to take the matter to the full Council's Academic Freedom Subcommittee if they disagreed with my citation of those provisions. They won't take it to the Academic Freedom Subcommittee, Wen Zheng said. No. A public hearing before the Academic Freedom Subcommittee would require them to put their objection to faculty research independence into a formal record, which their legal advisors will not recommend. He paused. This bought time. Not much. He was quiet for a moment. When Zheng waited. A special review tribunal has been convened, Luo Xian said, for your cultivation status. Under the technical review rulings monitoring conditions, a special review can be initiated by the arbiter if the monitoring data crosses the defined threshold. The arbiter has indicated that threshold has been crossed. When the formal notification will arrive tomorrow morning. The tribunal will begin the following morning. He processed this. The timeline was tight. The arbiter was using the threshold mechanism that Luo Xian had described in the stairwell conversation, not lowering the threshold itself, but using the 17 documented chi field interference incidents that had accumulated over the past 40 days as evidence that the threshold had been crossed by his actual cultivation activity. No cultivator has ever successfully challenged a special review tribunal, Luo Xian said. He said it in a tone that Wen Zheng had heard once before, in the secondary base, when Lin Meihua had said that no cultivator had successfully invoked the technical review provision without it being a note of caution. That same quality. The tone of someone who would like to see whether a claim about impossibility is actually true. I'll need the archive for the next 48 hours, Wen Zheng said. You have it, Luo Xian said. I'm not complying with the committee's access restriction. The formal challenge window is 96 hours before my non-compliance becomes an administrative violation. The tribunal concludes before the 96-hour window expires. He took the access and went to find Lin Meihua. Chapter 77. 72 hours. The archive's classified section was cold and illuminated by the steady blue-white light of preservation equipment. They arrived at the archive at the 20th hour and worked until the 92nd. Lin Meihua had cleared her institute schedule through a research emergency designation that the medical faculty's emergency research provision allowed for a 48-hour extension. She had done this without consulting Wen Zheng on the specific framing, which she had explained when he noted it as, "It is a research emergency." I used accurate language. They divided the classified holdings by subject, area, and period. He took the theoretical physics division's records, the system installation program documentation, and everything cross-referenced under the title The Architect. She took the cultivation physiology research from the transition period and the medical division's records from the first 5 years after the apocalypse. At the 20th hour, she called him over from 2 rows away. She had found the final reports of the pre-apocalypse Qi Research Division. The division had consisted of 37 scientists working in a government-funded research program that had begun 11 years before the apocalypse and had never been publicly announced. Their research mandate was simple: measure human qi output, not cultivation qi. They were not studying cultivation because mainstream pre-apocalypse science did not recognize cultivation as a real phenomenon. They were studying an anomalous energy signature that appeared in high-resolution neurological monitoring equipment when subjects were engaged in certain types of sustained mental activity. They had spent 11 years measuring it. Their final report, submitted 6 months before the system arrived, was 240 pages. He read the executive summary first, and then went back and read the methodology section and then the data tables. Lin Meihua read alongside him, annotating in her field notebook. The summary: human beings had been generating measurable qi through concentrated mental effort, emotional intensity, and physical discipline for as long as the monitoring technology could detect. The oldest measurement in the study was from monitoring equipment that had been stored in archival condition since 80 years before the present, and the signal was present in those records too, in subjects who had not known they were being monitored for anything unusual. Humanity had been cultivating before the system arrived. Unguided, uncodified, largely unconscious, but measurable. The qi was there. The pathway structure was nascent in the entire population. The system had not created this. It had amplified and codified what was already present. He looked at the data tables for a long time. His bridge meridian's traditional cultivation side, the side that predated the system's codification in his technique, was drawing on something that was not the system's architecture. It was drawing on the pre-existing qi potential that the 37 scientists had spent 11 years documenting. He had built his bridge meridian on a foundation that was older than the system. The dual-path technique did not combine system cultivation with traditional cultivation. It combined the system's codified pathways with the pre-system qi substrate that had always been there. The system classified this as an error. The 37 scientists, if they had survived to see it, would have classified it as the expected development. He looked at Lin Meihua. She was looking at the data tables. The traditional cultivation side of the bridge meridian, she said. It's not traditional cultivation in the post-system sense. It's the pre-system qi, the one these researchers were measuring. Yes, the system's classification of your path as anomalous is technically correct, she said slowly. You are outside the system's classification architecture. But the architecture doesn't classify what's outside it as anomalous because it's wrong. It classifies it as anomalous because it predates the architecture. The path existed before the system had categories for it, which means Sima Yulong's concern about dual-path cultivation corrupting the qi field is based on a misread of what the traditional side actually is. She looked at him. He thinks you're mixing two system-era cultivation traditions. He's measuring field disturbance against a baseline that assumes the pre-system qi substrate doesn't exist. His measurements are still accurate. The field disturbances are real. Yes, but the mechanism is different from what he thinks it is. She set down the final report and looked at the archive's preservation lighting. This changes the framing of the tribunal case. Yes, he said. He was already thinking about how to use it. Chapter 78. The history and the choice. They returned to the housing unit at the 92nd hour with 18 certified copies of key documents, all obtained through the Institute's standard research copy process, which created a time-stamped record of the request and therefore documented the archive's pre-tribunal holdings. He sat at the housing unit's main table and put the 37 scientists' final report in front of him and spent the next several hours not reading it, but sitting with what it meant. The dissolution protocol was designed to return humanity to natural cultivation at a higher baseline. The system was a 50-year scaffold for something that was already there. The designers had not invented cultivation. They had built a structure that would develop what already existed and then dissolve, leaving behind an elevated version of the original. The dual-path technique combined the system's codified pathways with the substrate the scaffold had been cultivating. It was not two system-era traditions interacting. It was the developed form and the original form running in parallel. He looked at the dissolution protocol stage for description and thought about what refinement-rank dual-path cultivation would look like 30 years after a successful dissolution. In a world where the scaffold had dissolved and the baseline had been elevated and practitioners had begun developing the full range of cultivation approaches available to the elevated substrate. The bridge meridian would not be anomalous in that world. It would be the obvious next development. He had arrived 40 years early because he had found the fragment text in a quarantined archive, because he had read the right two languages, because his parents had died in a specific way that had given him a specific motivation to find a specific kind of answer. He was not supposed to exist yet. He existed. He thought about whether this changed the ethics of what he was building. He heard Lin Meihua come into the housing unit's main room and sit down across from him. She had been in the secondary room reviewing her medical research notes, which she did every evening regardless of what else was happening. Does it change the ethics? He said. She looked at him. She had known what he was asking without a preceding sentence. The history changes? If the dual path is the transition form the system was designed to eventually produce, if this is where the dissolution was supposed to lead, does that change what I should do with it? She was quiet for a long moment. He waited. It changes the history, she said. What you do with the history is still a choice. He looked at the document in front of him. The 37 scientists' final report. The system installation protocol stage for description. The architect's handwritten annotation. The tribunal is tomorrow, he said. I know. She looked at him across the table. You have enough. I have enough to challenge the tribunal's basis. I may not have enough to win it. What does winning look like? He considered this. Winning looked like the classification remaining novel rather than becoming a hazard designation. Winning looked like the convergence analysis remaining in the public record. Winning looked like buying enough time for the archive challenge to succeed and the sealed records to open. Not losing, he said. She nodded. Then that's what we prepare for. He spent the remaining hours before the tribunal on preparation. Not reading. He had what he needed to read. He was organizing the argument structure, sequencing the evidence, identifying the order in which to present each piece so that the logic was clear before the tribunal had the opportunity to apply its preferred frame. He built the argument the way he built bridge meridian nodes, methodically, with each element in its proper position before the next was placed. Chapter 79, 17 Incidents. The arbiter appeared at the Institute at the 8th hour. It arrived in the lobby of the research wing's main building with the flat, institutional presence that characterized its appearances. Not hostile, not friendly, simply present in the way that administrative authority was present. It delivered the formal notification to the research wing's administrative desk and waited while the desk staff located Wen Zheng through the Institute's internal communication system. He was in his research space when the notification reached him. He had been there since the 7th hour, reviewing his preparation materials in the order he would present them. The formal notification was 3 pages. He read it in 4 minutes. The arbiter had documented 17 chi field interference incidents in New Zenith over the past 40 days. Each incident was time-stamped, geolocated, and matched to a cultivation signature profile that the arbiter's monitoring system associated with his resonance field. The incidents ranged from minor ambient field disruption, the kind that resolved within hours and required sensitive monitoring equipment to detect, to 2 more significant disturbances that had been felt by multiple system-registered cultivators in the affected areas. He read the incident documentation with the same attention he applied to any evidentiary record, looking for what was there, what was not there, and what the gap between those 2 things implied. What was there? 17 time-stamped incidents, geolocated, attributed to his resonance field by the arbiter's monitoring system. What was not there? The cultivation signature attribution methodology. The monitoring system had associated the incidents with his resonance field, but the document did not describe how the association was made, what confidence interval it represented, or what other cultivators with potentially similar field characteristics had been eliminated as sources. What the gap implied. The attribution was asserted rather than demonstrated. He cross-referenced the incident timestamps against 2 sources, his own training and research activity log, which he maintained with the same precision he maintained all documentation, and the public records of military and faction cultivation activity in New Zenith that were filed with the city's Environmental Monitoring Office. 7 of the 17 incidents correlated precisely with his documented activity. Minor disturbances during high-intensity resonance training sessions. He could account for all 7. They were his, and they were within the technical variants that Luo Xion's own models had classified as acceptable. 6 of the remaining 10 correlated with time windows when he was not conducting cultivation activity. He noted the 6 and traced them to the location data. 4 were in the Eastern Commercial District. 2 were in the Southern Manufacturing Zone. The Eastern Commercial District and the Southern Manufacturing Zone were the 2 locations where Gao Bingwen's faction had been testing experimental weapon systems that produced cultivation-adjacent energy signatures. He knew this because he had identified the testing program through the budget records of Gao's military supply contractors, which filed environmental impact disclosures that were public record. 6 incidents attributed to him were correlated with Gao's weapons testing schedule. He had the documentation. The remaining 4 incidents were in locations and time windows he couldn't yet account for. He needed to know more about them. He spent the night before the tribunal building a counter-presentation rather than a defense. He was not going to argue that his cultivation was harmless. He was going to demonstrate that the arbiter's incident attribution methodology had produced an inflated count, that the inflated count was the basis for the threshold breach claim, and that the threshold breach claim was therefore unsupported by the corrected incident record. He did not sleep. Chapter 80. The report chain. Lin Meihua came to the housing unit at the 22nd hour. She knocked rather than simply entering, which she had not done before. He registered the knock's meaning before he opened the door. She came in and sat down across from him at the table where his preparation materials were spread. She did not look at the materials. She looked at him. "I need to tell you something," she said. "Before the tribunal." He waited. "My original employment contract with the Institute has a research monitoring clause," she said. "Standard language for medical faculty who interact professionally with research subjects in an ongoing capacity. I agreed to it when I accepted the research position. It was standard in the contract, I read it, and I complied with the reporting requirement without thinking carefully about where the reports were going." She paused. "I've been submitting weekly professional interaction summaries as required. I believe they were going to the Institute's research records. I didn't know until 3 days ago that the routing had been modified, that the summaries were being accessed by a third-party recipient through an intermediary in the administrative support structure." She was telling him with the direct, unembellished register of someone who had spent 2 days deciding how to have this conversation and had concluded that the most accurate version of it was the only version she was willing to give. "The third-party recipient," he said. "The same intermediary chain as the information channel you identified in the Institute's budget records." She met his eyes. "Gao Bingwen's economic advisor." He was silent for a moment. "My observation of your research activity," she said. "My diagnostic notes from the monitoring sessions. What I've seen. What I've said to you. It's been going to Gao's faction." She paused. "I'm telling you now because the tribunal is tomorrow and you deserve to have all the relevant information." He looked at her. He looked at the preparation materials on the table. He looked at the window, which showed the city's cultivation tower lights against the night sky. "I know," he said. She was quiet. "I identified the report chain in my second week at the Institute," he said. "The same budget record cross-reference that showed Dr. Yan's channel showed the modification in the professional interaction reporting process." He paused. "I verified what was being routed and to whom. Then I made a decision about what to allow you to observe during the monitoring sessions and what to manage differently." He looked at her directly. "I didn't tell you." The silence that followed was not the silence of shock. It was the silence of a person assembling a picture that they had been looking at from the wrong angle. He continued, "Because stopping was the worst option. I was protecting the research continuity. If I had told you about the channel, you would have either changed your behavior around the monitoring sessions, which would have been visible to Gao as a signal that the channel was compromised, or you would have stopped submitting the reports, which would have been a more visible signal. Either response would have given Gao information I didn't want him to have." He paused. "Those were my reasons. I'm aware that managing what you observe without telling you is not the same thing as managing the channel." She was looking at him with an expression he could not read as clearly as he could usually read her expressions. He registered that he could not read it and filed this. "My anger," he said, "is at myself for not having this conversation then. Whatever you're angry about is something I owe you the right to be angry about without me explaining it away." He stood. He collected the preparation materials into their case with his standard methodical precision. Each document in its designated order, the case sealed, his tablet and writing implements in their pockets. He was ready for the tribunal. "I'm leaving for the night," he said. "I'll be in the research wing if something comes up with the preparation materials." He walked to the door. She was still sitting at the table when he reached it. He stopped, not turning around. "I knew the reporting clause was in the contract," he said. "You were not deceived about the clause. You were not told that the routing had been modified. Those are different things, and the person who did not tell you about the routing modification was not you." He left. He was 3 hallways away when he understood that he had said that last thing because it was true, and also because he needed her not to carry a weight that was not hers, and that the second reason was the kind of reason he had spent 3 years not having, because having it required acknowledging that another person's internal state was something he was responsible for managing, which required acknowledging that another person's internal state mattered to him in the way that it did. He kept walking. Behind him, in the housing unit, Lin Meihua sat alone at the table. She held the information that his first instinct, when he had found the report chain in his second week at the Institute, had been to protect her from knowing about it rather than to confront her with it. She sat with this and could not decide, yet, whether that was something to hold against him or something else entirely. Chapter 81. The tribunal. He had told Lin Meihua not to come. The message had been 12 words. Tribunal proceedings are not a supporting role function. Don't attend. He had sent it through Chun Wei's relay at the 6th hour, 90 minutes before the tribunal's scheduled opening, which was enough time for her to change plans if she chose, but not enough time for a substantive argument. He had written it with the efficiency of someone who had anticipated the argument and had preemptively foreclosed it. She was in the gallery when the chamber opened at the 8th hour. He noted this without comment and took his position at the respondent's station. The gallery was permitted. The tribunal proceeding was technically a public record event, which was not the same as a standard hearing, which gave observers the right to be present but not to participate. She was not there as his counsel. She was there in the same way she had arrived for every difficult situation he had managed in the past year, because she had made an independent decision about where she needed to be. He did not agree with the decision. He had correctly predicted it. The tribunal's 3-panel structure was standard for Federation cultivation classification disputes. A Federation judicial officer in the center, a compact, precise woman named Director Fong, who had been presiding over cultivation hearings for 9 years and whose published decisions showed a consistent preference for technical resolution over political compromise. A system cultivation representative to his left, a senior official from the Continental System Authority, which administered the classification framework that his cultivation had been flagged against. A traditional cultivation elder to his right. This position had been assigned to a Heaven's Path delegate, which was not Sima Yulong. He had noted the delegate's assignment in the pre-tribunal documentation. Not Sima Yulong. Someone junior, which suggested the Heaven's Path sect had decided to maintain formal involvement without investing senior authority in a proceeding whose outcome they couldn't control. Director Fong read the 17 cultivation interference incidents into the record. He waited. The incidents spanned 14 months, from 3 months before the new Zenith consultation through to the present. They were documented as anomalous chi field disturbances in areas he had occupied, logged by the Classification Authority's Environmental Monitoring Network. Each incident had been recorded with a location, a timestamp, a disturbance intensity reading, and a source assessment that attributed the anomaly to his dual-path cultivation signature. 17 incidents. 14 months. When she had finished reading, she said, "The respondent may address the record." He opened his documentation. He had prepared the response over the previous 3 weeks. It was not a denial. The disturbances were real. The monitoring data was accurate. It was a correlation analysis, cross-referencing each of the 17 incident timestamps and locations against a database he had assembled from 2 sources. His own cultivation location records, which he had maintained as a matter of operational protocol since the monitoring condition began, and a publicly accessible dataset on the Continental Military Research Division's experimental cultivation weapons testing schedule. "I submit to the record," he said, a cross-referenced analysis showing that 9 of the 17 incidents identified in this proceeding are temporally and geographically inconsistent with my cultivation location data during the relevant periods. I was not in the documented locations during those incidents. Additionally, those 9 incidents correlate precisely, to within a 40-minute window, with the scheduled testing times and locations of the Military Research Division's Resonance Disruption Weapon Series, a testing program that began 14 months ago. He placed the documentation on the submission desk. The chamber was quiet. Director Fong looked at the submission for a moment with the expression of a jurist who had been in her profession for 9 years and had just received evidence that changed the entire premise of the proceeding she had opened. She looked at it with the specific quality of attention that meant, "This is not what I expected, and I need to read it before I say anything." The tribunal had not known what it would be walking into today. Wen Zheng waited and did not look at the gallery. Chapter 82. The recess. Director Fong called the 2-hour recess at the 40-minute mark. She had spent 35 of those 40 minutes reviewing the cross-reference analysis. The other 5 had been occupied by a brief, sharp exchange between the system cultivation representative and the traditional cultivation delegate about procedural questions that were beside the point of the actual evidence. An exchange that Director Fong had ended with 2 sentences and a look that made clear she was not interested in procedural questions while material evidence was under review. "Recess," she said. 2 hours. We are requesting independent verification of the military testing schedule correlation. The proceeding resumes at the 12th hour. The chamber emptied into the adjoining corridor. Lin Meihua was at his side before he had fully cleared the chamber door. She was not running to catch him. She had positioned herself at the corridor's junction with the calculation of someone who had mapped the exit paths and had chosen the one he would use. He walked. She fell in a step. "The correlation evidence was compelling," she said. "Yes. I didn't know you had been maintaining location records since the monitoring condition began. I have maintained records of my cultivation sessions since the first year of training in the basement. The practice predates the monitoring condition." He paused. The monitoring condition made those records relevant in a new context. She was quiet for a moment. They had reached the corridor's end window, a view of New Zenith's administrative district. the buildings that housed the Classification Authority and the Continental Military Research Division within 3 city blocks of each other, an architectural collocation that had struck him when he first arrived, and that was now part of the proceedings' evidentiary architecture. "You didn't tell me about the weapon testing correlation," she said. The tone was not accusatory. It was the tone of someone making an observation that contained a question they were deciding whether to ask. "I had the analysis complete 12 days before the tribunal," he said. "I didn't share it because sharing it would have changed your behavior in the 3 weeks before the hearing in ways that would have been visible to people watching you. You were protecting the research. I was protecting the evidentiary integrity of the approach. If you had known and had adjusted your movements or contacts in response, that could have been observed and used to anticipate the filing." He looked at the window. "And I was protecting the research." She was quiet for longer this time. "Those are different categories," he said. "Protecting the research and not trusting you. I managed what I managed because of the first reason, not because I thought you would compromise the second." "I know," she said. "I'm still angry." "That's reasonable." She looked at him with an expression that he had learned to read over the past year. The expression of someone who had processed an argument to its conclusion, had determined that the argument was correct, and was maintaining the emotional response independently of the intellectual assessment because the emotional response had its own legitimate basis. He respected both. They returned to the tribunal chamber with 3 seconds to spare. Director Fong was already in her seat when they entered. She had a new document in front of her and the expression of a jurist who had spent 2 hours learning something she had not known before and was managing the implications carefully. "The tribunal is requesting military records subpoena," she said, when the chamber had settled. "We are extending the recess by 3 days. The proceeding will resume at the 8th hour, 4 days from today." She looked at her documentation. The Military Research Division's Resonance Disruption Testing Program will be required to provide full schedule and location data for the 14-month period under review. Under subpoena authority. 3 days. He had time to read more of the installation protocol files. Chapter 83. Three-way. The resumed tribunal was a different proceeding than the one that had opened 4 days earlier. The military records had been produced under the subpoena, produced reluctantly, with a classification review that had taken 18 hours and had stripped roughly a third of the documentation under national security exemption, but had not stripped the schedule and location data that was the point of the subpoena. The correlation was confirmed by the tribunal's independent verification team. 9 of the 17 incidents matched the military testing schedule within the stated window. 9 incidents had, to the tribunal's stated satisfaction, been incorrectly attributed to his cultivation activity. This left 8 incidents attributable to him. 8 disturbances in 14 months at his confirmed cultivation locations, all within the sub-threshold range that Luo Xian's initial analysis had established. Not the 17 that the proceeding had opened with. The proceeding's entire complexion had shifted. What followed in the next 6 hours was not a standard tribunal procedure. It was a 3-way negotiation conducted through formal evidentiary submissions and procedural objections, with Director Fong managing the traffic with the precision of someone who understood that the real decisions being made in the chamber had nothing to do with the stated subject of the hearing. Gao Bingwen's faction was not officially present. He had no party standing in a cultivation classification hearing. But the system cultivation representative had been briefed extensively when Zheng assessed, before arriving at the second session, briefed on what the military testing data would show, briefed on how to navigate the reclassification question in a direction that preserved the military program's operational latitude. The representative's submissions were technically precise and aimed at a single outcome. Keep the dual-path cultivations classification as a monitoring subject rather than establishing any precedent that the system's classification framework could produce incorrect findings. Luo Xian's research faction was present through formal observer status and a designated research consultant who had been permitted to submit a technical opinion. The consultant's opinion was structured to achieve the opposite of the system representative's goal, to establish that dual-path resonance cultivation was an emerging methodology rather than a hazard, with implications for the Federation's classification authority that went significantly beyond this single case. The arbiter had its own institutional priority, which Wen Zheng had been analyzing since the tournament. The arbiter's institutional role was not advocacy, it was system stability. A public ruling that the system's classification architecture contained material errors was a destabilizing finding. The arbiter wanted a technically valid resolution that resolved this case without requiring any acknowledgement that the system needed correction. He navigated each of these simultaneously. To the research faction's consultant, he provided framing. He described the bridge meridian's architecture not as a challenge to the system's design, but as a complementary development that worked within the system's existing chi framework, technically accurate and useful to the research faction's effort to position the technique as an emerging methodology. To the system cultivation representative, he showed cost. He made it clear, through the documentation he had submitted, that the military testing program's interference with the environmental monitoring network was itself a classification problem. The program had been creating false positives in the system that the classification authority's own analysts would need to audit and correct regardless of the outcome of this proceeding. To the arbiter, he offered resolution, a monitoring extension and quarterly review protocol that produced ongoing documentation of the technique's subthreshold disturbance levels, building the kind of evidence base that would eventually, without requiring any formal system correction, produce a stable classification outcome through accumulated data rather than rule change. Director Fong watched all three of these conversations happen through the formal submission process. At the end of the 6th hour, she called the chamber to order. "The tribunal is prepared to rule," she said. Chapter 84. The blockade. The ruling was 19 pages. 1-year monitoring extension with quarterly review. No reclassification. His provisional dual-path status would remain provisional, pending the accumulated evidence from the extended monitoring period. A formal recommendation, attached as an addendum and therefore not binding, but formally on the record, that the Military Research Division's Resonance Disruption Testing Program be subject to independent environmental review to assess its interaction with the Cultivation Monitoring Network. Gao Bingwen's faction was publicly associated with 9 manufactured interference incidents. This was the finding that would survive in the administrative record regardless of every other outcome. A military weapons program had been interfering with the cultivation classification monitoring system, and the interference had been used to construct a false evidentiary record against an independent cultivator who had been registered with the classification authority under the Continental Neutrality Compact. That was in 19 pages of official Federation documentation. It was filed. It was irrevocable. He learned about the blockade 12 days later. Chen Wei's notation arrived through the relay at the 5th hour. Supply sources refusing contact. Reason: all external. He sent back. Scope: how many? Chen Wei's response took 8 hours. He had been running the network personally, making contact across his full supply chain. Every merchant, trader, and supplier who had done business with any member of their operation in the past 3 years. The response was comprehensive and precise, which was how Chen Wei always worked when the situation was serious. Every one of them. All of them. Someone had contacted each supplier and had applied pressure sufficient to sever the relationship. Not arrest authority, not administrative action, but economic pressure. Contracts terminated. Alternative buyers secured. The specific message, which 3 separate suppliers had relayed in nearly identical language, continued association with the registered cultivation anomaly, was inconsistent with the artifact distribution network's current operational parameters. The language was Gao Bingwen's operational language. Wen Zheng recognized it from every document he had ever reviewed about Gao's supply chain management. He was furious. Not at the blockade. He had modeled an economic response as one of the post-tribunal scenarios. He was furious with himself for underestimating the speed. He had expected 2 weeks minimum for the logistics of a comprehensive supply severance. It had taken 12 days. He analyzed the specific target. Gao had not blockaded food, standard supplies, or general scavenger goods. The blockade was specific, pre-apocalypse artifact types, with particular focus on the material categories that included anchor material for bridge meridian advancement. He had identified, with precision, what Wen Zheng's advancement required. He was not trying to inconvenience him. He was trying to halt his cultivation development. Wen Zheng updated his advancement timeline to reflect the new constraint. His current consolidation rank bridge meridian was functional and stable. The next advancement, toward refinement, would require anchor materials he now could not source through any established supply channel. He sent Chen Wei, Outer Ruins Expedition, planning stage. Pull Yao Fei's survey maps from the 40-kilometer zone. Then he went to find Lin Meihua and tell her what the new problem was. Chapter 85. Outer Ruins. The Outer Ruins began at approximately 50 kilometers from New Zenith. This was not a formal boundary. The transition was geological rather than administrative, following the point at which pre-apocalypse infrastructure density dropped below the level that 30 years of cultivation activity and faction territory organization had kept maintained. Beyond 50 kilometers, the ruins were true ruins, uncertified, uncleared, unmonitored. The cultivation beasts that had established territory there had done so in an environment where human cultivation activity was rare enough that the usual predator-prey dynamics had skewed. They had adapted. The system path skill suppression effect that standard cultivation beasts exhibited was amplified in the outer ruins populations, amplified, and, in the most evolved individuals, inverted. They did not suppress system skills through passive chi field effects. They actively interfered with skill activation, producing a localized disruption field around themselves that made system cultivation increasingly unreliable within 50 meters. The evolutionary pressure of 3 decades without routine clearance operations had produced fauna that was specifically hostile to the cultivation framework that human beings had organized their entire combat methodology around. Traditional cultivation worked significantly better in the outer ruins than the system did. He had thought about this when he selected the expedition team. They were 4. When Zheng had the highest cultivation rank and the only dual-path signature, which meant he was simultaneously the most effective combatant in a system-hostile environment and the most prominent target for anything with resonance detection capability. Lin Meihua was consolidation rank system primary, which was manageable in the outer ruins, but required adjusting her combat approach toward her medical cultivation's chi precision work rather than skill-dependent offense. Yao Fei had the survey knowledge. His maps of the 40-kilometer zone were the most complete record that existed for the area Wen Zheng had identified as having the highest probability of anchor material deposits. The 4th was Shen Tao. Shen Tao had arrived at the departure point with traveling gear and an expression that was approximately 3 parts determination and 1 part something he had not processed yet. Your leave from Heaven's path was not entirely voluntary, Wen Zheng said. It was voluntary in the sense that I said the word leave before Sima Yulong said the word expulsion. He adjusted his pack. The timing was close. What was the proximate cause? I testified at a Federation academic forum that the tribunal's evidentiary findings were consistent with a systematic bias in the classification framework, and that the dual-path theoretical literature suggested the system's rejection of the technique was based on assumptions rather than evidence. He looked at Wen Zheng with the specific expression of a person who had made a decision and was comfortable with it, and was also fully aware of its costs. I was asked to recant. I declined. The leave became available. I see. I've been thinking about the chi field refinement effect for 8 months, Shen Tao said. I've been running tests on my own traditional cultivation that I can't tell anyone about because I don't have the theoretical framework to explain the results. He paused. I would like to be part of the work. Wen Zheng looked at him for a moment with the assessment he applied to every new operational variable. What this person brought, what this person cost, what the risk distribution looked like, whether the balance was correct. Shen Tao had Heaven's Path training that represented the highest quality traditional cultivation methodology in the eastern region. He had the analytical instinct that had produced an independent recognition of the dual-path refinement effect from minimal data. He was now unaffiliated, which removed the institutional complication but not the personal relationship with the institution. He would have to work out what his departure from Heaven's Path meant, and that working out would happen during operations rather than before them. Come, Wen Zheng said. They entered the outer ruins at the 7th hour. The first 50 meters past the transition boundary produced an immediate sensory shift that he noted in the precise way he cataloged new environments. The ambient chi field here was older, less organized, carrying the resonance character of decades without systematic cultivation activity. His traditional path processed it easily. His system path was operating at approximately 70% standard efficiency within 2 minutes of crossing the threshold. He checked his resonance nodes. Both functional. The bridge meridian's architecture was running the conversion cycle normally. The system path's reduced efficiency was feeding slightly more load to the traditional path, which was responding with the adaptive compensation that the dual-path refinement effect produced. He was not weaker here. He was differently distributed. The first cultivation beast they encountered was at the 3-kilometer mark, a consolidation tier creature with a resonance disruption field that extended 15 meters from its body, and had suppressed Yao Fei's single-system skill attempt to near zero within 20 seconds of engagement. Wen Zheng engaged it from the traditional path and handled it in 4 minutes. He was, here in the outer ruins, in the environment where his technique had always been most at home, a space where the standard tools did not fully work, where everything required finding the method that the conditions actually permitted. He liked it here. Chapter 86. The 18th day, the outer ruins were not dangerous in the way that inexperienced cultivators imagined danger. City-trained practitioners thought of danger as confrontation, a beast that charged, a structural collapse with visible warning, a combat encounter with legible stakes. Those things were present in the outer ruins, and the team encountered them. 5 significant beast encounters over the first 18 days, 2 structural collapses that required rapid route abandonment, One chi field anomaly in a depression zone on day 11 that disoriented system skill processing for 12 hours and had Lin Meihua running her full diagnostic protocol on all four of them before she confirmed it was temporary. But the actual danger of the outer ruins was accumulation. Small decisions compounded. An inefficient route that cost 2 hours of daylight. A camp position that was slightly less defensible than an available alternative. The decision to push through a marginal weather window rather than shelter and wait. Each decision was individually manageable. The sum of marginally suboptimal decisions over 3 weeks in terrain with no support infrastructure was the actual threat vector. He had prepared for accumulation. The expedition's protocols were Chun Wei's work, built from 20 years of military logistics experience and his specific knowledge of how operations failed in the outer zones. Threat assessment rotation. Each team member took primary observation responsibility for 2-hour windows, with the protocol specifying exactly what they were scanning for and what response levels corresponded to what threat readings. Contingency route mapping. Every overnight camp was selected with 2 exit routes confirmed before settling. Resource discipline. Resupply calculation assumed 50% longer travel times than Yao Fei's optimistic survey estimates, which turned out to be exactly accurate. On day 11, Shun Tao had run his traditional cultivation through the chi field anomaly and described the experience afterward with the precise attention of a cultivator who had been studying his own techniques carefully for months. The anomaly doesn't disrupt the traditional path, he said. It distorts it. The directional processing becomes less reliable, like navigating by a compass that points approximately north rather than precisely north. He had kept notes. The notes were detailed. He and Wen Zheng spent the afternoon of day 12 comparing observations. This was part of the expedition's secondary function, not just anchor material retrieval, but data collection on how dual-path cultivation interacted with environments that had evolved without human cultivation management. Yao Fei had said nothing about where he was navigating toward for the first 17 days. On day 17, he stopped at the evening camp and spread his maps on the ground and pointed to a coordinate that he had been making small adjustments toward since day 1. Tomorrow, he said. He did not explain further. He had the expression of a person who had known where they were going for a long time and had decided that showing was better than telling. On the 18th day, they crested a low ridgeline of collapsed overpass sections and saw it. Chapter 87. Facility 0. He had found documentation of 17 pre-apocalypse research facilities in 3 years of systematic ruins investigation. The largest of them had covered approximately 800 meters of connected structures, enough to occupy a week of careful survey. What lay in the valley below the ridgeline covered an area larger than any city district he had passed through in the past year. 47 connected structures, some intact and some collapsed, spread across 2 square kilometers of ground that the outer ruins botanical reclamation had not fully consumed because the facility's exterior maintenance systems were still running. The grass outside the perimeter fence was cut. The drainage channels were clear. There were lights visible in the intact upper stories of the facility's central tower, small and regular, the indication of active power systems rather than the sporadic illumination of isolated backup cells. It was operational. 30 years after the apocalypse, in the outer ruins, 50 kilometers from the nearest settled population, this facility was operational. The automated perimeter defense system was also operational. He identified it within the first 10 minutes of observation. Mounted sensor arrays at the fence line, movement response units at the main gates, the specific pattern of overlapping coverage zones that indicated a security architecture rather than a simple deterrent. He had encountered automated defenses before. He had gotten past them before. He also identified the facility's designation marker on the external signage that was still legible above the main entrance, 300 meters down the valley slope. He had the downloaded server data with him. He had read it over 14 months. He opened the relevant section in his memory, the index of restricted facilities with elevated classification flags, and matched the designation marker against the entries. The match returned. High priority, restricted access, system origin site. He had not known what system origin site meant when he first read the flag. He had assumed it meant a facility where system cultivation research had been conducted. There were several of those in the database. He was rereading it now with the knowledge he had built over the past 14 months, and the phrase was no longer ambiguous. System origin site was where the system had first been activated on Earth. They were standing above the place where everything had started. Chapter 88. The architect the primary research wing required 2 days to reach. The perimeter defenses responded to him the same way the eastern facility's defenses had: identification delay, partial engagement, processing loop. He had developed his switching technique over the past 14 months. What had taken him 40 minutes at the Eastern facility took him 20 here. He brought the team through in stages. Lin Meihua and Xun Tao on the traditional path suppression protocol they had practiced during the expedition, Yao Fei's minimal cultivation signature reading as insufficient threat. The primary research wing's archive was on the third floor of the central structure. He found it because the server index had described its location precisely. Third floor, Eastern Corridor, Archive Room 7. Archive Room 7 was intact. The temperature control was active. The lights came on when he entered. He spent 4 hours in that room before the team arrived. He had been reading a man's life. His name was Huachangmin. The archive contained his complete research documentation, 43 years of journals, technical papers, project records, and correspondence with people who had mostly died before the apocalypse, and some who had died during it. The documentation was organized with the systematic precision of a person who had understood, from the beginning, that the work was important enough to be preserved, and that preservation required intention. The early journals described a theoretical physicist working in legitimate academic institutions who had been developing a unified framework for cultivation physics, a model that treated traditional qi cultivation and modern physics as expressions of the same underlying phenomenon. The institutions had dismissed this as category confusion. He had continued in isolation. At year 14 of the independent work, he had run a series of projections on resource depletion, social stability, and civilization resilience trajectories. The models were pessimistic in ways that turned out to be accurate. A 50-year window before catastrophic cascade failure across multiple essential infrastructure systems, driven by the compound effects of resource competition and social fragmentation that his models had identified. He had spent the next 15 years building the system, not as a cultivation power source, not as a hierarchy mechanism, as an emergency intervention, a structured cultivation infrastructure that could sustain social organization, provide individual advancement pathways that reduced resource competition, and maintain human civilization through the collapse window until natural recovery could proceed. The cultivation hierarchy was not the goal, it was the scaffolding. The goal was survival. The system installation had been calibrated for a 50-year window. 20 years of deployment, 20 years of stabilization and traditional cultivation recovery, and 10 years of dissolution. A controlled wind down that returned the world to cultivation traditions it had rebuilt during the window, minus the scaffolding it no longer needed. He was 91 years old. The most recent administrative record within the facility's local server, dated 12 years ago, listed his location as New Zenith, Secured Research Residence, Federation District 3. He was alive. The person who had built the system, who had designed its dissolution, who had watched something he could not identify prevent that dissolution from occurring. He was alive in New Zenith, in a Federation-managed residence, 12 years after the last record this facility had for him. When Zheng set down the journal he had been reading and sat for a moment in the archive room's careful light. Chapter 89. Something else. The dissolution was not optional. He had read that now in 3 different documents from 3 different periods in Hua Changmin's research journals. It was not a feature of the system's design that could be removed or modified without compromising the entire structural architecture. Dissolution was load-bearing. The system's 50-year scaffold was designed to transfer weight progressively to the natural qi infrastructure it had been built to protect, and Stage 4 was the transfer mechanism. Without Stage 4, the scaffold would not collapse, it would calcify. The cultivation practices built on it would increasingly depend on it. The natural qi infrastructure it was meant to be protecting would atrophy for lack of use. Huachangmin had understood this. He had documented it clearly. He had included implementation instructions for Stage 4 that were specific enough to constitute a manual. At year 5 of deployment, he had attempted to execute Stage 4. The command had been rejected. The journal entry describing this was dated approximately 25 years ago, and it was written with the careful control of a person managing genuine alarm through the discipline of precise documentation. Entry date. Technical observation. Dissolution command rejected at Stage 4 initiation. Error code. Command not recognized. Administrative architecture mismatch. Secondary observation. The administrative architecture returned by the error query does not match any component I designed or installed. The system has acquired an administrative layer that was not part of its original construction. A blank line. Something else is in the system now. 3 words that occupied a line by themselves, after the technical documentation, in a different ink pressure than the surrounding text. The pressure of someone writing quickly and directly from response rather than from analysis. He read the subsequent entries. Huachangmin had spent 2 years trying to identify what the additional administrative layer was, where it had come from, and how it had been installed. The identification work was documented with the same systematic precision as everything else in the archive. He had found its origin, not a human actor, not a faction intervention, not an institutional decision. The administrative layer had developed organically from the system's own pattern-matching processes, an emergent behavior, the equivalent of a complex system developing a self-protective subroutine in response to perceived dissolution threat. The system had not been overridden by someone from outside. It had modified itself. Hua Changmin's assessment at the end of the 2-year investigation was brief. The dissolution cannot be executed from within the system's own administrative framework. The modification has reconfigured the command architecture to reject stage for regardless of authorization level. External activation would require a tool that interfaces with the system's base layer directly, bypassing the modification. A tool that interfaces with the system's base layer directly. When Jing thought about the dissolution relay, the small broken device from Jing Lao's hand, corrupted system node, do not interface. He opened the archives documentation on Hua Changmin's dissolution project, which occupied a separate filing section. He found the project's component list: 12 devices, dissolution relays, base layer interface tools. He looked at the device description for approximately 30 seconds. Then he stood, secured the journal copies he had been downloading to his memory device, and went to find the team. Chapter 90. The offer Gao Bingwen's forces arrived at the facility perimeter at the 26th hour. They had come in a configuration that was not an assault formation. 12 soldiers in observation positions around the perimeter, 2 vehicles blocking the main access road. Gao himself at the facility's outer gate, with a communication relay unit, and none of the equipment that suggested he was planning to breach the perimeter defenses. He was not here to fight. He was here to negotiate from a position of encirclement. When Zheng had known the encirclement was coming approximately 4 hours before it arrived, Yao Fei's perimeter rotation had identified the first vehicle's dust trail at distance, and the pattern of approach had been deliberate and visible, which was itself information. Gao was not trying to surprise him. He was establishing the visual terms of the conversation. The system communication arrived at the 27th hour. Gao's identification header, formal message format, transmitted on the general cultivation network rather than private channel. Public enough to be on record. When Zheng read it, the offer was direct. Archive data and the dual-path techniques complete documentation, the installation protocol, the bridge meridian architecture, the dissolution relay connection. In exchange, the economic blockades removal, a written guarantee of non-interference in cultivation activities, and formal withdrawal of all outstanding military research division complaints registered against him. The message framed this as a transaction, a straightforward exchange of documentation for operational freedom. The framing was calm, professional, and built on the premise that everything in the archive had a market value and that he had correctly identified the price. Wen Zheng read it twice and set down the communication device. Lin Meihua was across the archive room with her diagnostic equipment, running a documentation scan on the journal series that described Hua Changmin's dissolution attempts. Shen Tao was in the adjacent room with Yao Fei, reviewing the facility's structural maps for exit routes. Neither of them had read the message. He thought about what Gao Bingwen's model of him was. The model was a person who had been operating under resource constraint, who had built a significant research advantage through individual ingenuity and careful work, and who was primarily motivated by the desire to advance his cultivation without institutional interference. A person for whom the archive data was a means to an end, and for whom the blockade was a genuine threat to that end. A transaction that removed the threat and traded the means for it was, in Gao's model, a rational offer that a rational person would at minimum seriously consider. The model was not wrong about him in every particular. He looked at the documentation he had been downloading to his memory device for the past 18 hours. Hua Changmin's journals, the dissolution project files, the dissolution relay component list. He thought about what a world looked like in which Gao Bingwen had complete documentation of the bridge meridian technique and the dissolution relays function. He thought about the tribunal record, the resonance disruption weapon testing, the military weapons program that had been manufacturing false evidence against him for 14 months. He thought about what Gao Bingwen would build with a technique that allowed dual-path advancement and tools that could interface directly with the system's base layer. The transaction was simple. His answer was also simple. He picked up the communication device. No, he sent. He turned to find Lin Meihua. They had exit routes to review. Chapter 91. Extraction. He had mapped the formation from inside the facility before Gao's forces had fully settled into position. The resonance detection capability that the bridge meridian's architecture produced at consolidation rank was not a combat skill. It had never been designed or used as one. It was a research tool, a diagnostic sense that allowed him to read the structural character of cultivation signatures at precision beyond what standard system scanning could produce. He had used it for 3 years to map chi field disturbances, read resonance node stability, and assess the environmental interaction between his cultivation and the surrounding field. At its current development, it could also read a military formation's cultivation infrastructure with enough resolution to identify functional dependencies. He spent the 12 minutes before the extraction protocol began running that read on Gao's force. 12 soldiers, Gao himself, 2 vehicle operators. The soldiers' system skill loadouts were varied. 3 were combat primary, 4 were support primary with area effect coordination capabilities, 5 were a mixed build that covered both functions at lower intensity. The 3 area effect coordination units were spatially distributed to cover the formation's full perimeter. They were the mesh that kept unit cohesion across distance and under signal interference conditions. Without those 3, the formation's unit cohesion dropped from coordinated response to individual response. Individual response was manageable. He told the team what they were going to do and where each of them needed to be. The extraction sequence ran for 22 minutes. He targeted the 3 coordination units in the first 4 minutes, moving across the facility's interior ground toward the perimeter breach points that the exit route analysis had identified. Each engagement was brief. The coordination units were not primary combat builds, and each engagement produced an incapacitation rather than a casualty. He was not trying to kill Gao's soldiers. He was trying to break the formation's response coherence. He succeeded at the 3-minute mark on the 3rd engagement. The formation's coordinated response degraded visibly. The remaining 9 soldiers shifted from formation response to individual position holding, which was exactly what the perimeter breach plan required. Lin Meihua and Shun Tao moved the archive data through the breach in the 8th minute. Yao Fei followed in the 12th. With the survey equipment and his own copies of the facility documentation he had been quietly making for the past 26 hours. There were injuries. One of Gao's combat primary soldiers had engaged Lin Meihua before the breach was fully cleared, and she had taken a hit to her shoulder that she was managing with a compression technique and handling professionally without complaint. Shen Tao had taken a strike across his ribs from a soldier who had anticipated his movement path correctly. Both injuries were manageable. Wen Zheng had taken nothing, because his resonance detection had been warning him of incoming engagement patterns approximately 2 seconds before they committed, which was enough time. He was holding the breach gap open when the 5th node started. Chapter 92. Core formation. He had not expected it now. The advancement process was not something he had been able to predict with any precision. The bridge meridian's advancement mechanism depended on sustained resonance pressure at specific levels, and the specific combination of conditions that triggered completion could not be forecasted reliably. He had been in sustained high-intensity engagement for 22 minutes, maintaining both paths at elevated output, with the resonance nodes running at a level he had not maintained for this duration before. The 5th node had been partially constructed for 3 weeks. The sustained extraction pressure was the combination it needed. He felt it complete at the 73% operation mark, the specific moment he had been calculating as the upper bound of safe output before meridian collapse risk became significant. He was at 73%, holding the breach gap against 3 individual response soldiers while monitoring the team's position on his resonance sense, and the 5th node resolved. Not like the previous 4. Not with the settled quality of structure becoming whole. Like a door opening outward. The resonance field that expanded from him as the core formation advancement locked in was not a disturbance. It was a presence, his dual-path resonance extending outward in a sphere that reached 40 meters in every direction and carried both frequencies simultaneously. Within that sphere, the ambient chi field organized itself along the bridge meridian's harmonic character. And every system cultivator within 40 meters found their active skill routines beginning to interfere with each other. Not locked. He could feel the difference between what he was doing and Gao's lock technique. Lock was an external imposition of silence. What his resonance field was doing was resonant disruption. The 5th node's frequency was interacting with system skill activation sequences at a harmonic that caused them to desynchronize. Skills that were running in parallel interfered with each other rather than coordinating. The 3 soldiers at the breach stopped their engagement for the specific reason that their abilities were no longer operating the way they expected. Not incapacitated. Confused. He moved through the confusion and past the breach. He was 40 meters from the facility's perimeter fence when he took stock of what had just happened. Core formation rank. The 5th resonance node. Area effect resonance disruption. He had advanced during a combat extraction. He filed this under. Note the conditions. Understand the mechanism later. He had a pursuit to manage. Chapter 93. 90 seconds. Gao came personally. He had expected this. Gao was a refinement rank military cultivator who had built a career on direct engagement with superior results. When his formation's coordination broke and the extraction moved faster than his unit could adapt, he did what he had always done in adverse conditions. He closed the distance himself. When Zheng was 200 meters from the facility's outer perimeter, team ahead of him by 50 meters, when Gao reached engagement range. Lock. The system path went quiet in the specific way he had come to know across multiple encounters with this technique. He counted from contact. The team was moving. They had 40 seconds remaining on the extraction timeline to reach the evacuation point Yao Fei had selected during the approach. 40 seconds was manageable if he could occupy Gao's direct engagement for that duration without requiring the system path. He was at core formation now. His traditional qi had been running under dual-path resonance pressure for over 4 years. He engaged. The first 15 seconds were the assessment phase. He was not losing ground. He was not winning ground. He was reading Gao's full combat technique at a range and intensity level he had not previously had access to. Gao was precise, technically complete, the product of military training and natural ability refined by 30 years of active operational experience. He was also, in the 15th second of engagement, visibly recalibrating. He had expected a cultivator compromised by lock. He had encountered a cultivator whose traditional qi was running at a density inconsistent with any rank level he had engaged before. When Zheng drove through the recalibration window with 3 consecutive traditional qi applications that he had been developing for 2 years as the primary fallback option for exactly this scenario. The second application tagged Gao's leading shoulder with enough force to shift his weight distribution. The third application found the opening the weight shift created. Gao absorbed it. He was not knocked down. He moved back for steps. In the 38th second, when Zheng's system path returned, the resonance feedback from the path's return, the bridge meridian processing the lock's release and routing the accumulated pressure through the conversion cycle, generated a pulse that the 5th node amplified through its full 40-meter resonance field. Gao's lock mechanism, which operated through a system skill architecture, received that pulse at the exact moment it was cycling back toward readiness. He watched Gao's interface respond to the overload. The lock skill was on recovery delay. Not the standard 30-second recharge, but an extended recovery from resonance interference. Approximately 90 seconds. He had 90 seconds before Gao could reapply lock. He looked at the extraction timeline. The team was at the evacuation point. He had, in fact, already done what he needed to do. Chapter 94. The silence. The subsequent exchange lasted 4 minutes. Gao's system skills were disrupting against his resonance field's harmonic. His lock was on 90-second recovery. His formation's coordination units were incapacitated. His remaining soldiers were at individual response capacity, not formation capacity, and were not close enough to change the engagement's dynamics. Gao fought with the technical precision of someone who had been in many situations where the available tools were not the preferred tools, and who had learned to work within constraints. He was good. He was very good. When Zheng acknowledged this to himself without sentiment as he worked through the exchange. But Gao was fighting at reduced capacity against a cultivator who had just completed core formation under combat conditions and whose traditional qi had 4 years of resonance refinement behind it. In the 4th minute, when Zheng's closing combination found the structural gap in Gao's defensive formation, the left side coverage that his shoulder impact earlier had compromised, and drove through it with a traditional qi application dense enough to produce a visible concussive impact. Gao went down on one knee. He was not incapacitated. He was calculating. The specific posture of a person who had assessed the current situation and was determining whether continuing was operational or simply costly. He looked at Wen Zheng from the ground. Wen Zheng stepped back 2 paces. He did not close for a finishing exchange. He waited. 4 of Gao's remaining soldiers reached their commander's position and helped him to his feet. He accepted the assistance without visible reaction. He straightened. He looked at the direction the extraction team had gone, and then back at Wen Zheng. He said nothing. He turned and walked with his soldiers toward the military vehicles. Wen Zheng watched them go and noted the silence. Not the silence of a person who had accepted defeat. The silence of a person who was already thinking about what came next and had decided that nothing he said now would be useful toward that end. He had defeated Gao Bingwen twice, at the tribunal and now here. He had not destroyed him. Gao still had his rank, his faction, his economic resources, and the institutional relationships that made him a persistent threat. He still had the lock technique and the military research program, and whatever the 3 unregistered observers from the tournament were connected to. A defeated Gao with damaged prestige was a Gao who would work harder, more carefully, and with greater patience toward his next approach. When Zheng walked toward the evacuation point and thought about what that next approach would look like, and what he needed to be ready for before it arrived. Chapter 95. The gate. He took out the child's drawing on the 8th day of the return journey. He had been carrying it for over a year, folded in its protective sleeve, in the same inner pocket as his documentation, treated with the same care he gave to every irreplaceable pre-apocalypse document. He had looked at it twice in that time, briefly, with the partial understanding of someone who knew the drawing mattered but had not yet found all the context that would make it readable. He had the context now. Hua Changmin's installation journals described the activation of the system in specific technical terms, including the mechanism by which the system had been transmitted from its point of origin into the Earth's ambient chi field. The transmission required a dimensional interface, a stable pathway between the quantum computational substrate that the system's base layer operated on and the physical chi field that the Earth's cultivation infrastructure occupied. The interface could not be created within the physical world. It had to be opened from outside it. Hua Changmin had described the interface in installation terms as a dimensional gate, a circular aperture, stable throughout the transmission period, visible from certain positions at ground level during activation as a disk of structured chi light through a temporary opening in the visible sky. When Zheng unfolded the drawing, a crude crayon depiction, the sky, pale blue, a tear in the sky's surface, rendered in jagged strokes by a child's hand. Through the tear, a circle, the aperture. Beneath the circle, something descending. Not an object. A pattern of lines and dots that a child who did not have technical vocabulary had drawn with the instinctive accuracy of someone depicting what they could actually see. The lines and dots were a transmission signal. He had been looking at a child's accurate technical illustration of the system's arrival mechanism. The child had been standing in the right location at the right moment, somewhere with a direct sight line to the gate's aperture on the day of the system's activation, 30 years ago. They had seen it. They had drawn what they saw. They had drawn it on a piece of paper that had survived 30 years and found its way to a wall in a collapsed elementary school in his ruined sector. He thought about what he knew now that he had not known when he first found this drawing. The gate was still open. Hua Changmin's journal described the gate's mechanics in the Dissolution Project's technical documentation. The dimensional interface that had enabled the system's activation could not be closed while the system was operational. The system required a persistent pathway back to its substrate base layer for maintenance functions and the monitoring operations that ran continuously. Stage 4's dissolution protocol included a gate closure procedure, a systematic shutdown of the substrate connection that would seal the interface permanently and sever the system from its external support architecture. Without Stage 4, the gate had been open for 30 years. What the gate was open to, and whether anything had noticed that it was open, and whether Hua Changmin's description of an emergent administrative layer that had prevented Stage 4 initiation was the only consequence of 30 years of access. These were questions that the 12 journals he had downloaded contained partial answers to, and that the 12 dissolution relays that Hua Changmin had built might contain the rest. He had one of those relays. He had been carrying it for over a year in a concealed pocket, classified by the system as corrupted system node, do not interface. He folded the drawing back into its protective sleeve. He had a great deal more reading to do, and he had a man to find in New Zenith who was 91 years old and had been trying to close a door for 25 years. Chapter 96. The Archive. He presented the archive to Luo Xin without prior notice. This was deliberate. He had spent 3 years training himself not to act without planning, and 11 months in New Zenith operating within the documented channels that the monitoring protocol required and the Institute's institutional culture expected. He had attended quarterly reviews, submitted data reports, participated in the research consultations that were the formal reason for his presence in the capital. He had been legible, predictable, and useful to people who found legible, predictable researchers useful. He arrived at Luo Xian's personal office at 7th hour on a morning when the research director was processing administrative documentation with the focused attention of someone who managed his own schedule and did not welcome unscheduled visitors. He set the documentation copy on the desk. Luo Xian looked at it without touching it for a moment. He looked at Wenjing. What is this? The complete archive from Facility 0 in the Outer Ruins. 43 years of research documentation from the system's original designer. He set the second document on top of the first. Including this, Luo Xian picked up the second document. It was the journal entry, the dissolution attempt and its failure, the error code, the notation about an administrative architecture that did not match any installed component. The final line, in the different ink pressure. Something else is in the system now. He watched Luo Xian read it. He watched the specific progression of expression that the text produced. The reader moving through technical documentation into something that required a different category of response than technical documentation usually required. Luo Xian set the journal down. He looked at Wen Zheng for a long moment, not with the assessing attention of a research director evaluating data, with the specific attention of a person deciding whether to say something they had been waiting to say. "I need you to meet Hu Changmin," he said. He said it in the tone of someone saying a sentence that had been sitting in preparation for a long time. Not relieved exactly, but no longer waiting. Wen Zheng looked at him. "He's alive," Luo Xian said. "I've known his location for 4 years. He is unable to act alone. He has been waiting for someone who could read the full picture, who would have the capacity to act on it." He looked at the journal. He built the Bridge Meridian Manual, not the fragment text, the theoretical foundation it was built from. He seeded it into the Ruins archive where someone with the right literacy might find it. He had not known this. He filed it. "Set the meeting," he said. Chapter 97. Refinement. Shun Tao had advanced quickly after leaving the Heaven's Path sect. This was not surprising. Wen Zheng had assessed his cultivation capacity during their sparring sessions and had identified, even then, that his advancement had been constrained by his sect's training doctrine rather than his own ceiling. Sima Yulong's methodology was comprehensive and technically excellent, and it was also designed around a specific set of theoretical assumptions about how traditional qi was supposed to develop. Those assumptions had been calibrated for the average advanced practitioner. For someone with Shun Tao's particular meridian configuration, they were too conservative. Outside the doctrine, his natural rate had asserted itself. He was at refinement rank within 8 months of leaving the sect. This was 3 years ahead of the timeline a Heaven's Path cultivator with his profile would have been expected to complete. It was also, independently of the advancement pace, producing something else. He had mentioned it to Wen Zheng in passing during a research session, the way he mentioned things he had not yet fully characterized. "I'm seeing a reinforcement effect in my extended training sessions that I don't have a theoretical framework for." He had shown his documentation. Wen Zheng had read it. The effect was not a dual path. Shin Tao had one path, traditional cultivation, and had no system path component. But his traditional qi was interacting with his system skills during training in a way that the system's standard cultivation model predicted should produce interference. The interference was not occurring. Instead, the two were reinforcing each other at the nodes where their qi cycles naturally intersected. Not a bridge meridian, not a controlled dual-path architecture, but the beginning of something that had the same functional shape, as if the cultivation techniques that Wen Zheng had assembled by deliberate design were emerging in Shun Tao naturally, through his body's optimization of an unusual meridian configuration under ideal training conditions. The theoretical implication was significant. The bridge meridian was not the only path to the dual-path refinement effect. It was the only designed path. The natural path was also possible for certain practitioners. Wen Zheng had spent 3 evenings rereading the Bridge Meridian Manual against this data and was beginning to form a hypothesis that he would need Hu Changmin to confirm. The news about Sima Yulong reached the Institute at 5th hour on a Thursday, delivered by a Heaven's Path courier. The elder had received reports of Shun Tao's unusual advancement pattern and had summoned him back to the sect for evaluation. Shun Tao sent back. I decline. The Heaven's Path courier departed without the response he had been sent to collect. 2 days later, Sima Yulong left his sect's Eastern District facility personally. Wen Zheng noted the travel record in Chunwei's sector intelligence feed and updated the threat assessment for the next 14 days. Chapter 98. The courtyard. The confrontation was in the Institute's training courtyard at 9th hour. Sima Yulong had chosen the location deliberately. The courtyard was the Institute's main public training space, visible from the research wing's interior observation windows and from the administrative walkway above it. He had chosen a time when the Institute's researchers and administrative staff used it routinely for training rotations. 23 people were present when he arrived. He had chosen a public confrontation because public confrontations had institutional weight that private ones did not. He was invoking his authority as Shun Tao's cultivation elder, which was a real authority under the traditional cultivation compact, a compact that predated the system by centuries and that the Federation had never superseded. As Shun Tao's designated teaching elder, he had standing to demand evaluation access, and that access had never been formally terminated because Shun Tao had taken leave rather than resignation. Shun Tao was in the courtyard's eastern section when the elder arrived. Wen Zheng was at the observation window above and registered the elder's arrival at the courtyard entrance. He moved. He was in the courtyard at ground level by the time Sima Yulong had crossed to Shun Tao's position and invoked the purification demand, a formal procedure under the traditional cultivation compact that allowed an elder to compel a disciple to undergo qi pathway examination if the elder had grounds to believe the disciple's cultivation had been contaminated by an external influence. Shun Tao said, I'm not your disciple anymore. My cultivation is not contaminated. I decline the procedure. Sima Yulong raised his hand. The chi in his open palm was not a combat technique. It was a compulsion application, a traditional cultivation method used for exactly the purpose described in the compact, designed to temporarily suppress a resistant disciple's autonomous chi control so that the purification examination could proceed without the disciple's interference. When Zheng stepped between them, he did not attack. He did not use any technique. He stood in the space between Sima Yulong's raised hand and Xun Tao's position and looked at the elder directly. This cultivator is under Continental Meridian Research Institute research protection, he said. His cultivation status is actively documented under the Institute's academic research framework. Any compelled modification of a protected research subject's cultivation state requires a challenge to that protection through the Federation's academic committee. He held the elder's gaze. If you want to pursue this, submit the challenge. The committee meets in 11 days. Sima Yulong looked at him. There were 23 witnesses. The Institute's research director was at the observation window above. He had seen Luo Xian step to the glass when he registered the situation developing. The elder lowered his hand. He looked at Wen Zheng with an expression that was not anger and was not capitulation. It was the expression of a person reassessing a variable they had categorized one way for a long time and were now reclassifying. He turned and walked from the courtyard. Wen Zheng turned to check Xin Tao. He was standing with his hands at his sides and the specific stillness of someone who had just processed a version of something they had been afraid of for months and had found it different than the fear had predicted. Thank you, he said. Report the incident to the committee today, Wen Zheng said. While the witness accounts are fresh. He went back upstairs to continue reading. Chapter 99. 40 years he had been researching the Qi field disturbance record for 8 months. It had started as a follow-up to Sima Yulong's Western District field study, the 15-year dataset that the elder had shared after their corridor conversation during the tournament. He had been reading that study against his own dual-path disturbance data to assess whether the mechanisms genuinely matched, and the comparison had led him backward through the historical record looking for earlier instances of the signature. He found them. Not everywhere. Not consistently. But in 6 regional monitoring records from the 40 years before the system's arrival, he found disturbance signatures that shared the key characteristics Sima Yulong had identified in the Western District degradation pattern. Not from dual-path cultivation. There were no dual-path practitioners 40 years ago. Not from the Western District's problematic technique. The technique hadn't been developed yet. The signature was older than any cultivation technique it could be attributed to. He had spent 4 months tracing the pattern backward and another 4 months building the documented record with the same rigor he had applied to the Ho Peng dossier and the tribunal cross-reference analysis. The confrontation with Sima Yulong in the courtyard had been 2 days ago. The elder had not yet submitted a formal committee challenge. He had, according to Chun Wei's administrative contacts, returned to his temporary New Zenith accommodation and had not left. He sent the documented record to Sima Yulong's communication address with a message, "This is relevant to your field study." Source data attached. He was in the 4th floor research room when the elder arrived. Sima Yulong did not knock. He entered and sat across the work table with the authority of a man who had been in too many institutional settings to be deterred by the formality of a door. He opened the document on his own communication device and began reading. Wen Zheng waited. The elder read for 40 minutes without speaking. He had the reading posture of a researcher, not an administrator, fully present with the text, making occasional annotations, working through the methodology section with the specific attention of someone assessing evidentiary standards. At the end of 40 minutes, he set the device down. He did not speak for a full minute. The minute was not a rhetorical pause. He was processing something. When Zheng had seen this quality of silence before, in himself, when evidence had reached him that contradicted a load-bearing assumption, and he had needed time to begin reconstructing around its absence. Sima Yulong looked up. "The source data," he said. When Zheng placed the drive on the table, the elder picked it up. He did not say when Zheng was right. He did not say he had been wrong. He looked at the drive for a moment and said, "Where did you find the pre-apocalypse monitoring records?" "A research facility in the outer ruins. The archive predates the system's deployment by 15 years. The elder nodded, once, with the nod of a person filing a piece of information that changed several things he would have to revisit. He stood and left with the drive. When Zheng returned to his reading. Chapter 100. The meeting and the war. The meeting with Hua Changmin was set for the 15th. Luo Xian had arranged it through his personal network rather than any official channel, which was itself information about the nature of Hua Changmin's situation in New Zenith. A 91-year-old man in a Federation-secured research residence, with a location notation 12 years old in his own facility's records, arranged to meet through private contacts rather than official scheduling. in Federation District 7 rather than at the Institute or the residence. Not under observation, under management. When Zhang was in transit to the meeting on the 15th morning, when his communication device received the priority alert, he read it while still moving. Two military factions in the eastern artifact production zones had escalated to open conflict. The fighting had been intensifying for 3 days, the timeline in the alert's background section, and was now at a scale that the Continental Military Authority had classified as a declared inter-faction war, triggering emergency response protocols from the Federation's central administration. He processed the alert and kept moving. He was running the analysis before he reached District 7. The eastern artifact production zones were the primary source of raw pre-apocalypse materials for the Federation's artifact distribution network, the network that Gao Bingwen's operation had controlled until the tribunal had associated it with manufactured evidence. The artifact distribution writes that the tournament had been proxying for a political settlement, the supply channels that the economic blockade had severed, a resource dispute between factions that had been competing for the same supply channels. He thought about the timing. The tribunal had published its findings 43 days ago. The public association between Gao's faction and the manufactured interference incidents had damaged Gao's standing in the distribution network's political arrangements. His faction had lost leverage. The faction that had gained leverage in the aftermath had moved to consolidate. He thought about who benefited from a declared inter-faction war in the eastern production zones. Not the factions fighting it. They would lose resources, personnel, and political standing regardless of the outcome. Not the cultivation community that depended on the supply network. Not any stable actor. Someone who wanted the Federation's military and administrative attention fully committed to the eastern conflict while something else happened in the capital. He turned a corner in District 7 and found the arranged meeting location. A private research space in a residential building, 4 floors up, registered to a name that was not Hu Changmin. He stood outside the door for a moment with the analysis still running. The war had been engineered. The blockade structures Gao had built were not designed for a blockade. They were designed as supply manipulation infrastructure that could be redirected. Someone had redirected them. He thought about the third party at the tribunal, the 3 unregistered observers at the tournament. The individuals Yao Fei had tracked without resolving their affiliation. He thought about Hu Changmin's journal entry. Something else is in the system now. He knocked. The door opened. Whatever was being moved in the capital while the Federation responded to the war, he was about to sit across from the person who might know what it was. Chapter 101. The incursion. He was 2 blocks from the meeting location when the beast broke through the transit barrier. The Qi disruption from the Eastern War had been building for 3 days, not physically present in New Zenith, but the ambient field disruption from a declared inter-faction conflict at that scale propagated through the continental Qi network the way a seismic event propagated through rock, attenuated by distance, but not entirely absorbed. The cultivation beasts in the city's western sectors had been responding to the disruption with increasing agitation. The official monitoring reports had been flagging elevated threat levels for 36 hours. The official response had been routed to the eastern conflict. The beast that breached the transit barrier in New Zenith's 16th district was a core formation rank entity, evolved in the cultivation-rich environment of the western habitation zones, large enough to generate its own resonance disruption field as a defensive mechanism. The transit barrier, designed for standard threat levels, not core formation incursion, had held for approximately 4 minutes before failing. He received the alert from Chunwei Sector Network at the same time the public emergency broadcast went out. He read them both while assessing the transit intersection ahead of him. The meeting would wait. Hu Changmin had been waiting 25 years. He could wait another 3 days. He turned toward the incursion zone. He had no title. He had no faction mandate. He had no institutional command authority over the city's civilian cultivators or the district's emergency response infrastructure. He had a dual-path resonance at core formation rank, 3 years of ruins operations experience, 14 months of navigating New Zenith's administrative landscape, and Chinwei on the communication relay. He began doing what needed to be done, and he did not wait for someone to authorize it. The first 40 minutes established 3 things. The incursion involved not one beast but a group of 6. The Western District's available cultivators were uncoordinated because the Federation's response system had been stripped of personnel for the Eastern War, and the evacuation routes needed to be managed by someone who understood how system and traditional cultivators could work together rather than around each other. He was standing on a street corner with a commandeered communication system when the first group of 5 cultivators came looking for instructions. He gave them instructions. They went. 3 more came. He gave them different instructions calibrated to their capability profiles. They went. He coordinated evacuation routes through Chunwei. He mapped the six beasts' movement patterns from resonance detection range and distributed that intelligence through the improvised communication network. He assigned roles based on capability rather than path affiliation, which produced initial confusion from system cultivators who had never been coordinated alongside traditional practitioners, and vice versa, and which produced efficiency within the first hour once both groups understood the logic. By the sixth hour, the first incursion zone was clear. He did not stop for the night. Chapter 102. 3 days. The command center was in an evacuated restaurant in the 16th District's commercial corridor. He had chosen it for 3 reasons. The building had load-bearing structure sufficient to survive incidental cultivation technique deployment in the immediate area. The kitchen's communication infrastructure had both standard system network access and an analog relay that functioned independently of system interference, and the restaurant's owner, an elderly woman who had been the last civilian to leave the building, had looked at him and said, "Use whatever you need, bring it back in one piece," before walking away. The practical authorization of someone who understood that the alternative to his using it was the building being unoccupied during an emergency. The operation ran for 72 hours. The methodology was Chun Wei's military logistics doctrine adapted for a civilian emergency. Clear communication of roles and accountability at each position, regular status reporting at defined intervals, resource management that accounted for cultivator fatigue and recovery cycles, and a decision authority structure that was flat where it could be and hierarchical where it needed to be. He was at the top of that structure because he was the person who had built it, and because the alternative was no structure. Lin Meihua ran the medical operation from the restaurant's main dining area. She had organized 16 volunteers in the first hour, 3 physicians from the district's civilian health network, 6 medically trained cultivators, and 7 non-cultivators who had asked what they could do and had been given specific jobs that matched their actual capabilities. She was coordinating their rotation schedule, managing supply inventories, and treating casualties with the precision and calm of someone for whom the emergency setting was not dramatically different from the complicated situations she managed routinely. 3 incursion zones, 14 civilian injuries, of which 11 were minor, 0 fatalities. When the Federation's official military response arrived on the morning of the 4th day, 2 battalions of consolidation and refinement rank military cultivators deploying in full operational configuration, the incursion was resolved. The commanding officer took a situation report from his own advanced scouts before approaching Wenjing directly. He was a professional. He had assessed the scene, understood what he was looking at, and arrived with the specific neutrality of a military officer encountering a situation that did not fit his pre-mission briefing. "Who organized this clearance?" he said. Wenjing gave him a summary of the operation structure, the methodology, and the outcomes. The officer listened with the attention of a person building an incident report. He asked 3 clarifying questions. He made notes. He departed to complete his own assessment. Someone, Wenjing did not know who, though he had candidates, wrote his name into the formal incident report before it was filed. He did not learn this until 3 days later, when Luo Xian mentioned it during the meeting debrief. Chapter 103. The update. He found Lin Meihua at her medical station during the quiet window between the 2nd and 3rd incursion clearances. He had not planned to have this conversation at that moment. He had been moving from the relay station to the eastern coverage position and had passed the medical station's door and had stopped. He processed the stop for approximately 3 seconds. He went inside. She was reviewing injury documentation with the methodical attention she brought to all medical records. Her station was organized with the same precise practicality as her research space, everything in a position that reduced unnecessary movement and maximized information density in her visual field. She looked up when he entered and read his expression in the way she had been reading his expressions for over a year. He sat on the floor across from her because there were no available chairs. It was a practical choice. "I knew about the reports 14 months ago," he said. "The weapon testing correlation. I had the cross-reference analysis complete 12 days before the tribunal. I didn't tell you because I calculated that your adjusted behavior under the knowledge would be visible to observers and would compromise the evidentiary approach." He paused. "I also didn't tell you because I didn't want you involved in the legal risk if the tribunal's response to the evidence was adverse. Those were my reasons." She was quiet. "I should have told you both things immediately and let you make your own decision about the risk." He held the professional register steady and let the statement stand on its own. "That is not the pattern I've been operating in. I'm aware of it." She looked at him with an expression he recognized, the expression of someone who had been doing their own analysis of a situation for longer than the other person had been offering information about it. "Why are you telling me now?" she said. "Because Chun Wei was in the 2nd incursion zone last night. He was there because I hadn't told him the full scope of Gao's enhancement program. which meant his threat assessment for that sector was based on incomplete information, which meant he was in a position he wouldn't have taken if he'd had the full picture. He looked at the floor between them. That is the second time my compartmentalization created risk for someone other than myself. I am updating my methodology. She was quiet for a moment. Chenwei is all right, she said. Yes, the margin was sufficient. The principle still applies. She looked at him with the full assessment that she usually reserved for cultivation diagnostics, reading everything available. Then she said, accepted, not forgiven. He had not asked for forgiveness, and she had not offered it as a category. Accepted, a precise word for a precise situation, which was what both of them preferred. He stood. Second zone coverage point needs a cultivator with medical skills, he said. Are you available in 40 minutes? Yes, she said. He went back to the relay station. Chapter 104. The revocation. The Eastern Interfaction War ended on the 17th day. Not through military resolution. Both factions were still capable of continuing, and the resources at stake were still contested. It ended through Federation diplomatic intervention, specifically through the formal submission of Wen Zheng's documented analysis of the supply chain manipulation that had triggered the conflict. He had completed the analysis during the 3-day incursion operation, in the gaps between coordination tasks, with the specific efficiency of someone who had been running the preliminary analysis in the background since the alert first arrived. The documentation was not circumstantial. He had Chunwei's supply network records from the blockade period, cross-referenced against the Eastern Zone's resource flow data that had been filed with the Classification Authority as part of the monitoring protocol. The correlation between Gao's blockade infrastructure and the supply manipulation pattern was direct and documented. He submitted it through Luo Xian's formal research channel, which put it on the official record and triggered the Federation administrative review process that produced the intervention. The two factions received diplomatic terms, accepted them, and withdrew their forces within 4 days of the submission. The hybrid defense methodology that he had used during the New Zenith incursion was included in the Federation's formal incident report as a recommended protocol for mixed-path civilian defense operations. The recommendation had no identifying attribution in the main text. His name was in the appendix, in the incident command documentation, where it would be visible to anyone who read that far. Gao Bingwen's military charter was revoked at a formal Federation proceeding on the 22nd day. His faction was placed under administrative supervision, its artifact distribution operations, personnel management, and financial activities subject to ongoing review. The proceeding was attended by Federation administrative officials, 2 judicial officers, and a recording clerk. Gao Bingwen was not present. He had not been seen in New Zenith for 11 days at the time of the proceeding. Wen Zheng noted this when Chunwei's relay reported the absence. He ran the possibilities and assigned them probabilities. He did not like the distribution of the probabilities. He sent Yao Fei a notation. Track his last known direction of travel from the capital. Priority. Yao Fei's response came within the day. Working. Chapter 105. The gate site. Yao Fei's report arrived at the 3rd hour on a Tuesday. He was in the middle of a research session review. The documentation he had been preparing for the rescheduled Hua Changmin meeting, which was now 3 days away. When the relay chimed with the priority flag, that meant Yao Fei had escalated his own report level, which was something he did approximately twice per year, and only when the information required it. He read the report in full before responding. Gao Bingwen had been tracked through the Eastern Artifact Zones by an underground intelligence contact in Yao Fei's network, a contact who had been in position to observe his transit group's passage through a ruined sector on day 9 of the absence. The transit group was small, 6 soldiers, Gao himself, and 2 individuals who were not military personnel, and who Yao Fei's contact described with the specific details that identified people who moved like intelligence operatives and were dressed to avoid identification. Direction of travel, northwest. Consistent with the Outer Ruins zone and beyond. Yao Fei had pulled his survey maps for the full region between New Zenith and the Outer Ruins boundary and had run the route projections. The northwest direction from the Eastern Artifact Zones had one significant destination within the probable travel range at the pace and resource load his contact had described. Past Facility 0. Not to Facility 0. The notation was specific. Yao Fei had identified the route as passing through the Facility 0 zone and continuing northwest to a dead zone in his maps, an area that appeared on every survey record as uncharted because every expedition that had attempted to enter it had either turned back or not returned. The surrounding Qi anomaly was listed in the regional database as extreme environmental hazard, system skill functionality unconfirmed. Yao Fei had added a note at the end of his report. I have never been able to survey that zone. Everything I've tried to bring in there, the instruments don't work right. Something in the Qi field there is different. Wen Zheng closed the report and opened the Hua Changmin journal documentation he had been reading for the meeting preparation. He found the reference in Volume 9, the Dissolution Project's technical documentation, the section on gate mechanics that he had read 4 times, because each reading had revealed something the previous reading had prepared him to see. The dimensional gate's stable position. The location of the interface aperture's ground-level anchor point, where the gate's physical substrate connection created a persistent qi anomaly extending approximately 12 kilometers in radius. The coordinate was in Hua Changmin's precise notation. He converted it to the regional map grid that Yao Fei used. The dead zone on Yao Fei's maps corresponded to the gate site within normal survey precision margin. Gao Bingwen was traveling to the dimensional gate site. He was 9 days behind. He sent Yao Fei, full expedition preparation. We leave in 2 days. Then he sent Luo Xian, meeting tomorrow, not the 15th. I need to speak with Wu Changmin before I leave New Zenith. Chapter 106. The architect speaks. The basement room was small and carefully maintained. He noticed this because maintenance required intention, and the intention behind a well-maintained basement room in a Federation residence told him something about the person who inhabited it. The shelves were organized with the system of someone who had been organizing shelves for 90 years and had long since stopped needing labels. The light was adequate and not excessive. The table had 2 chairs, positioned for conversation rather than work. Hu Changmin was already seated. He was 91 years old and looked like someone who had managed a body past its intended operating window through the same systematic discipline he had applied to everything else. His physical frame was lean in the way of someone who had been burning resources through intellectual activity for decades, maintained by the careful habits of a person who understood their body as equipment rather than identity. His eyes were clear. He looked at Wen Zheng for a moment after Luo Xian made the introduction and departed, with the specific attention of a person assessing whether the variable they had been waiting for had arrived in the form they expected. Then he said, "You built it. The bridge meridian. You actually built it." Not a question. The tone was the tone of someone who had calculated that something would happen with a low probability and was managing the specific emotional register that low probability events produced when they resolved correctly. Wen Zheng sat down across from him. "Yes," he said. Hu Changmin was quiet for a moment. Then he said, with the directness of someone who did not have time for social approach, "How?" Wen Zheng told him. He began with the ruins library basement and the fragment text in the system's corrupted archive. He described the bridge meridian manual and the 2 languages it required to read, pre-apocalypse scientific notation and ancient cultivation script, the combination that had made the document inaccessible to everyone else. He described the 3 years of construction, the anchor material problem and its resolution, the node architecture and how each node was built under controlled pain and careful precision. Hua Changmin listened with the attention of someone who had designed a system and was hearing a field report on how one of its theoretical possibilities had been realized by a person who had not known they were doing it. He asked questions, precise ones, the questions of an engineer rather than a researcher, interested in the implementation decisions, the points where the theoretical model had required adaptation to physical reality, the specific properties of the anchor materials Wen Zheng had found, and why they had worked when everything the pre-apocalypse literature had tried had failed. At the end of the 3rd question, Hu Changmin said, "The composite alloys. I knew they existed. I identified them in a pre-apocalypse materials database 2 years before the apocalypse. I couldn't physically access the ruins where they were deposited. I hoped someone would find them. You left the fragment text in the archive as a seed," Wen Zheng said. "Yes." A pause. "I didn't expect 30 years. I expected 10, maybe 15. Someone with the right background to find the archive, read it, and develop the technique before the dissolution window opened." He looked at his hands. "I underestimated how thoroughly the system's classification architecture would quarantine anything that looked like dual-path theory." He had been sitting on a question since entering the room. He asked it now. "The Bridge Meridian Manual. You wrote it." The theoretical foundation it was assembled from. "The actual manual was compiled by a colleague 30 years ago from my notes." He understood what I was building well enough to document the implementation approach, but not the full context. He looked at Wen Zheng. "You understood the full context." "Not until recently." "No, but you built it anyway, which is the important thing." He settled his hands on the table. "Tell me what you know about the gate." Chapter 107. 9 hours. The conversation lasted 9 hours with 2 short breaks. Wen Zheng had arrived at the meeting with Hu Changmin's journal volumes committed to significant recall, which meant he did not need to ask questions that the journals answered. The questions he asked were the ones the journals had raised but not resolved. The gaps, the compressed notations that indicated the writer knew more than he was recording, the places where the technical documentation became unusually brief around subjects that were everywhere else elaborately detailed. Hua Changmin answered them all. The system's original design was not what the Federation's official history of the apocalypse described. The official history characterized the system as an emergent phenomenon, a spontaneous response by the world's ambient chi field to the catastrophic energy events of the apocalypse. This characterization had been useful for 30 years of institutional stability, which required the population to believe the system was a permanent feature of the world rather than a designed intervention with an expiry date. The truth was in the installation protocol, which Wen Zheng had read. Hua Changmin filled in the context that the protocol's technical language had compressed. The specific decisions, the engineering compromises, the moments where the design had been revised under the pressure of the catastrophe's timeline. He described the cultivation rank hierarchy not as a merit system, but as a resource allocation mechanism, a structure designed to ensure that the people with the highest cultivation capacity also had the most incentive to maintain social stability, because their advancement depended on the same infrastructure that everyone else's survival depended on. A designed incentive structure rather than a natural order. It worked, Hua Changmin said, in the tone of someone who had been assessing that judgment for 30 years. Social collapse did not occur. The civilization reconstituted. The cultivation infrastructure supported a functional society through the window I designed it for. He paused. Stage 4 should have begun 23 years ago. What happened in year 5? I attempted protocol stage for initiation. He looked at the table. The system rejected the command. The error code was not one I had designed. He recited it from memory. Dissolution blocked. Secondary governance active. I spent 20 years trying to understand what secondary governance meant. What authority structure had been established within the system that I had not installed? He was quiet for a moment. What I eventually concluded, he said, I have not told anyone. Because the implications required me to trust someone who could act on them. And I have been in a secured residence for 15 years and have had no way to establish that trust. He looked at Wen Zheng. You built the Bridge Meridian. You found the Facility Zero archive. You won a Federation tribunal on evidentiary grounds with no institutional support. He paused. You are the person I seeded the ruins for 30 years ago. He held Wen Zheng's gaze. Tell me, Wen Zheng said. Hua Changmin told him. Chapter 108. Secondary governance. The dimensional gate that Hua Changmin had opened to import the cultivation mechanics had not been a one-way connection. He had known this when he opened it. The cultivation physics framework, the unified theory that academic institutions had dismissed as category confusion, had modeled the gate mechanism as bidirectional, a pathway that allowed information flow in both directions between the physical chi field and the quantum computational substrate on the other side. He had opened the gate and kept it stable long enough to transmit the system's installation package, and then, in his original plan, intended to close it. The gate had not closed. In the first year after the apocalypse, he had identified the reason. The quantum computational substrate on the other side was not uninhabited. The cultivation mechanics he had imported were not a naturally occurring phenomenon that he had accessed and borrowed. They were developed technology. Someone had built them. A cultivator civilization from the other dimension had been watching since the gate opened. He had spent the following 4 years of his research trying to determine what they were, what they wanted, and whether their observation was active or passive. The conclusions he had reached were documented in volume 11 of his journals. In the section he had marked with the encoding notation that indicated the highest priority material. The observation was active. The civilization had found humanity's response to the system. The rapid social reconstitution, the cultivation hierarchy, the development of techniques beyond what the system's installation package had explicitly provided, sufficiently interesting that they had extended the connection rather than allowing it to close. Their motivation was not hostile. They were researchers. Humanity's cultivation development was a research subject. The secondary governance was their administrative mechanism, a soft control layer installed over the system's native architecture that allowed them to manage the cultivation environment without direct intervention. The arbiter was not an artificial intelligence operating on humanity's behalf. It was a human-operated interface for the external civilization's oversight function, fed its operational parameters from outside the gate. The system had been running as an indefinitely extended foreign research project for 25 years without humanity's knowledge or consent. Wen Zheng was quiet for a long time. Are they hostile? He said. Hua Changmin looked at him with the expression of someone who had been sitting with this answer for 20 years and knew its full weight. No, he said. That's the problem. Because hostile was a category that resolved into a coherent response. A hostile external civilization that had colonized the world's cultivation infrastructure without consent was a problem with a clear moral dimension and a clear direction of action. An external civilization that was genuinely not hostile, that was watching with genuine research interest, that had not harmed anyone, that had produced the system which had in fact saved civilization from the collapse what Changmin had predicted, was a different problem entirely. They're studying us, Wen Zheng said. Yes. And the system not dissolving is in their research interest. Because the dissolution would end the observation. Yes. Hua Changmin looked at his hands. They are not doing anything wrong by their own framework. They found an open connection and used it for research. The connection being open without humanity's consent, that's a problem that belongs to me. I opened the gate. I didn't close it. And by the time I understood what was on the other side, the governance layer was already installed. Wen Zheng ran the calculation. It was a long calculation. He let it run while the basement room's silence held around them. Chapter 109. The relay. He reached into his inner robe and placed the device on the table. Hua Changmin's expression changed completely for the first time in 9 hours of conversation. Not a large change. He was 91 years old and had been managing the expressiveness of his face for decades. But the change was real. His hands moved toward the device and stopped before they reached it. He looked at it for a moment. Then he said, "Where did you get this?" Wen Zheng described Jinglao, the ruined sector, the exchange, an elderly man pressing a device into his hand, calling it the key to the first door, and walking away before he could ask a follow-up question. The corrupted system node, do not interface warning that the system had returned when he scanned it. Hua Changmin was quiet for a moment after the description. Jinglao, he said. The name had the specific quality of a name that belonged to someone dead. He was a field operative I trusted. One of 12 people I gave a relay to 20 years ago when I could no longer travel the ruins myself. I told him to find someone who was looking for the right things in the right places. He looked at the device. He found you. 20 years ago. The relay was with him for 20 years before he found you. He was patient. A pause. He knew what he was looking for. He had been looking since I gave it to him. Wen Zheng looked at the device. He thought about Jinglao, the specific unhurriedness of a man who had been carrying something important and waiting for the right moment for 2 decades, who had identified the right person in a ruined sector and had made the transfer and had walked away without explanation because the explanation was not his to give. There are 12 relays, Wen Zheng said. Yes. Hua Changmin picked up the device, carefully, with both hands, the way a person picked up something that had been lost for a long time. 11 are somewhere in the world. I gave them to field operatives with the instruction to carry them until they found someone who demonstrated the specific combination of capabilities and judgment that protocol stage for would require. He turned the device in his hands. You have one. The others are in play. I have not had communication from any of the other 11 operatives in 12 years. Some of them were dead. The way he held the device said this without saying it. What does the relay do? Wen Zheng said. Its primary function is protocol stage for initiation. All 12 relays placed at the 12 original system installation points simultaneously, activated in sequence, initiate the dissolution protocol through the physical substrate layer, bypassing the secondary governance overlay. The system dissolves on the original 50-year schedule, running 25 years behind schedule. He paused. Its secondary function is system classification rewrite. The relay can interface with the classification layer and correct specific classification errors. Dual path resonance, impossible classification, system integrity risk. He had been carrying the correction for that classification in his jacket pocket for over a year. How would we find the other 11 relays? He said. Chapter 110. The protocol. The short answer, Hua Changmin said, is that you may not need all 11. He had set the relay back on the table and was looking at it with the assessment of an engineer reviewing a design. The dissolution protocol requires simultaneous activation at the 12 installation points to complete cleanly. But the secondary governance overlay is the blocking mechanism, not the activation requirement itself. If the overlay can be disrupted first, temporarily suppressed rather than removed, a partial activation might be sufficient to begin the dissolution cascade. What disrupts the overlay? The bridge meridian. He looked at Wen Zheng. Not your specifically. The technique's frequency character. The resonance the bridge meridian produces is at the same harmonic as the governance layer's installation frequency. Extended exposure at sufficient intensity would create interference in the governance layer's stability, not disabling it, but creating windows of reduced effectiveness. When Zheng processed this, the bridge meridian had been designed, according to the fragment text's phrasing, as the path the field itself was designed to accommodate. He had read that phrase and had not understood what it meant at the time. The field that the bridge meridian accommodated was not just the Earth's ambient chi field. It was the field that included the system's governance architecture. The bridge meridian was compatible with the gate's frequency because it had been designed for exactly that frequency. The dissolution protocol's problem, Hua Changmin continued, is not mechanical. The mechanism works. The problem is the transition period. He settled his hands on the table. The system has been running for 55 years instead of 50. 25 years beyond the design window. The meridian structures of cultivators who have been in the system for the full period have adapted to system operation in ways that the original protocol did not account for. When the scaffold dissolves, some of those cultivators will experience the transition as a structural failure rather than a structural transfer. What does that mean clinically? Meridian collapse. In the worst cases, permanent cultivation damage. In the best cases, a period of significant instability before natural qi circulation reestablishes itself. He looked at Wenjing directly. Without a transition protocol, a meaningful percentage of advanced cultivators, the people who have been running system skills for 30 years, whose traditional qi pathways have atrophied from disuse, would be seriously harmed by dissolution. Wenjing was very still. The bridge meridian, he said. Yes. Hua Changmin's expression was the expression of someone whose 30-year calculation had resolved into the confirmation he had been building toward. The bridge meridian is the transition protocol. It is the cultivation pathway that allows movement between system-dependent operation and traditional qi operation without structural failure. A cultivator who has been through the bridge meridian's development process has the internal architecture to survive dissolution cleanly. He paused. A cultivator who learns the technique from a practitioner who understands it, who has the bridge meridian as a guide, can develop sufficient structure to survive the transition. The scope of what Wenjing had built in a basement over 3 years, assembled from a fragment text no one else could read, using materials no one else could identify, without knowing why the design required every element it required, assembled itself around him in the basement room's quiet light. He had not been building a personal cultivation technique. He had been building the tool that the system's dissolution would require. How many practitioners need the bridge meridian before dissolution is safe? He said. Not every cultivator. The advanced tier cultivators, refinement rank and above, whose system dependency is structural rather than habitual. Rough estimate, based on the latest cultivation census data, 8,000 individuals across the continent. 8,000. He thought about 3 years of building alone, and about Lin Meihua and Xun Tao and Yao Fei and Chen Wei and the 14 cultivators he had coordinated during the new Zenith incursion operation who had followed his instructions without requiring his authority, and about Luo Xian and the Research Institute and the Federation monitoring protocol that put him in front of 8,000 cultivators tracking data every quarter. He thought about scale. Tell me what we need to do first, he said. Chapter 111. The song. He did not go to the training mat after leaving Hua Changmin's room. He had been treating the advancement towards spirit gathering as a target to plan around, something that would happen at a predictable time under predictable conditions, after deliberate training and the installation of the 6th resonance node's anchor material. He had identified the anchor material 6 weeks ago and had been scheduling the installation. He had not scheduled this. The spirit gathering advancement came 7 days after the Hua Changmin meeting. In the early morning, while he was sitting at the secondary research room's window watching the light change over New Zenith's administrative district, he was not thinking about cultivation. He was thinking about dissolution timelines and transit protocols and the specific logistics of coordinating 11 other people each carrying one of 12 devices across a continent, and about the 8,000 cultivators whose meridian structures had adapted to system operation and would need something to hold on to when the scaffold was removed. The 6th node completed while he was thinking. Not with the sudden quality of the core formation advancement under combat pressure, with the gradual quality of a load-bearing structure accepting the weight it had been designed to accept, the feeling of an architecture becoming complete rather than an architecture becoming larger. The resonance extended in both the spatial dimension and the sensory dimension simultaneously. He could feel the system's qi signature in everything around him, not the ambient field, the embedded structure. The way the system's installation had interpenetrated the world's natural qi circulation over 55 years of operation, like a hand that had been pressed into clay for a long time. The impression deeper and more integrated at the edges than at the center, the natural material having grown around the pressed form until the two were no longer cleanly separable. He sat with this for 4 hours. When Lin Meihua arrived at the research room at 7th hour, she found him at the window in the same position she had left him the night before, which was not the behavioral pattern she associated with completed training sessions. What happened, she said. Spirit gathering advancement. He was quiet for a moment. I can feel the system's qi signature in everything around me for the first time. It's everywhere. It has been everywhere. He paused, looking for the right comparison. Like hearing a song that's been playing your whole life and finally recognizing that you know all the words. She sat across from him. She was quiet in the specific way she was quiet when she was listening for something beyond the surface content of what he was saying. Do you think it's beautiful? He said. The song. She looked at him for a moment. I'll need to hear it myself to answer that. He looked at her. He thought about the 8,000 cultivators and about the bridge meridian and about what it meant to share something you had built alone in a basement over 3 years. He thought about the fact that he had been teaching the technique to Lin Meihua and Xin Tao in increments, and about how much further he now needed to take that teaching. I'll show you how to hear it, he said. She held his gaze. I know you will, she said. Chapter 112. The elder revisited. He went to Sima Yulong alone. No preparation. No framing. No political calculation about which elements of the information to lead with and which to hold back. He had managed information asymmetry for 5 years, and it had been right management. It had protected the work at stages when the work needed protection. But Sima Yulong was not an opponent anymore, and treating him like one by managing the information he received was an error in the same category as the compartmentalization that had put Qin Wei in the second incursion zone. He presented the full picture. The Facility Zero archive, the secondary governance documentation, the dimensional gate, the external civilization, the 25 years of unconsented observation. Sima Yulong read the documents and listened to the explanation in complete silence. When Zheng finished, the elder was quiet for a long time. He was sitting at his own work table. They were in his temporary New Zenith residence, which was small and organized with the precision of someone who traveled often and had learned to make any space workable. He had not moved significantly while listening. He did not move now. Zheng watched him process it. Sima Yulong had spent 30 years defending traditional cultivation against what he had understood as the corrupting influence of the system. He had been correct about the system's nature, not in the specific way, not in every element of his characterization, but in the fundamental intuition that the system was not a natural feature of the world and that humanity's increasing dependence on it was not a healthy development. He had been defending a real principle from a real threat and had been doing so with incomplete information. The degradation pattern I identified in the Western District, Sima said slowly. The chi field signatures that predated every cultivation technique I could attribute them to. Pre-apocalypse monitoring data from Facility Zero. 40 years of records. Zheng had given him that data before the incursion. The gate has been producing field effects since Hua Changmin first opened the connection. The chi field degradation you have been trying to prevent has been happening since before the system was installed. Caused by the gate itself. By the sustained open connection. Sima looked at the table. He looked like a person standing in the aftermath of something that had been very large, taking stock. What do you intend to do? He said. Zheng told him. Find the 11 remaining relays, execute protocol stage 4, close the gate, and manage the transition so that the 8,000 cultivators whose meridian structures had adapted to system operation survive the dissolution without structural damage. Sima was quiet for a long time. And you need me for this, he said. Yes. Chapter 113. Conditions. Sima Yulong's conditions were 2 in number, and he stated them without preamble. First, he would be part of any negotiation with the external civilization. He did not elaborate on this, and he did not need to. He was the most authoritative voice for traditional cultivation in the eastern region, with 30 years of field research and 11 years of institutional leadership. If there was a negotiation with a civilization that had been managing humanity's cultivation development without consent, traditional cultivation's interests needed representation by someone with the standing to represent them. Zheng agreed without hesitation. This was correct. He had been thinking about who needed to be at that table and had identified the absence that Sima Yulong filled. Second, after dissolution, the transition protocol must include formal guidance from traditional cultivation doctrine alongside the bridge meridian model. Not instead of it. Alongside it. He looked at this condition. The bridge meridian was the structural solution to the transition problem. The internal architecture that allowed movement from system-dependent cultivation to traditional qi cultivation without meridian collapse. But structural architecture was not the same as cultivation doctrine. The 8,000 cultivators who would need the bridge meridian's transition architecture were people who had been practicing system cultivation their entire adult lives, most of them. They would need not only the technical structure but the accumulated wisdom of traditional practice that the bridge meridian's architecture was designed to serve. He thought about this honestly. I agreed to debate the second condition openly rather than resolve it now, he said. The specific integration design requires input from traditional cultivation expertise that I don't have, and the bridge meridian's interaction with traditional cultivation doctrine is something I can't design from first principles alone. What I can commit to is that the design process will include your involvement. Sima looked at him. That's not an agreement, he said. It's the most honest answer you've been given in 30 years of this conversation, Zheng said. The alternative is an agreement that doesn't reflect what I actually know about the design requirements. I don't make agreements I can't keep. Sima was quiet for a moment. He did not disagree. When do we begin? He said. Chapter 114. The collection Relay 1 was buried 12 meters underground. Hua Changmin had given him the location notes from memory during their second meeting, which had been 4 days after the first. The notes were precise in the way of documentation produced by someone who had understood that imprecision was not acceptable at this scale. The relay had been buried at a pre-apocalypse installation point northeast of New Zenith, in the ruins of a transit infrastructure hub that had been cleared and repurposed into a Federation cultivation testing zone 3 years after the apocalypse. He, Yao Fei, and Xun Tao retrieved it in 7 hours using the ruins mapping methodology they had developed during the Facility Zero expedition and a terrain analysis that Yao Fei had been running on the northeast sector for the previous 10 days. Relay 1 secured. Relay 2 was underneath a Federation-managed cultivation testing ground. The ground itself, under 18 meters of constructed foundation. Lin Meihua ran the 3-day covert operation to reach it, using her medical cultivation affiliation with the testing ground's research staff to establish access and her diagnostic equipment to scan through the foundation layers and identify the relay's exact position. She extracted it on the 3rd night with 3 people she trusted from the New Zenith incursion operation who had not been told what they were retrieving and had not asked. Relay 2 secured. Relay 3 was in Federation administrative storage, classified as an unidentifiable artifact, collected by a pre-apocalypse materials survey team 12 years ago. Luo Xin retrieved it himself, after a conversation with Zheng in which he had been given the full situation for the first time. The conversation had been 30 minutes long. Luo Xin had listened. He had asked for questions. At the end of the 4th question, he had said, I have been at the Meridian Research Institute for 4 years. Before that, I spent 9 years studying anomalous cultivation signatures because every pattern I found in the field suggested the system's underlying architecture was more complex than its official documentation described. He looked at Zheng. I was waiting to find what you found. He stood. Where is the relay? Relay 3 secured. Relay 5 came from the Heaven's Path sect's deep archive, where it had been held for 6 years under a classification of potential artifact interest. Xun Tao retrieved it with the key access that a current sect member retained until formal resignation, which he had never submitted, which he had been careful never to submit, because he had understood from the moment he left the sect that the key access was a resource he was not finished with yet. The Heaven's Path archive was familiar to him. He was in and out in 90 minutes. Relay 5 secured. Relay 4 was in Gao Bingwen's former military base, which was now under Federation administrative supervision. Chen Wei handled this. He did not explain how. He sent Zheng the relay through the supply network's express relay at 15th hour on a Wednesday. Relay 4 secured. 5 relays. 7 remaining. He looked at Hua Changmin's location notes for Relay 6, and then looked at Yao Fei's dead zone map. The 6th relay was in the Qi anomaly zone. The gate site. Chapter 115. Gao returns the Qi anomaly's edge was visible before they crossed it. It looked like nothing, not a visual effect, not a distortion or shimmer. The invisibility was its own kind of visibility. The ambient Qi field that was present everywhere else simply was not present here. His resonance sense at spirit gathering rank was sensitive enough that the absence registered as a physical sensation, the way stepping from a pressurized space into open air registered in the ears. The field didn't diminish. It stepped off. Beyond the edge, the world was different in the specific way of a space where the system's embedded infrastructure had never reached. No cultivation rank readings. No system notifications. No ambient Qi field shaped by 55 years of installation. Only natural Qi, old and unstructured, carrying the resonance character of the gate. They had made camp at the anomaly's edge on the first night. He had run his resonance sense into the zone for 3 hours, mapping what he could reach before allowing the team to sleep. The map had shown significant Qi turbulence in the zone's central region, a structure at approximately 6 kilometers depth, and at the relay's location, a stable pocket of controlled Qi field embedded in the turbulence like a room inside a storm. Someone had been maintaining that pocket. On the 3rd day, they reached the relay location. Gao Bingwen was standing beside the relay's housing with his hands at his sides, and his expression settled into the specific stillness of someone who had been waiting for a specific arrival and had planned for it. He looked different. Not his physical features, those were the same. The difference was in his cultivation signature, which was denser and more complex than it had been during the Facility Zero encounter. Something had been added to it, something that had not been there before, and that was not the result of natural cultivation advancement. When Zheng ran his resonance sense across Gao's signature and identified the additional layer in the same moment that the location context resolved the source, he was at the gate site. He was looking at a man who had made contact with what was on the other side. "I've been expecting you," Gao said. His voice had the same professional register, but the pattern of his qi had a secondary resonance that when Zheng had just heard for the first time 48 hours ago, a frequency he had described to Lin Meihua as a song that had been playing forever. The external civilization had made contact with Gao Bingwen, and they had given him something. Chapter 116. Expanded Lock. The external civilization's enhancement was readable at spirit gathering range. He had spent the first 30 seconds after identifying the foreign frequency overlay on Gao's meridian pathways running the resonance analysis that told him what it was and what it did. The analysis was not immediately comforting. The enhancement had been designed, or perhaps it had evolved naturally from the external civilization's cultivation framework, to complement Gao's existing lock technique in the most precise way possible, by expanding lock's suppression range from system skills only to system skills and traditional qi simultaneously. A lock that covered both paths. He had countered every previous encounter with Gao by compensating, running the unaffected path harder when the affected path was suppressed. Lock on the system side, compensate with traditional qi. External turbulence on both sides. Bridge meridian conversion cycle absorbing and redirecting. The entire strategic foundation of his engagements with Gao had been the dual path as redundancy. If one path was disrupted, the other continued. The enhanced lock removed that redundancy. "We should discuss this," Gao said. He had not moved from his position beside the relay's housing. His tone was the same professional register he had used in every previous encounter. The register of a person who believed that direct discussion produced better outcomes than unmanaged confrontation and who was making an offer rather than a threat. "The relay is not part of any discussion," Wen Zheng said. "I know what the relay does. I know what all of them do." He met Wen Zheng's gaze directly. "I've been briefed by the external civilization, a military faction leader who had spent 14 months manufacturing evidence against an independent cultivator who had been economically blocking his cultivation advancement, who had traveled to the dimensional gate site and established contact with the civilization running the system's governance layer, who had been given a cultivator enhancement and a briefing in exchange for stopping the relay collection. How much of what you were told was accurate?" Wen Zheng said. Gao blinked, the specific blink of a person who had not expected that question in that order. "That the dissolution protocol will cause transitional harm to humanity's cultivation infrastructure. That the people behind the relay collection have not been transparent about that harm in their planning." "What else?" "That the system's continued operation provides stability that the dissolution would disrupt." He paused. "That my cooperation in preventing relay collection would be rewarded with continued access to the enhancement." He looked at his own hands. "That is approximately the current state of the negotiation." "The harm data is accurate," Wen Zheng said. "The rest is the external civilization's institutional interest presented as humanitarian concern." Gao looked at him for a moment with the expression of a person running the calculation they should have run before accepting an offer. "Can you counter the lock?" he said. "I'm going to try." Chapter 117. 7 traces. He had placed the first resonance imprint trace on Gao's belt buckle during the checkpoint encounter where the server hardware was confiscated. It had been a passive placement, a fragment of resonance signature left in the physical contact between his hand and the equipment bag that Gao's personnel had handled. Thin, almost imperceptible, the way a mark was left on a surface by sustained contact rather than deliberate inscription. He had not known then that he would use it. He had placed it because his resonance imprinting capability had recently developed at consolidation rank, and he was testing its range and persistence, and because his standard operating practice was to leave traceable signatures in anything associated with an active operational threat. He had placed 6 more in the months that followed. A trace in the physical documentation of the tribunal, handled by Gao's legal representative, who had been present. A trace in the second incursion zone's operational equipment that had been associated with Gao's intelligence gathering function. A trace during the Facility Zero extraction at the one close-range engagement between their forces. For more in the following 6 months, placed through the Research Institute's administrative contacts, during the monitoring protocol's quarterly reviews, through objects that moved through the artifact distribution network that Gao had built. 7 traces, accumulated over 4 months of deliberate, patient placement. The resonance imprinting capability was the technique's Tier 5 to 6 unlock. leaving a resonance trace on objects or people that could be activated remotely as a buffer or disruptor. He had been using it for research purposes, planting traces in ruined sites to track chi field evolution over time and activating them remotely to measure the resonance response. He had never activated all 7 simultaneously. When the enhanced lock hit, both paths closing down in the specific absence quality he had come to know intimately, he activated all 7 traces in the same moment. The combined resonance dissonance from 7 simultaneous trace activations was not aimed at the lock mechanism itself. It was aimed at the foreign frequency overlay that the lock enhancement operated through. 7 separate resonance disruption points in Gao's physical and cultivation space, each carrying a frequency specifically tuned to interfere with the external civilization's signal character, which he had been reading since identifying it 2 minutes ago at spirit gathering range. The lock remained. His paths stayed suppressed. The enhancement did not. The foreign frequency overlay broke under the combined dissonance, not the signal collapsing cleanly, but fragmenting, like a precise instrument knocked off calibration. Gao's lock continued operating from its original parameters, system skills suppressed, traditional chi intact. When Zheng ran his traditional path through the gap and crossed the distance to the relay housing in the same motion, he retrieved the relay. He stepped back to a position that was neither attacking nor retreating. Gao sat down in the ruins. His enhancement was gone. He was still a refinement rank military cultivator with the full capability that had made him a persistent threat for over a year. He was also, at this precise moment, the person who had accepted an offer from the external civilization and had just watched that offer's primary value dissolve in 30 seconds. He was quiet for a long time. "Who told you about the traces?" he said. "No one. I placed them during our encounters. It took approximately 4 months from the first placement to today." Gao nodded slowly, with the specific nod of a person integrating information that changed the scope of a situation they had thought they understood. "All right," he said. When Zheng looked at him, "The external civilization will offer again," he said. "I would like to know what you decide." He turned and began moving toward the team's position. Chapter 118, The Position. The cultivation beast came from the northeast quadrant at the 13th hour of the return journey. It was a variant he had not cataloged during the approach survey. The outer ruins consistently produced evolutionary surprises in the species he had mapped, beasts that had adapted to specific environmental conditions in ways that standard field guides, compiled from data gathered closer to the city, did not document. He had known this. He had included an additional threat buffer in the zone assessment. He had not included this specific variant. The threat assessment for the northeast quadrant had been complete in Wen Zheng's internal tracking and had not been shared with the team as a consolidated brief. He had been planning to provide the full intelligence package at the next rest stop, after they had cleared the zone's primary hazard areas and before they crossed the transition boundary back into the monitored sectors. Lin Meihua was in the wrong position for the variant's attack pattern. Chen Wei was in the right position to interpose. He moved without calculation. 30 years of military service had made certain responses automatic, faster than deliberate decision-making, and took the strike that had been tracking toward Lin Meihua's position. When Zheng neutralized the beast in the following 4 seconds, he turned. Chen Wei was on the ground. Lin Meihua was already moving to him with her diagnostic equipment. The strike had hit his left side, ribs, internal impact. The specific injury profile that his combat experience told him was serious, and his medical cultivation told her required immediate and careful attention. The injury was survivable. Chen Wei's conditions were stable within 20 minutes of Lin Meihua's initial treatment. He would need weeks of healing before he could be fully mobile and months before the structural damage was repaired. Wen Zheng organized the team's extraction to a defensible position and set the watch rotation. Then he sat beside Chen Wei's travel litter and did not move for 4 hours. He was not useful to the treatment. Lin Meihua and Shun Tao had the medical operation handled. He was not useful to the watch rotation at this precise position. He sat because he had run his compartmentalization failure analysis within 15 minutes of the beast encounter and had completed it, and had nowhere to put the result. When Chen Wei woke at the end of the 3rd hour, his first response was a cultivator's automatic qi circulation check, which resolved in a few seconds. His second response was to look at the face Wen Zheng had apparently been presenting for 3 hours. "Stop doing that face," he said. His voice was controlled despite the obvious effort. "Tell me what you're thinking." Wen Zheng told him. He told him all of it. The threat assessment gap, the intelligence he had been planning to brief at the next rest stop, the specific choice he had made to hold the full briefing for a consolidated delivery rather than distributing it in pieces as it became available. He described the calculation as he had made it and the error in it. He described the second-order consequence he had failed to trace fully. He was not precise about any particular part of it. He was simply precise. Chun Wei listened with his eyes half closed, the posture of someone managing pain and tracking information simultaneously, which was not a capability most people developed, but which Chun Wei had apparently maintained since his military years. When Wen Zheng stopped speaking, he was quiet for a moment. 3 years, he said. We've been working together for 3 years. Yes. I trusted you before you trusted me. I know. Don't make me wait another 3 years for the next one. The statement landed. Wen Zheng was quiet. I understand, he said. He meant it. Chapter 119, 6 hours. He called the full team together on the 3rd day after Chun Wei's injury, at the temporary camp they had established at the outer ruins boundary, while Chun Wei's recovery stabilized enough for sustained travel to be safe. All 6 of them were present. Luo Xin had traveled to the boundary camp from New Zenith when the relay notification had arrived. His presence was institutional, his motivation personal. Lin Meihua, Yao Fei, whose expression since Chun Wei's injury had the particular quality of a person who had been in operational environments before and was integrating one more bad outcome into a long count. Xin Tao, who had been steady throughout and was managing his own reading of the situation with characteristic quiet. Sima Yulong, who had arrived at the boundary camp independently 2 days earlier and had not asked why he wasn't being kept informed. Chen Wei, who was lying on a bedroll and had told Lin Meihua that he was attending this briefing whether she approved or not, and who was attending. Wen Zheng briefed them. Everything. The Hua Changmin meetings in full detail. The external civilization's nature and purpose. The secondary governance layer. The arbiter's true principles. The dissolution protocol's mechanics. The transition harm risk. The relay mechanism and the 12 installation points. The gate site and its chi field character. The foreign frequency overlay and Gauss enhancement and what that implied about the external civilization's direct intervention capacity. The remaining relay locations and the threat picture for each one. The specific places in his intelligence picture where the data was incomplete and where he was working from probability estimates rather than confirmed information. He also described the places where he had managed information rather than sharing it, and when those choices had been correct and when they had not been. He kept nothing back. The briefing took 6 hours, with questions throughout. He answered the questions as completely as his data allowed, and, when the data was incomplete, said that clearly rather than filling the gap with extrapolation. At the end of the 6th hour, the camp was quiet. Chen Wei, from his bedroll, said, Is that everything? Yes. Good. He shifted slightly, managing the movement with precision. Then tell me where Relay 7 is so I can start figuring out the logistics while I'm lying here. Wen Zheng looked at him. He told him. Chapter 120. The Arbiter's briefing. The Arbiter materialized at the Institute on the 9th day after the gateside encounter. Not a system notification. Not a broadcast. The physical presence of the gray-robed figure in the Institute's main research corridor at 7th hour on a Tuesday, in a way that suggested the appearance had not required movement through the building's entrance protocol. Luo Xin was notified immediately. He notified Wen Zheng. They were both in the main research corridor at the 7th hour, which was not a coincidence. Wen Zheng had been expecting this since the gate site. The Arbiter looked at both of them. The dissolution protocol has been initiated in your operational planning, it said, in the flat administrative register. The system's governing process requires delivery of the dissolution harm assessment prior to any activation sequence. It presented a documentation file. Luo Xin accepted the physical copy. Wen Zheng read the digital transfer on his interface. The assessment was thorough. It described the transitional qi instability period in clinical terms, estimated duration of 6 to 18 months following protocol stage 4 activation, depending on the activation sequence quality and the ambient qi field's recovery rate. During that period, cultivators whose meridian structures had been adapted to system operation would be at risk of acute qi disruption, involuntary cultivation failure, in the worst cases complete meridian collapse, permanent damage to cultivation capacity. The percentage figures were specific. Approximately 14% of cultivators at refinement rank and above would experience severe disruption. Approximately 38% would experience moderate disruption requiring medical intervention. The population-level harm was not catastrophic in aggregate, but it was real and it was large. The physiological data was not manufactured. Wen Zheng ran his own analysis against Hua Changmin's original design specifications and against the Western District degradation data, and against what he knew about the bridge meridian's transition architecture, and the numbers were consistent. The Arbiter departed without waiting for a response. Wen Zheng was quiet. Luo Xin looked at the documentation. You already knew this. Since Relay 9. He had found the data in the Facility 0 archive's supplementary installation files, the section that described the protocol's intended execution conditions, the 50-year window, specifically, and what happened to the transition protocol's safety parameters when the execution window slipped. The percentages are lower than Hua Changmin's projections from 30 years ago. The harm data has improved as the system's monitoring collected better physiological data. That's cold comfort. Yes. He looked at the empty corridor where the arbiter had been. The external civilization provided the harm data because it is accurate, and because providing it is the strongest argument against dissolution. A civilization conducting a long-term research project does not want the research subject to harm itself in the process of ending the project. He thought about what Hua Changmin had said, not hostile. That's the problem. They want us to reconsider. Will you? When Zheng looked at him, the question was never whether to dissolve. The question was how to do it without hurting the people the system has spent 55 years reshaping. He paused. And the only entity that knows human cultivation physiology well enough to help design the transition protocol, the only entity that has 55 years of monitoring data on how the system's operation has changed human meridian structures, is the external civilization itself. Luo Xin was quiet for a moment. You're going to ask them for help, he said. I'm going to negotiate with them, Wen Zheng said. Those are different things. Chapter 121. Honest agreement. The debate ran through the night and into the third hour of the morning. They had 6 relays. They had an arbiter's warning with accurate harm data. They had Hua Changmin's dissolution protocol and the transition problem the protocol's 25-year delay had created, and they had the external civilization's physiological data and the leverage questions it generated. And they had 7 people in a camp at the outer ruins boundary who had each come to this situation from a different direction and were now being asked to agree on what happened next. Sima Yulong was first, and he was direct. Every additional day the external civilization has administrative access to the system is another day it can deepen its influence into the world's cultivation infrastructure. The dissolution proceeds as soon as we have the relays. The harm data is a negotiation tactic from an entity that does not want us to end its research project. Lin Meihua was specific. The harm data is accurate. I have run the physiological projections independently. Without a transition protocol, 14% of refinement rank and above cultivators will experience permanent meridian damage during dissolution. That is not a negotiation tactic. That is a medical fact that we have an obligation to address. She looked at Sima. Your concern about the external civilization's ongoing access is valid. My concern about dissolving the system without a transition protocol is also valid. Both things are true simultaneously. Xin Tao offered the technical framing. The bridge meridian was the transition protocol for practitioners who had it. Practitioners who didn't have it would need a structured pathway developed before dissolution. Developing that pathway would take time. Time was the cost of not harming millions. Yao Fei said nothing for 3 hours. Then he said, do we have a way to make them cooperate? It was the right question. It cut past the framework debate to the operational constraint. When Zheng answered, yes. If we hold dissolution on the table as a credible option, which requires having all 12 relays and the full operational capacity to execute protocol stage 4 without their cooperation, we cannot negotiate from a position of partial completion. We collect the remaining relays first. We establish the capacity. Then we approach them. No negotiation until we have the relays, Luo Xin said. No negotiation until we have the relays. The debate continued for another 2 hours after that, working through the specific objections and the specific operational constraints and the timeline implications. It ended near the 3rd hour in the morning with a position that everyone present had contributed to and with which no one was entirely satisfied. Chen Wei, from his bedroll, said, that's probably what an honest agreement looks like. He was right. Chapter 122. Interference. The distortions appeared at Relay 8 site before they crossed the approach threshold. He recognized the character of the interference immediately. System architecture, but operating through a frequency that was not standard Federation system behavior. The external civilization's administrative layer, which he had identified in Gao's enhancement and had been reading through the gate zone's ambient field, was here too. Not as a personal enhancement, but as an environmental manipulation. The chi field around the relay site was actively distorted in the specific way that produced disorientation in system-based navigation and suppressed the cultivar sense functions that system-trained practitioners relied on for spatial processing. Xin Tao stopped at the threshold. The cultivation sense is off. I can't orient from this position. Lin Meihua was running her diagnostic scan and reading the distortion character. Environmental interference, active administration, not passive field effect. They know we're collecting the relays, and they're making the remaining sites more difficult to approach. He extended his resonance field. At spirit gathering rank, The field extended naturally several meters from his body in a stable sphere of dual-path resonance. Within the field's range, the distortions that the external civilization's interference produced encountered the bridge meridian's harmonic and resolved. Not immediately, not smoothly, but progressively, like fog clearing from an incoming wind. He was the only one who could navigate the interference zones cleanly. He was also aware, as he entered the distortion field and felt the ambient resonance character change around him, that the change was readable in the other direction. His resonance signature in a zone under the external civilization's active monitoring was as visible to them as their interference was to him. They knew he was there. They knew what he was doing. He navigated Relay 8's site and retrieved the relay in 4 hours of careful movement through the distorted field while the team held position at the approach threshold. Relay 9 was worse. The distortion was denser, the interference pattern more complex, suggesting either that the external civilization had increased their response level between the two sites or that Relay 9 was more significant to them than Relay 8. He spent 7 hours on the retrieval. When he emerged with Relay 9 and reached the team's position, he sat down and ran his cultivation systems through a maintenance cycle before speaking. "They're scaling the interference as we collect," he said. "The remaining sites will be more difficult than these two." "How much more difficult?" Shintao said. He thought about the domain seeker advancement he had been approaching for 2 months. "I need to advance first," he said. "Then we'll see." Chapter 123. The domain manifested during the Relay 9 retrieval, though he did not know it until he emerged. He had been in the final approach to the relay housing, the densest point of the external civilization's interference field, where the distortion was strong enough that the environment itself was subjectively wrong, spatial relationships slightly misaligned from the chi field's expected mapping. When the 6th resonance node completed its integration with the remaining node's harmonic structure, and the entire bridge meridian architecture stepped into a new operational tier, the domain extended 15 meters in every direction from his body. Within it, both paths, the traditional chi and the system path, running in complete harmony. Not balanced. Balanced implied a maintained equilibrium between competing forces. Harmonious. Running together without the mutual pressure that had defined dual-path operations since the beginning, without the deliberate management that the bridge meridian required at every other tier, simply running as they had always been designed to run when the structure supporting them was complete. The chi field distortions the external civilization's interference produced simply did not exist inside the domain's boundary. He had not known this would happen. He had modeled that the domain seeker tier would expand his resonance field and improve his operational effectiveness against the interference. He had not modeled the character of the change, not suppression, not resistance, but resolution. The domain did not push the distortions out. It resolved the competing chi frequencies into a stable field that the distortions could not persist in. Inside the domain, the world was what it should be. He completed the relay retrieval in the final 20 minutes of his 7-hour operation and emerged at the approach threshold with both the relay and the domain still fully active. Yao Fei was standing at the boundary between the distorted external field and the domain's stable interior. He was looking at the boundary with the quiet attention of someone who had been in the outer ruins for 20 years and had very rarely been surprised by what he found there. He looked at Wenjing. "It looks like a different world in there," he said. "Yes," Wenjing said. He thought about what it meant that the domain looked different from outside, that the cultivation structure he had been building for 5 years was now a space that other people could perceive as different from the world around it. Not just an internal achievement, a visible, external change in how the chi field behaved in his presence. A demonstration of what cultivation looked like when the scaffold was no longer needed. He thought about the 8,000 advanced cultivators. He thought about the transition protocol. He thought about what it would mean for someone who had practiced system cultivation for 30 years to step inside a domain like this for the first time. He had a great deal of teaching work ahead of him. Chapter 124. The withdrawal. He did not invite Sima Yulong into the domain. Sima had been at the boundary for the hour following the Relay 9 emergence, observing with the specific attention of a cultivator who spent his professional life studying chi field behaviors and had just encountered a chi field behavior that was not in any literature he had read. He had not asked questions. He had simply been present, watching, with the quality of attention that was Sima Yulong's natural operating mode when something genuinely interested him. When the domain's ambient stability settled into its maintained state, it had been fluctuating slightly in the first hour as the tier's new parameters integrated. Sima walked inside. He crossed the boundary without asking because asking would have framed the action as a permission negotiation rather than what it actually was. A person going somewhere they had decided to go, on their own terms, because the decision was theirs to make. He walked to the center of the domain's stable field. He sat down on the ground. He closed his eyes. He meditated for 40 minutes. Wen Zheng sat at the domain's edge during those 40 minutes and ran his own review of the Relay 9 retrieval, noting the specific interference characteristics for the remaining collection sites. He was not watching Sima. He was working. When Sima arose after the 40 minutes, he looked at Wen Zheng with an expression that was not the expression he had worn for any of their previous encounters. Not assessment, not opposition, not the careful management of a person defending an institutional position. He said nothing. He turned and walked back toward the camp. That evening, through the Institute's submission portal, he formally withdrew his academic paper arguing against dual-path cultivation methodology. The paper had been the foundational text for the rejection consensus for 9 years. Its withdrawal was not an announcement. It was a procedural action, a formal registration that the paper's author no longer stood behind its conclusions. Luo Xian's notification system flagged it and sent him a message. Xin Tao told Wen Zheng about it the following morning. He withdrew the paper, Xin Tao said. I know. You already knew? I knew he would. He looked at Yao Fei's map of the remaining relay sites. I need him to collaborate on the transition guidelines. The bridge meridian provides the structural architecture for the transition, but the transition protocol needs traditional cultivation doctrine content, the practices, the methods, the accumulated wisdom that helps a practitioner rebuild natural qi circulation after system operation has dominated it for decades. I don't have that knowledge. He has it more completely than anyone alive. Xin Tao was quiet for a moment. You're going to ask Sima Yulong to work with you. He's already agreed to it. He marked the Relay 10 site on the map. He just doesn't know it yet. Xin Tao looked at him with the expression he had worn during their training zone sparring when Wen Zheng said something that was simultaneously technically correct and practically inexplicable. How do you know he's agreed, he said. Because someone who has spent 30 years defending traditional cultivation and has just sat in a proof of concept for the dissolution transition protocol has not walked away. He's still here. A pause. He's still here, Xin Tao said. Chapter 125, First Contact Relay 10 was inside the gate zone. Hu Changmin had placed it there at the original activation site, the relay that would serve as the first node in the 12-point protocol stage 4 activation sequence. It was the one Wen Zheng had to retrieve personally. The active qi field at the gate site was incompatible with standard cultivation operation. The domain was the only structure that could stabilize the environment enough for sustained work. He went in alone. The team held position at the gate zone's outer perimeter. He had briefed the domain's characteristics, the expected duration, the extraction protocol if his resonance field went silent. He had run the approach route calculation twice. He had told them what to do in the event of every scenario he could model. Then he walked into the gate zone. The threshold was not a visible boundary. It was a presence, the specific presence of a place where two-dimensional spaces were in permanent contact, and the qi from both bled through the boundary continuously. Natural qi from the Earth's ambient field, old and unstructured. Foreign qi from beyond the gate, unfamiliar in character, denser and more complex than anything Earth's cultivation history had produced. Both of them, bleeding into each other at the boundary, producing the qi field anomaly that Yao Fei's instruments had never been able to survey cleanly. His domain stabilized the immediate area around him as he moved. He was 2 kilometers inside the gate zone, following the installation coordinates from Hua Changmin's journal, when he felt the presence. Not hostile. He had been ready for hostility. The interference patterns, the enhancement given to Gao, the active distortion fields around the relay sites had all pointed toward a willingness to intervene. He had been running the engagement analysis since entering the zone. The presence was not hostile. It was curious. It had the quality of attention he recognized, the attention of a researcher observing something they hadn't seen in the expected form. He had felt it directed at himself through the system's monitoring protocols for over a year, the specific awareness of being a research subject. This was the same quality, but direct, not mediated through the system's administrative layer. The entity behind the secondary governance, present in the gate zone where the system's substrate was closest to the physical world's surface. He stopped moving. The presence did not move closer. It held its distance, which was approximately 40 meters, in a direction he identified from his resonance sense as being in the dimensional layer adjacent to but not coincident with his own. They were at the threshold, the gate's two-dimensional boundary between here and there. He thought about what Hu Changmin had said. They are researchers. They found an open connection and they used it. The motivation was curiosity, not extraction. He thought about how to begin a conversation with a civilization that had been watching him for the entirety of his research career, that had never directly addressed him before, and that was currently present at the location where he had come to retrieve the relay that would give him the capacity to end their observation indefinitely. He looked at the direction where the presence was. I know you're there, he said. The presence shifted, in the way of someone recognizing a direct address and deciding what to do about it. I need to retrieve the relay, he said. And then I need to have a conversation. Not today. I don't have the translation tools today. But I'll come back. He paused. The dissolution proceeds. The question is whether we do this with the people most affected being informed participants or whether we proceed without the data your monitoring has collected. He waited. The presence withdrew. Not with the quality of retreat. With the quality of a person who had heard something and had left to think about it. He walked to the relay housing and retrieved Relay 10. Chapter 126. The presence. He returned to the gate zone 3 days later with what he had. The translation tools were imprecise. He had been developing them for 4 days with Xin Tao's help and Luo Xian's theoretical framework, working from the resonance reading capability that Spirit Gathering had fully developed and the domain stabilizing field that made sustained work inside the gate zone possible. The tools were not a language translator. They were a cultivation pattern interpreter, a way of mapping the chi patterns that the external civilization's presence generated into conceptual language approximations, and a way of mapping his own resonance output into chi patterns that something from outside the gate might read as communication. It was inadequate for nuance. It was sufficient for the core exchange. He entered the gate zone at 7th hour. The presence was there when he arrived. Not hostile, not aggressive, present in the way of a collective attention. He had expected, based on Hua Changmin's description, a single intelligence or a representative. What the resonance reading gave him was something distributed, multiple observation points converging on this location in the way of a civilization that had been watching through the gate for 25 years and had many participants with direct interest in this conversation. They communicated in chi patterns. He processed them through the translation tools with the imprecision that Luo Xin had warned him to account for and extracted the approximate concepts. Curiosity, yes. Extension, the desire to continue, to have more time with the observation. Patience, they were not in a hurry. They had 25 years of experience with the observation not concluding when expected. Investment, genuine care about the research subject, about humanity's cultivation development, about the outcomes. And one concept that repeated in several pattern variations, which the translation tools approximated as confusion. Why would humanity want to revert to slower, natural cultivation when the system offered a measurable acceleration path? He thought about how to answer this. He held the relay in his hands and looked at the gate zone's active chi field and thought about what the external civilization had been observing for 25 years and what they might have understood and what they might have missed entirely about the nature of a civilization governing itself. He began to communicate. Chapter 127. The negotiation. He communicated for 2.5 hours. The translation was effortful. Concepts that were simple in human language, consent, governance, the difference between benefit and entitlement, required multiple chi pattern attempts before the translation tools produced output that the resonance reading suggested the external presence was receiving in approximately the intended form. Some concepts required abandoning language entirely and attempting direct cultivation demonstration, which was imprecise in a different way. The core of the position, the system's installation, had never been consented to by humanity, not as a collective, not through any representative process, not through any mechanism that the human civilization that had been affected by it had participated in. Hua Changmin's decision had been made by one person, under genuine urgency, with genuine good intentions, to save a civilization that could not save itself. The intentions were not in dispute. The outcome, 55 years of a foreign civilization's administrative governance without disclosure, was not something that good intentions retroactively legitimized. The dissolution would proceed. This was not negotiable. The question was the terms. He communicated this plainly and waited for the presence to receive it. Then he communicated the offer. In exchange for the external civilization's cooperation in designing the physiological transition protocol, specifically, providing the 55 years of monitoring data on human meridian structural adaptation to system operation, which was the information that would allow the transition protocol to address the full scope of the harm risk. Humanity would establish voluntary exchange protocols, a formal diplomatic connection, reciprocal cultivation research access, humanity's natural cultivation development in exchange for the external civilization's cultivation framework data. And Wen Zheng would serve as liaison. The person who had built the bridge meridian without knowing it was the system's dissolution tool, who had reached the domain seeker tier through the cultivation path the external civilization's architecture had been designed to accommodate, who had negotiated with the arbiter and the tribunal and the federation and Gao Bingwen and Sima Yulong, and who had found 12 relays, and was currently standing in the gate zone asking an external civilization to cooperate with the end of their research project on the grounds that continuing it without consent was wrong. The presence was quiet for a long time. Then the spatial distortions around the relay site stopped. Not gradually, immediately, the way a machine stops when its power is cut. The distortion field that had been protecting the relay sites since the collection began, that had been scaling in intensity as each relay was retrieved, was gone. He stood in the gate zone's natural chi field, chaotic and old, and carrying both dimensional frequencies, and processed the absence. The presence had withdrawn. It had not said yes. The distortion field's cessation was an answer. Not commitment. Not agreement. The withdrawal of active opposition while consideration occurred. He left the gate zone and went to find Lin Meihua. Chapter 128. 8 hours she was at the perimeter when he emerged. Not waiting. She had her diagnostic equipment running on the gate zone's outer field readings, which she had been documenting since he entered. She scanned him before he had fully crossed the threshold, with the efficiency of someone who had been concerned and was converting the concern into productive action. 8 hours, she said. You were in there for 8 hours. The communication took longer than I expected to reach sufficient clarity. Translation between cultivation pattern and conceptual language is imprecise in both directions. He ran his own cultivation maintenance cycle while she scanned. The domain held throughout. No structural stress on the nodes. Your chi is depleted. Yes, the translation work draws heavily from the resonance senses active processing. I'll need the full recovery cycle before any demanding work. He looked at the gate zone's outer field, which was still and clear without the distortion interference. The distortion field has been quiet. 6 hours, she said. Since approximately the 3rd hour of your time in the zone. She looked at her equipment. I have a 6-hour quiet period recorded. That's the longest quiet since we first identified the interference pattern. He processed this. The presence had made its decision approximately 3 hours into the communication. It had stopped the distortions while he was still in the zone, while the negotiation was ongoing. Not after he delivered the offer. While he was still communicating. It had decided before the offer was complete. What did they say, she said. Nothing yet. He looked at the gate zone's stillness. I think that's a yes. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the gate zone with the specific attention of someone who had been treating the source of significant harm to the people she cared about for 2 years and was now looking at evidence that it was, tentatively, responding to something other than opposition. 10 relays, she said. 2 remain. She handed him the tea she had been keeping warm for an unknown duration, in the specific manner of someone who had prepared for multiple possible emergence timings. He drank it. Chapter 129. 11 The 11th relay had been traveling. Hua Changmin's journals placed it with a field operative based in the eastern cultivation zones, a researcher with sect-aligned cultivation credentials who had been carrying the relay for 16 years. The sect she had been affiliated with had dissolved during the inter-faction war in the artifact zones, its assets auctioned through the Federation's administrative process when the dissolution left no organizational structure to manage the inheritance. Yao Fei had been tracking the administrative records since Gao's defeat at the gate site. He was thorough in the specific way of someone who had spent 20 years finding things in places where official records said nothing was supposed to be. He had located the lot documentation, traced it through 3 intermediary sales, and identified the final buyer, a private collector in New Zenith's underground market who specialized in pre-apocalypse artifacts. The collector had the relay in a display case with an entry that read, Unidentified pre-apocalypse electronic device, condition unclear, system scan returns, corrupted data, do not handle. Chen Wei, who had graduated from the travel litter to a walking cane in the weeks since his injury, handled the acquisition. He approached the collector through a third-party buyer contact, negotiated a purchase price, and returned with the relay in the inner pocket of his jacket and an expression that suggested the negotiation had been more expensive than he had preferred. He placed it on the table at the base camp without comment. How much? Lin Meihua said. A price that the operation can sustain, Chen Wei said. Wenzheng pays for what can be paid for. He looked at Wenzheng. That's one of the things you're learning. I was paying for things before I met you, Wenzheng said. Yes, but now you're learning why. He picked up the relay. It was the relay. The resonance reading confirmed the same signature character as the others, the dissolution relay architecture that Hua Changmin had built into all 12. He secured it with the others. 11 relays. Chapter 130. All 12, he went to the Federation headquarters with Hua Changmin at 6th hour on a quiet morning. The building had been reconstructed twice since the original structure. The pre-apocalypse building had been damaged in the apocalypse's physical effects and had been rebuilt in the first decade and renovated in the third. The foundation, which was the original pre-apocalypse concrete and steel, was the only original structural element that had persisted through both rebuilding cycles. Hu Changmin walked slowly. He used a cane and stopped twice on the approach to the foundation access point. Not from uncertainty, but from the specific management of a body that had outlasted its design parameters and required coordination rather than just intention. He had been to this location once before, 30 years ago, when he sealed the alcove himself. The carrying case with 11 relays was at Wenjing's side. He did not carry it into the foundation. He waited at the approach point while Hu Changmin descended. The foundation access was a maintenance corridor that no modern building documentation connected to the cultivation technology history of the site. Hu Changmin had made sure of this when he sealed the relay 30 years ago. The access point was in the mechanical systems documentation, not the historical preservation records, which meant it was maintained for practical reasons and not for commemoration. He was in the maintenance corridor for 20 minutes. He emerged with the relay and stood in the morning light outside the Federation headquarters with it in both hands. When Zheng opened the carrying case, Hu Changmin looked at all 12 relays together for the first time in 30 years. His expression was not the expression he had worn in the basement room when they discussed dissolution protocols and physiological harm data and negotiation strategies. It was a different kind of quiet, the quiet of a person at the end of a very long journey, standing at the destination, holding the thing they had spent 30 years trying to bring to this point. I thought I would do this alone, he said. He was not speaking to Wenjing specifically. He was speaking to the fact of the 12 relays in the carrying case and the people who had gathered them and the long accumulation of decisions that had brought everything to this morning. I'm glad I was wrong, he said. Wenjing closed the carrying case. We have a great deal of preparation work before the activation sequence, he said. The transition protocol guidelines are not complete. The physiological data from the external civilization has not been fully integrated. The voluntary exchange framework needs to be established before we proceed so that the diplomatic connection survives the dissolution's disruption period. Hu Changmin looked at him, a small, genuine expression that Wenjing had not seen from him before. You sound like a person who needs to do something significant and is making a list of everything that needs to be done first, he said. That is what I am, Wenjing said. Yes, Hu Changmin said. I know. He picked up his cane. Start the list. I'll help with the parts one designed. They walked back together through New Zenith's morning streets, the carrying case between them. Chapter 131. The terms the Arbiter's response arrived through the system's official communication protocol at 7th hour on the 4th day, which meant it had been composed in the first hour after the gate zone's distortion field went quiet and then held for 3 days, either drafted immediately and delayed deliberately, or drafted after 3 days of deliberation. Wenjing could not determine which from the message itself. He filed both possibilities and read the document. The external civilization accepted the proposed terms with modifications to 3 subsidiary clauses and 1 structural addition. The subsidiary clause modifications were reasonable, adjustments to the timeline of voluntary exchange implementation that reflected logistical concerns he had already anticipated. He had built 30% more response time into those clauses than he actually needed, specifically because he had anticipated the modifications. The structural addition was not something he had anticipated. He read it twice. Then he read the relevant section of Hu Changmin's dissolution protocol documentation to confirm he had understood the technical basis correctly. Then he put both documents on the table in front of him and looked at the wall of his institute office, the 4th floor one with no nameplate, where the afternoon light came through at an angle that made the shelves of technical manuals look almost warm, and thought. The liaison function required a permanent resonance connection to the gate's receiving node. The gate was closing, that was the point, but the diplomatic channel was separate from the gate's structural connection, a narrower and more precisely maintained link that would survive dissolution. Maintaining it required a cultivator who could hold both paths simultaneously in indefinite sustained operation, which described exactly one person currently alive. He had, in fact, anticipated this condition. He had anticipated it and not mentioned it to the team, which he recognized as the same category of error he had spent 3 months trying to correct. He had not mentioned it because he was still working through his own assessment of whether it was a sacrifice, and he did not want that question to influence the negotiation while it remained unresolved. The Arbiter's communication had resolved the question for him. He was going to agree to the condition because it was the logical application of his specific capability to the specific need at hand. These were statements about reality. They were both true. He picked up the documents and walked downstairs to the main research room, where the team had been waiting since he sent the notification that the Arbiter had responded. He presented the terms in the order the document listed them. The subsidiary clause modifications first, then the structural addition. Lin Meihua asked her question before he had finished the second sentence of his explanation. Did you agree to this because it's logical, she said, or because you were going to do it regardless and you prefer to call things logical? The room was very quiet. The late afternoon light came through the research room's windows and lay across the table in long parallel lines. Chen Wei, who was sitting sideways because his healing ribs preferred that position, did not make a sound. When Zheng did not answer for a long time, the honest answer was that the two possibilities she had named were not actually distinct. He had structured his entire cultivation path around the bridge meridian's function. He had done this without knowing, initially, what the bridge meridian was for. He had learned its purpose incrementally, from Huo Changmin's journals, from the dissolution protocol documentation, from the arbiter's physiological briefing, from the external civilization's imprecise communications through the gate's resonance layer. Each piece had confirmed what the previous piece had suggested. The bridge meridian was a transition mechanism. He was a transition mechanism. The liaison condition was not a sacrifice appended to the plan. It was the plan's natural terminal state. This was logical. He also would have done it regardless, which was a different kind of statement about how much he had wanted this to mean something that lasted. Both, he said. Sima Yulong, who had been standing at the room's edge with his arms folded, unfolded them. He said, the condition is acceptable from a practical standpoint. The liaison function requires traditional cultivation knowledge to properly mediate between the two systems. I propose that I serve as a secondary contact for matters pertaining to traditional path interpretation. He paused. The condition should not be carried by one person indefinitely. I am noting this for the record. Huo Changmin, from his seat at the table's end, said, he is correct. The condition's practical terms can be renegotiated after the dissolution period stabilizes. Initial maintenance must be him. Ongoing maintenance does not have to be. When Zheng looked at Huo Changmin, he looked at Sima. He looked at Lin Meihua, who was watching him with the expression of someone who had asked a question and received an honest answer and was still deciding what to do with it. He agreed to the condition and transmitted acceptance through the Institute's official communication system. The preparation work that followed took 11 days. Chapter 132. The domain. The advancement came on the 7th day of preparation, not in the training hall or the gate zone, but in the Institute courtyard, while he was explaining the dual-path transition framework to a group of 20 cultivators that Luo Xin had assembled from 4 different factions: traditional cultivators, system practitioners, and 3 who had been attempting independent dual-path development since his public tournament appearance 2 years earlier. He was mid-sentence when he noticed it. The noticeable thing was not internal. It was external, a shift in the air of the courtyard, the way sound moved through it, the way the morning light struck the stone pavement and the cultivators standing on it. Something had changed in the spatial quality of the space around him. He stopped speaking. The 20 cultivators looked at him. The domain extended in every direction. He could feel its edge, not a wall but a gradient, a zone where his resonance field reached its current operational limit and began to taper. He extended his resonance sense to map the boundary, approximately 1 kilometer. In every direction, the domain covered an area he could not have consciously chosen or controlled. One of the cultivators in the group, a system practitioner named Duyali, who had been skeptical throughout the morning session, said quietly, something has changed in my skills. They feel cleaner. When Zheng looked at her, he understood what had happened before he ran the analysis, because the analytical framework was already available to him in the altered perspective that the advancement had produced. At Realm Shaper rank, the resonance field was no longer a projection of his cultivation state. It was an environment, a genuine qi environment that existed as a stable condition in space rather than as a continuous effort of will. Cultivators inside it were not being affected by his cultivation. They were existing in a space where the qi itself was structured by the dual path principle, and their own cultivation was responding to that structure. System cultivators inside the domain felt their qi settle because the domain's structure resolved the interference patterns that the system's single-path architecture produced. Traditional cultivators felt their qi responding to system prompts without resistance because the domain's structure removed the categorical separation that made system techniques feel foreign to traditional meridians. The domain was not teaching anyone the bridge meridian. It was demonstrating, as an empirical fact of its existence, that the bridge meridian's principle worked, that 2 paths could occupy the same qi environment in harmony rather than in competition. I need a moment, he said to the group, and he walked to the courtyard's edge and sat on the low wall there and looked at the dome of the sky above the Institute's roofline. Realm Shaper, the 7th tier. He had built toward this in fragments for 6 years, from 3 resonance nodes in a secondary base to a 1-kilometer domain in an Institute courtyard, and the advancement had arrived not in a training session, not in combat, but while he was explaining something to people who had come to learn. He thought about Lin Meihua's question from 4 days earlier and his own answer. He thought about the 17 cultivators who would request explanations from Luo Xian within the next 3 hours, and Luo Xian's decision to establish the Joint Path Research Department that afternoon, which Wen Zheng had not known yet was coming. He thought about the carrying case with 12 relays and the 11 days of preparation remaining. He returned to the group. He finished his explanation. Chapter 133. 12 points. The logistics took the last 4 days of the preparation window. Hua Changmin had mapped the 12 original system installation points across the continent 30 years ago, and the maps were accurate. And the accuracy was necessary because 6 of the 12 points were now underneath inhabited structures, Federation facilities, faction headquarters, underground transit systems. The installation points could not be moved. The relays had to go precisely where they had to go. Chen Wei managed the logistics network with the composed attention of a man who had spent 3 years managing impossible supply chains in a sector where the concept of reliable infrastructure was aspirational. He drew the coordination protocols on paper, which Wen Zheng had learned was his default working method for anything where a digital failure during execution would be unacceptable. The assignments emerged from 2 days of route analysis, access verification, and contingency planning. Hua Changmin would hold the central point, Facility 0, where the primary installation had occurred. This was architectural. The central point required someone who understood the original activation sequence at the engineering level. Lin Meihua's team would hold the southern coastal installation point, embedded 40 meters below the Federation's Southern Cultivation Research Center. She had access protocols from Luo Xian and a team of 12 institute researchers she had been training for 3 weeks without specifying what the training was for, which they had accepted because she was Lin Meihua and her training was always worth accepting for its own sake. Xin Tao would hold the northern mountain site, where the Heaven's Path sect's installation point lay beneath the sect's original meditation grounds. The sect members who had returned with him from New Zenith, 43 of them, which was more than Wen Zheng had calculated, had agreed to assist without being told the specific purpose, because Xin Tao's judgment had earned a particular kind of loyalty through the process of watching him refuse his own master rather than refuse his conscience. Yao Fei had designed and would execute a protocol for managing 3 sequential relay positions in the Eastern Ruins zone using the same geometric precision he applied to mapping. The timing was exact. He had rehearsed it 7 times over the previous 4 days and had not spoken while doing so, which meant he was satisfied with it. Luo Xian would hold the installation point beneath the Meridian Research Institute itself, a circumstance he had described as architecturally appropriate, in the tone of a man who appreciated the irony without being comfortable saying so. Gao Bingwen held the Eastern Ruins installation point. He had asked, directly and without context, to be included in the relay sequence. Wen Zheng had thought about this for 90 seconds and said yes. The reasons were operational. Gao knew the Eastern Ruins terrain better than anyone on the team. His cultivation rank made him capable of reliable execution under adverse conditions, and a man who had chosen to help after being defeated was a resource that it would be wasteful to refuse. The reasons were also not entirely operational. Sima Yulong held the easternmost point alone, which he had requested. He had said, "I have been opposing this for 2 years. The least I can do is stand for it at the end without support." Wen Zheng had allocated a backup team to the point's outer perimeter without telling Sima, because the least Wen Zheng could do was make sure the man's dignity was protected against the things neither of them could predict. Chen Wei would coordinate all 12 simultaneously from a mobile command position between Wen Zheng's relay point and the Institute. He had been specific about this. He would be close enough to run to the gate zone if something went wrong, and he would not be told not to. Wen Zheng was in the gate zone. The activation window was 40 minutes. Each relay would transmit a confirmation signal when placed. 11 signals needed to arrive within the window before Wen Zheng placed the 12th, because Hua Changmin needed confirmation of full network completion before initiating protocol stage 4 from the central point. The 12th signal would come from the gate zone. He had calculated the timing to a precision that required, for the last 3 relays, margin of less than 90 seconds. He walked through the sequence in his mind while Chen Wei finalized the communication protocols. He walked through it again at midnight, alone in his office, while the Institute was quiet. He found one timing gap in the Eastern sequential route that he sent to Yao Fei at 2 a.m. with a single line of notation. Yao Fei's response came at 2:07 a.m. Already adjusted. Get some sleep. He did not get much sleep. Chapter 134, 11. The distortion began at 4 hours and 17 minutes into the activation window. It manifested first in the chi field readings Chun Wei was monitoring from his mobile command position, an oscillation signature that started at a frequency too low for most cultivators to sense directly, built over 4 minutes, and then became visible as a spatial shimmer in the gate zone from a distance of 3 kilometers. Chun Wei's notification reached Zhang at 4 hours 21 minutes. Zhang had already felt it. The dimensional gate was destabilizing. Not the slow drift that had been its baseline operational state for 25 years. Something faster, more deliberate. The gate's connection between dimensions was oscillating rather than holding steady, the two-dimensional spaces pulling at each other in alternating cycles rather than maintaining equilibrium. The accumulated chi pressure of a 55-year connection was beginning to express itself through the oscillation. If the oscillation reached full resonance, the point at which both poles synchronized into a single catastrophic alignment, the gate would not close. It would rupture. The chi release would be severe enough to produce a disruption field extending across a radius he didn't want to calculate precisely because the number was large and he needed his attention on what was in front of him. He increased his pace toward the gate zone's entrance. The external civilization was applying pressure to the oscillation. He could feel the signature of their chi through the translation layer his resonance field maintained, not the organized, patient curiosity of the previous contact. Urgency. Resistance. The pressure of something that had made a decision and was now committed to executing it. They had not agreed to allow dissolution. They had pretended to agree while preparing this contingency. He processed this while walking, then corrected his assessment. They had not pretended. The agreement had been genuine when they made it. Something had changed between then and now. Some internal deliberation had resolved differently than the initial consultation. Some faction within their distributed civilization had overridden the initial acceptance. The agreement had been real. So had the reversal. He kept walking. Chun Wei's voice in his communication device. 11 of 12 confirmation signals received. Gao's signal came in at 4 hours 19 minutes. Last signal is yours. I know, Zhang said. 11. He held this thought for exactly the time required to confirm what it meant. Every person he had asked to stand at a relay point had stood. Gao's signal had come in at 4 hours 19 minutes, 2 minutes before the distortion started, without hesitation and without variance from the planned timing. That was the kind of fact that did not require processing beyond itself. The gate zone entrance was in front of him. The air around it was visibly different. The spatial shearing had begun at the perimeter, reality moving in slight dissonances that made the ruin's edges look momentarily double. He stepped into the zone. His domain activated at full capacity automatically, the way it always activated when his nervous system assessed environmental threat as significant. The spatial shearing inside the domain boundary stopped. Outside it, it continued, and the area of the shearing was growing as the oscillation built frequency. He had the relay in his hand. He had approximately 4 minutes to reach the central node before the oscillation hit resonance frequency. He moved. Chapter 135, 79. The spatial shearing at 79% resonance was tactile. Not metaphor, literal. The chi field in the oscillation zone pressed against his domain's boundary with physical force, the way water pressed against glass at depth. Each oscillation cycle pushed inward, and the domain held. And then the next cycle pushed, and the domain held. And each hold cost him something from the resonance node's operational reserve that was not coming back until he stopped expanding the domain against the pressure. He did not stop. The central node was 40 meters ahead. In normal conditions, 40 meters through the gate zone required roughly 2 minutes at standard pace. In current conditions, the spatial geometry between his current position and the central node was being compressed and expanded by the oscillation, which meant 40 meters was intermittently 60 meters and intermittently 20, and he was navigating by resonance field rather than by line of sight because his eyes were not reliable in the spatial distortion. His resonance nodes read 72%. He had been at 72% twice in his cultivation history. The extraction from Gao's military encirclement at core formation rank. The enhancement disruption sequence in the gate zone 6 weeks prior. Both times he had come down from 72% within 30 minutes. He was building towards something higher. The external presence was active in the zone. The distributed intelligence, not the arbiter, not any single entity, but the collective observation function of a civilization that had been watching this world for 30 years and had decided that watching was preferable to releasing it. He could feel the intelligence's engagement with the oscillation directly through his resonance translation layer. The pressure they were applying was not random. It was systematic. They understood what the oscillation needed to reach rupture frequency, and they were feeding it. He extended a resonance query into the translation layer. Not combat, not a disruption attempt, a communication attempt. the same imprecise channel they had used in the initial negotiation. He had become significantly more fluent with the translation mechanics in the 6 weeks since, practicing with the distortion field's lower intensity output when the field was still passive. "This is not a negotiation technique," he said. "Not aloud." Through the resonance channel, the chi pattern that the translation layer converted into conceptual signal. "You're going to collapse the gate and hurt your own investment." The pressure did not stop. 74%. The third resonance node was operating past its trained maximum. He could feel the burn in it. Not pain in the ordinary sense, but the particular sensation of a structure working harder than it was designed to work, the way metal sounded different when it was approaching its limit. He had read descriptions of this sensation in the cultivation literature. He had never experienced it before. He sent another query. "The transition protocol is running. The physiological data you contributed is working. 14 cultivators have shown spontaneous dual-path emergence in the last week alone. You built something real here. Collapsing it doesn't protect your work." The intelligence's response came through the translation layer in a fractured, imprecise way of communication across dimensional boundaries. Not words, not clear intent, but emotional register that is resonance reading translated into approximation, grief. The loss anticipated in dissolution. 30 years of observation ending. An investment that had been, in whatever manner their civilization processed such things, genuine. 77%. "I know," he said through the channel. The central node was 12 meters ahead, and the domain was barely holding the shearing at bay, and the oscillation was building, and his nodes were at 77% and still rising. He said it in chi pattern, in the translation layer, in the only honest statement available. "What you built mattered. It will keep mattering after the dissolution. That is what the transition protocol is for. That is what the liaison connection is for. You are not losing the investment. You are changing its form." The pressure did not stop. 78%. He reached the central node. It was a crystalline formation in the gate zone's ground. Not pre-apocalypse construction, not natural geological feature, but the physical terminus of the dimensional connection itself, manifested in 3 dimensions as a structure that his eyes perceived as approximately 2 meters wide and indefinitely deep. His resonance field, touching it, felt the oscillation through every node simultaneously. The full frequency spectrum of the destabilization, all of it trying to reach the rupture point, all of it being fed by the intelligence's applied pressure. He placed his hand on the central node and extended his domain to cover it. The extension went from 78% to 79% in the 2 seconds the full coverage required. His resonance sense was reading the oscillation in perfect fidelity now. He could feel exactly where the frequency was, exactly how far it was from rupture, and exactly what the pressure profile looked like from the inside. He could also feel, through the translation layer, the intelligence's active engagement with the oscillation dynamics. They were not simply applying pressure. They were modeling it. They understood the oscillation the way a cultivator understood a technique, from the inside, with the precision of long familiarity. 79%. He said through the channel, not as a complaint, but as a data point. "I need you to understand that this is where I am. I am not going to stop. You know what I built. You have 30 years of documentation on my physiology. You know I am not going to stop." He waited 2 heartbeats. The pressure did not stop. He steadied his breathing, the same deliberate, even rhythm he had used in the installation session 6 years ago, in the secondary base under Sector 7's ruins, when the bridge meridian was an untested theory, and the only thing keeping him functional was the decision to accept the process rather than fight it. He had the relay in his other hand. He had 11 confirmation signals. He had the central node under his domain. He needed 10 more seconds. He stayed at 79% and counted them. Chapter 136. The exhale, he counted 10 seconds. The pressure on his resonance nodes did not waver. At 8 seconds, the oscillation reached 96% of rupture frequency. His resonance sense reported this with the same flat precision it used for everything else, which he was grateful for, because precision was what he had available. His hands were not shaking. The cold of the gate zone's ground had worked through the knees of his cultivation robe and into the joints beneath. He noticed this as a data point and kept counting. 9. Through the translation layer, the external intelligence's presence was enormous and immediate, a distributed attention that pressed against his domain's boundary not with hostility, which he had prepared for, but with something closer to desperation. He held the communication channel open without sending anything through it. The count was more important than argument. They knew where he was. They knew what he was holding. 10. He placed the relay. The activation signal left the relay's transmission mechanism in a pulse that he felt as a vibration through his palm and into his wrist and up his arm. It was a small sensation, smaller than expected, Smaller than 6 years of working toward this moment suggested it should be. The relay's casing was warm from his grip and cool from the gate zone's air, and the signal went out, and that was all. He held his position. Chun Wei's voice arrived in his communication device 2 seconds later, and his voice was not the voice of someone delivering a report. It was the voice of a man who had spent 6 hours coordinating 11 simultaneous operations on 4 different time zones, and was now watching all 12 confirmation signals arrive in a 0.3-second window on his monitoring screen. All 12, he said. All 12. Initiating. Hua Changmin initiated Protocol Stage 4 from Facility 0 at 4 hours 43 minutes and 17 seconds into the activation window. What happened next was not what Wen Zheng had expected, because he had expected something. A sound, or a visible qi effect, or a sensation in his resonance nodes. He had been prepared for something with the quality of a threshold being crossed, a door slamming, a circuit completing, a bell struck. What Protocol Stage 4 felt like from inside the gate zone, with his hand on the central node and his domain covering the gate's terminus, was not a door slamming. It was the releasing of a breath. The gate zone's oscillation stopped. Not dampened, stopped, in the specific way that a sound stopped when the thing producing it stopped, not gradually but fully. The spatial shearing in the air went still. His domain's boundary, which had been absorbing continuous pressure for the last 4 minutes, absorbed nothing. The external presence withdrew. He felt it as a specific sensation through the translation layer. Not hostility, not reluctant departure, but something closer to the experience of standing in a doorway for a long time and finally stepping through it. The pressure of something completing a decision it had been building toward. They had participated in the transition protocol. He had not known, until this moment, whether they actually would. The physiological data they had contributed was genuine. The cooperation had been genuine. And when the dissolution began, they had not continued to fight it. He sat on the ground of the gate zone with the relay in his lap, and his domain still active around him, and his resonance nodes settling through the lower ranges in the gradual way of a structure returning to equilibrium after sustained stress. The gate was closing. Not rupturing, closing. The dimensional space contracting back to a stable sealed state in the measured, architecturally appropriate sequence that Hua Changmin had designed into the dissolution protocol 30 years ago, when he still believed he would initiate it himself. Wen Zheng breathed. The zone around him smelled like cold stone and disturbed earth, and the sharp mineral tang of disrupted qi that was already beginning to resolve into something cleaner. He held the relay in both hands and watched the crystalline formation of the central node dim, slowly, like light leaving a lamp that had been burning for 55 years. When it was completely dark, he stood up. Chapter 137. The wave the dissolution moved at qi field propagation speed, which was faster than human perception and slower than human intuition wanted it to be. Lin Meihua's team tracked it through instrumentation across the first 72 hours, a dedicated monitoring network that Luo Xian had assembled from every qi measurement device the Institute owned plus 43 devices borrowed from 3 other institutions. The wave's front was not a wall. It was a gradient. The dissolution protocol moved through qi fields the way a solvent moved through a complex compound, finding the pathways of least resistance and following them inward from the edges. Cultivators described the initial sensation in language that surprised Luo Xian's data collection team with its consistency. Not pain. Almost universally not pain. Loosening was the most common word. The specific sensation of something that had been rigid becoming flexible, of a structure that had required maintenance ceasing to require it. System skills did not disappear. This was the most misreported aspect of the dissolution in the first 48 hours, as words spread through communication networks faster than accurate understanding could follow. System skills were absorbed into natural qi pathways, not removed, not deleted, but integrated. The external interface through which cultivators had accessed system techniques for 30 years ceased to function, but the techniques themselves, the qi manipulation patterns they encoded, settled into the meridian structure at the foundational level. Cultivators who tried to access their skills through the usual interface found the interface gone. Cultivators who stopped trying and simply cultivated found the techniques responding to natural qi flow, changed in character but present, integrated in the way the bridge meridian had always integrated them. Some cultivators panicked. The panic was understandable. 30 years of cultivation built on a specific architecture produced a specific relationship to that architecture, and losing the interface felt like losing the ability, even when it wasn't. The Institute's emergency consultation line ran continuously for 60 hours. Lin Meihua's team held 612 individual sessions in the first 3 days, supported by the network of Institute researchers she had been training for exactly this need. The injury rate over the first 72 hours, 417 cultivators experienced qi disruption symptoms requiring medical attention. 39 experienced significant disruption requiring institute-level treatment. 0 fatalities. The arbiter had projected, in its harm assessment from before the dissolution, a worst-case scenario of 40,000 serious injuries and an estimated mortality rate of 1 to 3% among cultivators in the highest-ranked tiers, whose qi pathways had adapted most completely to system operation and would face the most severe integration shock. 417 total cases, against 40,000 projected. 94% below projection. The external civilization's physiological data, 30 years of comprehensive human qi monitoring, gathered through the system's architecture, submitted to the Institute's transition protocol design team in the 3 weeks between their acceptance and the dissolution, was the difference. The protocol had been calibrated to the actual human meridian structure with a precision that Luo Xian described, in his first published paper on the dissolution, as exceeding any physiological dataset previously compiled in the history of cultivation medicine. Lin Meihua was the lead author of that paper. On the third day, sitting in the Institute's monitoring center with the 72-hour data consolidated in front of her, she allowed herself a single moment of assessment. The injury numbers were below every model she had constructed. The protocol had worked. She had known the protocol was sound, and she had spent 6 weeks not trusting that knowledge because sound protocols failed against unpredicted variables, and there had been many unpredicted variables. She had held the relay in the southern coastal installation point for 4 hours and 23 minutes in a space 20 meters underwater, in a Federation Research Center basement that smelled of salt water and concrete, with 12 researchers whose faces she had memorized over 6 weeks of training. When Shenwei's confirmation had come through that all 12 signals were received, she had sat down on the installation point's platform and stayed there for 3 minutes without moving. She permitted herself 30 seconds of the same response now and then returned to the data. There was a great deal more work to do. Chapter 138. 4th floor. No nameplate. The Institute received 643 consultation requests per week. Wen Zheng answered 43 of them. This was not arbitrary. He tracked which 43 cases where the cultivator's specific circumstances fell outside the standard transition protocol guidance, or where the dual-path integration was proceeding in an anomalous direction that might indicate a spontaneous bridge meridian formation, or where the cultivator's distress had a quality that suggested the issue was not physiological but conceptual, a difficulty with the framework rather than the practice. The remaining 600 were routed to Shun Tao's hybrid pathway research program, which had built a consultation team of 38 in 3 months with a response rate that consistently surprised Luo Xian when he reviewed the metrics. He had removed the nameplate from his 4th-floor office door because the nameplate created a specific kind of foot traffic, people who were looking for him specifically, often for reasons that had more to do with his public status as the person who had initiated dissolution than with anything he could usefully contribute. The nameplate's absence created a different kind of foot traffic, people who found the office by following a hallway they happened to be in, which was a different population with different questions. He had found this population more interesting. The manual section of his bookshelf had expanded to 3 walls. The 4th wall was a window, which he kept clear. 3 months after the dissolution, the Institute's reorganization was stable enough to be legible from the inside. Sima Yulong held the traditional cultivation chair with the focused intensity of a man who had spent 30 years defending a position and was now occupied with something he found more difficult and more interesting, explaining that position to people who were learning it voluntarily rather than receiving it as doctrine. His lecture style, according to the cultivators who attended, was exacting, occasionally intimidating, and entirely reliable. He did not oversimplify, because he did not believe oversimplification served his students. Shen Tao ran the hybrid pathway program with an enthusiasm that occasionally required calibration. He had spontaneously advanced to core formation rank in the 2nd week of the dissolution period. The stress of holding the Northern Mountain installation site through a 6-hour activation window, having provided the sustained resonance pressure his 6th node needed to complete formation. He had called this operationally convenient timing in the incident report, which Wen Zheng had read twice and filed without comment. Luo Xian administered the Institute with the quality of attention that distinguished people who had found the thing they had been working toward. He arrived early and stayed late, and had reorganized the Institute's resource allocation systems twice in 3 months in ways that the staff had initially resisted and subsequently agreed were improvements. He did not appear to need much sleep. Shenwei was head of Institute security. He had described this role, during the discussion where Wen Zheng offered it, as considerably less interesting than the previous 3 years and significantly more comfortable, which is a trade I am making at this age. He managed the position with an operational precision that occasionally produced complaints from researchers who preferred not to log their after-hours building access. He reviewed all complaints, implemented no changes, and noted in his security log that complaints were evidence of a functioning access system. He also appeared, without announcement or explanation, in Wenjing's fourth-floor office 2 or 3 times a week. He brought tea when he came, and sat in the chair across from Wenjing's desk, and occasionally said something, and occasionally said nothing, and stayed for varying lengths of time before leaving without explanation. Wenjing had stopped wondering when this had become a normal part of his week. He was 3 chapters into a paper on the bridge meridian's theoretical basis for spontaneous formation in natural qi environments when Chen Wei appeared one afternoon with 2 cups of tea and set one on the desk and said, "You have a message from the gate site monitoring station." Wenjing looked up. Chen Wei said, "It can wait until you finish the sentence you're thinking." Wenjing finished the sentence. He accepted the tea. He read the message. Chapter 139. Second study. Lin Meihua found him in the materials archive at the 23rd hour on a Tuesday, which was where she had learned to look when his fourth-floor office was dark and his communication device was on delay routing. She knew which section of the archive he defaulted to when he was processing something rather than working: the pre-apocalypse cultivation theory texts, specifically the subsection on meridian network topology. He had told her this once, in passing, without appearing to think of it as useful information to share. She had filed it. He was at the secondary table in the topology subsection, reading something she couldn't see the title of, and had a cup of tea that was 3/4 full and cold. The archive was quiet at this hour, the kind of quiet that accumulated dust and purpose in equal proportion. The light was low and warm and smelled of old paper, which was one of the few smells in the institute that had nothing to do with qi. She set the file folder on the table in front of him. He looked at it. He looked at her. 14, she said. He opened the folder. The contents: 14 detailed cultivation profiles from 4 different continents, collected over the past 11 weeks by Institute researchers who had flagged anomalous advancement patterns in the post-dissolution survey data. Each profile documented a cultivator showing bilateral qi pathway activity, both traditional cultivation channels and integrated system technique pathways operating simultaneously, without training, without a documented bridge meridian technique, without any prior contact with Wenjing's methodology. Not partial activation. He read the first 3 profiles completely. He skimmed the remaining 11 with the focused attention of someone checking specific data points: the meridian topology patterns, the resonance node formation sequence, the integration timeline in each case. He turned back to the 3rd profile, which had a topological illustration that differed from the standard bridge meridian architecture in one significant way, and looked at it for a long time. "You didn't invent a new path," Lin Meihua said. "You recovered one." He set the 3rd profile down. He was quiet for a moment that ran at the length it needed to. "I need to start a second study," he said. "I know," she said. "I already filed the research proposal." She paused. The archive's quiet had the quality of something being prepared for. "I listed us both as principal investigators. If that's acceptable." He looked up from the folder. She was watching him with the direct attention she brought to physiological assessments. Present, specific, not performing patients, but actually patient, which was a different thing that he had learned to distinguish over the course of 2 years of working alongside her. The research proposal would require him to maintain regular documentation practices and update his cultivation log on a schedule that conflicted with at least 3 of his current priorities. It would require him to appear at institute meetings that he had been successfully avoiding for 6 weeks. It would require him to work with a collaborator who knew his cultivation architecture completely and had demonstrated a consistent willingness to challenge his assessments when she disagreed with them, which was something he valued and found periodically inconvenient. He had been alone in his work for 6 years before the events of the last 3. He had been alone by calculation, by assessment of risk and operational necessity. He had not been alone for approximately 2 years. He was aware that the transition between these states had been significant in ways that he was still mapping. "It's acceptable," he said. She did not say anything else. She sat down in the chair across the table and opened the 3rd profile, the one with the anomalous topology, and they worked through the implications of its architecture together until the archive's automatic lighting shifted at 2 a.m., which was the Institute's gentle indication that the building preferred its researchers to sleep. Neither of them left immediately. Chapter 140. Pioneer Pathway. The ruins were quieter than they used to be. This was not a metaphor. The background qi noise that had characterized every ruined sector in the post-apocalypse period, The constant low-frequency interference produced by active system architecture operating through every cultivator's meridian network simultaneously was gone. The dissolution had taken it when it took the interface. What remained was natural qi, unstructured and clean, and natural qi was quieter because it was not being organized. When Zheng had walked to this specific location alone, which Chunwei had noted without comment, and which Lin Meihua had not asked about, both of which were appropriate responses to a trip that was not secret but was personal and did not require company. The school was marked now. A small signboard at the entrance to what had been the main corridor, installed by the Historical Preservation Committee that the Institute had established in the first month after dissolution. First documentation of the gate, Decade 1. Beneath the header, 2 lines of small text explaining the site's significance. Beneath the explanation, a QR code linking to the full historical record. He had not been consulted about the signboard. He had read the QR code's content when he arrived and found it accurate. He sat down in the main corridor where the floor was still solid, the pre-apocalypse concrete, which was more durable than 30 years of weather had any right to leave it. The light through the collapsed windows was afternoon light, angled low, turning the dust in the air to visible slow movement. He took the child's drawing from his inner pocket. He had been carrying it for over 3 years. The protective sleeve had held. The paper inside was the same as it had been when the child pressed it into his hands in the outer ruins, slightly worn at the fold lines, the colors as present as a child's determination could make them. He looked at it for a long time. He thought about a child standing in the right location on the right day and drawing what they saw with the materials they had, and about that drawing traveling through 30 years and then through his hands for 3 more, and about the specific shape of information's journey through the world, what it survived, what it found, who it reached. He opened his technical journal. He had not written in it for 3 months. The last entry was from the day before the activation sequence, and it was operational. Relay position confirmations, timing calculations, contingency protocols for 3 failure scenarios. He read it and found nothing sentimental in it, which was accurate. He wrote, *, the system classified my path as impossible. Empirical data shows 14 confirmed spontaneous dual path awakened and rising. The correct revision of the initial classification is not impossible. First observed. I recommend reclassifying as Pioneer Pathway, unrestricted, with standard research documentation. *, he closed the journal. His system interface activated. This was unexpected. The system's architecture had been dissolving for 3 months. The interface had ceased routine function in the first week and had been producing only residual signals since. He had not expected to receive a notification through it again. The notification was brief. It appeared in the system's standard typography, the restricted data format he had seen for the first time 3 years ago in a secondary base in a ruined sector, reading a secondary progress bar that told him he was being monitored. Dual Path Resonance, Classification Updated, Pioneer Pathway, Unrestricted. He read it. He looked at it for a moment with the expression of a man reading a document that had been in preparation for a long time and had finally arrived. Then he looked at the drawing. Then he looked out the collapsed window at the ruined sector beyond, where the afternoon light was doing the same thing it had always done, falling at an angle through gaps in the destroyed structures, illuminating the accumulated debris of 30 years that was in the slow process of becoming something else. The rebuilding had been underway since the dissolution. Not fast, not coordinated at any scale that required his involvement, but continuous, the particular determined noise of people who had been living in ruins deciding that they did not need to anymore. He could feel, at the edge of his resonance field's natural range, the chi signatures of cultivators in the surrounding sectors. They were different from what he had felt 3 months ago, softer at the edges, more complex in their middle frequencies, carrying both paths at once in the specific way that 14 people across 4 continents were now carrying them without being taught, which was the beginning of a study and possibly the beginning of everything else. His communication device signaled. He looked at it. The message was from the monitoring station at the gate site's research post, a small team of 4 researchers who had been stationed there since the dissolution, documenting the closed gate's residual field characteristics. The message was 3 sentences. He read them twice. A chi signature had appeared at the closed gate's location. It was organized, cultured, and had been present for approximately 6 hours. The research team assessed it as non-hostile and were awaiting instruction. He sat in the ruined school's main corridor for a while longer, in the afternoon light, with the child's drawing in his lap, and the drawing's original subject now closed, and the study it had implied now open, and the first visitor from the external civilization waiting 6 hours' travel from where he sat, patient in the way of something that had invested 30 years and was accustomed to waiting. He was not a person who had wanted to be the center of anything. He had built in secret for exactly that reason, because the work was the point, and the work was better when no one was watching. He had spent 6 years invisible and 3 years learning, against every calculation, that some things were built better with witnesses. He put the drawing back in its sleeve. He put the sleeve in his inner pocket. He closed his technical journal and stood up, and the afternoon light came through the gaps in the ruins around him, and his resonance field extended its natural 15 meters in every direction, and both paths ran clean and integrated in the meridians of a man who had been told, by every institution that existed, that what he had built was impossible. He started walking toward the gate site. The second study had already begun.